What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was neglected and got a harem with Kaina and Rumi. 18-year-old Izuku Midoriya is in his final year at UA High School and is just 6 months away from graduation. However, he's starting to notice that his social life is terribly neglected. After the finale war, Izuku lost his quirk and since then he's dedicated countless days and nights to developing his power suit, sacrificing other equally important things. Spending time with his friends, cultivating hobbies, and even something that now worries him particularly: relationships with girls. One day, he accidentally overhears his female classmates talking about him and discovers that they don't find him particularly attractive and that, in general, he's quite unpopular in their eyes. Determined to change that, Izuku embarks on a journey to improve his social skills and try to get closer to girls his age. Though life will ultimately teach him that perhaps he's not as lost as he thinks. It's just that, unbeknownst to him, he's playing in a different league. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Izuku of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into the story. In a secluded workshop within the vast grounds of UA, Izuku Midoriya was completely focused, carefully welding a metal piece that was part of a peculiar structure. He wore jeans and a tank top, both stained with dust, oil, and burns from work, giving him a disheveled, yet authentic, and grimy appearance. Okay. I've finished this part. He muttered to himself, removing his protective mask and carefully placing the equipment on a table cluttered with tools and his laptop. He sighed wearily as he stretched, his joints creaking. Without much hurry, he plopped down on a makeshift bench. An old truck air filter covered with a battered cushion. Silence reigned in the workshop. Or almost. Only the constant hum of a flickering light broke the stillness, as if it were resisting dying. And it was in that calm, under the yellowish light, that Izuku's current state could be best appreciated. Izuku Midoriya, 18 years old, a third-year student at Japan's most prestigious hero academy. His face was marked by deep dark circles under his eyes, fat deposits on his cheeks, his hair was somewhat longer and even more unruly than usual, and he had an air of shyness that seemed to have intensified since he lost One for All. Almost 8 months until I graduate, he thought, letting his gaze wander over the date blinking on his laptop screen. Yes, Izuku was one step away from becoming a pro hero, even though he no longer had a quirk. But he never lost his dream of being a hero, and from the start of his second year, aware that the embers of One for All would eventually die out, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to developing his support suit. He did it from scratch, without any prior knowledge, learning through trial and error, sleepless nights, and endless testing. Sometimes he received help from Hatsune or Melissa, who occasionally traveled to Japan to see him or via video calls, but the rest he did alone. And with one other person. Of course, that came at a price. I still find it hard to look someone in the eye. She thought, remembering with a pang of embarrassment how, days before, she almost felt like crying from panic when trying to talk to the girl at the recharge shop. That was one of the problems that came with his almost obsessive dedication to developing the suit. Izuku became even more socially withdrawn. It was inevitable. Countless times he turned down invitations from his friends. Outings, get-togethers, plans the girls had organized so he could relax a little and put the weight of grief behind him after losing his quirk. But Izuku, convinced that the best thing was to focus on his path as a hero, always said no. For him, at that moment, there was nothing more important than perfecting his suit and keeping his body in shape. She took out her cell phone and opened the gallery, looking for a pleasant memory. I missed the beach day with the guys. He whispered, a lump forming in his throat as he looked at the photos they had shared in the WhatsApp group. They all seemed so happy. He remembered perfectly that they had invited him, that they had insisted, but he had refused again. I'm a bad friend. He thought guiltily, fully aware of the effort everyone made to make him feel accompanied. The reality was simple. Izuku had no social life. His routine consisted of going to classes, locking himself in the workshop, sometimes with her, and training. And nothing else. Well, sometimes he would go out to visit people he had helped in the past or with whom he felt comfortable, but no one his own age. Absolutely no one. I'm alone. And the worst part is, it's my fault. At the beginning of his life, Izuku was isolated by others for not having a quirk and being weak. Now, he was the one who had distanced himself from those who wanted to be by his side. On one hand, he felt his effort had been worthwhile. He had finished his hero costume some time ago. He hadn't worn it yet, nor had it made its official debut, but it was ready for combat. After hundreds of tests, redesigns, and errors, he finally had a suit that granted him many of the abilities he once possessed with One for All. The black whip, the ability to float. Or rather, fly. The smokescreen. And a few other additions. His next step was to create additional upgrades that could be assembled directly during combat, drawing inspiration from acquaintances and other heroes. But on the other hand, he felt he hadn't lived his youth as he should have. While others enjoyed outings, laughter, trips, and unforgettable moments, he was mired in blueprints, prototypes, and sleepless nights. I didn't even have my teenage romance. He thought, looking downcast. It wasn't that he didn't know what it was like to be alone. He'd spent his entire childhood isolated because he didn't have a quirk. But nobody is meant to live completely alone their whole life. And little by little, that was starting to take its toll. Is it too late to try something with Uraraka? He remembered the last time he spoke to her. She had seemed visibly worried about him. I never told her how I felt. In fact, I don't even know if I still feel anything. I drifted so far away that I don't even remember that feeling that made my chest flutter. She was about to sink deeper into her thoughts when a familiar voice broke the silence. BRR, we're entering Izuku's atmosphere, BRR, over. Amanari mimicked a walkie-talkie, peeking out of the workshop door with a wide grin. Izuku looked at him, amused and a little confused by his remark. Don't take off your helmets, guys, the air in this place is toxic, over. Kirishima continued, appearing behind them, followed by a small group of Class A classmates. Todoroki, Bakugo, Mineta, Shoji, and Tokoyami. Hey. It's not like I smelled that bad. I'm not Hatsune, I actually take baths. Izuku protested, offended but laughing, as he stood up. That's the only good thing about all this. Todoroki interjected in his characteristic dry tone, almost more like a scolding than a joke. Have you seen how you are? Yeah, I know. I think I could use a break. Izuku admitted, scratching the back of his neck as he approached and bumped fists with each of them, a gesture they all returned with half smiles. Dude, we know you always say no, but listen. Tonight we're all going to a party that some guy from Shiketsu is throwing. Mineta began, climbing onto Izuku's makeshift bench to gain some height. There'll be everything, Midoriya. Alcohol, girls, a pool, girls in bikinis, a DJ, semi-illegal races, girls without bikinis, rat fights. All the good things in the world will be there. Shoji added in his deep voice, while Izuku looked at them, somewhat dazed. You have to go, Midoriya. Tokoyami insisted, and Dark Shadow even enveloped him slightly with his shadow, as if trying to trap him. Izuku remained silent, seriously considering refusing again. He had new ideas for a long-range support team, or perhaps he simply preferred training. Thank you, guys. He began, and immediately saw the group spirits plummet. It was always the same. They always tried to distract Izuku, to make him laugh again, to allow himself to rest. To help him understand that, even though he no longer had a quirk, he was still a hero. That he had done more for the world than anyone else. But he still felt inadequate, as if he had not fulfilled his true dream. But I think He couldn't finish the sentence. A direct punch from Bakugo sent him crashing to the ground. Ouch. He tried to get up, but Bakugo's foot on his chest stopped him, keeping him lying down. Izuku, that's enough. Itsuki roared, his voice thick with anger, worry, and a hint of weariness. This isn't healthy. When was the last time you had any fun? I haven't seen you live since the start of second year, damn it. But I. Izuku stammered. Yes, we know, and believe me, we're glad to see you're still clinging to your dream, that you never gave it up. Kitsuki continued, his voice cracking with fury and frustration. But for God's sake, Izuku, think of yourself. Just once. The others remained silent, observing the scene with serious faces. Dude. You need to stop, even if it's just for a moment. Rest for a few seconds and then go back to whatever you're doing. Kaminari said, more serious than ever. It was strange to see him like this. He was usually the biggest joker in the group. We won't take no for an answer this time, Izuku. Shoji added, gently pulling Bakugo aside and offering him one of his large hands. Izuku took it, sore but without protesting. The punch was unnecessary, don't you think? Izuku muttered, brushing the dust off his clothes. No, I thought it was reasonable. Mineta replied matter-of-factly, while fiddling with a tool on the workbench. Midoriya, you're the one with the most potential to live a movie-like life. And you're the one who takes the least advantage of it. Why do you say that? Izuku asked, confused. Let's see. You're rich. Mineta replied without hesitation. I'm not rich, I just have some money, nothing more. Izuku replied uncomfortably. It was a lie. Well, sort of. Izuku didn't feel rich. He'd never cared much about money. But the truth was, his bank account held more than anyone could imagine. It was the reward he received after ending Tamura Shigaraki's reign of terror. At first, he refused. He didn't want to be paid for something he felt he had to do as a hero. But the government wouldn't take no for an answer, and after Japan's reconstruction, they finally gave him the money. Although he was a little annoyed, he decided to put it to good use. A decent house for himself and his mother, donations to orphanages, reforestation projects, aid for war victims, and funding his own hero costume. And he still had plenty left over, money he planned to use to support future projects of his colleagues, such as the Foundation for the Understanding of Quirks, to prevent cases like Toga's and others. And besides, you're a bit taller now, that's a plus. Kaminari added, pointing at him with a smile. It was true. Izuku had finally grown. He now stood at a proud 1.76 meters. 10 centimeters taller than before. He blushed slightly, but inside he felt a certain satisfaction. For someone who had always felt small, it was an achievement. You're muscular, you have a good body. Kirishima commented, accompanying his words with a couple of heroic poses. Despite losing his quirk, Izuku never stopped training. In fact, he increased the intensity of his routines and focused more on hand-to-hand combat and weapons handling. Besides, you're a total hottie. Girls would swoon if you started dressing and grooming yourself like a decent person. Todoroki declared, looking him up and down. Izuku swallowed. He looked down for a second, taking in the oil-stained boots and the workshop floor covered in metallic dust. His heart was pounding. Part of him wanted to say no. To stay, to continue with his ideas, to finish those new sketches. But the other part, the part that had been feeling alone and empty for months, wanted, even for just a moment, to stop carrying the weight of it all. He murmured nervously. He rubbed the back of his neck, glancing sideways at Bakugo, who was still frowning, arms crossed. I guess I could go for a while. Just a while. The boys lit up instantly, as if someone had turned on a lamp in the room. That's it, old man. Exclaimed Kaminari, giving him a gentle push on the shoulder. You won't regret it, Midoriya. Shoji assured, nodding with conviction. I swear it's going to be fun. You might even get to practice talking to girls. Kirishima said with a knowing wink. But no more sitting in a corner, okay? Bakugo growled, glaring at him. And no more staring at your phone like an idiot all night. Izuku scratched his cheek, uncomfortable, feeling the heat rising to his ears. Yes, okay. I'll go. He finally confirmed, almost more to himself than to them. His voice sounded weak, but it was honest. Part of him was scared. And part of him excited. Tokoyami nodded silently, almost solemnly, while Dark Shadow applauded behind him. Perfect. Then we'll pick you up at the dorm at 7. Todoroki said, in his calm but unyielding tone. Oh, and take something decent to wear. Mineta shouted, still perched on the bench. None of those oil-stained t-shirts. Izuku forced a smile, somewhat embarrassed, as he glanced sideways at his stained shirt. What on earth am I going to wear? She thought, with a pang of nerves. But deep down, very deep down, something was stirring. A small spark of hope. Maybe. Just maybe. It wouldn't be so bad to go out for once. You must be kidding me, Izuku. Kirishima muttered, arms crossed as he looked his friend up and down with a mixture of resignation and surprise. All the boys from class 3 were gathered in the dormitory common room, ready to go out. Hair combed, shirts clean and well ironed, some had even put on perfume and wore jackets that gave them a confident and even seductive air. In short, they smelled like sex. Everyone except Izuku. Poor Midoriya stood there, nervous, his head down. He was wearing an oversized green hoodie, slightly worn jeans, and the same damn red sneakers that, though clean, already showed signs of daily use. It wasn't that he looked bad. But he didn't exactly exude anything special either. It was like he wasn't going to a party, but to buy bread. No. I don't have any more clothes. Izuku admitted, scratching the back of his neck, his face red to his ears. He avoided their gazes, because he knew they all said the same thing. You're not going anywhere dressed like that. Seriously? Kaminari asked, raising an eyebrow. Not even a decent shirt. New shoes. Anything? No. Izuku whispered, even more embarrassed. I never bought any of that stuff. I thought I wouldn't need it. Todoroki sighed as he adjusted the sleeve of his dark blue shirt. Let's do something, Midoriya. He said calmly but firmly. We'll quickly stop by a shopping mall that's open late. We'll help you pick something out. Yeah, man, we'll all put something together. Kirishima added, patting him on the back so hard he almost stumbled. We're the whole gang, I'm sure we can find something that fits you. Izuku looked at them, nervous but deep down grateful. Well. Okay, if it's not too much trouble. Izuku conceded, his voice a little broken with embarrassment and surprise that everyone wanted to help him. No trouble at all. Kaminari laughed. It should only take us half an hour, tops. Just trust us. Just as they were leaving the dormitory area, they came face to face with Mina Ishido and Toru Hagakure. Both stopped when they saw them. Hey, where are you guys going all dressed up? Mina asked, with a mischievous smile as she leaned an elbow against the wall. To a party at a homie's house in Shiketsu. Zero replied, making a relaxed gesture with his hand. Hagakure, although invisible, turned her head slightly, and it was noticeable from the movement of her clothes that she was looking directly at Izuku. Izuku felt those two female eyes on him. And he didn't know what to do. He lowered his gaze, uncomfortably, pretending to be very interested in the doorknob. They probably think I look ridiculous. He thought, feeling a knot form in his stomach. Mina and Hagakure said nothing more. They only exchanged a quick glance. There was no mockery, no cruelty, just a gesture somewhere between surprise and a certain tenderness at Izuku's clumsy attempt to get ready to go out. Then, the two continued on their way, leaving behind a somewhat awkward silence. Izuku stood still for a second, swallowing hard. He didn't know how to feel. Part of him felt embarrassed. Another part, strangely, felt a slight warmth in his chest. But he didn't quite know why. Bakugo gave him a gentle push to pull him out of his mental tangle. Come on, Izuku. Don't just stand there. We need to buy you something that won't be embarrassing. Why yes. You're right. Izuku replied, his voice trembling, but for the first time, with a small spark of emotion. And so, they all left the dorm together, ready to give Izuku a chance to shine, even though he himself didn't see it yet. In the square. I love the house music in these places. The Iida remarked, nodding his head slightly to the deep rhythm emanating from the speakers embedded in the ceiling. They had arrived at a somewhat exclusive clothing store. One of those that smells of expensive perfume and polished wood, where the warm light highlighted the colors of the garments, and everything was perfectly arranged, without a trace of the typical chaos of a discount store. No mountains of clothes or women fighting over a sweater. Just wooden shelves, immaculate mannequins, and salespeople dressed in black, watching with a professional eye. The boys from Class 3 are spread out through the hallways, touching fabrics, checking clothes racks, and choosing possible garments to transform Izuku. Are you sure you want to pay for it, Midoriya? Sato asked, picking up a linen shirt. We're not that poor. Besides, we have Bakugo. Hey, why my damn money? Bakugo protested, frowning and almost choking on the sip of milkshake he had just taken. Well, we always have Todoroki and Iida, right? Mineta added, not missing the opportunity to needle the group's millionaire heirs. Tenyu and Shoto glanced at each other for a second and almost simultaneously pulled out their gleaming platinum cards, making a mocking gesture as if they were ATMs. The rich humiliating the poor. Zero exclaimed, placing a hand on his chest, feigning deep offense while dramatically waving the other. How outrageous. No. Don't worry. Izuku murmured, who until that moment had only glanced at the labels, afraid to see the prices. With slightly trembling hands, he pulled his worn wallet from the back pocket of his jeans. He opened it and revealed, among folded bills, an elegant black American Express Centurion card that seemed out of place on his calloused fingers. The boys were silent for a second. Swallowing, looking at each other in surprise. I have mine. Izuku finished, red as a tomato, looking down. The group regained their composure almost immediately. Nerves aside. If there was one thing that wouldn't be lacking that night, it was budget. And with that, the fun began. Alright, Midoriya, get ready. Kirishima exclaimed, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Bakugo rolled his eyes, Todoroki sighed calmly, but they all seemed to share the same spark of anticipation. Iida pulled out his phone, ready to jot down options. Kaminari winked at Izuku as he picked out a jacket. Thus began Izuku Midoriya's catwalk. How are you? Izuku asked uncertainly, stepping out of the fitting room. Well, it's not bad. But I don't think it's appropriate for a party. Shinso, with his calm demeanor, observed the outfit with a frown. You look like a high schooler. As always, copycat is right. Bakugo grumbled, slumping into one of the armchairs in front of the cubicle, arms crossed and annoyed. Next. Kaminari shouted, waving a t-shirt around like he really was a runway director. Hey, this doesn't look so bad. Izuku, feeling a bit more cheerful, looked at himself in the mirror, turning around slightly. Yes, it's not bad. It's just too formal for today's plan. Kota appeared behind him, calmly assessing every detail. Doesn't it give off a pimp vibe? Aoyama blurted out, with that gleaming smile of his. The group's laughter echoed throughout the store, while Izuku turned red with embarrassment. Come on, we have to keep trying. Kaminari patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him to return to the cubicle. Izuku was speechless, stunned by the absurdity of the reflection. Ejiro. Where the hell did you get that police uniform? Mineta turned to him, laughing. Ejiro just shrugged, with the calm of someone who has done nothing wrong. Over there. She pointed through the window to a small shop across the hall. I went out to buy it while Izuku was trying on his first outfit. It was on sale. Izuku turned as red as a tomato when he read the neon sign he could just make out. Sexy night. Holy shit, Ejiro. That's a sex shop. Kirishima almost choked with laughter, covering his face. Next. Kaminari ordered, laughing. Who was? Izuku stammered, red to the ears, looking at himself in the mirror. He was wearing a maid dress, lacy and with ruffles. The boys tried to hold back their laughter, covering their mouths without success. Just then, Sato appeared in a new outfit, but when she saw Izuku dressed like that, her eyes widened in shock. "Hey. I've never seen you before, white chocolate." Sato moved dangerously close, lowering his voice. "You look like a friend of mine, but you're too pretty." Izuku went pale when Sato took his chin, getting closer. Wait, Rikito. Let's not pretend we don't know each other." Izuku, a bundle of nerves, took a step back. The other boy stopped Sato before he went any further. "Next." Izuku managed to say, trembling. "Okay. Where did you get this?" Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow, as he looked at himself in the mirror wrapped in bandages, leather, and with details that seemed to come from another world. The whole group stared at him, speechless. Despite how extravagant it was, the suit looked incredible on him. "I took it from a homeless person." Bakugo replied, brazenly putting his feet up on a nearby table. "No wonder it has blood." Izuku murmured, removing bandages with dried brown stains. The hours passed like this, filled with laughter, jokes, and many unsuccessful attempts. No one could make up their mind, mainly because Izuku had never had his own style. His long, somewhat messy hair didn't help either. It made some good outfits not quite work. "I guess that's fine." Kirishima raised his arms, defeated, while the others stretched, tired of giving their opinions. "We'll give you the homework of getting your hair cut another day. It doesn't suit you at all like that." Ejiro ruffled Izuku's unruly bangs a little, and Izuku nodded nervously. Thank you so much, guys. I'm really sorry for the trouble." Izuku bowed slightly, smiling shyly, though this time his smile seemed a bit more confident. "I'll keep the haircut in mind." The others snorted and laughed. "And don't even think about getting that awful haircut you had at the beginning of sophomore year again," Mineta joked. "Bro, the doctor who gave you that cut deserves to go to jail." Amid jokes, laughter, and friendly shoves, the group finally set off for the long-awaited party. At the party, the music reverberated in every corner of the enormous house. Colored lights crossed the air like electric rays, and the vibration of the bass could be felt in the chest. The group of boys from Class 3A walked together, looking around in amazement at the luxury of the place. A modern mansion, with huge windows, expensive furniture and several makeshift bars. "Wow. This guy has real money," Kaminari commented, looking around with an excited smile. "It's impressive." Iida added, though his gaze seemed to be searching more for emergency exits than the decor. Suddenly, the host emerged from the crowd. A tall Shiketsu student with dark hair combed back and a confident smile. He wore a white shirt open to the chest and a gold chain that gleamed in the lights. "Hey, Class A." He greeted them, raising his hand familiarly. "I'm glad you came. Make yourselves comfortable, enjoy the evening." His gaze swept over the group with a knowing air. "The upstairs rooms are free," she remarked with a half smile, implying what they could use them for. "And don't worry, my parents aren't coming back for another week, so tonight is all ours." "Hell yeah." Kirishima shouted, raising his fist, while Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance, though he didn't reject the invitation. "Thank you for the hospitality," Iida replied, giving a slight bow that seemed a little out of place in the relaxed atmosphere. The host nodded contentedly, giving a friendly pat on the shoulder to a couple of them, before blending back into the crowd. Izuku watched everything in silence, nervous. That house was the setting for something that seemed so distant and foreign to him. But tonight, he was there. Little by little, the group of boys began to disperse into the crowd. Kaminari was the first to disappear, a confident smile on his face and his glass raised high. Kirishima walked straight toward a group of laughing girls near the pool. Even Bakugo, though grumbling, was dragged by Shiro toward where the music was loudest. Izuku stood still by a pillar, holding a glass of something Kaminari had prepared for him. A sweet concoction that stung his throat slightly. His gaze darted nervously from side to side, watching everyone else having fun, dancing, laughing. While he, on the other hand, stood with his back pressed against the wall. "Come on, Midoriya. Breathe," he thought, trying to encourage himself, even though his hands were trembling slightly. He looked around. The dance floor throbbed with strobe lights. On the terrace, some were chatting more quietly. By the pool, a couple of his classmates were already surrounded by girls. Even Tenya Iida, always so stiff and formal, seemed to be talking to two girls who were laughing at something he'd said. "Incredible. Even Iida," he whispered, somewhat surprised. Further on, Mineta was showing off his shamelessness, managing to get at least one girl to join in with his laughter. Izuku couldn't help but smile a little at the scene. But that smile quickly faded, replaced by a pang of insecurity that left him rooted to the spot. He felt out of place. As if everyone knew how to dance to a rhythm he didn't understand. Her eyes dropped to her glass. She swallowed, trying to convince herself to take the next step. In the midst of his silence, a familiar voice pulled him from his thoughts. "What are you doing here, stuck to the wall, Midoriya?" Shinso asked, appearing beside him with a similar glass in his hand, his gaze somewhat tired but curious. "Ah. I'm just observing a bit," Izuku replied, forcing a smile as he nervously twirled the glass between his fingers. "Come on, man," Shinso said, with a nonchalant gesture. "You don't have to flirt with anyone right away, just talk. Say hello. Ask a silly question if you want. The important thing is not to stand still." Izuku swallowed, staring at the sea of people in front of him. Laughter, voices, music. He felt his heart race. But he also felt a spark of courage, perhaps inspired by Shinso's calm tone. "You're right. Just talking," he said, mostly to himself, trying to convince himself. He took a deep breath, straightened his shirt, and went forward. His steps led him to a girl dancing near the bar. She noticed him approaching and looked him up and down. Her expression changed only slightly. A look that didn't seem to reject him, she even seemed to smile faintly. Izuku opened his mouth, trembling. Hello, I'm Midoriya. I mean, Izuku. Well, both." He stammered, completely losing his train of thought. The girl remained silent for a second. Then she let out a soft giggle, bringing a hand to her mouth, and with an almost embarrassed gesture turned away, walking towards another group. Izuku stood still, feeling the heat rise to his face. He closed his eyes for a second, embarrassed. He turned around slowly. From where he was, Shinso was watching him, and although he seemed to want to hold back, a nervous giggle escaped him. Izuku sighed, trying to compose himself. "Well, at least I tried," he murmured, looking down. Izuku took a deep breath. "One more. Just one more," he said to himself, squeezing the glass almost as if it were a talisman. He scanned the dance floor until he saw another girl, her hair pulled back in a ponytail, and wearing a simple but pretty dress. She seemed less intimidating, he thought. He approached, trying to make his step steady. Hello. Would you mind if I talk to you for a moment?" she asked, her voice trembling but clearer than before. The girl looked at him. At first she seemed surprised, but then she gave him a discreet smile. She took a step toward him, crossing her arms casually, as if giving him space to say something else. Izuku felt his heart beating so hard that he was afraid she could hear it. And then, in that sea of nerves and mental emptiness, he blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "Do you know Metal Gear?" For a second, the girl blinked, clearly confused. Her lips curled into an awkward grimace. Her eyes darted to the side. No, sorry," she replied, half amused but clearly uncomfortable. She took a step back and, with a "well, good luck," walked away. Izuku trailed off, feeling embarrassment rise like fire up his neck. He lowered his head, turned slowly, and walked back to where Shinso was standing. Shinso greeted him with an expression that was half resigned, half amused, and gently shook his head. Izuku sighed. "I don't even know why I said that," he murmured, looking at his half-empty glass. Shinso let out a long, tired sigh, but without losing his mocking smile. "Don't worry, Midoriya. You'll see, something will come up tonight," she said, trying to cheer him up, although it sounded more like an automatic consolation. Izuku forced a smile. "Yes. Sure. Something will fall into place," he repeated, without much faith. But nothing fell. The party went on until well into the early hours, the music blasting off the windows, laughter, shouts, the smell of alcohol and perfume mingling in the thick air of the house. Everyone seemed to fit in, to flow among the crowd. Except Izuku. He ended up sitting in a corner again, his now warm glass in his hands, watching the others from the shadows. He felt insecurity envelop him like a second skin. Every attempt to socialize ended with a lump in his throat and awkward, unfinished words. Hours passed. Shinso got lost in the crowd. Some of his friends reappeared laughing, disheveled, with lipstick stains or rum breath. Izuku remained the same as at the beginning. Alone. When the music died down and the clock was nearing 4 a.m., it was time to carry out the aftermath of the battle. Katsuki, drunk and grumpy, weighed as much as a sack of cement. Kaminari was clutching a bucket in case he threw up again. Mineta was completely unconscious. Izuku, tired but resigned, squeezed them into Kaminari's dad's Ford Lobo as best he could. Some rode inside the cab, others in the back, using spare jackets as pillows. Izuku drove slowly through the nearly empty streets, the city lights reflecting off the windshield. With each kilometer, fatigue weighed more heavily on his eyelids, and the bitter taste of the night scraped at his spirits. I was just thinking that maybe he would have preferred to stay welding in his workshop. When they arrived at UA, dawn was just breaking. Izuku helped the boys out of the car one by one, dragging them to the dormitories. His hands and clothes stained with other people's vomit, he sighed, looked at the brightening sky, and muttered wearily to himself. I'm definitely not good at this. It was Sunday. The day after the party. For Izuku, what was possibly the most embarrassing night of his life as a student. I had never felt rejection so directly, so miserably. And, worst of all, I knew it was all my fault. Sitting at his desk in his UA dorm room, Izuku concentrated on something that, at least for a while, could distract him from that bitter taste. In front of him, on the table, was a tiny drone. So small it was barely bigger than a fly. An experimental project he'd been working on for weeks. It incorporated a high-definition micro camera and a microphone to capture sound. It was part of his ideas to complement his future suit, designed for reconnaissance missions. Let's see how well you can fly. Izuku whispered, more to convince himself that his mind was occupied. Carefully, he took control. The drone, humming softly, rose into the air. Izuku smiled slightly as he watched it move with surprising stability. He flew it in circles around his room, testing turns, ascents, and descents. Every tiny movement was reflected on his laptop screen, displaying the image captured by the machine's tiny lens. For a moment, she almost managed to forget the previous night. Almost. How pathetic I looked. Between tests, without realizing it, Izuku made the drone fly too far away from his room. She flew down the corridor, dodging corners with the delicacy of a real fly, until she reached the dormitory common room where, coincidentally, the girls from Class A were gathered. On the screen, Izuku spotted Mina, Hagakure, Momo, Jiro, Uraraka, and Sai sitting in a circle, chatting animatedly. The drone's buzzing was almost imperceptible. At that distance, they would hardly notice that something was watching them. Izuku felt an uncomfortable tingling in his stomach. I shouldn't listen. He muttered to himself, his thumb hesitating to return the drone to his room. But then, out of pure curiosity or weakness, he lowered the drone slightly, letting it hover at head height. On the laptop, the audio began to come through more clearly. Laughter, jokes. And a phrase that immediately caught his attention. Did you notice how the boys were dressed on Friday? Mina asked excitedly. Izuku held his breath. The drone, silent, continued recording every word. They look so different. Mina said, laughing with a tone that was both mocking and surprised. Itsuki in that dark outfit. He looks so handsome. And Todoroki. You can tell he's not so cold anymore, can't you? Momo added with a small smile. Even the way he looks at me has changed. He seems more confident. Jiro nervously tucked a strand of her bangs under her ear before speaking. Well. And Kaminari. Have you seen his arms? He's getting serious about the gym. Even Hagakure cheered up. Sato too. He looks huge, almost like a pro. And Ijiro. He looks so manly now. Izuku, a little nervous, noticed that none of them mentioned him. He hesitated. His finger trembled for a moment on the drone's control, about to send it back. And then, as if she had just finished listing everyone, Achako asked curiously. Hey. What about Deku? Tilting her head. Ah. Hagakure replied, trying to sound gentle. We saw him on Friday. You know, before he left. Yeah. She was wearing that huge green hoodie, right? Mina said, exaggerating her gestures. And the same red sneakers she always wears. They looked kind of worn out. It's not that she looks bad. Momo commented, choosing her words carefully. It's just that she doesn't seem like someone who goes out much. He's not my type, but he's cute when he gets nervous. Ashido added, shrugging. She looks like someone who never thought about dressing up to please anyone. Jiro concluded, a little drier but without malice. Izuku held his breath. They weren't cruel words. They weren't insulting him. They were just saying what they thought. The truth, without embellishment. With a trembling gesture, he moved the drone away from the common room, turning his back on those voices that, unintentionally, had shown him something that hurt more than he expected. What he didn't know, what he never managed to hear. Was that after that he's not my type, the same voices lowered their tone. Mina, with a small smile, murmured something like, but he's cute, he just needs to fix himself up. Hagakure added in a low voice. It has potential, doesn't it? And even Jiro commented on it. She looks quite double, I mean. She's got more of a body than she seems. But Izuku no longer heard any of that. The drone flew back to his room, while he was left alone with the bitter taste of what he had first heard. Izuku held the tiny drone in his hand. He looked at it as if it were guilty of everything. And, at the same time, as if it were his only witness. He gently placed it on the desk, next to screws, cables, and parts that he had spent weeks, maybe months, trying to assemble. He stood still, staring at the reflection on the blank screen of his laptop. What he saw wasn't the reflection of a hero. An 18-year-old boy, with dark circles under his eyes, his hair too long and disheveled, and a t-shirt that had faded from so many washes. He looked at the looseness of his sweatshirt, the weariness in his shoulders, the worn jeans that knew every curve of his body by heart. And suddenly, he remembered the words of his teacher, of that symbol he so admired. Young Midoriya, losing one for all also gives you the opportunity to have a normal life. A life where you can enjoy what I couldn't. Friends, family, a partner. Things I always dreamed of at your age. She felt a lump in her throat. All Might had always dreamed of something so simple. Something that Izuku, out of fear, had decided not to experience. He sat up. The creaking of the chair sounded louder than ever in the silence of the bedroom. That's enough. He whispered, almost to himself. She looked around. Half-welded pieces, notebooks filled with designs, blueprints. All the things in which she had hidden her loneliness. And for the first time, she took a step toward the door without fear. I knew exactly who I needed to find. To someone who, without knowing it, had become his only option to begin to change. To a colleague, advisor, accomplice in the creation of her suit. And the first woman who was going to look straight ahead, expecting something more than technical help. Izuku closed the door behind him. And with that simple gesture, he was leaving behind more than just his room. He was leaving behind the fear of trying to live. Midoriya Izuku hurried through the wide hallways of UA, heading straight for the teacher's lounge. Yes, it was Sunday. And nobody works on Sundays, but he knew someone who would definitely be there. She must be there. I hope she's alone, so I don't have to take the conversation somewhere more private. He muttered to himself, embarrassed just imagining the scene he was about to witness. There he was. The former heir to One for All. The boy who, when he was barely a teenager, faced villains that would chill anyone's blood. Stain, Muscular, YouTubers, ex-users, Kai Chisaki. And, of course, Tamura Shigaraki. The same one who, even trembling inside, never stopped. And yet. It was that same Izuku Midoriya who today walked with his heart in his throat, terrified by something so simple. And so human, as asking for help to deal with girls. He walked through corridor after corridor, all completely empty. The floors gleamed, perfumed with that expensive detergent that always smelled of a prestigious institution. Only the rapid echo of her footsteps could be heard, bouncing off the concrete and glass walls. Since the end of the war, many things had changed. Some students chose to return home, others continued to use the dormitories, but the atmosphere was no longer the same. Perhaps that's why those corridors seemed colder and quieter than ever. There it is. She whispered, seeing the teacher's lounge door at the end of the corridor. A lump formed in her throat, something akin to shame, tightening in her chest. But there was no turning back. He stopped in front of the door, took a deep breath. And knocked twice. A come-in was heard from inside, in a soft, feminine tone that was more familiar to her than she cared to admit. Izuku swallowed. He turned the doorknob and opened the door wide. His face flushed with nervousness, he spoke louder than he intended. I need your help. Kura-sensei. In that quiet teacher's lounge, the tall, somewhat robust figure, though she was actually much thinner than her suit suggested, of Space Hero number 13 stood tall. Despite it being Sunday, she was wearing her full suit, helmet included. She was never out of the loop. As a rescue hero, her philosophy was to always be ready for any emergency, no matter how unlikely. See, calm down, Izuku-kun. She replied, clearly surprised by her student's sudden call. Her voice sounded slightly shaky through the helmet's modulator. Besides. I told you to call me by my name when we were alone. I am sorry, I got carried away. Izuku replied, bowing quickly, his face flushed. I didn't know if there were other teachers here. Excuse me, Anan-san. You're right, it's fine, it's okay. She said, moving a little closer, and with a gloved hand she gently ruffled Izuku's hair. The glove on her suit felt a little strange, which made Izuku chuckle slightly. When she withdrew her hand, Izuku remained silent, his gaze fixed on the floor. Kuris couldn't show her expression because of her helmet, but she raised an eyebrow slightly, curious. Izuku? He asked, trying to get a better look at him. He leaned in slightly, searching his gaze. Izuku began to babble, nervously fidgeting with his fingers. His cheeks turned bright red. What happened is. The word seemed to catch in his throat. Well. I thought. You. All the courage she had mustered just minutes before was slipping through her fingers like water. She lowered her head further, avoiding his gaze. Kuris tensed. Although his helmet obscured his vision, a knot formed in his chest. His voice cracked, barely audible. So. What did you think? She managed to ask, with a forced composure. Even though it was cool outside, she felt the heat rising to her neck in the living room. Izuku swallowed hard. He clenched his fists and gathered his courage. I thought you could help me. So I can go out with girls. Ah. A slight tremor broke the metallic voice of the helmet. And although Izuku couldn't hear it, something broke inside him. For a second, Kuris went blank. He seemed to be trying to say something, but only stuttered. Izuku was alarmed. Anan-san. Are you alright? He said, taking another step closer. Why yes, I'm fine, haha. She replied awkwardly. Her laughter sounded nervous and distant. It's just. You took me by surprise. That's all. She didn't sound very convincing. But Izuku trusted her so much that he didn't even notice. I know it sounds silly. Izuku lowered his gaze, clenching his fists tightly. But I want at least a tiny chance with a girl. None of them have noticed me in my 18 years. He sounded smaller, more vulnerable than ever. I thought of you because, well, you're a woman and I want to learn how to talk to women. When Izuku dared to look at her, he had the absurd feeling that Anan's dark helmet had turned almost white, as if something in her had vanished. Did I say something wrong? He asked, trembling, raising a hand to gently touch her arm. She took a deep breath, as if forcing herself to stay standing. No, just nothing. She replied, holding back something she'd been keeping to herself for a while. Look, I'm glad you thought of me for this, but I don't think I'm the right person. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. If it wasn't her, then who? All Might? Impossible. Besides, he's still mad at him. His mother? No way. But I need your help. He murmured. And without thinking, he fell to his knees in front of her, desperately taking her hands. I need you, Anan-san. She didn't respond immediately. She only let out a long sigh, heavy with weariness and something that sounded almost like surrender. Izuku. I think you should go see Professor Midnight. She finally said, her voice low. Kayama-san knows much better about these things. And I don't think I can help you. Izuku froze. Midnight. The 18-plus heroine. Just thinking about having an intimate conversation with her made him so nervous he almost fainted. I suppose you're right. He finally said, slowly standing up. He brushed off his trousers without looking up. I'll go with her. Thanks anyway. And sorry for the trouble. It's okay, Izuku. Anan replied, trying to sound calm. If you want, we can resume our astronomy lessons later. Or review your suit again, even though you've already finished it. Maybe we can come up with some improvements. For a moment, Izuku's green eyes regained a soft glow. Sure. I'll let you know what day I can make it. And I can bring something to eat, okay? She smiled genuinely. Yes. That sounds perfect to me. She replied, though her voice sounded distant. Izuku bowed, left the room. And closed the door behind him. Anan Kuris was left alone. The silence weighed heavier than ever. Slowly, she reached for her helmet and removed it, revealing a face that was far from well. Glassy eyes, trembling lips. And the loneliness, which felt stronger than ever. It hurts me. Idiot Izuku. My voice cracked as I said it, so softly that it was barely louder than a sigh. It was obvious. He'd never noticed me. He only saw me as what I am. A teacher, a support figure, maybe even a friend. But nothing more. His words kept swirling around in my head, crashing hard against the walls of my mind, as if they wanted to break everything in their path, over and over again. No girl has ever noticed me in my 18 years. And me? I did notice you, Izuku. I whispered, letting the words escape before I could stop them. I slumped into the nearest chair, resting my forehead against the desk, biting my lip to stifle the urge to cry. It's my fault, mine alone. I was the one who got caught up in those emerald eyes. I'm the one who sometimes dreams of you at night. The one who, out of the corner of her eye, smiles as she watches you write with such passion in your silly notebook, as if the world were ending and you were still writing down every idea. I can't. I mustn't. I tried to repeat it to myself, to convince myself that the right thing to do was to remain silent. To deny what my heart was screaming. Who is forcing you to be silent? Ah! I screamed, startled. I turned around abruptly. And there he was. Ugh, silence, 13. You're going to make me deaf. It was Izawa, slowly emerging from his yellow sleeping bag, his hair as disheveled as ever. My heart skipped a beat. Oh no. He heard me. Wait, Izawa-kun. Don't get things mixed up. I tried to explain, even though I didn't know where to begin. I'm not stupid. I realized a while ago that something was off with you. He said, with that crushing calm of his. With one hand, he pulled out 2 apple juices, I don't even want to think about where he'd been hiding them, and offered me one. Here, relax. I won't say a word. I took it, more out of a need to hold on to something than out of thirst. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the trembling in my hands. Where were you? I didn't see you. And I've been here for almost an hour. I asked, my voice still breaking. Under a desk. I was sleeping. He replied in his typical tired tone, settling into a chair next to me. But that doesn't matter now. The silence between us lingered. It was a heavy silence. Like that of someone keeping secrets too big. How did it happen? She broke the silence, glancing at me sideways. How did you fall in love with the troubled boy? I swallowed hard. Finally, I found the courage to open my heart, even if only a little. I started to interact with him more at the beginning of the second year. But this, what I feel. really started when the third year began. Aizawa looked at me with a strange patience, almost like a friend rather than a colleague. "Come on. Tell me the details," he said, his voice almost sleepy. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and let the memories return. Well, it all started one day. Remembering. I remember that afternoon, tired of the noise of the reforms in the city, I went for a walk around the USJ, looking for a moment of calm. The facility still bore scars. Patched walls, twisted iron replaced by almost identical replicas, but they did not completely erase the memory of what happened. The urban disaster zone. Collapsed buildings and strategically placed fallen concrete beams, designed to teach students how to navigate ruins. I walked slowly, the echo of my footsteps bouncing off the simulated structures. I took a deep breath. I could still smell the dust and concrete, mixed with something else. The memory of that terrifying day when the League of Villains stormed right here, a year ago. I stopped beside a cracked wall. I placed a gloved hand on the cold cement, wondering what would have happened if things had gone worse. Sometimes, even for someone dedicated to rescue like me, memories weigh more than the hero suit. I closed my eyes for a moment, just to listen to the faint whistling of the wind seeping through the fake rubble. The UA was still standing, but the burden we carried inside. That's not always so easy to repair. And then, in the midst of that almost solemn silence, I heard something that completely pulled me out of my thoughts. A male scream followed by a dull thud. I turned around immediately, my heart skipped a beat. What? Without thinking, I started running towards where the sound had come from. A student. I thought. Some curious kid who snuck into this facility without permission. Would he have been hurt? The cold air brushed against my helmet as I jumped over a couple of fallen beams. I needed to get there quickly. I had to make sure it wasn't anything serious. And there, among the fake ruins of a building split in two, I saw him. There he was. He was sitting on the ground, his back awkwardly leaning against a concrete slab. He was rubbing his side, making a face of pain so pure, so sincere, that for a second I forgot everything else. I knew who she was before I even uttered her name. That messy hair, made even uglier by the strange haircut she'd gotten that year, those untamable green streaks, and, above all, those big eyes that, even when they were suffering, still held a glimmer. As if they could never completely give up. "Midoriya-kun. What are you doing here?" My voice sounded more concerned than authoritarian. I couldn't help it. The habit of talking to everyone like a heroine. He looked up suddenly, surprised. For a moment his eyes opened so wide that I could almost see my own suit reflected in them. Th13 sensei. He stammered and immediately tried to stand up, supporting himself on one arm. I approached with quick steps. The poor man seemed a mixture of nervousness, embarrassment, and pain. Even in that state, he did something that made me smile inwardly. He bowed, making several awkward bows, as if he wanted to apologize for something that hadn't even happened. I'm sorry, sensei, I didn't mean to cause any trouble." I stopped beside him, my heart still racing from the run. I looked him up and down, searching for scratches, wounds, anything serious. But aside from a couple of bruises he was sure to take home, he seemed fine. "Are you okay?" I asked, bending down a little to get a better look at him. His expression changed. From surprise to something more timid, as if he'd just been caught doing something forbidden. The heat that rose to his cheeks was so noticeable it was even visible beneath his freckles. I wanted to joke with him, but I decided to wait until he told me first. Because something told me he wasn't there just out of curiosity. Izuku stood up immediately, almost tripping over his own feet in his haste. He dusted himself off, lowered his gaze, and resumed those hurried bows. It was so him. Always apologizing, always afraid of bothering others. Even if it was just by existing. "I'm so sorry, sensei. I shouldn't be here." Her voice trembled, and I could see her clenching her fists against her sides, as if trying to hold something back. Nerves, fear, or just habit. I took another step towards him, making him look up almost suddenly, as if he was afraid I was going to scold him. "Midoriya-kun." My voice was softer, almost maternal. "What were you doing here?" I asked, trying to make him feel a little more comfortable. He swallowed and for a moment seemed to hesitate, unsure whether to tell me or not. But finally, with a slight tremor in his voice, he confessed. "I came too. Well, I wanted to think of some ideas." Her cheeks turned even redder and she looked down at the ground again, as if the words weighed heavily on her. I pressed my lips together slightly to keep from smiling too much. He was so clumsy, so noble, so eager to do something, even if no one else knew. But I wanted to know more. So I took a step closer, gently crossing my arms over my chest, and asked him. "What kind of ideas, Midoriya-kun?" His response would come with the same shame. But in his eyes there was a spark that let me know that, even if he stuttered 1,000 times, there was something much bigger waiting to come out. I want to I want to try to make support objects. He said it so quietly that for a moment I was afraid I hadn't heard him properly. Izuku barely looked up, and in his green eyes there was something that made my chest clench. It wasn't just embarrassment. It was an almost desperate need to continue being useful. I remained silent, trying to process it. Of course. I knew why he said it. Since losing One for All, Izuku had carried on as if nothing had happened. Training, studying, helping his classmates. But I couldn't fool myself. He must be asking himself every night if he truly had a place here. Midoriya-kun. I sighed, lowering my arms and letting go of the serious tone I usually use as a teacher. I took another step until I was almost in front of him. You've done enough. You've given more than many would give in a lifetime. Don't you think? You deserve to rest a little. I said it gently, wanting to convey that he didn't need to carry all of it. But as soon as my words left my mouth, I saw Izuku clench his fists even tighter, as if he were holding something back. Her head tilted, her messy bangs covering her eyes, and for a few seconds she said nothing. The silence was heavy, broken only by the distant sound of the wind seeping through the cracks of the simulated building. We were in a scene of ruins, but at that moment, the only ruin that mattered to me was the one I thought I saw forming there. And then, Izuku looked up. Her voice was still trembling, but there was a strength in it that shook me to my core. No. I don't feel like I've done much. I want to keep trying. Because. He swallowed, as if gathering all the courage he had. Because I want to be useful. I want to help. I want to save. I want to keep being a hero. I felt a lump in my throat. It was so him. That passion, that unwavering will to help, even without powers. It was something that can't be taught, something that simply is born within a person. I remained silent, watching him. And as I did, I couldn't help but think. How can someone remain so pure? Even after everything that's happened. I sighed. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I had 1,000 words in my mouth, but none of them came out. I stood there, my lips barely parted, watching as Izuku, perhaps feeling that he had spoken too much, began to take a step back. I saw him turn around, his gaze lowered, his shoulders slumped, carrying a weight no one else could see. It was as if he suddenly shrank, swallowed up by the immense silence of the USJ. No, I don't want her to leave. I bit my lip, fighting with something inside me. He shouldn't be alone, not after all he'd given. Not after showing me such a pure will. Hey Midoriya. My voice came out louder than I thought it would, almost cracking. He stopped, surprised. He turned slightly, his eyes wide, as if he hadn't expected me to call him. I took a breath, gathered some courage. And, removing my helmet so he could see my face, I smiled. A warm, genuine smile. More genuine than I should have shown as a teacher. What if you think of something like a locator? Izuku blinked, not quite understanding. Something that works with ultrasound, something that emits a constant signal, like bats do. It could be useful for rescue, for finding people trapped in rubble. I felt my eyes light up as I spoke, letting myself be carried away by the idea. It would be useful even if you don't have a quirk. And believe me, no one else would think of something like this better than you. I watched his expression change, from surprise to curiosity. And then to that emotion I loved to see in him. The spark of wit, the brilliance of creativity. The helmet in my hand was sweating a little, and I noticed my heart was beating too fast from nerves. But when I saw how Izuku gave me that shy smile that seemed to ask permission to stay, I knew I had made the right decision. And so, without realizing it, more than 4 hours passed. At first, they were just loose ideas. Locators, heat sensors, something like a portable radar. But little by little, as we talked, everything became so natural, so easy. I felt that, for the first time in a long time, someone was looking at me not just as a hero or a teacher, but as someone with whom to share a passion, a dream. Izuku listened to me with almost devoted attention. Every time I suggested something, his green eyes would sparkle, and he would take out his notebook and write it down, as if it were the most important thing in the world. Sometimes I was surprised by how quickly his mind connected everything. He went from my idea of an acoustic locator to thinking about directional micro speakers, proximity sensors, rescue nets that could be activated remotely. His enthusiasm was contagious. I remember that at one point, while he was explaining a sketch he had just made, I found myself silently observing him. Her voice trembled slightly, but it became firm when she spoke of saving lives. So this is what it feels like to see someone fight for their dreams. The sun began to set outside the USJ, turning the concrete remains and twisted beams of that training arena orange. That's when it hit me. I hadn't just forgotten the time. I had even forgotten that we were at the UA, outside of working hours. Izuku also noticed and, somewhat embarrassed, closed his notebook. I'm sorry, 13-sensei. I think I got a little too excited. Don't apologize, Midoriya-kun. I replied, trying to sound like the responsible teacher I was supposed to be, even though inside I didn't want it to end. It was fun. That last word came out almost in a whisper. He smiled, with a genuine glow that disarmed me. And when he left, I was left alone, holding the helmet in my hands. Wondering if this would be a major change in my life. And so it was. I walked through the halls of UA, noticing how classes were beginning to return to a relatively normal rhythm, although at times we still brought students out to help with reconstruction and rescue efforts. The school was still a field of scars, but little by little, daily life was resuming. I kept my gaze fixed straight ahead, wondering what to do with my first night off in so long. Part of me felt I didn't deserve to rest while others continued working overtime. And yet, another part of me longed for a break. Maybe I should stick to rebuilding. I murmured to myself, undecided. Because, short of eating French fries with a chocolate milkshake, I can't think of anything better to do. It was then that, without realizing it, I bumped into something. No, it wasn't a normal crash. It was like someone came at me at full speed. Wah. We both shouted at the same time, before ending up on the ground. I shook my head and focused my gaze on the culprit. And although it sounded strange, I already had an idea of who the only one could be reckless enough to run around like a headless chicken through the UA hallways. Midoriya-kun. Don't you know that running in the hallways is dangerous? I asked, feigning a little pain to teach him a lesson. The boy, clearly embarrassed, immediately stood up and extended his hand to me while stammering. I'm sorry, 13-sensei. I took her hand without thinking. To my surprise, despite its somewhat small and delicate appearance, her grip was firm, too firm, so much so that it lifted me up without me even making an effort. Oh. Calm down, Midoriya. I said, laughing nervously as I noticed he was already standing. Then he began to bow again and again in a series of bows so rapid that it made me dizzy just watching him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He repeated endlessly, as if I were going to expel him from school at any moment. I couldn't help but laugh. It was strange to see someone so nervous, so afraid of bothering someone. And yet there was something endearing about him. Relax, Midoriya-kun. I reassured him, lifting my helmet visor slightly to show him I wasn't upset. Just try not to run in the hallways. You could cause a more serious accident. He finally stopped and nodded firmly. Why yes. I'll go slower from now on. He murmured, giving one last bow before trying to continue on his way, his gaze fixed on the floor. I watched him take a few steps away, but curiosity got the better of me. Ever since that day at USJ, there was something about that boy that piqued my interest. So I stopped him. Midoriya-kun, wait. Where were you going in such a hurry? What's got you in such a rush? She turned around somewhat shyly, and I noticed how his freckled cheeks, like a sky full of tiny stars, turned red. Well. It's just that. I had an idea for my tea suit, but since I don't have much knowledge in eye engineering, I wanted to talk to Hatsume-san. He confessed, looking down with obvious nervousness. A smile escaped me. That boy. He had something unbreakable about him. But wasn't Hatsume somewhere else in Japan helping with the restorations? I asked, remembering that peculiar girl, capable of inventing anything in the worst of circumstances. Izuku nodded immediately. Yes. But she arrived today, and she'll only be here for a few hours to collect things from her workshop. So I have to take advantage of this time to get some guidance. What to study, how to develop these ideas on my own. She explained enthusiastically. His eyes shone with that characteristic spark of his. The passion of someone who, despite everything he had lost, still wanted to move forward. And I couldn't help but think it was admirable. I watched him as he spoke, gesturing with his hands as if he were trying to catch his thoughts in midair. That gleam in his eyes. It was contagious. I see. I replied softly, tilting my head with a touch of curiosity. And do you plan to show him those sketches you always carry with you? Izuku blinked in surprise, as if he hadn't expected anyone to have noticed that detail. How do you know, sensei? He asked, nervously reaching for the notebook hanging at his side. Because I always see you writing in it, Midoriya-kun. I replied with a slight smile, though maintaining my neutral teacher tone. Sometimes you seem more dedicated to that notebook than to the actual training. He blushed even more and scratched the back of his head, unable to hide his discomfort. It's just that. I feel like if I don't write down the ideas at the moment, I might forget them. And maybe one of them could be useful in the future to rescue someone. I didn't know what to say immediately. There was something about that way of thinking that moved me. I saw him turn toward the corridor that led to the workshops. It was clear he wanted to continue on his way, but for some reason I didn't want to let him go so quickly. I'll walk with you for a while. I said, taking a few steps ahead. He looked at me in surprise, as if that simple decision baffled him more than anything else. Really, sensei? I don't want to take up your time. relax. It's just a walk. Besides, I need to stretch my legs. I replied, shrugging as if it were nothing important. We walked together down the corridor. The UA was still marked by repairs. Patched walls, scaffolding at the corners, newly installed windows that still smelled of freshly cut glass. The echo of our footsteps mingled with the distant sound of hammers and drills. Sometimes I'm impressed by how much the students have worked on the reconstruction, I remarked, breaking the silence. They don't just train like heroes, they also contribute like true citizens. Izuku nodded energetically. Yes. I think that's part of what it means to be a hero, isn't it? Not just fighting, but also helping to get everything back on its feet. His words carried a simple yet genuine weight. I found myself glancing at him, thinking about how many adults lose that same ideal over the years. You're right. I admitted, almost in a whisper. We walked a little further until I finally mustered the courage to ask him. Tell me, Midoriya-kun. What do you hope to achieve with your support suit? What exactly are you looking for? He paused for a moment, as if he needed to gather his thoughts. Then he looked at me directly, with that shyness that never left him, but also with a determination I rarely saw in someone so young. I want to be able to continue being useful, even if I can no longer fight like I used to. If my suit can help me rescue people, hold up rubble, find trapped people, then I can still save lives. I remained silent for a few seconds, letting her words sink in. That boy carried an enormous void, and yet he sought to fill it with a hope greater than himself. Without meaning to, I smiled under my helmet. That sounds quite admirable, Midoriya-kun. He immediately lowered his head, blushing, and waved his hands as if I had said something inappropriate. And no, not at all. I just want to do what I can. Even if it's not much. I watched him as he rushed to deny it and thought. Maybe he doesn't realize it, but what he calls little is precisely what makes him special. When we reached the fork that separated the corridor from the workshops, I stopped. Okay, I'll leave you here. Take it easy, and don't run around like a madman in the hallways again. I joked, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. He looked at me for a moment, as if hesitating whether to thank me again or apologize for the 10th time. In the end, he just bowed his head with a nervous smile. Thank you, 13-sensei. I watched him walk away, clutching that notebook full of ideas to his chest. And as I watched him, I couldn't help but think. What a strange boy. And so admirable. Even now I wonder why I thought it would be a great idea to spend that night off at the USJ. Well, there weren't many places to go after the war. Even my favorite pizzeria isn't open. I sighed, discouraged. That place was run by an Italian family. They made the best pizzas I'd ever tasted. But after the war, they lost everything and returned to their country. I seriously doubted they'd ever come back. This time I wasn't wearing my superhero costume. I was dressed very simply. Striped shirt, pants, and sneakers. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing special. A nighttime stroll in a simulation range. What's next? My wedding at a shooting range. He joked under his breath. I recalled with some discomfort my mother's call months earlier, complaining that I had never introduced her to a fiancé, or at least a boyfriend. A complicated task that, to be honest, I had no intention of undertaking at the time. It wasn't that late. Barely 8 o'clock at night, an hour before curfew for students. We teachers had more freedom, of course. Though with exceptions. After all, the last time we let his Ashi run wild, he ended up blowing up the kitchen trying to make himself a midnight snack. Although, if I remember correctly, you, Azawa, were the last to arrive to see the disaster because you had an avocado face mask on. The thing is, I had a feeling. Something inside me told me that tonight would be different. And, deep down, I sensed that what was special about the night would have freckles and green hair. And I wasn't wrong. As I walked through the area of the wildfire, which was inactive at that hour, I noticed a light moving among the trees. It went back and forth until it suddenly went out. The USJ was not operational, so almost everything was in darkness. That's why it was easy to spot something so out of place. I approached silently, although at 1.80 meters tall it wasn't exactly easy to go unnoticed. Yes, I'm incredibly tall. I know. How's the weather down there? Of course, the downside of being so tall is that I'm also thin, sometimes too thin. I ventured deeper into the artificial forest until I discovered the source of that light. You never get tired of getting into inappropriate places, do you, Midoriya-kun? I whispered to myself as I watched Izuku, who seemed to be lighting bushes and setting up makeshift mannequins. Suddenly he turned off his flashlight. Intrigued, I decided to stay hidden and watch him. He moved toward the center of the woods and, crouching down, opened a box from which he took out a crude helmet and a bulky bracelet. He calmly put them on. That's what I think it is. I murmured, recalling the idea of its allocation that we had discussed days before in the urban disaster area. He remained silent for a few seconds. Then, the bracelet began to emit a small flashing light every 2 seconds. Izuku cautiously moved toward one of the mannequins, guided by the device. Then I stepped on a twig. He turned around abruptly. Although the visor of his helmet was completely dark, he pointed his head directly toward my hiding place. Huh. 13 Sensei. You spotted me. I admitted, emerging from the trees with faint surprise. How did you know it was me? Can you see me? I waved my hands in front of his helmet just to test it. No, I can't see her. I put this visor on precisely so I wouldn't have to rely on sight during the tests. He explained matter-of-factly, gesturing to the helmet. The system tells me the size and location of objects. And it detected a tall thin person near a tree. Besides, who else would be coming to the USJ at this hour? That emotion in his voice. I remember telling you this now, Azawa, I really like it. But at that moment, all I felt was joy and pride. So you did take my allocation idea seriously? I remarked, gently tapping the helmet. Of course. Her idea was incredible. Although the design is still rough, Hatsume-san gave me some guidelines and, well, she said, I learned quickly. She lent me books and videos to study engineering on my own. He explained, finally taking off his helmet. Her eyes opened slightly, surprised to see me. What's wrong, Midoriya-kun? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh. Nothing, it's just that. I've never seen her outside of her suit. She murmured, with such sincerity that it disconcerted me. So I decided to take a chance with a joke. So what do you think? Do I look pretty? I asked, imitating a ridiculous pose I'd seen Nomuri do once, while drunk, flirting with a tree. What? I. He stammered, turning red to his ears. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw him lose the connection with his own brain. Relax, kid, you're going to get a factory reset. I teased him, patting him on the head, which only made him more nervous. I admitted. Although I usually give the impression of being calm and serious, I have a playful side that takes advantage of every opportunity. And that night, I felt strangely relaxed. But you've seen me without my helmet before, haven't you? I asked, reminding him of those times when I'd lifted my visor during class. Why were you so surprised? Although part of me was sure that I wouldn't have any interesting answers. What she told me surprised me more than expected. Why yes. But I think I stared at her longer than usual this time. Her voice trembled at first, but what followed she said with unexpected courage. I'm not saying she doesn't look cute in her superhero costume. In fact, it gives her a cute look. But, out of it, she looks even cuter. He immediately lowered his gaze, unable to hold mine. And I'm grateful for the darkness that prevented him from noticing my blush. Heat rose to my face, and when I tried to speak, my voice almost broke. Well. I get told that a lot, hahaha. I lied, trying to sound relaxed. The truth was different. It had been years since I'd received a compliment like that. Most people didn't see me that way. Perhaps because, unlike heroines like Nomuri, Mirko, or Burnin, I didn't have such a striking physique. Yes, I was tall. Perhaps too tall. But I didn't have those curves that seemed to command attention. That's why. Hearing something like that, and from someone like Midoriya, was unexpected. Why yes, that's true. I guess I should be used to it by now, hahaha. He replied, laughing nervously. We both laughed, with that awkward air of not knowing how to react, without it being annoying, rather strange. The silence stretched for a few seconds, until I decided to change the subject. So, Midoriya-kun. How does your equipment work? The atmosphere changed immediately. Her eyes shone like bright lights. My equipment consists of 5 important parts. He handed me the helmet to hold, and I took it carefully, glancing at its interior. Inside the helmet I have directional microphones. They pick up echoes with considerable accuracy. Not perfect, but very high. He explained, pointing out each piece in detail. Interesting. I whispered, impressed by how quickly she'd put it all together. Although, of course, with Hatsume-san helping, anything seemed possible. It also has an acoustic processor that analyzes echoes and generates a 3-dimensional map of the environment. It then projects this onto a visual HUD inside the helmet. He then pointed to the bracelet on his wrist. And this is a sonic pulse emitter. It works like the ultrasonic click of bats. Without this, the helmet would be useless. Whoa. That was all I could think to say. For a rough prototype, it was surprisingly well done. Go ahead, try it on. He offered me the helmet enthusiastically. Accustomed to wearing a helmet as part of my suit, I accepted without hesitation. As I put it on, everything went completely dark. Then, a faint light appeared on the interface. Now I'll activate the transmitter. He said. 2 seconds later. Incredible. I whispered, watching the HUD display precise information. It could detect even a tiny ant 2 meters away. Size, movement speed, distance. It was all there. Yes. It is. he said, though his tone concealed something more. I slowly took off my helmet and looked at him. He was nervous, sweating as if he were about to take a final exam. What's going on? I asked, intrigued. I saw him swallow hard. Well, I wanted to ask if you. I was left wondering. He never lost that habit of leaving people in suspense. I leaned slightly towards him, smiling curiously. I wanted to ask if you would support me in the development of my suit. Her voice was barely a whisper. I was surprised. Me? Why me? I acknowledged that the idea of its allocation was good, but other than that, I knew nothing about engineering. My field was rescue, not creating gadgets. And yet, as I tell you this now, Aizawa, I couldn't be happier that you chose me. Why? I asked, curious. And also a little anxious. Izuku lowered his gaze, clenching his fists as if gathering courage to say what he was thinking. I've told some people. He began, his voice low. About my suit, my ideas. He paused, as if he was having trouble finding the words. And they always tell me the same thing. That I shouldn't worry, that I've already done too much, that I'm the greatest hero of all. I felt a slight knot in my chest. Those words were almost identical to the ones I had said to him the first time. He took a deep breath and continued. But that's not what I want to hear. I don't want to be told I've done enough. I want someone to support me in moving forward. To believe with me. She raised her eyes, and that green spark pierced me like lightning. You were the only one who did it, 13 Sensei. When I told you about that time in the disaster area, you listened to me. You didn't stop me. You gave me an idea. You showed me I could try. I swallowed hard. It was impossible not to remember that moment. I had wanted to stop him too. But I ended up supporting him. Izuku smiled nervously, putting a hand to the back of his neck. Besides, your presence is pleasant. I don't feel judged when I'm with you. The air left my chest. Those words. So simple, so pure, touched me more than I wanted to admit. I couldn't remember the last time someone had said something like that to me. For a moment I didn't know what to say. I just looked at him, with a smile I tried to hide behind a calm tone. Alright, Midoriya-kun. I finally said gently. I'll help you with your suit. Her face lit up immediately, as if she had just received a priceless gift. Thank you so much, 13 Sensei. I'll do my best. I saw him bow in another of his hurried reverences, but this time it amused me. There was something so genuine about him that it was impossible not to smile. I looked at my watch. But for now, it's almost time to be out of your dorm. You'd better get back before someone catches you. Why you're right. He replied, startled, clutching the notebook to his chest. I watched him walk away down the path, his steps quick and clumsy, as always. And when he disappeared into the gloom, I found myself smiling to myself in the middle of the empty USJ. I smiled because, although I didn't admit it then, something inside me had already changed. Even if it's just a little. That would be the beginning of everything. I concluded, taking a sip of the apple juice Aizawa had offered me. Throughout my entire narration, I kept my gaze fixed straight ahead, avoiding at all costs turning my head toward him. Not out of disinterest, but out of shame. I was afraid of seeing his reaction, afraid of finding mockery in his eyes. I see. That was all I heard from him. I swallowed hard. Finally, I worked up the courage to slowly turn my head, ready to face whatever expression he might have. But what I saw left me bewildered. Are you eating cookies? I asked, watching her choke on a package in her hand. His face, as always, looked tired, with that dull, sleepy look. But there was something different about his eyes. A peculiar, almost imperceptible gleam. No. It can't be what I think. Are you? Excited listening to the story. I didn't have breakfast. He replied, and what almost made me choke was that. He stuttered. Aizawa. Stuttering. I'm definitely losing my mind. This whole thing with my freckled son is really getting to me. Great. It seems I'm already claiming it as mine. Go on. He said suddenly, with a firmness that seemed to mask his self-interest. I looked at him, puzzled. There was something odd about his persistence. It was as if he were more engrossed in the story than in the cookies. I took a deep breath and refocused on my story. Well, as I was saying, that night I promised to help him with his suit. And that's when, little by little, I began to fall for him. As the words escaped my lips, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that Aizawa nodded slightly, as if confirming something within himself. Okay, here we go. I encouraged myself as I walked towards the meeting point with Izuku. Why? Well, as I already told you, I had agreed to support him in his goal of building his own support suit. And where was I going? To the USJ. Back then, we didn't have the makeshift workshop at the UA yet, so this place was practically a private property. Nobody went in there unless there was a scheduled drill or one of those excursions I organized with the students for simulated rescues. Nervous? Yes, quite. It's not every day a student asks you for help to fulfill a personal dream. Even so, I resolved to maintain my composure. Professional, firm. As it should be. Only 2 days had passed since that night we spoke. The next day I found him in the hallways and we finalized the details. Day, time, and place. Nothing out of the ordinary. Naturally, since I was on duty, I was wearing my superhero costume. Many people think it's uncomfortable, that because it's so big or has a rigid outer shell, I can barely move. The truth is quite the opposite. It's soft, flexible, warm in winter, and cool in summer. Bless Miss Edna Mode, although I still haven't forgiven her for forbidding me from putting a cape on my first design. And there I was, heading to the USJ, without imagining that this would be the beginning of what would end up becoming my favorite time of day, my safe place. And my favorite person. Did I arrive too early? I murmured, checking the time on my phone. No, it was actually 1:55. Almost right on time. We were supposed to meet at 2 p.m. after school. Remember, Azawa. During the first few months of the reconstruction, classes often ended early, sometimes at noon, to make room for the cleanup efforts in the city. As I entered the USJ dome, I heard metallic noises. Tables being dragged, heavy pieces being moved. And then I saw it. That explains why All Might chose him. I whispered without thinking. There, in the center of the facility, beneath the steps leading down to the main field, stood Izuku. Lifting an enormous piece of steel with one hand. And when I say enormous, I mean enormous. Easily the size of a medium-sized house. Midoriya-kun. Put that down, you might hurt yourself. I yelled from the top of the stairs, my heart pounding in my throat. He looked up as if nothing was wrong, holding the block with the same ease as one might carry a watermelon. Oh. Good afternoon, 13-sensei. He greeted me enthusiastically before dropping the massive object to the ground. The explosion shook the entire facility. The impact was so strong that the floor vibrated beneath my feet and I, who was already descending, ended up staggering. The tremor completely destabilized me and I began to fall, seeing the world in slow motion. But in a matter of a second, sometimes I think even less, Izuku was already there, holding me carefully. Wah, I'm sorry. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? He asked breathlessly, helping me regain my balance. I felt a chill run down my spine. In an instant, he had shown me his immense strength. And that impossible speed. So this is one for all. I had already seen it on screen during the battle against Amura Shigaraki. But experiencing it firsthand was something else entirely. How much longer will you have the embers of All Might's quirk? I asked, still intrigued, as we resumed our descent down the steps. He followed me with a worried expression. Well. All Might's lasted less than a year. His permanent injury, the fight against the Nomu here at the USJ, and then the battle against All for One, when they rescued Kakin. All of that reduced his time very quickly. He was right. I remember that after each fight, Toshinori's transformation lasted less and less time. It wasn't surprising that Izuku felt that pressure. Even so, I think the embers of that power will sustain you for quite some time. I concluded, trying to sound reassuring. We finally arrived at the field. And I couldn't help but think that the nearly 100 steps separating the entrance from the main area were an unnecessary exaggeration. Yes. Maybe they'll last me a little over a year. Of course, as long as I don't overuse them. He replied, leading me to a makeshift work area with tables. There were stacks of books, scattered tools, and various strange objects he had collected. I watched him out of the corner of my eye. And although I didn't fully understand it yet, something told me that those days would be unlike anything else in my life. How much does it weigh? I asked as I approached the block of steel. From his work table, Izuku answered naturally, as if he were talking to me about something trivial. About 987, more or less. I stared at him, incredulous. Kilos. I said hesitantly, although I already suspected the figure was much more brutal. He scratched his cheek, nervously. Tons. Maybe a little more. My mind went blank. Tons. That boy who seemed fragile, who still stuttered every now and then and blushed at the slightest thing, was carrying such a monstrous weight as if it were nothing. Blessed are you, one for all. Well, let's stop talking about it. He stammered, visibly uncomfortable at my surprised expression. The blush on his cheeks made it clear how embarrassed he was. I decided not to pressure him and went over to the table. Several sheets of paper were scattered about. Pencil diagrams, quick notes, sketches that looked like they'd been done in a rush between classes. I picked one up and looked at it carefully. I see you've made some progress in a short time. I commented, keeping my eyes on the concepts he had written. There were arrows, small calculations, notes on materials, and even references to engineering books. Izuku tensed up, as if he was afraid that I was judging what he was seeing. Why yes. I tried to organize my thoughts, but I still have a long way to go. I don't know if it's practical. Her voice lowered, almost as if apologizing for not being up to par. I picked up the sheet and examined it calmly, this time glancing at it out of the corner of my eye. On the contrary. For having started so recently, it's clear you've put a lot of thought into it. You know exactly what you want to achieve. You just need to refine how to do it. He looked up, surprised, and I could see the sparkle in his eyes. That spark of hope that appears when someone feels truly taken seriously. I left the sheet on the table and put my hands on my hips. Alright, Midoriya-kun. First of all, let's establish some order. If you want this to work, we need to divide the work. Testing, recording results, and adjustments. Understood. He straightened up immediately, as if I had just given him a military order. Why yes, of course. I chuckled softly at his overreaction. It was adorable. Though I'd never admit it out loud. Don't be so rigid. This isn't an exam, but I do want you to take it seriously. I will, sensei. I promise. We spent the next hour reviewing each of his ideas. He explained the basics of his concept. An echo detection system, a viewer with a simple interface, and an ultrasonic emitter. His words were full of passion, though they occasionally stumbled over his words. We also analyzed a prototype of a grappling hook launcher, which would be our first project. I took notes, questioned him, and forced him to justify every detail. He answered as best he could, and although he sometimes got stuck, he always found a way to continue. When the clock struck 4, I decided to stop the session. Okay, that's enough for today. I crossed my arms, giving one last look at the chaos of papers and sketches. Was that all? He asked, with some disappointment. Yes. There's no point in pushing ourselves in just one afternoon. The important thing is consistency. Tomorrow I want you to organize these notes better and prepare a simple plan to start building the prototype of the hook launcher. He nodded forcefully, almost like a cadet receiving orders. Understood, sensei. I grabbed my helmet and put it back on, ready to leave. But before turning toward the stairs, I paused for a moment to watch him. He was still bent over the table, gathering papers, with that deep, almost detached expression that seemed oblivious to the world. I sighed. This boy. Midoriya-kun. I called softly. He immediately raised his head. Yes, sensei. Good job today. For a moment, her face lit up with such a genuine smile that I had to turn around before I noticed. That day marked the beginning of our sessions at USJ. At first, everything was rigid and formal, with that teacher-student barrier clearly defined. But, although I didn't know it yet, that wall would begin to crumble faster than I could have imagined. 3 days later we decided to meet again to continue working on the suit. The place was the same. The USJ. That dome, which had once been the scene of tragedy, had now become our makeshift workshop. The tables were carefully arranged. One for common tools, another for plans, which at that time consisted of no more than 2 sketches, and a final one with specialized equipment that we borrowed from the support class. That day we had a specific goal. To manufacture the first piece of Izuku's suit. We wanted to start with something simple, something that didn't require impossible calculations or advanced engineering plans. The echolocation system didn't count, that had been the result of many hours of work between Izuku and Hatsume, with more input from her than from him, so we opted for a grappling hook launcher. Something practical for moving between buildings or reaching high places. Basically, something Batman-esque. Do you have the plans? I asked, confirming for the umpteenth time that we were ready. Yes, sensei. Izuku replied formally as he picked up one of the diagrams and placed it on the work table. I won't lie. I was excited. I love learning new things, especially about topics I'm unfamiliar with. And even more so when I was doing it with someone as dedicated as Izuku. Of course we weren't that lost. He had drawn up the plans based on existing models, in addition to receiving guidance via video call from a friend of his named Melissa. With all that, the job seemed much more achievable. Ready, Midoriya-kun? I asked, glancing at him out of the corner of my eye. His eyes lit up and he nodded so energetically he nearly knocked the plans over. I sighed and looked back at the diagrams, noticing him position himself beside me, expectant, as if waiting for the slightest indication to begin. That attitude. At the time, it was a relief. It told me that working with him wouldn't be difficult. Today, that same dedication is one of the things I love most about him. Mustering my courage, I exclaimed enthusiastically. Okay dokie. Let's get to work. The minutes began to flow like seconds. Pieces came and went, screws rolled, screwdrivers changed hands. Izuku and I were fully immersed, excited, as if we truly knew what we were doing. Pass me the hammer. He asked, extending his hand without taking his eyes off what he was assembling. Yes sir. I replied, handing it to him as if it were an operating room and he were the lead surgeon. The noise filled the entire dome. Metallic clangs, welding sparks, pieces fitting together with varying degrees of success. It almost sounded like a chaotic symphony, and we were the conductors of this impromptu orchestra. Almost 2 hours passed. Finally, exhausted but satisfied, I wiped the sweat from my brow with a handkerchief and sighed. At last. Yes. We did it. Izuku stood up straight and looked at me. Our eyes met and a soft laugh escaped us both. Then we high-fived in triumph. Yeah. I proudly held the result of our effort in my hands. Great job, Midoriya-kun. Now we have a fan. It turned out great. Our effort was worth it, sensei. An awkward silence hit us a second later. Wait. A fan? We looked at each other, confused. And yes. Our great hook launcher had blades, a pedestal, and even a speed switch. Izuku, nervous, ran to check the plans. But the diagrams are fine. They say everything you need. I looked at him with the same incredulity. At what point did a hook thrower become this? Curious, I decided to at least try it. Shall we turn it on? I asked. He connected it to a small portable generator and we both waited in silence. The blades didn't move. Instead, the entire pedestal was rotating. I covered my face to stifle my laughter as Izuku seemed to sink into frustration. Well. We shouldn't give up so easily. I said, trying to encourage him. We can repeat it as many times as necessary. I placed a hand on his shoulder, giving him a reassuring smile. That was enough to restore some of his confidence. Without wasting any time, we dismantled the fan and started again. The USJ was once again filled with bangs, sparks, and metallic screeches. I need the welding equipment here, Midoriya-kun. Of course. An hour later, tired but hopeful, we looked at our new invention again. Absolute silence. How did we end up doing this? We asked in unison. In front of us, with crooked wheels and an improvised chassis, was a tractor. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I burst out laughing until my stomach hurt. Izuku grabbed his head, somewhere between desperate and amazed. That day we didn't manage to make a hook thrower. But we learned something much more valuable. That together we could fail again and again. And still enjoy every attempt. The next day, punctual as always, Izuku and I met again at the USJ. The defeat of the fan tractor had left us exhausted but also with a new determination. His stubbornness was contagious and I wasn't going to be left behind. This time, I noticed he arrived with a different air about him. Not nervous nor embarrassed about yesterday, but more focused. He carried a notebook under his arm, full of notes, with torn pages and margins covered in scribbles. When he showed it to me, I could see corrections in red, better drawn diagrams, and even small reminders written in cramped handwriting. Don't forget to tighten here. Check the coils. Don't put on blades. Today we will succeed, sensei. He told me firmly, that spark in his eyes that always leaves me speechless. I hope so, Midoriya-kun. I don't think the world needs any more tractors. I joked, and he let out a nervous chuckle. We got to work. Hour after hour, screws, wires, and gears were passed from one table to another. The first version of the launcher fell apart in less than 20 minutes. The second didn't even fire the wire. It just launched a cloud of sparks that nearly singed our eyebrows. The third. Well, let's just say it looked more like a makeshift confetti cannon than a useful weapon. And yet, neither he nor I thought of stopping. The sun was already beginning to paint the dome's windows orange when we finally assembled the fourth version. It was rudimentary, a bit rough, and looked more fragile than it should have been. But it had shape, weight, and balance. Okay. Moment of truth. Izuku said, his hands trembling on the trigger. I crossed my arms, although inside I felt the same nervousness as him. Go ahead, Midoriya-kun. Show me what we're capable of. The sound of the spring filled the air, and to our surprise, the hook shot out, hurtling through the space until it embedded itself firmly in one of the dome's beams. The rope tightened, and for the first time there were no explosions, no sparks, no blades spinning where they shouldn't. Izuku and I looked at each other, incredulous. Then, almost at the same time, we started laughing. It worked. She exclaimed, her eyes shining. We did it. I shouted, raising my hands as if we had won a trophy. We clapped our hands together again, this time so hard they hurt, but we didn't care. We were laughing, exhausted, sweaty, with grease on our hands and dust on our clothes. But happy. He took the launcher with reverence, as if he held something sacred in his hands. I watched him in silence, sensing that this moment was special. Not because we had made engineering history, but because we had shared failure, frustration, and, ultimately, victory. It was there, in that small triumph, that I understood that working with Midoriya was not going to be just another simple tutoring session. We still treated each other formally, that teacher-student barrier still existed. But that afternoon, as I watched him smile with the sun reflecting on his freckles, I knew that little by little something was changing. That crude, rudimentary hook launcher was our first success. And, without realizing it, it was also the first step towards that closeness that today. It makes me so happy. Midoriya Izuku, the goat of the UA. He walked through the academy's silent hallways. It was Sunday, and as expected, everything was deserted. That's precisely why he knew the person he was looking for wouldn't be there. But perhaps someone could help him contact her. Principal Nezu. I hope he's here. She whispered as she walked quickly forward, one hand occasionally adjusting the strands of her long hair that kept obstructing her view. Turning down a corridor, he spotted the director's office door at the end. The early morning light streamed through the windows, reflecting off the polished floor and lending a solemn air to the passageway. Upon reaching the door, he raised his hand to knock, but remained suspended in midair. How do I tell her I want to know where midnight is? Won't that sound like I'm some pervert harassing my teacher? He swallowed, pressed his lips together, and thought resignedly. To hell with it. He knocked on the door only once. Come in. Nezu's calm voice replied from inside. Izuku cautiously opened the door, peeking his head out first. Director Nezu. Are you busy? She asked timidly before entering. The director, who was looking out of the large window, turned around with enthusiasm. Oh, young Midoriya. What a pleasant surprise. Izuku stepped inside, feeling a little more confident after the warm welcome. Nezu was already waiting for him with his paw outstretched in greeting. Good day, Principal Nezu. Izuku said, bowing respectfully and shaking that small limb, which he never knew whether to describe as mouse-like bear-like, or something in between. Good day to you too, young Midoriya. What brings you here on a Sunday? The principal asked, always polite. Izuku let go of the paw and remained silent for a few seconds. He hesitated. He didn't know if it was right to share what was tormenting him. You see, Director, I. Nerves and fear made him stutter, almost on the verge of collapsing. Come on, don't be afraid or ashamed. Speak calmly. Nezu encouraged him, seeing how the boy was internally squirming. Izuku inhaled deeply, then exhaled as if releasing a weight. He forced himself to speak clearly. I need to know if Professor Midnight is on the premises. I need to speak with her. The director blinked in surprise. Midnight? He repeated incredulously. In his mind, the reasoning was simple. Of all the teachers, of all the people he could turn to, he had chosen Namiri Kayama. And this was the same boy who, despite his greatness as a hero, couldn't hold a fluid conversation with any woman. Nezu thought. If he tries, he might die in the process. Well, Kayama-san isn't here or in the staff dormitories. He reported, watching the young man's expression plummet. Oh. I see. I guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Izuku lowered his gaze, bowed, and turned away. Thank you very much, Principal. Excuse me. Intrigued, Nezu couldn't help but ask. And what were you looking for? Izuku tensed immediately, frozen. He hesitated for a few seconds, until he admitted in a low voice, his ears red with embarrassment. Well. I wanted to ask you to help me with my social skills. That made Nezu's eyes sparkle with interest. Really? Just that? He said, amused. Yeah. I wanted to see if you could help me with talking to girls and all that. Please, don't tell anyone. Midoriya begged, overcome with embarrassment. If Nezu had been drinking tea, he would have choked with laughter. But as the director, he knew how to keep his composure. Although, of course, the situation seemed too juicy not to enjoy. Ahem. Well, since it's his day off, I can give you his address. He's very likely to be there. He said, turning his back on Izuku to hide his mischievous smile. Really? But isn't that inappropriate? Aren't students supposed to be prohibited from doing that for safety reasons? Izuku didn't finish. Nezu threw a folder directly at his face. Please. You? No offense, but you're the last student I'd think of if it were something inappropriate. Do you remember that time some reporters came to interview you 4 months after the war and you ended up throwing up from nerves because you saw one of them adjusting her blouse? Izuku froze, red as a tomato, remembering that embarrassment he wished he could erase from his life. Keep the address and leave the folder on the table. Nezu ordered, this time with an authoritarian tone he rarely used. Izuku looked at the address written on the sheet and, hesitating, copied it onto the palm of his hand. But what if she gets angry? He asked, more nervous than ever. The director was silent for a few seconds. Then, he let out his classic chilling laugh, the one that sounded like it came from a cartoon villain. No, Midoriya. He won't get angry. Startled by that laughter, Izuku simply placed the folder on the table and hurriedly left, bidding farewell with a shy excuse me. Nezu looked out the window again, with a smile that showed satisfaction. She's going to love it. He whispered to himself, convinced that Namiri Kayama was about to encounter something that would add some spark to her boring school routine. and helping Izuku become a real Don Juan. Well, that would be the most fun part of all. I'm not sure exactly when we moved from the regular chairs to the armchairs in the teacher's lounge. I just remember that when I came back to my senses, I was sitting on a long sofa with Aizawa across from me in the armchair, like we were two people in some kind of interview. I don't know the exact moment a tray of snacks appeared on the coffee table. All I know is that, if we were going to share them, most had already disappeared into Aizawa's hands. They crunched in his mouth with that tired but steady rhythm, like the soundtrack to my narration. Wow. That is interesting. He murmured suddenly, with a seriousness that didn't match the crumbs in his beard. I stopped, bewildered, and looked at him with squinted eyes. Huh? I asked, confused by his tone. He blinked slowly, as if he had just realized he had spoken too much. He cleared his throat, settled back in his chair, and lowered his voice. Nothing. You just. Continue, Kura-san. Okay. This is weird. It's unusual to see Aizawa interested in anything other than sleeping, reprimanding someone, or complaining about the bureaucracy of the teaching staff. And there he was, sitting practically on the edge of the chair, with a half-finished bag of cookies, looking at me with an attention that bordered on uncomfortable. Why so much interest in hearing how I fell in love with Izuku? I thought, while trying to ignore the suspicion that, at any moment, he might pull out a notebook to take notes. I sighed and glanced down at the table. The half-eaten snacks immediately reminded me of Izuku, of how food gradually became a part of our get-togethers. Clumsy onigiri, rolls, iced tea, improvised sweets. That simple detail was what ultimately changed the dynamic between us. I leaned back a little on the sofa, with a slight smile. Things kept evolving the more we saw each other, I said softly, almost to myself. And without realizing it, I started to change too. When I looked up, Aizawa was there, his hands clasped under his chin, staring at me with his single eye. Only a crumb of cookie on his cheek broke the dramatic tension of the scene. Yes. This was definitely weird. Several weeks, maybe a couple of months, had passed since we started working on the suit. At that point, honestly, things couldn't have been going better. For several reasons, actually. Perhaps the first was that we were actually making progress. We learned quickly, with those self-study videos that Izuku devoured like candy, with the guides that Hatsum sent us at odd hours, and of course, with the video calls with that girl named Melissa. Melissa Shield. Yes, that David Shield's daughter. I knew I had a friend named Melissa, but not that she was a Shield. I still remember the first time she appeared on screen. I almost lost my breath. I never imagined Izuku would have those kinds of connections, or that he'd speak so naturally with the daughter of a genius engineer. Of course, if we don't take into account the fact that he's in jail. Details. But anyway, getting back to the point. The reality was that we were learning quickly, supporting each other. What he didn't understand, I filled in. And what I couldn't grasp, he patiently explained to me. That dynamic allowed us to grow alongside the project. And speaking of the project, that was the second reason we felt everything was going so well. We already had results. Part of the suit was in its initial phase. It was the alpha version, with just a few coatings and devices still being tested, but it was there. There's no denying it was uncomfortable for Izuku to wear, but we were proud. That day was no exception. Just another day at work, another day at USJ. It had become second nature to me, so much so that it had become part of my routine. I even gave it more importance than other things that, weeks before, I would have prioritized. Hey, Anan-chan. I suddenly heard Namuri's voice calling me as I walked down the hallway toward the locker room. For some time now, I'd sometimes shown up in more casual, comfortable work clothes instead of my hero costume. I turned around and waved to her. Hi, Namuri-san. Did something happen? I asked just before she greeted me with an exaggerated hug. Namuri has always been like this with me. Affectionate and caring. I'm her junior and, apart from her, the only woman on the academy staff. Well, Aizawa, you already know that. More than once she has come to complain to me because you bother her by throwing paper balls at her when you catch her stealing food from the teacher's dormitory refrigerator. Nothing. She crooned with that smile of hers. And I already knew that nothing meant outing. I just wanted to see if you were available in an hour. She said, more as an order than a question. Without thinking too much, I blurted it out. I can't, I'll be busy helping Midoriya-kun. I said it at the same time as I let go of the hug and looked down at her. Midoriya? He asked, frowning. And that's when I realized. I'd messed up. Everything we did was a relative secret. Well, Nezu knew, because he was the only one who would give us permission to use the USJ as a makeshift workshop. But other than that, no one else was supposed to find out. Yes, I'm helping him with some things he's unsure about. I tried to end the conversation without giving details. At Izuku's request, keeping everything about the suit a secret was vital. We avoided unnecessary questions, speculation, and, above all, distractions. Although, of course, in third year the bubble burst and everyone found out he was developing a support suit. But you can look into that another time. This week is free for the boys, what urgent questions could you possibly have? Namuri insisted, with that mischievous smile that always made me nervous. I seem to recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, as Awa-kun, that it was that time when they ended up in jail by accident. Or maybe it was the night they went into a gay bar and a group of guys almost dragged Yamada-kun into the dark. Yes, it was definitely that one. What a horrible mental image. I shook my head to try and calm my nerves and answered with as much seriousness as I could muster. If a student has doubts, it's our duty to support them and clarify them. Inside I was dying of nerves, but apparently that answer was enough to calm her down. Ugh, fine. He huffed, raising his finger and pointing it at me as if passing judgment. Go help the boy, but next time you're coming with us. Is that clear? I couldn't help but chuckle softly and answered him calmly. As long as it doesn't interfere with my work, I'll go. And before I could reply, I walked away quickly, hearing in the background how she began to complain again, indignant. After that encounter, after changing my clothes into something more comfortable, nothing revealing, in fact something quite basic and even meh, I was already in the USJ's domain. This time she was alone. Well, it was just me and the workbenches, the tools, the scattered blueprints. But other than that, Izuku was nowhere to be seen. And I felt restless. Where did he go? I wondered aloud, while, without realizing it, I searched for him with my eyes, as if he might suddenly appear around any corner. Maybe he got caught up in the moment. I murmured, though that didn't entirely convince me. It was strange. Izuku had never been late. On the contrary, he was always here before I even showed up, as if punctuality were second nature to him. Could it be that I've come on the wrong day? I approached the whiteboard where we had placed a makeshift calendar, filled with formulas, equations, and scribbles that were slowly becoming a part of my life. I checked the date of that day, marked with a blue circle. Yes. Today was a work day. I confirmed in a low voice. Back then we didn't have each other's numbers, so we marked the dates on the calendar. Of course, it would have been more practical to ask for their contact information and send a message or make a call, but neither of us had the courage to do it. I was still mulling it over when I heard his voice. Up. In the air, to be exact. Sensei. He shouted just before landing hard on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that sent several leaves flying. Sorry I'm late. I covered my face with one hand and waved the other to brush away the dust, coughing a little. Me Midoriya-kun. Couldn't you have had a less troublesome entrance? I said between huffs as I dusted off my clothes. When the cloud finally dissipated, I saw him. There he was. Standing in his classic oversized sweater, his jeans stained with oil and showing the wear and tear of so many work sessions, his red boots, those that seemed glued to his existence, and his hair, now a little longer. Oh, right, I hadn't told you, Azawa-kun. I always found it funny how Izuku started his second year. With his hair all messed up on one side. I know it wasn't his fault, but the doctors, but seriously, couldn't they have evened it out a bit? The result was awful. And hilarious. But by that time he looked more normal. But what caught my attention the most wasn't that. It was what he was holding in his hand. A 7-Eleven bag. Did you go out shopping? I asked, even though the answer was obvious. Yes. That's why I took so long. It's just that. She paused, as if carefully considering each word. Well, I figured we spend a lot of time working and it's normal to get hungry in between. So I bought this so we'd have something to eat while we work. He said everything looking at the ground, avoiding my eyes as if he was afraid of upsetting me. How sweet. That's what I thought at that moment. It was sweet. And don't deny it, Azawa. That gesture showed he was worried about me. It wasn't necessary, but I appreciate it. I replied casually. He lied a little. The truth is that more than once, in the middle of long working hours, I had wished for a chocolate or some cookies to stave off hunger. He looked up and, with a nervous smile, continued. I had no idea exactly what he liked, so I brought several things. He said as he approached the table and picked up a prototype helmet we had improvised, the same one we used as a pen. Carefully, he began to take out the packages and place them inside the helmet, without opening them, of course. He's not the kind of person who would empty the food in there. But there was something I absolutely had to buy. She added, taking something else out of her bag. Is that? I asked, intrigued. They're Meiji chocolates. You like them a lot, don't you? I didn't even let him finish. I snatched them out of his hand with a speed he didn't expect. I love chocolates. I squealed, unwrapping the package like it was a treasure. And Meiji chocolates are the best. Without thinking twice, I bit into one of the bars. The taste of milk chocolate is so amazing. She babbled shamelessly, chewing happily. You have to try it. Then I felt it. Heat rushed to my face, and my cheeks flushed a bright red. I had let myself get carried away by the excitement of the chocolates. Ahem. I coughed to compose myself and turned to look at him. He was there, struggling not to laugh. Why yes. They're good. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. You're welcome. She replied gently, still with that shy smile that made my heart flutter. That smile. I shook my head, trying not to overthink things. How did you know I like this brand? I mean, there are so many, but you only brought this one. I asked, pointing to the bag of sweets, where indeed all the chocolates were Meiji. I saw him look away and lean towards the table, pretending to review some blueprints. Well. I once saw you leave a wrapper in the trash can. Another day, when I was cleaning the work area, I found another one. And I saw a third wrapper when you threw it away in the cafeteria. From just that, I understood they were your favorites. He explained, still pretending to be busy. I looked at him with the chocolate in my hand. Seriously? That was all it took for you? He nodded, turning his gaze back to me with that nervous smile. Yes, that was enough. I hope I didn't make her uncomfortable. Or sound like a stalker. No, not at all. It was cute. Ridiculously sweet. I thought it was lovely that she had noticed such a small detail. I looked around and realized that wasn't the only thing. There were other gestures of his that were thought of with me in mind. The padded seat I had brought, while he was content to sit on an old truck filter he found in the street. Or that fan he actually made, not by accident, and which he gave to me saying, I noticed that sometimes your brow furrows in the heat, sensei. Izuku was the kind of attentive boy that everyone dreams of having around, but that almost no one notices. And I appreciate that. Because until now, their attention has been only for me. And I'm happy with that. At that moment I felt strange, yes, but also comforted. No. I think it's very. I searched for the right word, because I wanted to tell him it was nice, but in the end I opted for. It's noble of you to notice the small details in others. I saw him blush before he answered shyly. It's nothing. That was the first day he brought something with him. And he hit the nail on the head. I don't just love chocolates. I like sweets, treats, any kind of candy. And now, thinking about it, I know that besides sweets, what I really like is him. The days went by. Time, as always, waits for no one. It's almost time. I whispered, checking my phone in the middle of class. I was sitting at my desk, watching the first-year students. I was teaching them science that day. Nothing out of the ordinary. I looked back at the group. Calm, attentive, some lost in their own thoughts. There were some interesting kids in that generation. Many with enormous potential. I remember that in my second year I hardly had any classes with him. My subjects didn't overlap with his. In fact, it's only now, in his third year, that I've been able to officially have him as a student in one of my classes. And yes, I would have liked to have had him sooner, although I admit that there are fun moments with the new students too. But to be honest, at that moment my mind wasn't on the students in front of me. Should I bring anything? Even some chips? I thought with some discomfort. Every time I met Izuku, he was the one who brought something to share. Always. Snacks, sweets, chocolates, sodas. Simple things, but they made all the difference. And up until that day, I hadn't contributed anything. And the incredible thing is that he was always right. Just by seeing me choose certain flavors of fruit bars or candies, he could already guess my preferences. For example, my fondness for grapes. It only took her seeing me regularly eating bars with grape jam for her to show up with grape yogurt the next time. Sometimes she brought soda, and naturally, always the same kind. Or the potatoes. Not just any potatoes. My favorites, plain. No spice, lemon, or weird flavors. Just salt. And he noticed. But I knew nothing about him. And it wasn't for lack of trying. Ever since he showed me how attentive he could be, I wanted to reciprocate. I wanted to do the same. But I couldn't find a pattern in his tastes. He ate whatever was available. Sometimes something quick, sometimes something improvised. There was no consistency. There wasn't a clue that told me, hey, Midoriya-kun would love this. Since when have I been giving him so much importance? I muttered to myself, gripping the pen tightly. Without realizing it, those small gestures I made were causing me something more. Illusion. You know. That's what it was. An illusion I didn't want to name out loud. I wanted to know more about him. And I wasn't just referring to the suit or the devices we were building together. That too, yes. But there was something deeper. A different kind of curiosity. I wanted to meet him. I really did. Because, in all the meetings we'd had up to that point, our conversations rarely strayed from the subject of the suit. Perhaps a trivial question. How his day was, if he'd finished his homework. Nothing more. Actually, I didn't know him. I only knew his will, his determination, his dream of being a hero. What am I thinking? I scolded myself silently, forcing myself to refocus on the students in front of me. We had been working for a little over an hour that day. The atmosphere was the same as always. Tables covered in blueprints, scattered metal parts, a couple of whiteboards smeared with formulas I could barely decipher. The echo of the USJ enveloped us, giving the whole place that makeshift workshop feel that had gradually become our own. But my mind wasn't entirely on the blueprints or the pieces. It was on the small bag I kept inside my backpack. Simple chocolate chip cookies. That was it. Nothing extraordinary. Nothing that could surprise anyone. And yet, the mere thought of giving them to them made me nervous. Why? I didn't know. My fingers fiddled with the backpack zipper while he was focused on tightening a couple of screws. I told myself. They're just cookies, and Anne. You give them to her, smile, and that's it. It's not a big deal. But for some reason, my chest tightened and the words wouldn't come out. Then, Izuku stopped. He looked up from the plans and, with that awkward seriousness he has when he doesn't know how to start a conversation, he asked me. Sensei. Have you eaten anything today? The sound of her voice pulled me out of the mental loop I was trapped in. I blinked, surprised by the sudden question. Huh? Oh. No, not really. Before I came here I hardly ever. The weather, you know. I replied, downplaying it. He nodded slowly, as if he had confirmed something he already suspected. I had a feeling. She murmured, looking down. And, with a somewhat clumsy gesture, she rummaged in a bag that was beside her. I watched him in silence, not understanding what he was doing, until I saw him. She took out two perfectly arranged bento boxes. They weren't store-bought. They were homemade. Made with care. He said it all nervously, almost stuttering. I thought it would be better not to work on an empty stomach. So I brought two. Just in case. He handed me one, not daring to look me directly in the eye. Azawa, you have no idea the internal struggle I had at that moment. That boy. That hero in training who carries the greatest weight on his shoulders, who never thinks of himself. Had taken the time to prepare two bentos, just to make sure I ate. I looked at him, and all I could think was, how cute. How ridiculously cute. I accepted the bento with both hands, trying not to show how much my fingers were trembling. We sat down at one of the tables, facing each other, and I opened the little box. What I saw brought a smile to my face. The rice balls were a bit crooked, some too big and others squashed. There was tamagoyaki, but a couple looked burnt at the edges. And the vegetables were cut unevenly, as if someone had been too focused on not slicing their fingers. But all that vanished with the first bite. It tasted good. No. It tasted better than something made by a beginner should. It had that homemade flavor that you feel in your chest more than on your palate. That flavor that screams, I put my heart into making this for you. I stared at the bento, searching for words to express it, but before I could say anything, he spoke, nervously, almost apologetically. It's my first time trying to cook. She looked down, scratching the back of her neck. In the dorm, we usually let Kakin handle the cooking. He's much better at it. But this time I asked him to show me the basics. I don't know what moved me more, the humility of his confession or the mental image of Bakugo, grumbling while he was teaching him how to prepare rice. I bit my lip, feeling my chest tighten. And in that moment, I decided I couldn't be left behind. So, I said, swallowing hard as I rummaged through my backpack. I brought something too. I took out the small bag of chocolate chip cookies and placed it in front of him, more nervous than if I were handing in my resignation from the academy. It's not a big deal, but I thought we could share them. He blinked, surprised. He looked at the bag, then at me. And then he smiled. That nervous, shy, genuine smile that has the power to melt anyone's heart. Thank you, sensei, she said softly, as if the gesture truly meant more than I realized. And I fell apart. I felt a strange warmth in my chest, something akin to pure happiness. Because he was happy. And because that smile, the one he reserved only for the most sincere moments, was now directed at me. We broke the cookies and continued eating together. Between bites, he started telling me about his classmates. Iida and his absurd rules, Kaminari electrocuting himself during training, Mina's antics, and how Uraraka always scolded him when he overdid it in training. I listened attentively, laughing at his anecdotes, noticing how each word he said revealed more about him, the person behind the hero. That was our first meal together. And although it was simple, for me it was perfect. I finished telling the story with a lump in my throat. It wasn't sadness, no. It was that strange mix of tenderness and melancholy that washed over me every time I remembered those first moments with Izuku. No matter how hard I tried to stay calm, it was difficult to recount it without getting emotional again. I barely turned my head, hesitating between wanting to see Izawa or not. What would his face look like? Would he be bored? Annoyed? Or? The buzzing of my cell phone interrupted me. An incoming call. Hello? Who am I speaking to? I asked, massaging my temple. Good afternoon, Kura-san. It's me, Toshinori. Oh, Toshinori-kun, sorry, I didn't see the ID. Did you need something? Her voice sounded lively, full of that energy that was so characteristic of her. I need your help planning an activity we're doing with several academies in 4 months. It'll be a big event with several days of work and part of it will include rescue drills. And who better than you to lead that part? What do you say? I remained silent for a few seconds. It sounded really important. And yes, interesting too. Of course. Where should I go? I'm in the parking lot. I'll give you a ride in my car. A Pagani. I thought ironically. I've always wanted to drive one. Okay, I'll be there in 5 minutes. I hung up and sighed. The truth is, I agreed because Izuku and I hadn't planned to see each other today. And because, deep down, it still hurt to know that he was already interested in meeting girls. I didn't have the strength to look at him today. Then I remembered I wasn't alone. Aizawa was still there, with his eternally tired expression. Are you leaving? He asked, in an unexpected tone. There was something in his voice. Disappointment. Huh? Disappointment. Yes. I have to go. See you later, Aizawa-kun. I got up from the couch and started walking towards the door. And how did I end up? He cleared his throat. What do you plan to do about Midoriya? I stopped dead in my tracks, confused. I looked at him. He was tapping his foot quickly, nervously. It was strange to see him like that. And what have you brought now? It's strange to see you even a little. Answer the question. His tone was firm, so dry that for a moment it reminded me of how he intimidates students. I bit my lip. We've worked together for a long time, and even so, when he gets like this, it scares me. But the worst part was the reply that spilled out of my mouth on its own. I think it's best to put my feelings aside and focus on work. I looked down. Saying it out loud hurt more than I expected. My chest burned, as if I had just betrayed something inside me. Why don't you try it? He asked directly, without hesitation. I looked up. And I saw him. His eyes, which always seemed half asleep, had that intense gleam that only appears when someone is truly serious. It was the Aizawa everyone respects and fears. But saying something I never thought I'd hear from him. Midoriya is a good kid. He's 18, about to graduate. Even if Kaoma's training in social skills works, I doubt he'll end up interested in just any girl he comes across. She paused, letting her words sink in. And you. You're a good person, an excellent heroine. You love him purely, expecting nothing more than to be loved in return. It was unthinkable. Words like that coming out of Eraserhead. I wanted to deny it. I wanted to convince myself that the best thing was to let Izuku live a normal life, a romance with someone his own age. But my heart screamed otherwise. My heart wanted him. Only him. I wanted to be the one walking hand in hand with him through a park. I wanted to be the one hearing I love you from his lips. I'll think about it. That was all I managed to say before rushing out of the teacher's lounge, as if fleeing. I couldn't. I shouldn't. But I wanted it. I wanted it too much. And I didn't know what to do with that feeling anymore. Aizawa was left alone in the teacher's lounge. A few strands of hair fell across her face, obscuring the dull gleam of her single eye. Yes. Eye in the singular. She had lost the other one in the war, along with her leg. Silence enveloped him. Until his hand began to tremble. The cookie he was holding crunched under the pressure of his fingers. His breathing became ragged, almost as if he were holding back a scream. Damn it. 13. How dare you? He muttered, his voice low and filled with suppressed fury. Suddenly, it exploded. How could you cut it off at the best part? He roared, jumping to his feet. The armchair creaked as he pushed off, and crumbs flew like cookie shrapnel. He started pacing in circles, letting out little squeals of frustration that, coming from anyone else, would have sounded ridiculous. Coming from him. Too. Yes. Shota Aizawa had a secret. A secret that not even Yamada knew, despite being his brother for life. A shameful secret she had kept for years. Aizawa loved romantic stories. And the sweeter the better. He was addicted to cliches. Silly misunderstandings, confessions in the rain, awkward hugs with background music. But after the war, production stopped. Series, anime, novels, manga. All paused or cancelled. Endings had been stolen from him. The ending I needed. And now, at last, life had placed a live soap opera right before her eyes. A shy heroine and an even shyer, pure-hearted boy. A perfect plot. But Kuris had decided to cut the narration short just when it was getting good. He threw himself to the ground, wringing out a rag as if it were part of a ritual. What else happened? She whispered desperately. Did they have an intimate moment? Was there jealousy? At least a dramatic brush of hands. Come on, Kuris, you cut me off right where you already felt something for him. She tapped her foot gently on the floor, clenching the handkerchief between her teeth to keep from screaming. "Friend, please." She mumbled through her mouth full of cloth. "You're the only one talking to him. The way is clear. Clear." She stood up abruptly, taking a deep breath. Her pupils shone with determination. "All you need is a push. And I'll be that push." He slumped back into the armchair, crossing his arms with the solemnity of an operetta villain. I'm going to make sure this story has an ending." Her voice echoed in the emptiness of the room. "If life took my novels away, I'll write one." Shota Izawa, the night hero, Eraserhead, had found a new mission. An absurd, ridiculous mission, but in his head. Glorious. And if I had to use cheap soap opera tricks, schemes and machinations to get Anand Kuris and Izuku Midoriya together, I would. Get ready, Midoriya. You don't know what's coming. The single eye shone with a strange, almost comical fire. Shota Izawa. He was, without a doubt, a strange person. "Well. I'm here now." Izuku whispered, observing the two-story house in front of him. It was elegant, welcoming, and as refined as the woman who lived inside. He had barely arrived, and he was already standing in front of the garden, hesitating whether to approach or not. Well. Hesitating was an understatement. He was scared shitless. Shit, he thought, as the feeling of regret consumed him from within. What the hell am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to do? His mind was blank, completely blocked, and the worst part was that he wasn't about to see just anyone. He was going to see Midnight. The woman. The heroine who, for many, represented sensuality incarnate. If he already sometimes found it difficult to look Anand in the eyes, despite the time they had spent together and how close they had become, because he always felt she was too beautiful to hold his gaze, how was he supposed to face the goddess of seduction personified? Aphrodite descended from heaven, for the honor and misfortune of a mere mortal like himself. Damn, I don't even look presentable. He thought, glancing down at his clothes. He was still wearing his baggy sweatshirt and his usual sweatpants. Yes, they were clean, but they didn't exactly make the best impression. And his hair. Messy, long, and unkempt, as if he'd lost a battle with the comb weeks ago. I'm going to disgust him. I'd better go. Yes, I'd better go. His body obeyed that thought, and he took a step back, ready to flee. But at the last second, Izuku stopped. No. What's wrong with me? I'm doing this to improve my life. He muttered, slapping himself on the cheek, which forced him to regain some courage. It's not like she's going to kill me. He said to himself, taking a breath and heading towards the teacher's door. And there he was. The legendary hero, the third-year student, the GOAT, the great Midoriya Izuku. Trembling like a lost child as he fearfully reached out to knock on the door. He knocked. A soft tap. He waited. Nothing. Silence. That's great, it's not. I'd better talk to him tomorrow. I'm coming. Interrupted a sweet, mature voice on the other side. Nomuri's voice. Each step she took toward the entrance sounded almost melodic. Izuku's heart began to beat at an alarming rate. The palpitations were so violent he felt he might collapse at any moment. He heard the handle turn, the mechanism give way, and the door slowly open in front of him. I hope you have changed since you. Nomuri stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened in surprise as she recognized him. She blinked once, twice, 3 times. Then she tilted her head, confused. Midoriya-kun. You work at Domino's. Izuku tried to respond, but his lips only stuttered incoherent sounds. His face turned bright red. He gasped for breath, and his stuttering became mechanical, like an old broken projector. It was as if smoke were literally billowing from his head. And how can you blame him? The sight before his eyes was overwhelming. Even though Nomuri was dressed casually, a long, striped sweater that didn't show off anything and, in theory, wasn't anything special, for Izuku, it was the closest thing to seeing an angel on earth. Nomuri watched him silently, with a mixture of confusion and amusement. She found it fascinating to see how the boy had lost the ability to speak. If you keep this up, I'm going to give you 1 star for service. He joked, looking him straight in the eye. And no tip. That sentence was enough to shake Izuku out of his pitiful state. Midnight Sensei, gee, good morning. He exclaimed, bowing in an exaggeratedly perfect bow, forced by nerves. Relax, Midoriya-kun. Just give me my food and no one will get hurt. Nomuri chuckled, enjoying his discomfort. Izuku stood up again, swallowing hard and clinging to what little courage he had left. I'm not the one from Domino's. He finally managed to say. Nomuri raised an eyebrow, surprised. Really? Then. What are you doing here? Izuku looked down, red as a tomato, desperately searching for words. Nomuri, amused, tilted her head slightly, her curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Of all the students and teachers at UA, Midoriya was the one she'd interacted with the least. Sometimes she got the impression that he avoided her on purpose, as if being near her was too intimidating. That reaction, so pure, so honest. amused her more than she was willing to admit. Suddenly, Izuku inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and without thinking too much, let out a sentence in a trembling voice. "I came to you because I need a partner." Nomuri stared at him, speechless. She blinked several times. "Huh?" That was all she managed to say, completely taken aback. Midoriya," she stammered. This time, she was the one who was nervous. Izuku, realizing the nonsense he had just uttered, waved his hands in front of him, as if trying to catch the words and bring them back to his mouth. "No, no, no. I didn't mean that. It's not that I want you to. I mean..." She swallowed hard. "What I meant was, I need some advice. On how to find a partner. Something like that." "Ah. Phew. You scared me for a moment." Nomuri laughed, putting a hand to her chest. But her smile soon faded as she processed what she had just heard. "Wait, what?" she asked, confused, watching as the boy began to tremble like a leaf again. I'm sorry, I think I'd better go," Izuku said abruptly, turning to escape. But a soft, firm, and warm hand grabbed his wrist before he could take a step. "And where do you think you're going?" Nomuri asked, stopping him. Izuku tensed immediately, his heart beating to the maximum as soon as he felt the woman's firm but warm grip. "Relax, Midoriya-kun," Nomuri said gently, her tone more calming than scolding him. "Don't worry, I'm not making fun of you or anything." The heroine's calm voice had an effect. Little by little, the trembling that shook Izuku's body began to subside. It didn't disappear completely, but at least it stopped seeming like a miniature earthquake. This brought a satisfied smile to Nomuri's lips. "I'm sorry for bothering you on your day off," Izuku whispered, with that almost automatic habit of apologizing for existing. Without thinking twice, Nomuri raised a hand and placed it on the boy's tousled hair, stroking it with unexpected gentleness. Normally, that kind of touch would have left him reeling, reduced to a jumbled mess of nerves. But there was something about this gesture. A tenderness devoid of any provocative intent. That strangely comforted him, as if for the first time in a long time someone was truly caring for him. "So, you want some advice, Midoriya-kun?" she asked, with a hint of tenderness in her voice. Izuku nodded, lowering his head, unable to meet the heroine's gaze. "Why yes. Some advice. Yes. That," he murmured, so softly he seemed afraid the wind would steal his words. Nomuri watched him silently for a few seconds. Her usually playful expression softened. She removed her hand from her hair, though her eyes remained fixed on him, analyzing him in detail. It was curious. The first time she saw him, he was barely a trembling little lamb, 5'5", fragile and nervous, as if a breeze could knock him over. Then she had seen him face Tamura, in a heroic display so brutal he seemed like a completely different human being. And now, that same boy, now 18 and taller, stood before her door, still with the essence of the lamb within him, but more frightened and with a carelessness that made him look even more vulnerable. Without letting go of his wrist, Nomuri gave a gentle tug to get his attention. Izuku looked up at her, and with just a glance, the heroine made it clear they should go inside. He tensed up again, but that reassuring smile was enough to push him to take the plunge. Nomuri turned the doorknob and opened the door, finally loosening her grip on him. She pushed it open calmly and, with an elegant gesture, left the door open for Izuku to go through first. Once inside, she followed him and closed the door behind her, the soft click of the latch echoing in the stillness of the room. "Well, if you're going to tell me something so personal," she said in a lower, almost intimate voice, leaning her back against a recently closed door. "It's best if we have a little privacy, don't you think? This has to be a joke. And what a great joke it would be. Me? Giving advice to the cinnamon roll of UA on how to get a girlfriend. Best day of my life. Imagine what I could accomplish. Molding Midoriya Izuku into a true heartthrob. A masterpiece from my own hands. But before I got too excited, I needed to understand something. Why was I here? Why, of all people, did he choose me for something so delicate? Tell me, Midoriya. Why are you suddenly interested in this?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm, though inside I was still incredulous and amused by the surreal nature of the situation. "I mean, until recently you seemed more interested in your classes, your training, and your costume than in this kind of thing." I settled into my armchair, crossed my legs casually, and watched him with a touch of mischief, almost testing him, just to see how he would react. I wanted him to talk. To open up. For a moment he was speechless. He lowered his gaze, as if searching for words on the carpet. I pressed my lips together to keep from laughing. His fists were clenched, his brow furrowed. That same old tick of his when he's nervous. He was there, right in front of me, sitting on the big sofa. Yes, now he was about 3 or 4 centimeters taller than me, but at that moment he looked so small. He began, his voice trembling. "The truth is, I've never had a real chance with any girl." He spoke so softly that I had to lean in a little towards him, pretending that I wasn't dying of curiosity. I've never been on a date before. And, well. Last Friday I went to a party with some friends from class and. He stopped, swallowed, and lowered his gaze even further. I tried to talk to a girl, although at first I didn't want to, it was more of an impulse Shinsu-kun gave me. Anyway, I approached her. But I failed miserably, and she walked away laughing. Shame overwhelmed him again. His face was red to his ears. Then I thought maybe one more try. But I couldn't even get past a single question. His voice cracked slightly. And so my night was left there, alone in a corner, while everyone else had their fun. Something inside me stirred. Poor thing. And also. I found out that I'm not very popular with girls. He added quickly, like someone ripping off a band-aid. His cheeks burned bright red. There was something so genuine, so transparent in the way he spoke. He wasn't lying or being dramatic. He was simply being himself. Midoriya Izuku, in all his awkwardness and sweetness. So. I thought. I want to change that. He said finally, his voice low but firmer, like someone gathering courage after much thought. I want to learn. I don't know. How to talk to girls, how to make them like me. Just be more. Normal. Her words hung in the air. I remained silent throughout her story. It wasn't just amusing anymore. There was something endearing about her sincerity. Admirable, even. Who else would admit something so shameful and painful with such candor? I settled into the armchair, crossed and uncrossed my legs before resting my elbow on the backrest. Do you just want to be liked by girls? I asked directly, without beating around the bush. Well. Actually it's more. Profound. It took him a few seconds to confess. When the war ended, I didn't feel calm, or at peace, or even fulfilled. His voice sounded different now. Deeper, more profound. I felt like I had for much of my life before I got one for all. Insufficient. I bit my lip. That detail. Of course. The boy was originally quirkless. A whole life marked by that. And I didn't regret losing one for all. He continued. What bothered me was not feeling like I had truly helped. I didn't feel like a hero, I don't feel like a hero. He looked up. For the first time since he started talking, he met my eyes. So I started working hard on a suit that would allow me to keep helping, to keep being a hero. I didn't rest until I made progress, dedicating day and night to planning, working, and developing. Because I was afraid. Because I hated the idea of being inadequate. My heart sank. I couldn't help but feel bad. And even somewhat guilty. I had noticed how she withdrew into herself. And, although I never pressed her too much, perhaps if I had been a little more attentive, perhaps I could have helped her sooner. But my own obsession led me to distance myself again. She paused, as if the mere confession tore something from within her. Once again, I distanced myself from people, from my friends. Her voice barely broke, and she lowered her gaze. I shut myself off in my own little world, and I probably missed out on some of the best moments of my life. She continued, biting her lip as if she didn't want to admit it. Moments that could have stayed in my heart forever. I missed my friends' birthdays, trips to the beach, fairs, festivals. Ha. She let out a bitter laugh. I missed everything. I remained silent. This wasn't just a teenage problem. It was a pain I knew well. The feeling of not having lived enough. That emptiness that no trophy or victory can fill. He tried to compose himself with a nervous smile. But I suppose it was partly worth it. He chuckled softly, with his characteristic awkwardness. My suit is finished, and I wasn't entirely alone. I had 13 Sensei's company. I think she was the reason I managed to stay sane. Yes, that was true. And An-chan often reached out to him, supported him. He even turned down invitations just to spend time with him on that project. They're very close, and I was glad to know that someone had his back during that time. I watched him. I really watched him. His slumped shoulders, his restless hands, the way he bit his inner cheek as if every word was a struggle. And then I understood. It wasn't just about learning to talk to girls. Nor was it about dating or popularity. What Izuku was desperately seeking was to reclaim the life he had let slip away. Midoriya. I finally said, leaning slightly towards him and lowering my voice. Do you know what I see in all of this? He looked up, surprised by my tone. I see a boy who thinks he wants to learn how to make girls like him. I smiled gently, not mockingly, just sincerely. But what he really wants is to learn how to live. I saw her lips part slightly. You want to laugh, make mistakes, go out, have memories to cherish. I continued, without breaking eye contact. It's not just about romance. It's that you don't want your life to remain a list of battles won or lost. You want moments. She remained silent. I could see the glimmer in her eyes, that hint of tears she wouldn't let out. And believe me, darling. I added, in a warmer, almost maternal tone. That's far more valuable than any victory. I sat up in the armchair, uncrossed and recrossed my legs, giving him a break. I didn't want to overwhelm him. "So you really came here looking for my help?" I said, letting my mischievous side show a little. "Just so you know, I don't just intend to teach you how to talk to girls. That would be way too boring." I winked at him. "I'm going to teach you how to live. How to enjoy life. How to stop running away from what scares you. Because, Midoriya-kun." I leaned in slightly, with that smile I use when I want to make a lasting impression. To be liked by someone else, you first have to like yourself. The silence that followed was heavy, but not awkward. It felt like a small pact between the two of them. A starting point. He swallowed, his cheeks flushed red again, but this time not from embarrassment, but from suppressed emotion. And I no longer saw the cinnamon roll from UA in front of me. I saw a boy who, for the first time in a long time, was asking permission to start living. "Alright, little Midoriya-kun," she exclaimed enthusiastically, raising her voice just enough to mark the solemn beginning. "We'll officially start classes. Ready?" The atmosphere in the room had changed. With emotions laid bare and Izuku's heart lighter, the initial tension had dissipated. The house, bathed in the soft afternoon light, now exuded a welcoming air that made this class feel both serious and intimate. Nomuri stood before him, as if she were a teacher from UA, which she was, even though the setting was their own cafeteria. Izuku, seated in one of the wooden chairs, had a clean sheet of paper on the table, which she herself had given him, and a pencil held firmly between his fingers. His eyes, attentive and focused, didn't leave her for a second. "Yes," he replied energetically, gripping his pencil as if he were about to take notes on the most important lesson of his life. Nomuri chuckled. She couldn't help it. A mixture of pride and emotion stirred within her at how willing he was. Being the one to help him on this path seemed a delightful irony, but also a responsibility that, to her surprise, thrilled her more than she would have admitted aloud. "That's more like it," he said, slightly inclining his head before clearing his throat with a soft cough. Then, he adopted a more academic tone, though without losing his natural warmth. "As you well know, Midoriya-kun, in every class it's essential to start with the basics. Before we jump into the practical exercises and the development of the topic, it's important that you have a clear understanding of certain fundamental concepts." Izuku nodded quickly, like a diligent student, and took a sip of the apple juice Nomuri had served him minutes before. The cold glass in his hand, the sweet taste in his mouth, and his peculiar teacher's carefree smile made learning something new, for the first time in a long time, not seem like a chore. But an opportunity. "Very well, Midoriya," she said, adjusting her glasses with an elegant gesture. "First official question for this class. What does socializing mean to you?" Izuku swallowed and, without thinking too much, began to explain. "Well, socializing is the process by which an individual acquires and internalizes the norms, values, behaviors, and cultural patterns necessary to integrate effectively into society." His voice, firm at first, soon took on that accelerated and detailed rhythm he used when he began to unload all the theory he carried in his head. Nomuri listened with a smile that curved mischievously. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow, placed a hand on her cheek, and let out a theatrical yawn, so exaggerated that it echoed through the room. To top it all off, she tilted her head to one side and pretended to fall asleep standing up, even accompanying it with a mock snore. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks, his pencil half gripped and his eyes wide open. "Ea. Kayama-sensei." He leaned forward slightly, nervously, as if he truly feared he had bored her to sleep. Nomuri held on for a few more seconds before sitting up, chuckling. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "I'm sorry, Midoriya-kun, really," she said, her tone a mix of sweetness and teasing. "But if you give me the definition of a book, you'll lose me on the first page." Izuku looked down, red as a tomato. I'm sorry. I thought I wanted the right answer." "I want your answer," she interrupted, leaning firmly toward him, though her voice remained warm. "What you understand, what you feel. I want a real Midoriya, not the one hiding behind a textbook." The boy nodded slowly, gripping his pencil as if that gesture helped him process what he had heard. Nomuri smiled contentedly, because she knew she had hit the nail on the head. Well. If I had to say something." Izuku paused for a second, then two, as if searching for the right word. "I think it would be going out to play with friends." "Right." He said it more as a question than an answer, unsure of what he had just said. Nomuri did not interrupt him. She looked at him with her sparkling eyes, moving her hand in a gesture that encouraged him to continue. "Go eat some hamburgers. Maybe play an arcade game, perhaps do some sport. Bathe homeless people. You know, have fun with people." Nomuri couldn't suppress the giggle that escaped her lips. The boy's nervousness and tenderness disarmed her. "It's a good start, although I don't think the homeless thing is the best idea," he said mockingly, watching Izuku lower his head in embarrassment. "But don't you realize you're limiting your concept?" "How?" Izuku asked, puzzled, as Nomuri leaned towards him. Look, Midoriya-kun. I promised I'd teach you how to live, and of course having fun with friends is part of that. But socialization encompasses more than that. He explained calmly, poking his forehead with a finger. Izuku swallowed hard as she stepped back. His prodigious mind seemed to have gone blank. Perhaps because he still felt embarrassed, or because, even though Nomuri was dressed casually and domestically, he couldn't ignore the natural beauty she radiated. I think the family too. She finally perked up. You know. Going with mom and, well, dad. Her words caught in her throat, recalling the uncomfortable secret. All Might, her lifelong idol, dating her mother. Dear readers, let me clarify something. Inko Midoriya is happily divorced. Izuku's biological father admitted to having another family in the United States, which ended that marriage. Some time later, Toshinori Yagi, none other than All Might, thought it would be a good idea to start dating her. Izuku was not amused when he found out. In fact, the only thing that prevented a tragedy was Bakugo getting between him and a device he had developed, with which he planned to launch an aerial attack on Toshinori's car. Over time, things improved. Sort of. Izuku still couldn't resign himself to calling him Yagi. But he couldn't completely hate him either. After all, he had been his hero. Besides, he occasionally brought him gifts from the United States to cheer him up. One thing's for sure. He would never agree to change his last name. Izuku Toshinori sounded awful. Midoriya had style. Good answer. Nomuri approved, gesturing for her to continue. But you still have a ways to go. Izuku put his hand to his forehead, straining to find what eluded him. You really are clumsy, Midoriya-kun. Nomuri laughed, amused, watching him rack his brain. The boy smiled nervously, unsure what else to say, as she took a step back. Midoriya-kun. Did you seriously forget the reason you came here today? She asked sarcastically. He opened his mouth slightly, and then, with his gaze fixed on the ground, he remembered. L talking to G girls. He whispered sadly, lowering his head like a scared puppy. Couples and stuff. Very good, Midoriya-kun. You earned a star. Nomuri exclaimed enthusiastically, quickly placing a shiny sticker on the boy's forehead. Oh. Izuku brought his hands to his forehead, fascinated. It's the first time I've ever received a star. He thought, fondly remembering how he was excluded from these activities in his childhood for not having a quirk. A new achievement unlocked. Nomuri, as he watched him touch his prize with such excitement, remembered something that sparked his curiosity. Hey, Midoriya-kun. She called. He looked up, still smiling at the little star. Now that I think about it. Weren't you dating Uraraka? Izuku's expression tightened instantly. The question caught him completely off guard. Nervously, he picked up a glass of apple juice and took a sip, as if he could draw courage from it. Well. No. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. We were never a couple. The surprise was reflected in Nomuri's eyes. For her, in the first year, they were almost an obvious match. That's strange. I could have sworn you liked him. Why yes, I did like her. Izuku admitted in a whisper. But I never told her. I was afraid of not being reciprocated. And then there was the whole one for all thing. Then, during my second and part of my third year, I focused entirely on my costume. And naturally, I stopped talking to her. He scratched the back of his neck, sweating profusely. Ha. Not reciprocated. Midoriya-kun, that girl was totally head over heels for you, it was obvious from miles away. Nomuri laughed, amused. The confession, however, seemed to have no effect on Izuku. Yes. I've been told that before. Quite often, in fact. He replied resignedly, remembering all the times Mina and Hagakure had scolded him for abandoning Uraraka. We got sidetracked from the lesson. Nomuri corrected herself, tapping her forehead. Forgive me, I got carried away by the gossip. She stood up firmly, resuming the teacherly air that amused her so much. Since this is the first class, we won't delve into the topic you came to discuss. That is, girls. That will have to wait, my little grasshopper. Nomuri said with a playful wink. Izuku almost sank into his chair, red as a tomato, as she continued matter-of-factly. Today we will focus on the first area you mentioned. Your friends. He nodded earnestly, taking notes diligently, as if he were in a formal room, and not in Nomuri's homely dining room. Midoriya-kun. She asked, crossing her arms and looking him straight in the eyes. How many times have you gone out with your friends this year? Izuku shifted uncomfortably. Well. Do weekends count? He stammered. Nomuri gave a thumbs up. Once. He finally confessed. She blinked. One. Nothing more. It was last Friday. Izuku said, fidgeting with his fingers, embarrassed. Oh, yes. Where you got rejected by 2 girls. Nomuri added with a mischievous tone. Izuku felt as if a weight had fallen on him. The memory still weighed heavily on his stomach. How did you feel at that moment? What was that outing like for you? The boy lowered his gaze. To be honest, I felt out of place. At first it was fun. We went to the mall to buy clothes and, despite the jokes, I had a good time. But then. Her voice trailed off. Namuri softened her expression and, for the first time in the entire class, decided to sit next to him, in the chair next to him. Can you tell me why? Sure, if you want to tell me. Izuku fixed his gaze on the sheet of paper that already had scribbles and incomplete notes. It wasn't my kind of scene. It looked fun, I won't deny it, but I don't think it was the best way to start over. They're already used to partying, drinking, talking to anyone. Heck, even Iida could talk to two girls at the same time. She let out a bitter chuckle. Namuri raised her eyebrows in surprise. She hadn't expected that from the formal and rigid Iida. Even so, she didn't judge them. They were 18-year-olds, eager to live life. As long as they didn't get the academy into trouble, it was fine. When the party ended, I realized I'd spent almost the entire night in a corner, not talking to anyone or trying to approach any girls. It just wasn't my scene. A nasal, awkward laugh escaped him. And on top of that, I had to get everyone out of there. Some of them were half naked in rooms, and I had to drag them to Kaminari's dad's truck to take them back. Namuri covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Well, they're not so different from us adults. She thought, recalling more than one heroic outing that had ended in vomiting, drunken brawls, and nighttime chases. As you yourself said, Midoriya-kun. You started off really strong. He said calmly, resting an elbow on the table. When you explained what socializing meant to you, you mentioned simple things. Why don't you try one of those first? Invite your friends to the arcade, or to play a sport. Izuku stiffened. I don't know. I feel like they wouldn't be so keen. She murmured. They're used to more intense things. And besides, when they proposed it to me in my second year, I turned them down several times because I was working on the suit. I don't think many would like to spend time with you, Midoriya-kun. She interrupted gently. Her warm, light hand rested on his hair, ruffling it tenderly. Trust me, if you ask them, they'll agree. I even think they'll be glad you do. He blushed immediately. But more than the caress, it was the tone of her words that moved him. Do you believe it? She asked, her voice filled with hope. Namuri lowered her voice to an intimate, warm murmur. Who wouldn't want a friend like you? His eyes shone with sincerity. Do I need to remind you that you were the one who chose to lose a fight to help your rival use their power at the sports festival? Or that you risked everything alongside your classmates to rescue Bakugo? Or that, when the war reached its peak, you decided to leave UA to protect everyone? Do I need to go on? Izuku's eyes lifted and met hers. Blue and emerald met, and his eyes shone with a hopeful glow. They'll be happy if you tell them. Let's go to the arcade. Believe me. Namuri withdrew her hand, breaking the tension of the moment, and regained her sparkling tone. So, Midoriya-kun, you'd better start improving your understanding of how to handle your friendships. Izuku didn't respond immediately. He just lowered his gaze, his heart warm, and murmured a thank you that she managed to hear. And so they spent that morning and afternoon. Between words, laughter and comfortable silences, sharing a space that, without him noticing it yet, marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life. It was already 5 in the afternoon. The lessons at Namuri's house had ended, and despite being the first one, they had progressed more than either of them expected. Izuku was now in the doorway of the light wooden door, ready to say goodbye. So, Midoriya-kun, how was your first class? Namuri asked, even though she already knew the answer. She wanted to hear it from him directly. It was excellent. Thank you very much, Kayama-sensei. He replied sincerely, filling the woman's chest with satisfaction. The next class will be on Tuesday, in an empty room at the academy, so we can have some privacy, she announced. Seeing Izuku tilt his head, confused, she smiled mischievously. What? You don't know about that abandoned room in the third-year building? Or? She leaned toward him, getting dangerously close to his ear. Did you want to keep coming to my house? People might get confused. He blew gently, and it didn't take much more to disarm the boy. No. And no I. Izuku stammered, red as a chimney. Namuri burst into laughter, thoroughly enjoying the reaction it provoked in him. I'm going to enjoy these private lessons. She thought, with a touch of tenderness that she didn't dare to express. Relax, Midoriya, it was just a joke. He reassured her, his tone returning to calmer. I need you to be on time. It'll be during the free period between Izawa's and Yamada's classes. We only have an hour, but it'll be enough. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and nodded firmly. Of course, I'll be there. Perfect. And I'll give you 2 tasks. She said, pointing at him with a finger. First, invite your friends to the arcade. Wednesday, okay. Then you can tell me how it went on Thursday. Yes, sensei. He replied with conviction. And the second one. Midoriya-kun. Cut that hair. You look terrible with it so long. she said, laughing. Izuku touched the back of his neck, embarrassed. Why yes, you're right, sensei. Nomuri smiled, amused. She knew this would add color to her life as a teacher and she intended to make the most of it. Before you go. A heads up. On Tuesday we'll start talking about the real topic you came here for. Girls. So I want you ready, with a new notebook and a haircut. Yes, sensei. He said, bidding farewell with a final smile before heading towards the academy. Nomuri watched him walk away, leaving behind the tranquility of the afternoon. She never thought that an ordinary Sunday would end like this, with Izuku Midoriya sitting in her living room. And yet, she appreciated his company more than she cared to admit. It will be interesting, Izuku. To see how far you can go. He murmured, with a smile that mixed curiosity with a hint of excitement. Without realizing it, she was already eagerly awaiting the next class. And, also without realizing it, she would soon fall victim to Cupid's cruel jokes. Izuku Midoriya left Nomuri's house with firm steps, feeling that, for the first time in a long time, he was taking the first step toward something new. He took out his phone, hesitating for a moment, until he decided to call someone he trusted. Todoroki-kun? He asked, a little nervous. On the other end of the line, the two-toned boy responded with a calmness that seemed immutable. Midoriya-kun? Is something wrong? Why yes, you see. I need you to recommend a hair salon. Izuku said, feeling like he couldn't even breathe because he was so embarrassed to admit he didn't know where to begin. For a moment, there was silence. Until he heard a soft, genuine laugh from Todoroki. Oh. Shoto replied, clearly surprised but also pleased. Sure. I'm glad you tried. I'll send you the location of a place I go to sometimes. They're good. Izuku nodded even though he knew Shoto couldn't see him and almost immediately received the location on the screen. Thank you Todoroki, really. She said, her voice calmer. Take it easy Midoriya. Shoto replied, and although his tone was neutral, a slight warmth was noticeable beneath the surface. I'm sure it will suit you. Izuku hung up, took a deep breath, and started walking toward the train station, his pulse beating a little faster than normal. It was just a haircut. He thought. But for him, it meant so much more. It was the first step towards real change. Half an hour later. The salon was quieter than Izuku had imagined. Warm lighting, a soft scent of jasmine wax, and the faint sound of scissors working on other clients. Even so, he was incredibly tense, sitting in the swivel chair in front of the large mirror. He didn't know what to ask for, or even where to begin. Can you? She tried to say, but her voice barely came out as a whisper. The stylist, a young man with a kind expression and steady hands, smiled understandingly. Leave it to me, kid. We're going to make you look amazing, okay? Izuku simply nodded, gripping the edge of the chair with his hands. He felt the tickle of the warm water on his hair as it was washed, the soothing sound of the scissors cutting, and the occasional hum of the hairdryer. A few minutes passed, although to him they seemed like hours, until the stylist took a step back, evaluating his work. There, you've got a basic cut that's very versatile. The stylist commented, gently turning the chair so Izuku could see himself in the mirror. His reflection surprised him. Shorter hair, neat at the nape of his neck and on the sides, but still with volume on top. He looked grown up, more defined. But Izuku stammered, not knowing what else to say. It looks the same as it did in my first year. The stylist smiled again. This cut isn't just for looks. Let me show you something else. Skillfully, she began to style Izuku's hair in different ways. First, he combed his hair back slightly, leaving a few strands loose for a casual yet elegant look. Izuku could barely recognize his own reflection. With the hairstyle, he looked like a confident, even somewhat rebellious boy. Then the stylist tousled his hair a little more, leaving looser strands and a messy but attractive look. Izuku blinked in surprise. This hairstyle gave him a more relaxed, charming air. Finally, he combed his hair completely back, giving it more volume, a more serious and mature look, highlighting his strong features. Izuku looked tougher, more resolute, something he never thought he would project. See? The stylist said as he finished. This cut is versatile. You can wear it casual, relaxed, or a little more formal. It depends on the day, the occasion, or the girl you want to impress. Izuku lowered his gaze, completely flushed, but he couldn't help but smile. For the first time, he saw himself differently. As someone who could be noticed. Thank you very much. She managed to say. The stylist gently patted her shoulder. You're welcome. Trust me, you're going to be a sensation. Izuku nodded, feeling that, at least on the outside, something was beginning to change. Today was the day. The most anticipated rematch for Izuku Midoriya. This time I will win. He whispered to himself, trying to gather his courage. Standing before him was the adversary who had defeated him more times than anyone else in his life. An enemy who, even before losing One for All, had already brought him to his knees countless times. Since entering UA, he had never managed to beat him. A ruthless rival. Inhuman. Without compassion. I'll show you how much I've changed in just one day. She murmured, her eyes blazing with determination. She took a step forward, facing him. Today, at last. I will tame you. He stopped. He swallowed. And then, he shouted it with all his being. You wretched Tai. Yes. As you just heard, or read. Izuku's greatest adversary was his Tai. That killer piece of fabric that, for 3 straight years at the academy, had been his greatest humiliation. Never managing to tie a decent knot. The setting. My bed. I mean. Izuku's room. It was 5 o'clock on a Monday morning. And I know what many of you are thinking. Isn't that too early? To which I reply. For you, you miserable lazy bum who doesn't work, of course it is. But for Izuku, it was normal. At those hours he usually trained or corrected blueprints for his suit or reviewed prototype devices. But not today. Today I had put all that aside. Today was a special occasion. Izuku wanted to dress up. As simple as that. And it wasn't that he was particularly vain. Not at all. The problem was something else. He had neglected his appearance so much for 2 years that he had forgotten basic things like combing his hair without looking like a bum, buttoning his shirt properly, or tying a tie. He was already bathed, with his uniform on the bed, and in his hands he held the enemy. Come on, Midoriya. Think. It's not that complicated. You go this way. Turn this way. First attempt. Disaster. It ended up with a knot so big it looked like a gift bow. Second attempt. Worse. The tie ended up crooked, shorter than a children's party ribbon. Third attempt. There was hope. Until he noticed that it had become so tangled that if he tightened it a little more, it would strangle itself. Ugh. He groaned, letting go of his tie like a snake. He ran both hands over his face in frustration. A 4th attempt, a 5th, a 6th. And nothing. The opponent remained undefeated. Finally, he let his arms fall, defeated, staring hatefully at that piece of cloth. I give up. He murmured, his dignity shattered. The tie lay triumphantly on the bed. And so, once again, Izuku Midoriya fell defeated in the most absurd battle of his life. No. I have to prove to myself that I want to improve. Izuku thought, getting up filled with renewed determination. Against a relentless enemy, his own forces were insufficient. He had been in this pointless battle for too long, and he knew it. So he decided to call for reinforcements. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and waited. Midoriya. Good morning. What are you doing calling me at 6 in the morning? Iida asked, puzzled but not annoyed. Ah, Iida-kun. I'm glad you're awake at this hour. You know, the delegate has to get up before everyone else. But you always manage to keep up with me anyway. He replied calmly. Anyway. Do you need anything? Izuku swallowed hard. He didn't want to admit it, but he had no other choice. Could you come to my room? I need you to help me tie a tie. There was a second of silence. Seriously, you want me to help you with your tie? Iida repeated, incredulous. Izuku barely managed a nod before his friend replied with complete seriousness. Of course, Midoriya-kun. I'll be there in 5 minutes. The call ended before Izuku could thank her. He placed the phone on the bed and turned to look at his tie. For some reason, he felt like the fabric was mocking him. So it waved. What are you looking at? Do you have a problem with me or what? He said, hitting the bed as if he were threatening it. Now someone who knows how to deal with your kind will come along. A complete schizophrenic. Exactly 5 minutes later, down to the second, there was a knock at the door. Izuku rushed to open it and found Tenya standing there. Even though Midoriya had grown to 1.76 meters, he still had to look up. Iida was still a towering 1.89 meters tall. Where is he? He asked in a grave voice. Izuku opened the door wide, letting him in. In bed. She's rough. He said solemnly, pointing at the tie as if it were a sleeping beast. Relax. This will be resolved in seconds. Iida stopped abruptly, noticing something different. He turned to his friend. Wait, Midoriya-kun. What's happening? You look so much better with short hair. I'm glad you're making changes in your life. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up. He tried not to show it, but a smile escaped him. It was the first positive comment he'd received since cutting his hair. The previous afternoon he'd arrived at the empty dormitory and locked himself straight in his room. Thank you, Iida-kun. The man with glasses nodded, satisfied, and turned his attention back to the tie, still spread out on the bed. I won't lie to you, Midoriya-kun. This might be more difficult than you imagine. But fear not. We will turn to the sacred scriptures. He pulled out his phone with a solemn gesture. Izuku tensed as he watched him scroll through apps until. Is that? He murmured, watching Iida seriously press the YouTube icon. Yes. Are you ready, Midoriya-kun? Izuku barely managed to nod when the screen illuminated the room with a blinding glow. Arg. He screamed, covering his eyes. There it was, the divine light of the tutorials, ready to guide them in their impossible mission. Iida had already left about 30 minutes ago. The mission had been a success. The tie was perfectly knotted, ready to face the day without humiliating its wearer. Izuku, for the first time in years, was completely prepared. Everything about him felt in order, as if every piece of the puzzle had finally fallen into place. Uniform? Check. Tie? Check. Hair? Check. Everything in its place. Nothing out of the ordinary. Well, not entirely. I'm sorry, friends. He whispered, a touch of melancholy in his voice. Before him lay his old red boots, the same ones that had been with him since his rise to heroism. It was time to put them away. This separation is necessary, but I won't forget you. I promise to wear them when I go to train. He tried not to cry, as if he were saying goodbye to fallen comrades in arms. He took a deep breath and turned to his new commendation. A pair of impeccable shoes, a gift from All Might. According to him, they were imported from Germany. To Izuku, they were just shoes. They're comfortable. He commented as he adjusted them, as if that were enough to justify betraying his previous footwear. She stood up and looked at herself in the mirror. Ooh. He couldn't help but blurt out, surprised to see himself in detail. He really did look different. But beyond appearances, he felt it. Have I always had this waist? He thought, running his hands along his side in disbelief. Of course, the uniform no longer hung like a potato sack. He'd adjusted it the night before to avoid that, just rolled out of bed and doesn't care about anything look. All I have left are the dark circles under my eyes. He mused. Someday, when he had time, he'd solve that problem. Maybe Ishido-san can help me. Well, that would be a matter for future Izuku. She finished getting ready, grabbed her things, and slung her backpack over her shoulder. She took one last look in the mirror, still not quite processing the boy who was staring back at her. Well, Midoriya Izuku. A new day, a new beginning. He said to himself in a low voice, as if sealing a pact with himself. And so, the great legendary hero Deku, a third-year student, had taken his second step to change his life. So many eyes. Izuku thought nervously, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes on the back of his neck as he walked down the school hallway. Why are you all staring at me so much? She whispered, feeling as though her stomach might reproach her for the bad decision to leave the house at any moment. And once again insecurity struck him like a cold wave. Do I really look that bad? He wondered, keeping his gaze forward, but wishing, with all his heart, that the earth would swallow him up. All the preparation. All the accumulated courage. It all seemed to vanish in a matter of steps. But what was really going on? Is that Deku-senpai? A first-year girl murmured, her cheeks flushed pink. Yeah. He looks different. Her friend replied, holding her breath. Some second-year students exchanged astonished glances. Brother, look at those shoulders. No wonder he was the heir to All for One. Idiot, it's one for all, not all for one. Someone corrected, in a whisper that barely let out a laugh. The looks weren't of contempt. They were of admiration, wonder, and curiosity. Some girls looked at him with genuine interest, like those who inspect whether someone has a six-pack. But Izuku, trained from a young age to be the butt of jokes, failed to perceive it that way. He felt fear. Do they hate me? Do I disgust them? She repeated to herself as she quickened her pace. She silently cursed having to cross that section of the building where the third-year corridors intersect with those of the other years and the human traffic multiplies. Then, a couple of second-year girls, somewhat blushing but with that youthful boldness, decided to greet him as they saw him approaching. Hello, Midoriya-senpai. They sang, in a tone that would disarm anyone. Izuku tensed up and, with his voice cracking with nerves, managed to answer. Good morning. The mix of shyness and tenderness in his tone was enough to make the girls back away amid giggles and blushes. Izuku, however, didn't understand their reaction. His head was already spinning. Hello? Did someone say hello to me? What does that greeting mean? He wondered, sweating profusely. And then his mind, always prone to conspiracies, began to read between the lines where there were none. Hello has 4 letters. 4. That's a code. What else has 4 letters? Bad. Disgusting. Mole. Mole. Did they call me Mole? Moles live underground. Oh no, they want me underground. 4 letters equals 4 days. The day is Monday, so on Friday they'll come and kill me and bury me 4 meters deep. The paranoia grew like a snowball rolling downhill. The ideas strung together with a logic that existed only in his head. 4 letters. 4 days. Burial at 4 in the afternoon. He panicked. He started running toward the classroom, his legs flailing as if his life depended on it. He only felt a little safer when he was standing in front of the classroom door. If anyone told him he was disgusting, at least it would be his classmates and not potential murderers. The sounds of conversation, footsteps, and desks being knocked over could be heard from the other side of the door, indicating to Izuku that all his classmates were already in the classroom. He swallowed hard, steeled himself as if preparing a final attack, and gently slid the door open with trembling hands. "God, help me," he thought, swallowing hard as he fully opened the door to classroom 3A. Good morning." He greeted the air, his voice cracking, as if speaking to an invisible tribunal. Everyone turned towards him, and the place that had been bustling just seconds before fell silent. A heavy silence. An uncomfortable silence. A silence that only worsened Izuku's nerves. There he stood, stiff in the doorway, feeling every gaze upon his skin. Some had their mouths slightly open, others their eyes wide, as if they had just witnessed a miracle. Hello?" Izuku repeated, even more nervous. "See? I told you today would be different," Iida proclaimed, leaping from his seat, chest puffed out and brimming with enthusiasm that could light up half of Tokyo. He approached Izuku with a proud smile. "I helped him with his tie. I recommended the stylist to him yesterday, and I knew the result wouldn't disappoint me." The strangely cheerful Todoroki also stood up and joined in. Suddenly, the boys began to stand up one after another. Some greeted him with pats on the back, others surrounded him to give him a high five, and a couple even rushed to hug him, as if he were returning from war. Kaminari comically wept in a corner, proud of Izuku. And even Bakugo, though without smiling, got close enough to grunt a HMPH, which in his language meant, "I'm glad to see you finally seem like a functioning human being. Midoriya-kun, you look like a new man. That's right, we almost didn't recognize you. Are those shoes? They look amazing on you. Brother. You have a smaller waist than several women at school." Each comment made Izuku more nervous and flushed, until he ended up smiling like an idiot while scratching the back of his neck. Thank you. I had my doubts, but I see it went well." He stammered, almost overwhelmed by the compliments. It was worth it. He thought, with a happy warmth in his chest seeing his friend so happy. "But if you're observant, you'll notice something's missing, won't you? And no, I'm not talking about the 3.4 million pesos that appeared on my bed yesterday at 3 in the afternoon. What's missing here are them. Because yes, although Class A is dominated by men, there are also girls." The girls remained silent, all intently watching Izuku by the door. And all of them, in unison, shared the same thought. "I was right. He has potential." Like a hive mind, they reached that conclusion, while a barely visible blush colored their cheeks. "Why all the fuss?" The slurred voice of the homeroom teacher cut through the air. Shota Izawa, the man who lost an eye, a leg, and also his will to live after the age of 30, had just entered. "Everyone to your seats. Now." The students immediately dispersed, returning to their seats amid giggles and murmurs. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Until a hand stopped him. "Huh?" He turned around nervously when he saw that it was Izawa who was holding him. "And who the hell are you?" he asked with complete seriousness, scanning him from head to toe. "Identify yourself." The classroom erupted in laughter. Izawa, annoyed and confused, continued to hold Izuku, who was on the verge of panicking. "What are you laughing at?" the professor huffed. "Sensei. He's Midoriya-kun," Kaminari explained, his voice trembling with laughter. "Huh? Midoriya?" Izawa looked him up and down again, puzzled. "When did he turn into this?" "Sensei, could you let me go?" Izuku asked, red-faced and trembling. Izawa reacted late, but released him, letting Izuku run to his seat, as if he had escaped an unjust arrest. The teacher slumped into his chair, ready to begin the class. But a fleeting thought crossed his mind. This must be Kayama-sen's doing. Damn it, at this rate Midoriya's going to get a girlfriend. And worse, that girlfriend won't be that idiot Kura-san. He frowned, annoyed. His plans to help 13 win over the dense Deku had to start as soon as possible. He wasn't going to let anyone ruin his favorite love story. The shy teacher and the clueless hero. Lunchtime arrived, bringing with it the much-anticipated break after the first block of classes. The students in Class A began packing up their belongings, eager to make the most of their free time. "Hey, Midoriya, are you coming with us for lunch?" Shinsu asked, approaching him. Izuku turned to face him and noticed a good portion of the pack following behind. "Yep, just leave me alone, I'll go see someone, and then I'll come back to you," he replied casually. That someone didn't go unnoticed. As soon as they heard it, the boys' minds began to concoct all sorts of conspiracy theories, leaning dangerously toward the idea that Izuku had already become a fornicator. "Who are you going to see?" Sato asked, genuinely curious about what Izuku had said. Izuku tensed instantly. He couldn't blurt out the truth. That he was going to see Midnight to show her that he had indeed cut his hair and was starting to look like a civilized human being. Oh no, what a shame. I mean, what a pity. Well, she's someone I just met, and that's all, he said evasively, which only further fueled the curiosity of those present. Midoriya-kun, could it be that all this change is because a girl has finally won your heart? Mineta crooned maliciously, prompting several classmates to nod in agreement. Izuku didn't respond. He barely mumbled a few incomprehensible words, red as a tomato. Seeing that they weren't going to get anything out of him at that moment, they decided to leave him alone so he wouldn't collapse right there. Relax, Midoriya-kun. You can tell us everything we need to know in the cafeteria. Todoroki suggested in his usual calm tone, which relieved Izuku a little, who barely managed to whisper a thank you before leaving the room. Wow, he really does look different. Kaminari murmured, still incredulous at the change, though with a genuine smile. It was clear he was happy that Midoriya was finally starting to take his appearance seriously. And maybe his social life too. The other boys nodded silently, exchanging knowing glances before they all set off together towards the cafeteria. Izuku walked through the halls of UA. At that hour, most were empty. The few students that could be seen were heading towards the cafeteria. But not him. He was different. Izuku wanted to show Nomuri that he had actually followed her instructions. And, deep down, he also needed her opinion. He wasn't good at these things, and even though his classmates had given him positive feedback, he still felt insecure. Especially since none of the girls had said anything. Of course, he didn't know they were thinking about how good he looked, and that to realize it, he would need to be Charles Xavier to read their minds. Would it be a good idea to suggest the arcade idea on Wednesday, or should I wait until tomorrow? He thought, remembering the other task Nomuri had given him during their first private social skills lesson at her house. It still seemed incredible to him that he'd gone all the way there to talk to her. Even he didn't know how he'd gotten out alive without a heart attack. Lost in thought, he walked along distractedly until, as he turned a corner, he bumped into something soft. He didn't fall. A pair of arms caught him in a kind of impromptu hug. Whoa. Said a female voice, surprised but relieved to have avoided the fall. Izuku recognized her instantly. Anan-san. He exclaimed excitedly, pulling away just enough to look at her face to face without letting go of her completely. Ah. Is that you, Iz? Anan fell silent, looking at him closely. His eyes widened, his voice trembling. Is. He stammered, unable to find the words. How handsome. She screamed in her head, thanking all the heavens that she was wearing her helmet. What happened to him? Where's my freckled Tarzan-haired boy? Izuku-kun, it's so nice to see you. She managed, almost choking on her own words. Her cheeks felt like they were burning, hidden beneath her helmet, but she couldn't help it. She was incredibly flushed. And horribly nervous. Good morning, Anan-san. Izuku replied, finally breaking away from the impromptu hug. She swallowed hard, gathered all her courage, and almost squealed, whispered. Why you look really good, Yao. She was stuck on the sentence. Izuku watched her intently, expectantly. And he admitted it himself. He would feel a nervous tingle if what his closest person said to him had to do with his current appearance. Come on, Anan, it's just a compliment. She mentally scolded herself. But when she blurted it out, it didn't go as planned. Your personal appearance is remarkably harmonious. Silence. What the hell did I just say? He thought, sinking into his misery. Izuku tilted his head slightly, confused. But, to her surprise, he smiled. Thank you. It really makes me happy to hear it from you. That smile had a devastating effect on Anan. The genuine light in her eyes delivered the final blow. Haha, yes. Don't worry, that's what we're here for, right? She tried to sound confident, but failed miserably. The good thing was that Izuku wasn't exactly skilled at reading between the lines of what a woman was thinking or hiding. After all, he was the same boy who once, while topping up his phone, got so scared when the cashier asked for his number that he ended up giving shojis. From then on, he only went on Tuesdays, because that's when an older gentleman worked the register. Anan-san. Would you be available tomorrow to go to the workshop? Izuku asked, more out of habit than boldness. He'd grown accustomed to these meetings, and also because he genuinely enjoyed them. Sure. Shall we meet at the same time? Anan agreed, avoiding looking him directly in the eye. Yes, at the same time. I'll bring something for us to eat. I've been practicing some recipes and I'd like you to try them. Izuku replied with a smile that made Anan tremble at how cute Izuku looked. I would be delighted. She whispered shyly, her heart warm. He said goodbye with a slight bow and continued on his way in search of midnight, leaving Anan against a wall, trembling as if he had run a marathon. My legs are trembling. How scary. She whispered to herself, her heart racing. Damn, it's getting harder and harder to see him. Then, a hand fell on his shoulder. Boo. Ah. Anan screamed, jumping as if she'd stepped on fire. When she turned around, she saw the culprit. Damn it, Aizawa. She yelled angrily, her heart still in her throat, while he seemed to be enjoying every second of it. But the smile soon faded. Aizawa glared at her, his expression hardening. This made Kuris nervous. What's happening? He asked cautiously. Your personal appearance is remarkably harmonious. He repeated in a deep voice. What the hell is that? You were supposed to tell him you look nice. She lowered her head, defeated. Aizawa clicked his tongue and, like the school romance fanatic he secretly was, began to lecture her on what she should have said and done. That day, it was clear that Anand was due for a scolding. The teacher's lounge was quiet and peaceful, with the midday light streaming through the windows. Most of the teachers hadn't returned yet, so only one figure occupied the space. Midnight, standing by her desk, leafing through some papers while her superhero costume shimmered with that elegant yet daring contrast that always commanded attention. The door opened timidly. "Excuse me. Midnight-sensei." Izuku's voice sounded nervous, but clear. Kaoma looked up and raised an eyebrow, surprised. It took her a couple of seconds to process what she was seeing. And when she did, she broke into a wide smile. Well, if it isn't Midoriya-kun." She set the papers aside, crossing her arms with a satisfied smile. "I have to admit, you surprise me." Izuku stopped a couple of steps away, tense, playing with his fingers as if he wanted to hide. "I wanted to show you that I followed your instructions," she said, lowering her head slightly. No hiding," she replied, taking a step forward and looking him up and down, assessing him with the confidence of someone who knew exactly what she was seeing. "Midoriya, you've changed a lot. Your hair looks clean and neat, and your posture. Much more confident. Your uniform really shows off your figure. Nice hips, huh? You're projecting confidence." Izuku swallowed, feeling the words hit him harder than any physical training. Thanks. Although, I still don't feel as confident as it seems." Midnight laughed softly, shaking his head. "That's normal. Confidence doesn't come suddenly, it's built. But listen. The way you walk now, the way you came in here. Believe me, everyone else is already noticing." Izuku put a hand to the back of his neck, blushing to his ears. "It's just. I never thought someone like me could. Well, give that impression." Kaoma smiled with a touch of mischief, but her tone was warm, almost maternal. "Midoriya, you know what the best thing about all this is? You haven't changed who you are. You're still you, with your nervous way of speaking, your quirks, that genuine smile. It's just that now you're showing it in a more stylish way. More mature. And believe me, it suits you very well." He looked up, surprised by the sincerity of her words. And for a moment, the knot in his chest loosened. "Seriously, thank you, Midnight. It really cheers me up to hear it from you." Kaoma nodded contentedly, gathering a lock of hair back. "That's what we're here for, isn't it?" he said lightly, though his eyes showed genuine pride. "The important thing is that you start noticing it too." Izuku nodded several times, nervous but smiling. He took a step back, ready to leave. "I don't want to take up any more of your time. I'll go join the others." "Of course." She nodded, but before he reached the door, she called out to him in a soft but firm tone. "Midoriya-kun." He turned around immediately. "Yeah. Don't forget we have a private lesson tomorrow," she reminded him, with that smile that mixed sweetness with a hint of complicity. Izuku nodded energetically, as if he had received a mission order. "I won't forget it," he declared, bowing respectfully before hurrying out of the room. Kaoma watched him go, smiling to herself as she retrieved the papers from the desk. "That boy. He's really growing up," she murmured with a hint of tenderness in her voice, before returning to her work. The evening had fallen, bringing with it the tedium of an endless Monday. Classes had finally ended, and with them the dwindling willpower of several students, still half zombies after spending hours listening to how air is made of air. A revolutionary discovery, without a doubt. The boys were already scattered around the dorm. Some locked in their rooms pretending to study, others watching television, and a couple debating who should wash the breakfast dishes. The girls, meanwhile, had gone shopping. Apparently, Sunday hadn't been enough to remind them that shampoo runs out too. But none of that matters. The important one here is Izuku. Izuku quietly left the dormitory, inwardly grateful that no one had seen him. Although, to be fair, it was almost impossible to even hear him. He walked as if discretion were part of his hero training. "I have to go see her today. And I also have to drop this off," he whispered, examining the carefully folded letter in his hands before putting it in his jacket pocket. "Where is he going? What the hell do you care?" We find ourselves on the streets of Japan at approximately 4 in the afternoon. Izuku was walking towards his first destination. The afternoon was peaceful. The air smelled of a vibrant city, and the constant murmur of people filled the atmosphere. People came and went, laughter, footsteps, trivial conversations. It was a simple scene. But Izuku enjoyed it. I enjoyed seeing people return to normal. Ultimately, that's what he fought for. So, even though he was exhausted, in pain, afraid, and carrying scars that would never disappear, he decided to continue. Move forward. Even if it hurts. Even if the sacrifice seems endless. Because it was all worth it just to see people smile when they returned home, walk with their friends, hug their partners, laugh without fear. That was enough. Or Well, almost enough. Because deep down, Izuku still didn't feel like a hero. For him, a true hero is always there. No matter if it rains, if the sky breaks open, or if the earth opens up. A hero always appears when someone needs him. And it was precisely that idea that, for almost 2 years, led him to turn a certain activity into an essential part of his life. Almost as important as handing in assignments on time. That's great, it's still open. She whispered with a small smile as she saw the old post office still with its lights on. Of course he knew the schedule. He knew it by heart. But, out of habit and a little nostalgia, he liked to act as if it were a surprise. With the letter in hand, he approached. The smell of old wood and freshly sealed paper filled his nostrils. One of his little guilty pleasures. Good afternoon everyone. She announced enthusiastically as she opened the door to the shop. The 4 people who worked there raised their heads almost at the same time. Good afternoon Izuku, they replied in unison, their deep warm voices filling the room. 4 elderly men worked in that office. One at the reception desk, another resting on a bench, another arranging a handful of letters, and the last one savoring a steaming cup of tea. Yes. That was the post office Izuku came to so often. After the war, many systems had been modernized. Traditional mail was among the most affected. Paper correspondence became almost a luxury, and the few places where human intervention still existed were like capsules of the past. Small shelters from a slower time. Izuku approached the bar, where the first of the grandfathers was waiting for him. Half bald, with glasses, and that kind smile that always welcomed him. Hello Grandpa Harada. Hello Izuku. Same old thing. The old man asked, extending his hand. Izuku smiled nervously and handed him the letter. The old man chuckled softly, as if he already knew the answer. Would you like some bread? Harada asked, bringing over a tray. Izuku's eyes lit up immediately. He eagerly grabbed one. Thank you so much. She said before taking a big bite. It's delicious. I should go see Grandma sometime so she can teach me how to make these breads. She spoke with her mouth full, enjoying the homey flavor that only years can bake. And no, don't get confused. They're not related. Izuku affectionately calls them grandparents. And they don't seem to mind at all. On the contrary, they dote on him as if he were their long-lost grandson. Oh, of course. She'd love to see you. Harada remarked with a mischievous smile. Though I hope you don't go alone. Go with a young lady, so she can give you her blessing. Izuku turned as red as a tomato, almost choking on the bread, while the others laughed out loud. It's time you got a girlfriend, son. Mr. Tamura said from the bench, barely nodding his head. Why don't you take the young lady? Hasegawa asked calmly, enjoying his tea without looking up. But she and I. Izuku stammered, trying to defend himself without knowing exactly what he was defending himself against. Come on, kid. Hashimoto, the letter writer, chimed in. You've been writing to her for a long time, and it seems she likes it because she's never complained. Izuku remained silent, feeling the heat rise to his ears. Of course. Hashimoto added with a knowing smile. I don't know how much you'd like a nameless mystery. Just your initials, huh? How romantic, but impractical. Izuku lowered his head, metaphorically expelling smoke from his ears, while the 4 grandparents laughed with the tranquility of someone who has already seen too many love stories begin the same way. I don't have that interest. Besides, my letters are for tea support. Izuku stammered, red to the ears. The 4 grandparents looked at him as if they had just seen a grandson denying that he liked someone, but clearly having a poster of her in his room. Mr. Harada sighed in resignation and, with an understanding smile, patted him on the shoulder. Okay, calm down, son. You eat your bread. And as if that were the most logical order in the world, Izuku silently obeyed, taking another bite of the bread like a small child seeking refuge in something sweet. And speaking of children. Wait a minute, you, yes you, YouTuber with over 1 million subscribers. Put your hands where I can see them. And slowly back away from the Discord server. You disgust me. As I was saying. Speaking of children. I'm home, Grandpa. Shouted a child's voice from the doorway. A boy of about 11 burst into the office, half dressed in a postman's uniform that was too big for him. His cap almost covered his eyes, and outside, his bicycle rested leaning against the lamppost. Izuku-kun. Exclaimed the boy, running with his arms wide open. Dai-kun. Izuku replied, ducking just in time to take the impact of the hug. He lifted him into the air with a huge grin. How was school? Very good. My average never drops below 9.8. He said, puffing out his chest and flashing a smile. Then he scratched his head with mock pride. I have to work hard if I want to become a hero like you. Izuku gently lowered him to the ground, patting him on the shoulder. The gleam in the boy's eyes was the same one he had when he spoke of All Might years ago. A small spark of hope that refused to go out. The boy ran to the counter and hugged his grandfather, Mr. Harada, who tenderly ruffled his hair. ready for your first delivery?" the old man asked, handing him the letter Izuku had left minutes before. Dai took it in both hands, as if she were carrying something important. Because she was. "Hashimoto has your backpack with the other letters, but this is the first one," Harada added with a fatherly smile. "Yes, Grandpa," he replied energetically, securing the backpack strap on his shoulder. The little boy looked at Izuku once more, raised his hand in a proud salute, and ran towards the door. His bicycle was waiting for him. He climbed aboard, adjusted his oversized cap, and, after a horn that squealed more than it sounded, disappeared into the bustle of the street. Izuku watched him leave, with a slight smile and a look full of that silent affection that one reserves for small but important things. I knew the boy would take his work very seriously. And as always when he saw him leave, Izuku felt a mixture of nostalgia and pride that was hard to explain. Perhaps because, deep down, he too had started out like that. Small, insecure, with a heart too big for his body. "He's pedaling faster and faster," Tamura remarked with a hoarse laugh. "It's going to need its tires changed again," Hashimoto added without looking up from his cards. "And the seat," Hasegawa added calmly. "It grew 2 centimeters this month." Izuku laughed softly, finishing his bread and getting up to say goodbye. "Well, I'm off. Thank you for the bread, grandparents. Take good care of yourselves. See you later, son." The four of them said in unison, raising their hands like a small, routine chorus. Izuku opened the door, let the shop's bell jingle as he stepped out, and breathed in the cool evening air. He put his hands in his pockets and disappeared into the crowd as the sun began to set. And yes, now that I think about it, you're probably wondering why that old post office is still open if everything in Japan has been modernized. The answer is simple. It's not out of kindness. Nor out of pure nostalgia. That small office is still standing because there is a young hero, freckled, clumsy and with a heart bigger than his bank account, who has taken it upon himself to keep it alive. With part of the reward he received after the end of the war, Izuku decided to support her financially. Because as long as there are letters to write, as long as there are people who still believe in words that arrive on paper. So, for him, it's still worth sending them. The clock read 4:30 in the afternoon when Dai rushed out of the office, with his backpack over his shoulder and his cap tilted to one side. The sun bathed the streets in that golden hue that makes everything a little friendlier, and the wind, warm and playful, stirred her hair as she pedaled enthusiastically. "Let's get to work," he shouted, raising his fist in the air as if starting a heroic mission. His bicycle squeaked a little, but he treated it like a high-performance motorcycle. Turning the corner, he greeted the baker from the shop that always smelled of vanilla and flour. "Hi Dai," she shouted from the doorway. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Akane. I have an important delivery today," she replied, pedaling without losing her rhythm. Further on, the fruit vendor raised his hand. "Here comes the fastest postman in Japan," he joked. People laughed. Dai too. Not because she believed she was, but because she liked hearing it. It was a phrase that had become part of the neighborhood, almost an honorific title. He continued pedaling through the alleyways of the district, where the food stalls released aromas of curry, takoyaki, and freshly baked bread. Sometimes a cat or passerby would cross his path, and he would dodge with precision. Or at least try to. The front tire had miraculously survived more than one failed attempt. People greeted him on every block. Little children admired him. Adults treated him as if he were a symbol of normalcy. Because that was Dai. A living example that life went on, that the world had learned to smile again. As he walked on, the boy looked at the orange-tinged sky. How beautiful. He thought, and for a few seconds he slowed down, letting the breeze envelop him. It was in those moments that he remembered his parents. They had died during the Great War, when battles between heroes and villains shook every corner of the country. He was very small, he was barely 9 years old. And although people told him that it would hurt less with time, in reality, what happens is that you learn to live with the whole. His grandfather Harada had cared for him ever since, and the post office became his second home. There he learned to sort envelopes, affix stamps, organize routes, and, most importantly, to deliver messages with a smile. For a time, a rather short time, they survived thanks to their savings and the inheritance their parents had left them. But money runs out, no matter how good you are at managing it. And just when it seemed they would have to close the office and move, he appeared. The hero everyone was talking about. The boy who defeated Shigaraki and ended the reign of terror. The same one who, without making a sound, decided to help them. Not with speeches, not with empty promises. With actions. With financial support that he never asked to be made public. Since then, the office has remained active. And thanks to that, Dai has been able to stay close to his grandfather. And have a purpose. Now, as she rode her bicycle each afternoon, she felt that her work was important too. Because every letter she delivered carried a piece of someone, an emotion, a word that crossed distances. And in a way, it was also his way of saying thank you. The boy turned another corner, passing through a park where a group of children were playing with a ball. One of them pointed it out excitedly. "There goes the fastest postman in Japan," he shouted. Dai laughed and raised his hand in greeting. "See you later. They can't beat me in speed," he replied as he passed by them, leaving a trail of laughter. The air smelled of toast and dry leaves. The sun was beginning to set lower, bathing the rooftops in golden light. The boy pressed the pedals once more, his face determined. "There's the agency," she whispered, looking into the distance at the building where she had to deliver that letter. Her eyes lit up. It was her first delivery of the day. The boy entered the agency as if he were entering his own home. The ringing of the doorbell mingled with the soft echo of his footsteps on the polished floor, and he was immediately enveloped by an unmistakable scent. A blend of expensive cleaning product and freshly waxed wood. The air was thick with that aroma of professionalism, yet at the same time, there was something homey about it. It was an office of heroes, yes, with desks piled high with paperwork, framed medals and awards, but also with a warmth that made everything feel alive. "Hello, Dai-chan." A receptionist greeted from behind the counter, raising her hand with a smile. The boy responded immediately, waving the letter he was carrying vigorously. "Hello." The young lady's boyfriend sent a letter, he announced mischievously, provoking a round of laughter among the office workers nearby. "Hahaha, one of these days the lady is going to kill you if she hears you saying that," the woman warned, holding back her laughter as she shook her head. "Well, I won't waste any more of your time, come in, she's in her office." Okay, replied the little boy, marching purposefully towards the elevator. He climbed up unaided. He knew every corner of that agency like the back of his hand. He'd been there dozens of times, to the point that even some part-time heroes would greet him knowingly when they saw him walk in. Inside the elevator, Dai began humming the opening theme of an I'm Popular with children his age, tapping his feet rhythmically as the panel lights flashed while ascending. Only a few minutes passed, during which the elevator went up floor by floor. "Oh. Great, I'm here," he said excitedly as the doors opened with a soft ding. The hallway was quiet, lit by sunlight filtering through the blinds. At the end, a door with gold lettering awaited him. "And yes, I know, you're probably thinking that letting a child wander around alone is dangerous. And you'd be right. But this case is different. Because Dai is not just any child. He is the godson, the protege of Izuku Midoriya himself. And that, believe me, makes him untouchable. After all, we're talking about the hero who defeated Shigaraki and ended the reign of All for One himself. The hero who, even without his quirk, and who hasn't been seen in action since the war ended, still inspires fear in even the most seasoned villains. And if that weren't enough, he's friends with a guy who can detonate explosions with his hands, another who can freeze or burn you depending on his mood, and a number one hero who smiles like the sun. Right before breaking your jaw. Of course, I'm referring to the current number one. Lemillion. Oh, and if that weren't enough, with just the flick of a finger he can summon a squad of over 100 heroes to protect that child, thanks to Izuku's close relationship with the current chairman of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Hawks. But that wasn't what truly made him untouchable. No. It was her. "Miss," shouted the boy, banging excitedly on the door. "I have a letter for you from your boyfriend." From the other side came an embarrassed grunt. Shut up, Dai." The female voice replied, firm but slightly flushed. Footsteps echoed loudly, approaching the door. And then, the doors swung wide open. Yeah. What made Dai untouchable wasn't Deku's fame, nor his influence. It was the simple fact that the strongest and most feared woman in Japan considered him part of her inner circle. Because all the villains knew that facing the hero Deku was an honorable battle. But messing with someone she cared about, it was a death sentence. And it all started with a simple letter. "Good afternoon," the boy greeted, holding the envelope with a radiant smile. "Miss Rumi." She looked at him for a few seconds, raising an eyebrow as she crossed her arms. "You again, Dai," he said in that tone that was both grumpy and affectionate. "One of these days I'm going to kick you so hard you'll spin all over Japan." The boy let out a laugh, that innocent laugh that made any threat from him lose its edge. "That's what she always says, Miss Rumi. But she never does it. Because I don't feel like it yet." He huffed, but a small smile escaped him. His tail swished treacherously from side to side, and his left foot began to tap the ground impatiently. Dai pointed to the letter. "So does she receive it or not?" Rumi took the envelope in both hands, noticing the slight tremor of her metallic fingers. The paper was scented with a soft familiar fragrance. Her cheeks flushed just a little, and she murmured almost to herself. "Another letter from that sentimental idiot." "Yes, it's his. The same one as always," Dai replied without thinking. "And what do you know?" she retorted quickly, looking away. "Maybe it's not even him. There are tons of guys with the same initials." The boy smiled mischievously. "So you still haven't discovered who he is?" Rumi's ears stopped moving. They drooped slightly, almost sadly, though she pretended to scratch her head to hide it. TCH. And why would I want to know? They just write silly, romantic nonsense. But her words did not match the tenderness with which she held the envelope. Well, I have to go on, Miss Rumi, said the boy, taking a step back with his most mischievous smile. Yes, go on before I kick you for real, she muttered, but her ears were twitching restlessly. Dai started running down the hallway, skipping as she made her way to the elevator. Just before stepping inside, she spun around and screamed. See you when your boyfriend sends another letter. Dai. Rumi screamed, so red that even the tips of her ears lit up. The elevator closed with a ding, and her voice echoed through the corridors, leaving the heroine with the letter between her fingers, her heart beating faster than she would admit, and a soft smile escaping her without permission. The moment the sound of the elevator faded into the hallway, Rumi slammed the door shut. She turned the key, leaned back against the wood, and let out a long sigh, as if she had just returned from a battle. Her gaze jumped straight to the landline phone on the desk. She walked over with quick steps, almost clumsy with excitement, and dialed the reception extension. Yes. A female voice replied from the other end. It's me, Rumi said, trying to sound serious, though her breathing betrayed her. I won't be seeing anyone for the next hour, understood? No calls, emails, or visits. Understood, Miss Usagiyama. Is something wrong? No. He answered quickly. Only important things. She hung up without waiting for a reply and finally allowed herself to release the pent-up air. Her body trembled. Literally trembled. She hugged the letter to her chest as if it were alive, and a barely audible sound escaped her throat. Her right foot tapped the ground repeatedly, while her ears twitched like happy antennae, and her tail wagged little hops behind her. Ah. Another letter. She whispered, biting her lower lip to stifle a squeal. What will it be this time? A story? Some romantic nonsense? Ah, damn it, why am I so excited? He tried to calm down. He failed miserably. Yes, she is Rumi Usagiyama, better known as Mirko, the strongest heroine in Japan. The same one that has brought down monsters, villains and entire buildings with kicks. The same one who can face a horde of gnomes without blinking. And who now trembles like a schoolgirl with a letter in her hands. With a nervous giggle, she placed the letter on the desk and went straight to her small mini fridge, tucked away next to the bookcase. She took out her prized carrot yogurt, the nectar of champions, according to her, and a small container of cut fruit. She placed everything on the small table in front of the sofa in her office, a sofa so comfortable it seemed like a reward for surviving the day. Okay, Rumi. Calm down, just breathe, she said to herself as she slumped back, stretching out on the sofa. It's not a big deal, just a letter. From that mysterious guy. Her foot began to move again, tapping the ground with an increasing rhythm. Her ears twitched, her tail swished, and between stifled giggles, she brought the back of her hand to her mouth to silence herself. Ah, how silly. I can't stand this, she whispered, laughing. Why do I like this nonsense so much? She turned on the sofa, looking at the letter on the table with shining eyes, as if it were a forbidden treasure. She hadn't opened it yet. She couldn't. She didn't want to break the spell so soon. And if you're now wondering how the toughest, strongest, and most fearsome heroine in all of Japan ended up like this, blushing and writhing with excitement over a letter, well, that's something shall be revealed in the future. Who are you, card boy? 4 months after the end of the war. The sun barely managed to filter through the skeletal remains of the buildings. The city was still in ruins, the air smelling of freshly broken cement and weariness. Even so, the sirens continued to wail. A lone villain, one of the many remnants of the war, roared from the rubble, hurling chunks of concrete at the heroes trying to contain him. His quirk warped his body, turning his arms into masses of rock and steel. The local heroes were exhausted. Chaos reigned, and the guard duty stretched beyond what any one body could withstand. And just as the guy lifted a column he'd ripped from the ground to throw it at a group of civilians, a shadow crossed the sky. Take cover. Someone shouted. A whistle cut through the air. A second later, the ground shook. Boom. A downward kick split the asphalt in two, leaving a crater in the middle of the street. The villain fell backward, unconscious, and a figure rose from the dust. The sunlight glided across the metal of his right leg. Cold, polished, powerful. As he raised his head with a sharp smile. Did you already miss your heroine? He said, baring his fangs. The crowd responded with a roar. Mirko. 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 The air changed. In a matter of seconds, fear transformed into hope. Wounded heroes raised their fists, civilians emerged from shelters, and children peeked out from their mother's arms. There she was. Mirko, number 5 in the ranking, the rabbit who didn't back down from anyone. His combat prosthetics gleamed like new armor. The pistons in his arms resonated with each movement, firm, precise, almost human. And though the metal didn't radiate heat, his presence certainly did. Rumi snapped his neck, bent his legs, and raised his fist. "Don't worry," he said in his arrogant, fierce tone. "As long as I'm here, nobody messes with you." The audience erupted again in applause, shouts, and flashes. "She's the best. We always knew you'd come back, Mirko." She just smiled, with that wild air that characterized her so much, while the wind stirred her white hair and the rabbit ears danced on her head. It was the triumphant return of a legend. The heroine who knew no fear. The same one who, even in pieces, remained standing. And nobody, absolutely nobody, noticed the brief flicker of doubt in her eyes. No one heard the faint creaking of their prosthetics as the force of the downward kick forced them beyond their limit. No one saw how her metallic fingers trembled for barely a second before she closed them tightly and raised her arm victoriously. The apartment was dimly lit. The curtains were drawn, the hallway lights flickered with a faint hum. The smell of metal, sweat, and beer hung in the air like a thick fog. Empty cans were stacked in a corner, an open pack of cigarettes lay on the table, and the distant echo of rain tapped against the window. Rumi was sitting on the sofa. Not in a heroic pose, not with a fierce smile that everyone knew, but hunched over, with her elbows resting on her knees and her hair covering her eyes. Her ears drooped weakly backwards. The room was silent, except for the metallic sound of his leg anchor coming loose. Click. The mechanism gave way with a click and the metal fell to the ground with a thud. She exhaled sharply through her nose, trying to release the air that burned her chest. The stump of her right leg throbbed. Phantom pain, they had told him. An elegant name for something that had no solution. Sometimes it hurt more than the battle itself. It was as if his body remembered what was no longer there. He looked at his reflection in the blank television. He didn't even recognize himself. The dark circles under the eyes, the tense muscles, the skin covered in scars that wouldn't go away, even as time passed. For the first time, Mirko didn't look like a heroine. She looked like a tired woman. He picked up a half-finished can of beer. His hand was trembling slightly. He took a long swig, let the carbonation burn in his throat, and let out a hoarse sigh. Hero number 5. He muttered sarcastically, a broken smile barely curving his lips. What a joke. The clock read 2:47 a.m. He hadn't slept well for days. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw fragments of that day. Screams, fire, explosions. And her own voice, shouting orders amidst the chaos, until the pain silenced her. She massaged her thigh, the air escaping between her teeth from the burning sensation in her nerve. TSK. Damn it. The sound of the wind seeping through the crack in the window filled the silence. For a moment, Rumi thought that perhaps she should get up, clean, cook something, do anything but stay still. But he didn't. She just stayed there. Alone. Japan's strongest heroine, with a body covered in scars and an empty heart. And although he would never admit it, he was afraid. Not of the pain, nor of the villains, nor of death. But rather the possibility that nothing remained of her beyond that facade of strength. The clock kept ticking. Dawn was breaking through the window. Rumi closed her eyes, rested her head against the back of the sofa, and let weariness pull her down a little further. The air still smelled of dust and burned concrete. The buildings, or what remained of them, stood like skeletons against the gray sky. Cranes roared in the distance, and among the rubble, rescue teams sifted through stones hoping to find survivors. And then, a white shadow passed over them all. "Hey, watch out. It's going to fall," shouted a rescuer, pointing at a wall that was teetering dangerously above a group of trapped civilians. The sound of cracking concrete filled the air. The screams began. But something fell from the sky. A white flash and a wave of dust kicked up by a brutal landing. Mirko. His silhouette emerged from the cloud, with his usual fierce smile. "Come on. Move. Don't just stand there," he roared, placing both hands on the buckling wall. The metal muscles tensed with a sharp squeak, and the concrete began to recede. With a leap, he ripped the largest block from its base with an upward kick. The impact created a gust of wind that forced civilians to cover their faces. The section of wall broke into pieces and fell to the ground, clearing the path. "The heroine Mirko is here," shouted a woman, crying with relief. "I knew you'd come, Mirko," shouted another man, raising his fist. And then the applause, the cheers, the shouts of admiration began. "Mirko. Mirko." The children waved their arms, the adults smiled through their tears. Rumi smiled too. That wide, wild, confident smile. A smile that everyone knew. A smile that seemed to say, "Nothing can beat me." But his breathing was heavier than before. Every movement of his right leg had an almost imperceptible delay, a mechanical adjustment that hadn't existed before. When he paused for a second to greet a child, his metallic hand trembled barely. "Are you alright, Mirko?" a young nurse asked, as she cleared away the rubble. Rumi shrugged, still with a smile on her lips. "Me? PFF. Sure. I'm more than fine." And she burst out laughing. A laugh that sounded loud and natural. But that didn't reach her eyes. A gust of wind kicked up dust and bits of burned paper. The civilians began to move, the children clapped, and Mirko turned around, observing the half-destroyed street that stretched out in front of her. Something hurt in his chest. Not the muscle, nor the scars. Something deeper. But she couldn't stop. She never did. Because if she stopped, she would have to face the emptiness that followed her everywhere. So he raised his head, flashed his war smile again, and shouted, "Let's go. Let's rebuild Japan. I won't rest until I see it standing tall again." The cheers returned, louder than before. And amidst them, she leaped toward the next building, her silhouette disappearing into the smoke and the sun. Only one rescuer, an old one, silently watched her. And he murmured to himself, "He doesn't seem well." But nobody listened to him. The apartment smelled of dust and disinfectant. The lights had been out for weeks, and the only light came from the television, which was silently on, projecting trembling shadows on the bare walls. Rumi sat on the floor, her back against the sofa. She was wearing an old t-shirt, and her bandages were still stained. The towel she used as a compress had slipped off, but she didn't seem to care. He had a lukewarm beer between his fingers, but he wasn't drinking it. On the screen, a news report showed images of heroes rebuilding devastated areas. She was there too. Smiling, lifting rubble, giving hope. She turned it off. The silence was so thick she could hear her own breathing. And the soft creak of her knee as it shifted. She tried to get up, but her body wouldn't respond. Neither her body nor her mind. She slumped back down, letting out a sigh that sounded more like surrender than exhaustion. "Nonsense," he muttered, clenching his fist. I didn't know if he was referring to the words on the news report, to his own reflection in the window pane, or to the very idea of continuing to pretend that everything was fine. The echo of the war was still there, embedded in his bones, vibrating every time the world fell silent. The sun beat down on the ruined area. The air was thick with dust and the smell of crushed concrete. Rumi was forcefully pushing a collapsed beam alongside a group of workers, clearing the way for heavy machinery to get in. "Come on, push, this is going to collapse," one of them shouted. She didn't respond. She only grunted, her muscles tense, her prosthetic legs squeaking with every movement. When they finally managed to move the structure, the men stopped, panting. "Thank you, Mirko. We couldn't have done it without you." She smiled, showing her teeth, that smile that everyone knew, the smile of the woman who seemed never to break. "Don't thank me. There's more to do." He limped away almost imperceptibly, but the metallic sound of his leg echoed through the ensuing silence. One of the workers watched her leave, puzzled by her irregular breathing, but seeing the way she remained upright, he thought everything was fine. Night fell without warning. In the apartment, only the blue reflection of the television shone, with a news report that repeated his name in large letters. Mirko continues to support the reconstruction efforts. Rumi was sitting at the table, surrounded by empty cans and cigarette butts. He took a half-full bottle, took a long swig, and let out a hoarse laugh that turned into a grunt. "Yes. Continues to support. That sounds nice, doesn't it?" He leaned forward, rubbing his stump hard, trying to soothe the burning sensation. The phantom pain shot up his arm, an icy stab that traveled to his chest. He slammed his fist on the table. Damn. The tears wouldn't come. Not even that. Just a deep weariness that got stuck in his throat, heavy, thick. He slumped back, staring blankly at the ceiling. The next morning she found herself in another disaster zone. A building half collapsed, and a group of volunteers trapped inside. Rumi ran towards the entrance without thinking, lifting the concrete with one hand, grunting as the metal pieces of his prosthetic strained to the limit. "Quick, get out," she ordered, clearing rubble with superhuman ease. When the last civilian managed to escape, the building collapsed behind her, raising a cloud of dust and smoke. The applause came quickly. Mirko. MVP. The best heroine. She raised her arm high, smiling, covered in dirt and sweat. The camera flash captured the moment. Fist raised to the sky, defiant gaze, unwavering silhouette. But the cameras didn't notice how her leg gave way a second later, or how her jaw trembled as she leaned on it. Only cheers could be heard. And she kept smiling. The silence in the department was denser than ever. There was no television, no light, only the faint sound of the wind coming in through a half-open window. Rumi was sitting on the floor, surrounded by prosthetics and tools. His metallic hand trembled as he held the left mechanical arm. He stared at it for a few seconds, his expression blank, then hurled it forcefully against the wall. The impact was dry and metallic, an echo that filled the space. "I have to resist," she whispered through gritted teeth. "I have to be strong. The strongest." Her voice broke. She clenched her fists. The air grew heavier until the weight caused her to sink completely. The sound of a sob mingled with a barely audible murmur. "I'm not strong." The metal arm rolled across the floor, lying motionless beside him, a reminder of all that he could no longer hold. "It hurts me. The roar echoed among the collapsed buildings, dust rising like a war specter that refused to die. Mirko landed with brutal force, leaving a crack in the ground. 3 villains already lay unconscious around him, their bodies twisted in the concrete. The air smelled of rust, blood, and gunpowder. Is that all? He grunted, brushing the dust from his face. His breathing was heavy, but his gaze remained fiery. The 4th villain, panting and with his hands raised, was barely backing away when a guttural roar cut through the silence. From the corner of a collapsed structure emerged a larger, deformed figure, covered in regenerated tissue and exposed wires. Enomu. One of the many who still wandered through the ruins of Japan. The world stopped for a moment. Rumi's gaze hardened, and her heart pounded violently in her chest. A memory. A flash. The metallic scream, the burning pain, the sensation of flesh tearing apart. The exact moment he lost his leg. Not again. The Noma roared, and she reacted instinctively. She leaped forward, throwing a downward kick. But her movements were clumsy, imprecise. The air whizzed, and the creature intercepted her with a brutal blow that sent her crashing into the rubble. The impact knocked the wind out of her. The ringing filled her head, and the world spun. The crowd screamed her name in terror. She didn't hear them. She could only hear her own ragged breathing, the wild pounding of her heart, the creaking of her prosthetics. Get up. You can't stay down. Not again. He pushed off again, unsteady. His prosthetic legs squeaked, his mechanical arms vibrated with a high-pitched noise. He gritted his teeth and launched himself forward, missing the first blow, barely dodging the counterattack. The metal in her limbs groaned. Phantom pain consumed her from within. Even so, it roared. An animalistic cry. And with the strength he had left, he spun around, unleashing a kick that pierced the Nomu's chest. The monster fell, writhing before coming to a standstill. Silence returned. A minor hero came running in, handcuffing the last remaining conscious villain. Mirko, you're okay. That was amazing. She did not answer. She stood amidst the dust, her hair plastered to her face, her prosthetic stained with dirt and oil. His breathing was irregular. It wasn't physical exhaustion. It was the trembling she couldn't control. The audience gazed at her in admiration, shouting her name. She barely saw them. The echo of his own heartbeat was all he could hear, deep and deafening. And there he remained, motionless. Steadfast before them all. The camera spotlights cut through the gloom of the ruins, illuminating Rumi's figure amidst the chaos. People surrounded her, clapping, shouting, cheering her name as if by doing so they could return some of the soul she had left behind in that battle. Reporters pushed their microphones towards her, an avalanche of voices, lights, and questions. Hero Mirko. What a fantastic fight. Shouted a woman with a smile that was a little too bright. How are you feeling after the fight? Asked another, eager for her answer. It was a tough fight, wasn't it? Added a third. The cameras were focused on her from every angle. The flashes exploded like small white bursts in front of her eyes. Rumi took a deep breath. The prosthesis on her right leg made a soft clicking sound. The pain rose from the metal base to her thigh, as if the metal were melting into her flesh. Breathe. Just breathe. Then he smiled. That fierce wild smile, the one that made the ground tremble when he still had both legs of flesh and blood. I feel great. He roared, his voice hoarse and full of strength. He raised his right arm, metallic and heavy, and flexed it as if it didn't hurt, as if it weren't burning up inside. Difficult. He scoffed. Please. I was just a little distracted. That idiot wasn't even the slightest challenge for me. The crowd went wild. The applause, the shouts, the cheers. It all sounded so far away. Mirko. You're the best. My role model. Japan is safe with you. There's no one like you. The strongest in the country. The invincible woman. My daughter wants to be like you. Thank you for never giving up. You're our symbol. Never change, Mirko. You're amazing. The bravest of all. Each word was a blow. A sharp caress. A spear that forced her to smile harder when all she wanted was to scream. Please. His heart pounded in his chest, a desperate drum that couldn't find a rhythm. His ears trembled, trying to block out the noise. His prosthetics creaked, his right arm vibrated with a mechanical whine. Just shut up. Tears burned behind her eyelids. They couldn't come out. They shouldn't. She was Mirko. The strongest. The one who never cried. I don't want to hear them. I don't want to hear them. A reporter moved closer, so close that the microphone almost touched his lips. Miss Mirko. She called, smiling, as if her admiration could sustain her. Many believed that after losing your limbs you would never be the same, but you have proven them wrong. You silenced all those naysayers. You are simply amazing. The world stopped. The air became thick, impossible to breathe. Rumi looked at him. She said nothing. She only heard the faint crack that escaped from her left arm as it tensed. The remaining muscles in her body burned. Tears threatened again, but they didn't fall. Go away. Leave me alone. The microphone was still there, waiting for her. Her gaze lingered for a moment in the metallic reflection. There, in that gleaming surface, she saw herself. A body of steel and flesh, a smile that hurt more than wounds, a woman held together by spare parts. I want to go home. Please. I just want to go home. Rumi swallowed. Her lips trembled. The trembling rose to her ears. The children looked at her from the crowd, holding small stuffed animals of her, smiling with that innocence she had long since lost. No sound came out. Her jaw trembled. She wanted to say something, anything, but only managed a whisper of breath. I am. A silence. A second. An invisible crack. I am strong. He whispered, so softly that even the microphones couldn't pick it up. She raised her head, baring her teeth. Her eyes, filled with unshed tears, shone in the flashes of the cameras. He slammed his metal fist into his chest. The dry sound echoed like thunder. Of course I'm the coolest. She shouted with an energy she didn't have, with a fire that was already dying out. The crowd erupted in applause. Mirko's name rose from the ruins, reaching for the sky. And she remained there. Smiling. Posing. Standing firm. His chest rose and fell with difficulty. The air felt heavy. The world spun. And amidst all that din, only one thought crossed his mind, faint, weak, like a broken prayer. I'm tired. Night had fallen once again on that department. The torn curtains barely moved in the wind, the armchairs were overturned, the floor covered in shards of glass that glittered in the shadows, as if the floor itself wanted to cut through them. The ceiling light had been broken for weeks, but the darkness had already become a part of the place. The smell of cigarettes permeated every corner. Smoke rose in lazy spirals from Rumi's mouth, who stared into nothingness with red, empty, lifeless eyes. It was 3 a.m. I hadn't slept. I couldn't. Why? She whispered, her voice breaking. Her right hand rose to her forehead, the cold metal stinging her skin. Why am I so weak? And again, she broke down. Again, tears dragged her to the lowest point. He wasn't strong. Not as strong as people used to think. The memories returned like knives. The start of the war. The hospital. The Nomu that crushed his arm with a ranged quirk. The other one that ripped off his leg. And that last day. The final battle against a league of villains. The dome floating in ruins, Shigaraki suspended in midair, and her. Laughing, bleeding, until a blow sent her crashing into a tree. Alone. Without arms. Without a leg. Without anything. Ag. He roared, throwing the cigarette to the ground and pounding the floor with his mechanical fist. Fucking hell. Where was that Mirko who kept standing even when the pain was unbearable? Where was that euphoria that made her feel alive? Where was she? You're weak, Rumi. She shouted, pounding the ground repeatedly, tears streaming down her face, stinging her skin. You're a damned fraud. He got up unsteadily, his muscles tense, his eyes full of fury. He punched the wall hard. 1, 2, left, right. The impacts echoed in the room like gunshots. Why? He shouted, hitting again, harder. The hero in Mirko is the strongest. Why? Small pieces of concrete began to break off with each blow. You're the best, Mirko. Why? Her breathing became erratic. Tears mingled with sweat and blood trickling from her forehead as she suddenly began banging her head against the wall. Nobody can beat you, Mirko. Mirko. Mirko-chan. Agar. With a final roar, he unleashed all his rage in a brutal blow that shattered the concrete. His arm was embedded in the wall. Silence fell. Only her breathing, heavy and pained, filled the air. Slowly he withdrew his arm, letting fall bits of dust and plaster. He knelt down. He pressed his bloodied forehead against the cold wall. Why am I so weak? She murmured between sobs. Her ears drooped, her body trembled, her eyes were vacant. She slumped to the side, curled up in a ball. He was trembling. Fear. Sadness. Suppressed rage. Perhaps 30 minutes had passed. Or maybe an hour. The clock no longer made sense. Rumi was still there, slumped against the wall, her metal knuckles stained with blood and dust, her face buried in her arm, her eyes half closed. The room was still a field of ruins, and the smoke from the half-extinguished cigarette still hung in the air, like a lazy ghost. Her body felt heavy. She didn't know if she was asleep or simply exhausted. A sound pulled her from that limbo. A light knock on the door. Then, the creaking of the frame opening. It smells like disaster, said a deep, serene voice. Rumi didn't move. She didn't even turn her head. Best Jeanist advanced slowly, hands in his pockets, observing the mess in front of him. Broken bottles, cracked walls, Japan's number 5 heroine huddled on the floor like a shadow. Without saying a word, he crouched down in front of her. Up close, he saw her red, swollen eyes, her loose hair covering part of her face. Don't you get tired of trying to do everything on your own? She asked in a low voice. She let out a dry laugh. It didn't even sound like a laugh. The strong work alone. Don't they? He whispered. Genist barely shook his head. You told yourself that for so long. That you actually believed it. There was no answer. Only the whirring of the wind seeping through the torn curtains. He stood up and walked a few steps, looking around. In one corner, next to an overturned table, were 2 cardboard boxes. Battered, filled with envelopes and folded papers. Genist bent down and read a label written with a marker. Fan letters. Do you still have them? He asked, turning to look at her. Some. Rumi murmured without moving. The ones I opened are all the same. You're strong, you're amazing, nothing can beat you. Her voice broke at the end. I can't read any more of the same thing. Genist remained silent for a few seconds. Then he approached the second box, the one still sealed with yellow tape, and opened it without asking permission. He ran his fingers among the envelopes, searching without really searching. Until one caught his eye. There was no return address, just 2 letters in the top corner. I am. He took the letter and handed it to Rumi. Not all of them say the same thing. She barely looked at him, with tired eyes, not understanding. Genist held her for a moment longer and then spoke, with that calmness that only someone who has seen too much possesses. I'm not asking you to get up, or to smile, or to say you're okay. Just. Stop doing it alone. I'll come see you more often. He added, turning toward the door. I can't promise to fix your life, but at least I can remind you that there's still someone out there who doesn't want to see you break. Rumi didn't answer. The sound of the door closing was all that remained. For a long time, she sat staring at the letter in her hands. The initials I am stood out against the yellowed paper. She didn't open it. Not yet. He just held her, as if that simple gesture hurt less than everything else. The silence returned. But this time, it was different. A little less empty. Rumi remained on the ground for a long time. The silence in the apartment was thick, broken only by the faint creaking of the metal in his arm when he moved his fingers. The letter was still in his hands. The initials I am seemed to stare at her from the envelope, simple and discreet, as if they were hiding something too personal. He took a deep breath. He tore the paper and opened it clumsily. Inside was a sheet of paper folded in thirds, handwritten. The ink was firm, but not perfect. The lines trembled slightly, as if the writer had done so nervously or with too much desire for it to turn out well. He began to read. I don't know if this letter will reach you, or if you'll ever read it. But if by some chance you are reading it, then. Thank you. I'm not writing to you out of admiration. Nor out of fanaticism. I'm writing to you because, at some point, you made me understand what it means to keep standing even when there's nothing left underneath. Sometimes I think that heroes don't save lives with strength or power, but with presence. You're there, and that's enough for others to believe they can do it too. I know the world doesn't see the scars. Only the medals, the titles, the smiles on camera. But even if no one else notices, I know it hurts. And that's okay. It's okay to feel tired. It's okay to be scared. It's okay not to know if you'll be able to do it again. I'm not asking you to smile, or to get up, or to keep running. Just. Don't punish yourself for being human. When the noise overwhelms you, remember that you are not alone. That someone, somewhere, breathes a little easier just because you exist. And even if you don't know me, even if you don't know who I am, I want you to know this. You are not strong because you don't fall. You are strong because, even broken, you keep looking ahead. Thank you for sticking around. Rumi dropped the leaf onto her lap. Her hands were trembling. The air felt heavy in her lungs. For a moment, the apartment was filled with silence again, but not the same silence as before. This one was warmer. More humane. The tears came without warning. Not like an explosion, but like a slow, silent release. They weren't tears of pain. They were something different. He closed his eyes and pressed the letter against his chest. I didn't know who had written those words. I didn't know their face, their voice, or their story. But for the first time in a long time, she didn't feel alone. The metal of his arms was still cold, but something inside him had ignited. A spark. Small, fragile, alive. Thank you. She whispered, barely audible, her voice breaking. The wind coming in through the window moved the leaf on the floor. The initials I am slid gently into the moonlight, shining for an instant before fading back into shadow. And in that warm silence, between pain and calm, Rumi finally breathed a sigh of relief. 7 months after the war. Izuku Midoriya, the young hero who had put an end to the global threat known as Shigaraki Tamura, was now helping with the reconstruction efforts in a district not far from UA. Deku-sama, can you help us with that pillar? Shouted one of the workers, pointing at a huge fallen concrete column that was blocking the path of the heavy machinery. Izuku was startled. I already told you not to call me Sama. She protested, her cheeks burning as she lifted the pillar with one hand. It embarrasses me. The contrast between his shyness and the ease with which he held that multi-ton block drew nervous laughter from the workers. It was hard not to feel reassured watching him. A symbol of hope with the heart of an ordinary boy. The country had made significant progress since the war. Reconstruction was underway, aided by technology imported from other countries and innovations developed by the AU support team, led by Mei Hatsum. Several domestic companies were also contributing state-of-the-art machinery. But there was still a long way to go. And speaking of work, Deku. A deep voice called to him above the noise of the cranes and mechanical shovels. Izuku turned his head, carefully moving the pillar aside. His expression lit up as he saw the number 3 hero approaching. "Good afternoon, Mr. Genist," he greeted with a small bow. "Do you need something?" The man nodded slowly, his hands inside the pockets of his immaculate dark blue coat. "Yes, but first I want to know something more important. How are you feeling, Deku?" he asked calmly, flexing his arm slightly to indicate his own physical condition. Izuku smiled modestly. "Well, I'm okay. Even though a large part of my organs were almost destroyed and forced to regenerate, I'm fine." He paused briefly before adding in a lower tone. "But regarding one for all. I've already lost the smoke screen and the hazard sensor." Genist sighed softly as he noticed the boy's gaze dim for a moment. He still carried the weight of the loss, even though he tried to hide it. Without a word, the older hero patted him twice on the head, a brotherly gesture, like that of an older brother, and smiled faintly. "Cheer up, Hero Deku. The job isn't finished yet," he said with a calmness that, strangely enough, always managed to soothe him. Izuku nodded, feeling the warmth of those simple words, and Genist continued. "And speaking of spirits." His tone became slightly more curious. "How are you getting on with Mirko's letters?" Izuku immediately stood up straight, a spark of enthusiasm bringing light back to his face. "Great. I sent one yesterday, after making some progress on a project with Professor 13. Genist nodded, satisfied. "And this is where there is something we must tell you. So, let's break space and time. Let's go back a little. A memory within another memory. A memory squared. 4 months after the war. The sun beat down heavily that day. The air still carried the smell of ground concrete and burned metal, a familiar mixture to anyone who had lived through the war. Izuku was in a reconstruction zone south of the 4th Ward, moving rubble alongside a small group of workers and volunteers. Until he heard the radio reports. The structure collapsed in the eastern sector, several volunteers are trapped. Mirko is on site, but he needs reinforcements." As soon as she heard the name, she dropped what she was doing and ran. It wasn't a rational or strategic decision. She simply moved. When he arrived, the dust hadn't yet settled. The first thing he saw was her. Rumi. Her silhouette stood out against the gray light of the setting sun, her white hair tangled and her suit stained with dirt. She stood among the remains of a half-collapsed building, surrounded by a group of volunteers and civilians who applauded her, some even taking photos with their cell phones. Izuku stopped a few meters away, without getting any closer. He was late. Again. He saw her smile, that cheeky smile he'd seen in hundreds of broadcasts, a smile that was still there. Though not quite the same. It wasn't the defiant smile of a heroine fearlessly charging into battle. This one was more tense, more measured. Up close, her jaw trembled for barely a second, almost imperceptibly, just as she put weight on her right leg. The prosthesis made a soft click before stabilizing. No one seemed to notice. No one, except him. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He'd seen her like this before, more than once, when the heroes gathered for the reconstruction brigades. Rumi always arrived first and left last. And although her voice was still strong and her presence imposing, her breathing, it wasn't the same anymore. There was a broken rhythm, a weariness that rest couldn't cure. "You're still trying, huh?" he murmured with a sad smile, hidden among the crowd. He knew he couldn't get close. He didn't want to make her uncomfortable. But even so, it hurt to see her like this. So strong that she was already beginning to break. Because I could read it in his crimson eyes. That look didn't lie. The pride, the exhaustion, the loneliness. It was all there, hidden behind the haughty gesture and the applause of the audience. Izuku lowered his gaze. It must be difficult. To continue being Mirko when your body can no longer keep up. A boy ran past him with a cell phone in his hand, excitedly shouting the heroine's name. Izuku saw him stop in front of her, asking for a photo. Rumi bent down, forcing a huge smile so as not to break the illusion. He knew, in that instant, that he wasn't doing it out of pride. He was doing it to lift everyone else's spirits. So that no one else would feel the weight she carried. Not even his pain. And that's when he made the decision. If he couldn't help her directly, if he couldn't get close without breaking down the wall she had built for herself, then I would look for another way. He spent the rest of the day following her from a distance, without her noticing. Watching her talk to the workers, review the makeshift plans, and insist on building more than she should. Every step, every ragged breath, every pause he disguised with a sarcastic comment. "Mirko-san." He whispered, barely audible, as if the wind could carry his voice to her. "You don't have to carry all this alone. But of course, she couldn't hear him. The following days became a quiet routine. Izuku continued working in the various reconstruction sectors, but it seemed that fate was determined to repeat the same scene over and over again. Him arriving late. And Mirko already surrounded by applause. Sometimes I would find her emerging from the rubble, her hair tangled and her face covered in dust, smiling with that mixture of weariness and pride that made her seem more human than ever. Other times, I would simply watch her leave while everyone looked on in admiration, not noticing that she limped only slightly more than the day before. And each time, that pang in her chest grew deeper. Not out of pity. But out of helplessness. I wanted to do something. To say something. But I didn't know how to approach her without invading that invisible wall she had built around herself. So I just watched, silently, from afar. Until one day, he saw her again, heading towards another work area, walking with a firm step, even though her weight was more on her left leg. Izuku was about to follow her, as he had done before, when a deep voice stopped him. "Well. So it was you, young Deku." Izuku jumped and turned around immediately. Best Jeanist watched him with his arms crossed, his expression serene but inquisitive, like someone who already knows the answer before asking the question. Mr. Jeanist." Izuku stammered, trying to maintain his composure. "It's not what it looks like, I swear." "Oh, really?" the hero replied calmly. "Then explain why I've seen you following her several times. I don't want to misinterpret your intentions." Izuku lowered his head, nervously moving his hands. "It's not because of that, I promise. I'm not harassing her or anything like that. It's just that I'm worried about Mirko-san." Jeanist observed him silently for a few seconds before speaking. "So you finally figured it out?" Izuku looked up. "Do you mean that she's not well?" The older hero nodded slowly. "Exactly. Even if he hides it, all of us who have spent time in the field know how to read that kind of thing." "Yes." Izuku replied in a whisper. "I've noticed it for weeks now. But I don't know how to help her." Jeanist looked at him carefully, assessing him. "So tell me, Deku. Why the insistence? There are hundreds of heroes who also carry wounds, both physical and mental. Why her?" Izuku took a deep breath. His gaze became steady, with that gleam that had defined him since the first day someone called him hero. "Because it doesn't matter who she is," she said with conviction. "Even if she's the strongest, even if she's the proudest. If she needs help, she'll have it. She fought like few others during the war. She gave everything she had, even when it meant losing her arms and a leg. If she now carries that pain alone, then someone has to remind her that she is not alone. And if nobody else does it, I'll do it myself." The silence lasted a few seconds. Jeanist looked at him, without a trace of mockery or doubt, and then smiled proudly. A response worthy of a true hero. Izuku blushed, looking down. "So, have you thought about how to do it?" the man asked, giving him a light nudge with his elbow. "Or will you continue watching her from the shadows?" Izuku laughed nervously. "I've been thinking about talking to her, but I think it would make her uncomfortable. Or she might think I pity her, and that would be the worst thing. That's why I want to do it right. I don't know how." Jeanist raised an eyebrow. "What if you do it with words, but without being present?" Izuku blinked. "What did you say?" "A letter, Deku. Write her a letter. Sometimes words come across better when they're not forced by someone." For a moment, Izuku remained motionless. Then his eyes snapped open, as if he had just seen a way out in the darkness. "That's it," she exclaimed with a sudden smile. "A letter. I can write her a letter." Without thinking, she took a step back, preparing to run. But before she did, she turned to Jeanist with obvious doubt. "But do you think she'll read it? She probably gets a lot of fan mail." Jeanist let out a soft laugh. "Leave that to me, lad. Just make sure you write something worth reading. I'll see to it that the letter reaches them." Izuku smiled broadly, with that energy of his that illuminated any tired corner of the world. "Then I'll do it. I saw a small post office that's still open a few blocks down." Jeanist crossed his arms, pleased. "In that case, what are you waiting for, hero? Go and write that letter." And without further ado, Izuku ran off, his heart pounding and his determination renewed with every step. He didn't know if she would read his letter, or if his words would be enough. But for the first time in a long time, he felt he could do more than just watch from afar. 7 months after the war. And that's how we got to this. From that enlightenment by Best Jeanist, Izuku began sending letters twice a week to Rumi through a small post office he helped keep running with financial contributions. Each letter was different from the last. Or at least, that's what he tried to make it. Izuku wasn't exactly good at talking to people face to face. But writing was different. It was his gift. Well, partly his gift. He has a small flaw, one that didn't matter whether it was in spoken or written words, something that inevitably ended up making him express things in a special way. Yes, let's say special. It seems your letters have been helping Mirko. Genis said calmly as he sipped a banana smoothie, sitting on a piece of rubble. Beside him, Izuku held a chocolate milkshake with both hands. That's a relief. The boy murmured, smiling gently as his gaze drifted off into the horizon. Since the letters had started arriving for Rumi, she seemed a little better. She still projected that strong, unwavering image, but now, from time to time, she allowed herself to rest, relax, soften her gaze. Even in combat, she seemed calmer. Well, as calm as someone can be who's still breaking bones with a smile. Although, that sounded strange when I thought about it. And what do you usually write in those letters? Tsunagu asked curiously, turning his face towards Izuku. Izuku blushed instantly. Well. I write things that I'd like to hear. She whispered the last part with a hint of sadness, remembering that the only person, besides her mother, who remained her constant support was Anan Kuris. Just thinking about her brought a small smile to his face. I suppose those words have worked well for you so far. Genis remarked, his tone seeming to hold something more, enough to pique Izuku's curiosity. Huh? What do you mean? He asked, tilting his head. I mean, don't you think it could get repetitive? Izuku froze. It's true. He thought, bringing both hands to his face. The idea that Rumi might get bored of reading the same thing over and over terrified him. Even for him, it would be exhausting to receive identical messages all the time. Mr. Genis. What can I do to prevent that? He asked, almost squealing, causing the fiber hero to suppress his laughter. Genis just watched him with a mixture of amusement and tenderness as the boy began his classic spiral of nervous murmurs. What if I sent her carrots? No, that would be offensive, she'd think I was comparing her to a rabbit. Maybe if I draw decorations on the letters. No, that would seem stalkerish. Or if I changed the handwriting, although that. Genis couldn't help but laugh and gave him a light tap on the head with his knuckles to snap him out of his trance. Relax, young Midoriya. You just need to tweak the formula of your cards a little. He said calmly, taking another sip of his smoothie. Izuku tilted his head, confused. Anything more specific? Well, I've never been one for writing letters. Tsunagu replied with a slight smile. I prefer to talk face to face. But when I receive fan letters, some contain compliments, little phrases, or details that manage to bring a smile to my face. So, should I compliment her? Izuku asked, now completely red. The mere thought made him nervous. It was hard enough writing clearly without stumbling, and now he had to think of compliments. And compliments directed at a woman. A very pretty one, too. Not necessarily compliments. Genis clarified, setting his glass aside. Just something you know will make her smile. You already encourage her, you already support her. But what if you also make her smile a little? Or weren't you the hero who bore the full weight of the war just to bring smiles back to people's faces? Izuku stared at him for a few seconds, processing those words. Until his expression changed. His eyes shone with determination. Of course. He exclaimed loudly, standing up. He uncorked the smoothie and downed it in one gulp before declaring with all his characteristic energy. Excuse me, Mr. Genis. I'm going to write a letter to Mirko-san. And without waiting for a response, he activated One for All and shot off, leaving behind a cloud of dust and the amused laughter of the fiber hero. Genis watched him leave, crossing his arms and letting out a small smile. Something told him that everything they were building, those letters, that curious determination, would end up having a result that even he could not foresee. And, honestly, he was thrilled to witness it. It was already night at UA, and Izuku's room was barely illuminated by the glow of his monitor. The young hero had a cup of cold tea beside him, crumpled leaves scattered about, and a frown of frustration on his face. His original plan had been simple. As soon as he returned from the rescue zone, he would write the letter to Mirko. But of course, he hadn't counted on having a long work session scheduled with Anan that same day to review the new adjustments to his suit. Now, hours later, all he had in front of him was a sheet of paper covered in half-finished sentences, crossed out words everywhere, and clear evidence of a lost battle with words. The part about encouragement and support was already done. He hadn't had any trouble with that. But how could he make Mirko smile? Izuku let his head fall onto the desk, letting out a long sigh. Come on, Midoriya. You can plan battle strategies in seconds, and you can't write a decent letter. He muttered to himself, gently tapping his forehead against the wood. And then he remembered. The internet existed. With renewed determination and a little fear, she opened her laptop. She typed the first thing that came to mind. How to make a woman smile with a letter. Here is one of Izuku Midoriya's great flaws, the same one that often goes unnoticed among so many heroic virtues. He doesn't know how to formulate his thoughts well when he feels nervous or embarrassed. It can analyze combat patterns in seconds, design complex strategies, and even predict an enemy's movement with surgical precision. But simply putting it in front of an emotional conversation, even worse, in front of a woman, is enough to make its brain short-circuit. His words become tangled, his ideas dissolve, and his admirable intelligence plummets, leaving him as an awkward jumble of disconnected phrases and uncomfortable silences. Or worse. Although we'll see that in a few moments. The result wasn't exactly what I expected. The first page was a forum titled 10 Phrases to Win Her Over with a Romantic Letter. The second, How to Write to the Girl You Like and Not Die of Embarrassment. The third, Best Not to Mention It. Izuku froze, his face completely red. No, 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 no. That's not what I mean. He whispered, dimming the screen as if someone could see him. But of course, his curiosity and determination won out. He continued reading excerpts, trying to adapt the ideas without them sounding romantic, although each attempt ended worse than the last. Tell her that her smile brightens your days. Let her know you think about her constantly. Share how you feel every time you see her. Izuku put his hands to his face, exhaling in despair. That sounds awful. She's going to think I'm a stalker. For a moment, she considered leaving the letter as it was. It was simple, direct, and uncomplicated. But then she remembered Mirko's expression that day. That barely perceptible grimace of pain, that way she breathed heavier when she thought no one was watching. No. He couldn't give up. If I can make him feel better, even just a little, then I have to do it right, he said firmly, looking at his reflection in the dark screen. So he went back to paper, pencil, and his heart. Between unfinished sentences, improvised metaphors, and existential doubts about whether or not to add an exclamation mark with cheer up, Izuku Midoriya spent the entire night crafting his letter. She wasn't perfect, nor elegant, but she carried in every word the same sincerity with which he did everything. Awkward, confused, and completely honest. And without knowing it, that letter, born amid insecurities, blushes and searching and suspicious blogs, would be the one that would change something in Rumi Isagayama's heart. 2 days later. Rumi Isagayama arrived at her apartment, and for the first time in a long time, the place didn't feel like a cave. The lights worked, the curtains were clean, the floor was dust-free, and there was even a faint citrus scent in the air. It wasn't just an aesthetic improvement. This order also reflected the calm she was slowly regaining, thanks to those anonymous letters signed with a simple I am. She let out a tired sigh and stretched a little, thinking about preparing some dinner, when there was a knock at the door. When she opened it, she found little Dai, the postal worker, holding an envelope in his hands. "Good evening, Miss Mirko." He greeted her with a somewhat awkward bow. "Good evening, Shorty." She replied in her firm tone, though less curt than usual. She took the letter and gently ruffled his hair. "Thank you for bringing it." "Why yes, of course." He stammered, and before leaving, Rumi left him some coins as a tip. She closed the door and placed the envelope on the kitchen counter, along with some bills and papers from the day. Her gaze lingered on the sender. "I am." A small smile touched her lips, and for the first time all day, she felt her chest warmer. She set the letter aside and began cooking something simple. Stir-fried vegetables with chicken. She found the routine pleasant, almost therapeutic. Once the meal was ready, she sat down at the table, her plate and the letter beside her. As she ate, she picked up the envelope and opened it with curiosity. The handwriting was firm, somewhat cramped, as if the writer were focused on not making a mistake. The first part was the usual. Words of encouragement, of sincere support, with a sensitivity that contrasted sharply with the harshness of the world they lived in. "I've seen you stay strong, even when everything seems to be falling apart. You're an example to many, even if you don't realize it. But even the strongest heroes deserve to rest. There's no shame in taking a break, or in letting others help carry the weight." Rumi paused for a moment, lowering the letter with a faint smile. She felt strangely comforted by those lines. But as she continued reading, she noticed something else at the end, written in fresher ink, as if it had been added later. "And besides, you have a very pretty smile. I should see you smile more often. Surely the world would look prettier if you lit it up with that beautiful face of yours." Rumi choked on a piece of chicken. She coughed violently as her ears twitched restlessly. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, his voice trembling, staring at the letter as if he had just bitten into it. This is where the great flaw of the mysterious I am came into play. And that's what I meant by even worse. Izuku Midoriya was brilliant, analytical, a genius in combat and strategy. But when it came to emotions or expressing himself around a woman, his knack for logic vanished completely. His mind would become tangled, his tongue would stumble, and his brain would seem to melt, resulting in 3 possible outcomes. Uncontrollable stuttering, incoherent sentences. Or, as in this case, a completely distorted message. Just remember how he phrased the request he made to Nomuri. Because what Izuku really wanted to write was something much simpler. And also, "I think your smile inspires strength. I hope you can smile more, not because you have to, but because you deserve it." But of course, between his clumsiness and his nerves, the words ended up sounding suspiciously romantic. Rumi looked at the letter again, her cheeks barely flushed, and let out a snort that was both amused and confused. What's wrong with this idiot? She muttered, looking away with an involuntary smile before taking another bite of her dinner. The silence of the apartment filled the air again, but now, amidst the sounds of cutlery and the wall clock, there was a different detail. Rumi was smiling. Days later. The sun was beginning to set behind the buildings when Mirko finished defeating the villain. Her breathing was ragged, not from extreme exhaustion, but from the adrenaline of the fight. Her muscles still throbbed with energy, the mechanical leg whirred slightly as reporters and the few civilians present surrounded her, bombarding her with questions and compliments, as if it were an impromptu festival. A few meters away, amidst the crowd, two figures watched unseen. Izuku Midoriya and Best Jeanist followed every movement with attention. "So you managed to make that last letter different?" Jeanist asked in a low voice, without taking his eyes off the heroine. Izuku, with his hands in his pockets, nodded somewhat uncomfortably. "Yes. I wanted to do something more personal, something that might cheer her up more. But I'm not sure if I did it right," he said, blushing slightly. "I feel like I messed it up a little." Jeanist crossed his arms with a calm smile. "Maybe, maybe not. We'll know in a few days, don't you think?" As they spoke, camera flashes continued to illuminate Mirko. One of the reporters stepped forward with his microphone held high. "Mirko. Are you alright after the fight? Did you suffer any injuries?" Rumi barely turned her face, her expression still fierce, but serene. "I'm fine. It was just a little movement," she replied in her usual firm tone. "We've noticed she seems more relaxed lately, haven't we?" A reporter interjected with a nervous smile. "Even calmer." Rumi raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. "Really? Well, I guess maybe," he murmured, looking down for a moment. She was about to leave, but then her thoughts crossed with those words from the letter. "And besides, you have a very pretty smile, I should see you smile more often. Surely the world would look prettier if you lit it up with that beautiful face of yours." She stopped, took a deep breath. And something in her chest softened. Without thinking much, she turned on her heels and, in front of everyone present, smiled. It wasn't a flashy, magazine-worthy smile. It was something gentle, sincere, almost intimate. A warm smile that, for a few seconds, silenced the world. The reporters froze, and one even dropped his camera, making a thud on the pavement. "Thank you for your concern, but I have more work to do," Rumi said matter-of-factly, regaining her combative attitude as she strode off. The murmuring faded away, and in the corner, Jeanist stood with his eyes wide open, as if he had just witnessed a miracle. Her hands were trembling slightly. "Did you see her?" he whispered, unable to believe it. Izuku, on the other hand, was smiling, with that mixture of relief and happiness so characteristic of him. "That's enough for me," he said, gazing into the distance. "If I can make her smile, then I'll keep writing. I'll try harder." Jeanist glanced at him sideways, still not fully processing it, and blurted out, almost terrified and amazed at the same time. "What the hell was in that letter?" Steam still hung in the air when Rumi stepped out of the shower. The towel rested on her shoulders, her damp hair fell in disarray down her back, and the mirror, covered in condensation, barely reflected her silhouette. She exhaled, releasing the accumulated fatigue of the last few days. She had been patrolling relentlessly, perhaps more than she should have, but after what had happened in that last fight, she couldn't stay still. As she walked down the hallway, she bent down to pick up something sticking out from under the door. They were two white envelopes, neatly folded. "You again," he murmured with a sigh that was both tired and amused. He left one on the table and opened the other as he walked towards the kitchen. The scent of soap still clung to her skin as she unfolded the sheet of paper. The handwriting was unmistakable. Firm, neat, with a slight slant to the right. "I've noticed how you maintain a steady gaze even when everything seems uncertain. Not all heroes manage to sustain that determination without losing themselves. Sometimes, the hardest thing isn't facing danger, but staying calm when everyone is watching you, looking for a sign that everything will be alright. That's why I admire your way of seeing things, that confidence you convey even when things look bad. I suppose that without realizing it, you help others believe in themselves." Rumi barely smiled. Sounds like something a fan with a bit of common sense would say," she said mockingly, but without denying that the message had touched her. He continued reading. "You have beautiful eyes. Not just because of their color, but because when you look at them, it seems like nothing can go wrong." He stood motionless for a moment. He blinked. Then he snorted with a mixture of nervous laughter and disbelief. "Oh no. This guy's definitely out of his mind. Beautiful eyes. What on earth is that?" He snorted, throwing the card on the table, but his face had acquired a slight blush that didn't disappear so easily. She tried to ignore it. She made something to eat, checked her messages, got dressed. But every time she passed the letter, she felt like the paper was looking back at her. In the end, she couldn't resist and picked it up again, silently rereading that last line. His expression softened slightly. TCH. I guess he didn't mean it that way. She muttered, more to herself than to justify it. Maybe he meant something else. But the truth was that, without knowing why, he slept a little better that night. But what our child meant was, the way you look inspires confidence. When I first saw you, I understood why people can follow you without hesitation. Your eyes reflect not only strength, but also hope. That's why I wanted to say they are beautiful, not because of their color or shape, but because of what they convey. The door closed with a dull thud. Rumi took off her soaked jacket and hung it on the coat rack, leaving a small puddle at her feet. She had been patrolling in the rain for hours, and the smell of wet earth and asphalt clung to her clothes. He let out a groan of exhaustion. That's when he noticed it. Another white envelope, folded precisely and placed right by the door. She rolled her eyes. Seriously, kid? Don't you ever sleep? He muttered as he bent down to pick him up. She sank down onto the sofa, stretching her legs, and tore open the envelope with a brusque movement. The sheet was dry, scented with that faint smell of fresh ink. He read, at first without much attention. Until his frown began to relax. I've seen you fight many times, even when the battle seems endless. The funny thing is, no matter how tough the fight is, you always end up standing tall. That made me think about how symbolic your hair is. Always free, always moving as if it were fighting alongside you. It's an image of strength that needs no words. A reminder that nothing can bind you or stop you. I suppose that's why so many follow you with such conviction. Because even the way you move seems to scream freedom. Rumi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Up to that point, it all sounded reasonably poetic coming from a dedicated fan. But then came the final part. You have beautiful hair. I don't know if it's because of how it shines in the wind or because it seems as unruly as you are, but I couldn't help but notice. What? Rumi let out a short, almost incredulous laugh. This guy's actually asking to be kicked. She tried to put the letter away without paying it any more attention, but as she passed the mirror, something stopped her. Her hair, still damp and tousled, fell in untidy strands over her shoulders. For a second, she stared at her reflection. So much time had passed without paying attention to herself, without stopping to think about how she looked outside the battlefield. That silly phrase, however ridiculous it sounded, brought a small, sincere smile to her face. Beautiful, isn't it? What nonsense. She murmured, but with an amused glint in her eyes. She placed the letter on the shelf and, before going to sleep, looked at it one last time. Perhaps it wasn't such a silly idea after all. In Izuku's mind, it sounded different. Your hair reminds me of freedom. It always moves as if it has a life of its own, as if it refuses to stay still, just like you. It's a way of saying that nothing can bind you, not even the pressure of the heroic world. That's why I mentioned it. Because watching it flow when you fight is inspiring. It wasn't about appearances, it was about what it symbolizes. The clock was almost at midnight when Rumi turned off the television. She had just finished cleaning the last traces of dust on her coffee table, a recent habit she herself didn't quite understand, and just as she stretched to head to bed, she noticed something under her door. Something quite familiar. He didn't need to look too far to know what it was. She sighed, crossed her arms, and waited a few seconds before bending down to pick up the envelope that was sliding underneath. You're hopeless. He murmured, but a smile crossed his face before he could stop it. She turned off the lights, leaving only the bedside lamp on, and sat on the edge of the bed. She tore the envelope open carefully this time, as if afraid of breaking something important. I've thought a lot about what makes a hero strong. Many believe it's skill, resilience, or fame. But I think there's something more. It's the way you face things, even the painful ones. Sometimes you can see the weight of fatigue, that you carry wounds that don't always heal with time or rest. But even so, you don't give up. Not because you want to prove anything, but because it's who you are. There's something about you that exudes confidence, even when you're not speaking. That direct, honest way you look at things and act. I don't know, it makes you feel like everything will be alright. Perhaps that's why people trust you without hesitation. Because you don't just fight. You make others believe they can too. Rumi let the paper slide down her legs. She could feel a warmth in her chest, a mixture of pride and something she didn't want to name. Her fingers played with the edge of the envelope, lost in thought. Then he looked down at the last line, written in a tighter handwriting, as if the author had become nervous while writing it. Sometimes I think that if I had just a fraction of your strength, maybe I would also learn to be brave. Or at least, not to tremble so much when I think of you. Rumi's heart skipped a little. She read that sentence once, twice, 3 times. It was sweet. Too sweet. TCH. That idiot. He whispered with a soft, almost inaudible smile. She put the letter in her nightstand drawer, next to the others. She couldn't explain it, but each one weighed less than the last. They were a silent reminder that, out there, someone saw her as more than just a heroine, as more than just a fighter. Someone saw her as a person. If we get inside Izuku's head, what he really meant was, sometimes I think that if I had just a fraction of your strength, maybe I would also learn not to be afraid when facing the battlefield. Or at least, to stay calm when I think about what you did that day. When you broke that rock villain's back. 2 months have passed. The I am letters are now a natural part of Rumi's routine. She won't admit it, but she awaits each one with a smile that she denies as soon as someone mentions it. Her apartment, now full of life, smells of freshly brewed coffee. Outside, the afternoon slowly fades and the sky turns orange. Rumi arrives exhausted. She has just finished an operation against some villains who were looting an industrial zone. Despite her fatigue, she has a different energy. She no longer drags her feet or carries that perpetual shadow of annoyance that used to accompany her. She leaves her jacket on the back of the sofa, stretches out her arms and then sees it. The cream-colored envelope waiting on her kitchen counter. Dai, the messenger, had learned to leave her right there, where he knew she would see him first. TSK. As punctual as ever, dwarf. He says, smiling, before opening the envelope with a robotic hand still covered in dust. She sits down, with her legs crossed, and begins to read. I guess there's no easy way to say this without sounding like a nosy fool, but I think you're getting too used to fighting alone. Don't get me wrong, I know you're amazing on your own, that's more than proven, but even the best need someone to have their back from time to time. Perhaps it's because solitude feels comfortable when one is used to winning, but I don't know, Rumi, there are battles that become lighter when you share them. You don't have to do everything alone. Not always. Sometimes I think burdens feel lighter when someone else is there, sharing them with you. And, well, if the day ever comes when you need support or company or just someone to be there, I'd like to be that person. To be with you, by your side. Not just to help you, but to stay. Rumi remained completely still. The silence became so thick that even the ticking of the clock seemed to stop. What? He blinked, his ears barely trembling. He reread the last line. Once. Twice. 3 times. And then the heat rose to his face so quickly that he ended up slapping his cheeks with both hands. What the hell? Is this idiot? Is he flirting with me now? What kind of letter is this? A confession. Rumi stood up abruptly, pacing in circles around the room. Her heart was pounding, an impossible mixture of embarrassment, surprise, and a kind of joy that was killing her. It can't be that this fool is saying that to me. She grumbled, but the blush wouldn't go away. She slumped back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling with a nervous smile she couldn't suppress. For a moment, he imagined the face of the mysterious I am. She had never seen him, never heard his voice. But in her mind she pictured him as a mixture of calm and awkward. A strange, sweet yet strong guy. And suddenly, unable to stop herself, she laughed. Heh. By my side, huh? What an adorable idiot. Still with flushed cheeks, she took the letter and read it again, this time with a different gleam in her eyes. A glow that wasn't just tenderness. It was fire, inspiration, something that was transforming inside her. He looked around. His house, his life, his routine. Everything had gradually changed since those letters started arriving. And for the first time, Rumi thought beyond the next fight, the next villain. Perhaps, he thought, he did need a team. Not to depend on someone. But to share what he had learned. TSK. An agency, huh? He muttered, holding the letter up to the light of the setting sun. Maybe it doesn't sound so bad. A slow, genuine smile curved her lips. Although if I ever meet this guy, I'm going to punch him in the face for making me think like that. And then, quietly, he added. But only a little. Rumi placed the letter on her chest and closed her eyes, chuckling. Definitely. This idiot is going to be my downfall. Well, Izuku is someone strange. You don't have to do it all alone. Not always. I've seen you fight relentlessly, even when no one else can keep up. But even the strongest heroes should have someone to back them up. I'd like to be able to work alongside you someday, fight with you, learn from you. To be with you, shoulder to shoulder, as companions. That's all. Izuku thinks he's cooking up the best emotional support letter, when in reality he almost proposed marriage. Present. Rumi was still in her office, reclining in her favorite armchair, legs crossed and ears twitching. The letter rested on her lap, and for a moment she simply felt its texture with both hands, a luxury that still felt strange to her, thanks to the tactile sensors of her new prosthetics. The paper was thick, slightly rough, with that characteristic smell that made her smile involuntarily. Tom Ford Noir Extreme. She murmured, bringing it to her nose and letting out a short sigh as she recognized the warm scent of amber, vanilla, and wood. I think she's already realized it's my favorite. The most embarrassing thing, though she'd never admit it out loud, was that she once bought the perfume just to check if it was really the one. And yes, she had to ask one of her employees to help her identify the brand because she knew nothing about perfumes. With a mixture of excitement and nervousness, she carefully tore open the envelope. The sound of the paper being opened filled the room and, for a second, the world shrank to that little piece of correspondence. "Alright, let's go," he murmured, settling into the armchair and putting his feet up on the table, as if preparing for a serious fight. "Let's see what you wrote to me this time." She unfolded the sheet of paper. The handwriting was firm, a little messy, like that of someone who tries too hard to sound natural and ends up writing nervously. "I'm still impressed by his last fight. I have no idea how he managed to stay on his feet after taking a hit like that. That spinning kick in the air was one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. The way he anticipated the villain's movement, the guy with the gravity quirk, was masterful. It seemed like he had calculated every detail, but at the same time he moved with a naturalness that, well, that you can't help but watch. I'm glad to see her so active again, so full of energy. I suppose that sounds strange, but watching her fight is inspiring, it really shakes you up inside. When he jumps, when he smiles right after winning. I don't know, there's something about that image that leaves me speechless. You have a strength that's felt not only in the blows you take, but in how you get back up, how you look at things, how you keep going even when everything hurts. And that, honestly, makes my heart race a little. Her beautiful presence makes everything around her seem to stop for a moment. In other words, my heart races with excitement. Sometimes I think the world stops when he appears. Everything seems to revolve around him, and all you can do is watch, trying not to forget him. It may sound exaggerated, but his mere presence has that kind of power. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I think the sky looks different when you're there. Take care, okay? Rumi read the letter once, twice, 3 times. By the 4th time, her ears were perked up and her tail was rhythmically tapping the sofa. Beautiful presence. She repeated softly, clutching the letter to her chest and pressing her lips together to stifle a laugh. This guy. He's crazy about me, huh? He tried not to make a big deal out of it. He failed miserably. She stood up, paced the office, and sat back down with a ragged sigh. Her cheeks were flushed, and every time she reread that part, her smile became uncontrollable. Her beautiful presence makes my heart race. He murmured, mimicking her tone as he bit his lip. TSK, what a silly way to put it. He sank into the armchair, hiding his face in his hands. But it's not bad. Her ears twitched from side to side, betraying her. A small sound of laughter, more like a squeal, escaped her involuntarily. At that moment, a male voice broke the calm. I never thought I'd see you like this, Rumi-san. The shock was instantaneous. Rumi jumped so high she would have shaken the table and spun around, her ears perked up. What the hell, Hakamata? He exclaimed, putting a hand to his chest. Best Jeanist was leaning against the window frame, with a smile as flawless as his hairstyle. Relax, I just came to say hello. His tone was playful, almost melodic. But I must admit, seeing you blush over a letter is a sight I never imagined I'd witness. Rumi glared at him, although the color in her cheeks still betrayed her. It's not what it looks like, okay? He grumbled, hiding the letter behind his back. Jeanist smiled elegantly, raising his eyebrows. Of course not, Usagi-sama-san. He gave a slight bow before adding. But don't worry, your secret is safe with me. She huffed, crossing her arms as her tail continued to wag, unable to hide how much that damn letter pleased her. I never thought Izuku's suggestion to write her a letter of encouragement would end up like this. Tsunagu Hakamata thought, leaning against the window frame, watching with a mixture of amusement and surprise, as the strongest woman in Japan tried to hide a small piece of paper among the sofa cushions. What kind of power or spell did that boy use to leave her like this? You know. She said, lowering her voice to that soft tone she used when she wanted to get his attention without shouting. I'm glad to see you like this. I remember the time I went to your apartment and your life was more shattered. He tried not to sound cruel, but there was no other way to explain it. It was the truth and he had no intention of sugarcoating it. Rumi snorted. Hakamata's presence made her uncomfortable, yes, but she couldn't deny that if it weren't for him, that first letter would have remained unread in some drawer. And that more than once, when she struggled to lift her head, it was he who came in with food, silence, or an excuse to keep her company. I suppose I owe you thanks. She murmured, her voice low and a blush she tried to hide by abruptly crossing her arms. The blond man bowed his head, pretending not to have heard her, but clearly relishing that stolen thank you. Huh? What did you say? She asked, feigning surprise. Thanks, you damn idiot. Rumi gritted her teeth. Her tone was angry, but the tips of her ears betrayed the sweetness of the moment. Hakamata let out a small elegant laugh that he couldn't suppress. He settled himself on the sofa next to her. His posture, though relaxed, exuded the elegance of someone who controlled every gesture. He crossed his legs with a poise that seemed designed for a fashion show. "Although you should really be thanking the author of the letters, don't you think?" he said matter-of-factly, as if that point were obvious. "Or will you deny that he was an important part of your recovery?" Rumi looked toward the wall, then toward the window, as if she could hide something in that gesture. The silence that followed was heavy. "Yes. I'd like to tell you so many things." She paused, and for a second her ears drooped, as if they weighed more than usual. "Who would have thought that a letter would make me rethink everything? Setting up the agency, not giving up completely, moving forward. Even though the phantom pains return from time to time, it's more bearable knowing that someone out there cares." Genus nodded gravely. In his role as the elder, a close figure more like a father or a stern uncle than a friend, he couldn't let Rumi swallow that silence. "You can't keep that bottled up," she said. "It's not healthy. You can't let it eat you up inside. Didn't you ever try to find out who he is?" Hakamada asked, with a feigned curiosity that was nonetheless tinged with genuine interest. Rumi snorted disdainfully. "I tried." He stood abruptly and approached the desk. His legs moved with purpose. His hands nimble, his fingers still, at times, recalling other battles. He unlocked the computer. For a moment, his expression hardened. The idea of tracking down the one who brought him peace filled him with a mixture of fear and hope. Genus stood beside her, not invading her space, but close enough to look at the screen with her. She opened a page. The citizen database, that cold, exhaustive tool that stored the names of all Japanese people. Rumi typed the initials IM, and the list appeared. "Miles," she murmured, as if the volume had hit her. Rows and rows of names appeared. Impossible to know among so many who was the person behind the letters. "It's impossible," Rumi said. "I have no idea where to begin." Genus watched the screen with a patience that bordered on tenderness. She knew him well. She knew that if she left him alone, he would give up again and turn off the monitor. He wouldn't allow that to happen. "What if you do it by elimination?" he suggested, with a fatherly calm. "Try with a few candidates. One by one." Rumi looked at him as if the proposal seemed absurd to her. "Test them one by one? And how exactly do you do that?" Her tone was a mixture of disbelief and a touch of irony, because the idea was laborious even for someone as meticulous as her. Genus rolled his eyes, feigning weariness, and picked up the mouse with a delicate hand. He scrolled down the list, pretending his finger was pointing randomly. Coincidentally, his index finger landed on a name. Midoriya, Izuku. Isn't that the Deku?" Rumi asked, tilting her head with that mixture of surprise and disbelief that arises when a tiny, familiar world crosses paths with a huge, famous one. "Yes." Genus replied with a nod of approval, without much haste. "That's the one. And besides, he looks like he'd send letters." Rumi glared at him, but her heart skipped a beat. Izuku Midoriya. The name evoked youth, hard work, a hero who had earned every inch of his nickname. But the Izuku who defeated Shigaraki. Was he really capable of sitting down to write such clumsy, intimate letters? Doubt struck her, and the idea tempted her. "I'm not sure," she said softly. "It could be. It might not be." Genus, who was already noticeably impatient and worried that Rumi might back out, gently nudged her towards the decision. "Try it," she said firmly. "Start with him. What do you have to lose? Send him a letter. Write down how you feel. If you want to say thank you, say so. If you want to know who he is, ask him. You can't let this remain just what could have been." Rumi looked at him, incredulous. The proposal sounded like sheer madness. She remained silent for a long moment as the shadows of the afternoon lengthened and crept through the window. Then, almost in a whisper, she promised. "I'll try." The blond man gave a satisfied smile and patted him on the shoulder. "That's all I wanted to hear." A warm silence fell between them. Rumi sat back down, picked up the letter with hands that now seemed less trembling and more determined. She tucked the thought away somewhere where small acts of courage were stored and looked at Genus with sincere gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered. "For all of this. For not leaving me alone." Genus tilted his head, pleased. "I don't mention it much, but yes, I'm unbearable because I care about you." Her tone was serious, but there was a spark of affection that escaped her unbidden. Rumi, visibly blushing again, reluctantly gave him a shove. "Shut up." But he didn't say it with his usual force. The words sounded more like a pact between the two of them. The silence was broken when Genus, with his usual curiosity, looked at the letter she was still clutching to her chest. "Can I read it?" she asked, with that mixture of polite mischief and genuine longing. "Go to hell." Rumi exploded, both fired up and cowering at the same time. "I'll never let you read a letter again." Genus, feigning offense, placed a hand over his heart. "You've never let me read any of your letters," she complained with feigned bitterness. "Is it so hard to share a secret with me?" She threw a pillow at him with calculated force. He dodged it with exaggerated grace and, between stifled laughs, said, "Okay, okay. But when you write it, you let me read it, okay?" he asked, more serious now. Rumi glared at him, shook her head, and pressed her lips together, but the promise hung in the air between them. Genius looked at her with protective tenderness, and for the first time that afternoon, Rumi made no attempt to hide how happy she was to have someone like him by her side. "Oh, blessed Monday. Many hate Mondays. Me too. Sometimes. Of course, only if I wake up with a hangover. But if I didn't drink the night before or I spent it at my partner's place, then I don't suffer as much. Although there are two beings, who enjoy Mondays. And no, I'm not talking about the representative of Class 3A, Tenuida. I'm talking about Izuku Midoriya, who at that moment was standing in front of some enormous metal gates. It was 5 in the afternoon. The sun was beginning to set over Japan, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink. The air smelled of distant rain, and the wind was fresh enough to stir the dry leaves from the path. Everything felt serene. Except for the place I was about to enter. The sound of metal clattering on the rails echoed through the air as the gates opened. Izuku stepped forward with a firm, though slightly nervous, stride, carrying 2 bags. One with snacks, sweets, and desserts, and the other with peach juice and yogurt. The main corridor greeted him with its familiar white glow. Smooth walls, gray tones, discreet cameras in the corners. The intense light used to bother him at first, but not anymore. Now, this place felt strangely welcoming. "Hey, Izuku-kun. Good afternoon." A deep voice greeted. A tall man in uniform approached, raising a hand. "Good afternoon, Captain Tetsu. How are you?" Izuku replied with a friendly smile. Well, did you come to see her?" the man asked with a light laugh. "Although I don't even know why I ask anymore, since it's always because of her that you come." Izuku blushed instantly. "Why yes. I came to see her," he said, scratching the back of his neck. "Do you want some yogurt?" he added suddenly, holding out one of the bags. The captain shook his head with both hands, laughing. No. You know how she is. Then she gets mad when we take her things." He shook his head again, amused to remember the scoldings Izuku received every time he tried to share the desserts. "Well, I'll leave you now, I have to go on patrol," the man added before turning around. Izuku nodded and continued on his way, but the captain called him again. "Hey Izuku." The young man turned around curiously. "Nice haircut. And look at that face. Are you finally going to confess your feelings?" she shouted, laughing. Izuku froze. His face turned bright red, and the words tumbled out of his mouth. I. And no. It's just that. The man let out an even louder laugh and continued walking. Izuku sighed, placing a hand on his chest. "Thank you," she murmured, with an embarrassed smile. The tour continued amid greetings and pats on the shoulder. "Midoriya, it's great to see you again," a guard shouted from his booth. "You brought us candy, right?" joked another one while taking attendance. Some prisoners even waved to him from behind bulletproof glass or bowed their heads. Izuku responded to everyone with that warm gesture of his, a mixture of shyness and sincerity that made him impossible to hate. A couple of officers were watching the scene from the entrance of the visitors' wing. "Hey, why does that guy just walk right in like it's his own house? They don't even check him?" a rookie asked, intrigued. The other one, more veteran, burst out laughing. "Don't talk nonsense. It's Izuku. Everyone here loves him. Even the prisoners." "Oh really? Of course, he's a cinnamon roll," the older man replied with a nostalgic smile. "He always brings pastries, helps out when there's trouble, and never judges anyone. If this guy says good afternoon to you, your day gets better, trust me." The young guard nodded, watching Izuku walk away, with his calm gait and those bags that he seemed to carry with more affection than weight. Finally, he arrived at the door of the visitors' area. The guard on duty nodded silently and pressed the button to open. The sound of electric locks echoed in the hallway. Izuku took a step inside. "You arrived 4 minutes late, Izuku." The woman's voice, firm yet gentle, stopped him in his tracks. He jumped, then smiled nervously, lowering his head slightly. I'm so sorry. Kaina-san." On the other side, at the metal table, she was already seated. Waiting. And, judging by her expression, counting the seconds. 4 minutes late. She said as soon as she saw him, feigning indignation as she crossed her arms. 4. Hole. Izuku nervously almost dropped what he was carrying. I'm sorry. There was traffic on the South Bridge and… So? He interrupted, slowly raising an eyebrow. "How do you plan to repay your 4-minute debt, Midoriya Izuku?" His tone was so serious that Izuku straightened up instantly. "I can. Stay 4 more minutes," he replied, almost as if it were a confession. She watched him without saying anything, resting her chin on one hand. I'm not sure that's enough." Izuku swallowed. 10 minutes? He asked. She shook her head. 20. He denied it again, without looking away. 40. And that's my maximum. He finally said, shrugging his shoulders. Then she smiled slightly, amused. It depends. She murmured. If those 4 minutes were for you to come looking so well dressed, maybe I'll forgive you. Izuku blinked again, not understanding immediately. Is it really that good? She said, letting her gaze travel over him with almost deliberate slowness. Cut hair, ironed shirt, decent pants. What is this, Midoriya? Are you going to flirt with me or why are you putting on these clothes? Izuku blushed instantly. And no. I just thought. Well, I was coming to visit you, and you wanted me to see you looking handsome. She finished for him, without losing her smile. How thoughtful. Izuku looked at her with a mixture of embarrassment and resignation. I brought things. She said, trying to change the subject as she placed the bags on the table. There. Cheesecakes, yogurt, some sweets, and jasmine tea. Jasmine tea? She repeated, with faint surprise. Just look at you. Every time you come, you raise the bar. It's nothing. I thought you'd like it. He said in a low voice, rubbing the back of his neck. She watched him for a few more seconds, and her expression softened slightly. You're something else, you know. He muttered, resting his elbows on the table and interlacing his fingers. Nobody's forcing you to come, nobody's asking you to bring anything. And yet you do it anyway. I already told you. Izuku replied with a shy smile. You don't have to do everything alone. MMH. She tilted her head, squinting. You sound like you're trying to convince yourself of that. He chuckled nervously, then looked up again. Maybe. He admitted. But I still like coming here. She smiled, this time without sarcasm. So. I guess I'll forgive you the 4 minutes. He winked. Although I can't promise not to charge you for them later. Izuku sighed with a tired smile. I knew you were going to say that. And yet you still came. She retorted mischievously. You're so easy to read, Midoriya. Izuku sat down across from her at the metal table, letting out a soft sigh. Silence settled between them for a few minutes, broken only by the rustling of plastic as Kaina began rummaging through the bag for yogurt. It had become a Monday ritual. Izuku Midoriya would visit Kaina Tsutsumi, who was serving her sentence there. Unlike other prisoners, she was allowed to interact with him directly, without barriers or handcuffs, only with the quirk restraints. All thanks to the trust Izuku had earned. And the formal request he himself had made to see her like this. So, Izuku-kun. She broke the silence, taking out her spoon and opening the yogurt with a click. Any news? She asked, taking the first bite with the calm of someone who enjoys teasing. Izuku cleared his throat, searching for the least awkward way to start. Well. As you can see, I decided to make some changes. He said, rubbing the back of his neck. You know, to look more normal. A blush crept up her cheeks before she could finish the sentence. Despite the positive comments she'd received lately, she still wasn't used to her new look. She placed a hand on her chest with feigned disappointment and put the yogurt down on the table. And no, it's. Well, be partially. But. He tried to explain, but the words got tangled up between embarrassment and the fear of having disappointed her. Kaina let out a soft laugh and took the yogurt again. Relax, Freckles. She said, in that playful tone she often used to disarm him. Tell your beautiful friend Kaina exactly what happened. Izuku hesitated. He thought about it seriously. He knew that if he told her, she wouldn't just laugh. She would mock him every chance she got. But. It was Kaina. And although it embarrassed him, he hadn't missed a single Monday in almost 2 years. I'm just asking you not to laugh too loud. She finally said, looking down. I'll try. She crooned cheekily as she took a piece of the cheesecake Izuku had brought her. Izuku sighed. He gathered courage. And resignation. The thing is, as you know, I haven't gone out with my friends since the war ended. A real shy guy. Kaina muttered amusedly, taking a spoonful of the cake. Kaina. He growled, blushing and annoyed at the same time, while she just shrugged with feigned innocence. The thing is. Izuku continued with a defeated sigh. On Friday, they came to the workshop while I was working and asked me if I wanted to go to a party with them. And even though at first I was going to say no. They convinced me. You? The party? Kaina let out a disbelieving laugh, pointing at him with her spoon. Doesn't sound like a good idea. I find it hard to believe you've come out of your cave. Yes, I know. He admitted, scratching his head with an awkward smile. It's hard to believe. It was my first outing with them since the end of the war. I tried to dress the way I always do. You know, my sweatshirt, sweatpants and my red sneakers. Kaina rolled her eyes, suppressing a smile. That outfit is almost like his default skin. She thought. She could see him in her mind. The same old boy, disheveled but with that awkward air that, for some reason, she found endearing. They told me I wasn't appropriate for a party. Izuku continued, shrugging. So they took me to the mall to buy some clothes. They picked out this outfit you see here. It looks good on you. Kaina said bluntly. Izuku murmured a small thank you that was almost lost among the sounds of the place. I suppose you went to get your hair cut after that, didn't you? She asked, raising an eyebrow. No, the hair thing was yesterday. He admitted, already sweating from Kaina's curious gaze. So? She encouraged him to continue. Izuku lowered his voice slightly, resigned. When I got to the party, everyone started talking to girls, drinking. And I just stood in a corner, not knowing what to do. Then Shinsu came up to me and told me to talk to someone, not to be scared, you know. Kaina stopped eating. Her attention was completely focused on him. This is going to get good. He whispered with a mischievous smile, leaning slightly across the table. And then. Izuku swallowed. I went up to a girl and talked to her. But she rejected me. He whispered so fast and low it was barely understandable. Huh? What did you say, Izuku? Kaina asked with a suppressed smile. Of course she'd heard him, but it would be much more fun if he admitted it out loud. She rejected me. Already? Happy now? Izuku exclaimed, red to the ears, covering his face with both hands. As he relived one of the most embarrassing moments of his life, Kaina was on the verge of tears. But from laughter. Ha ha ha. No way. He laughed loudly. I can just imagine. You trying to talk to a girl. I bet you didn't even introduce yourself properly, did you? Izuku lowered his head even further, and that was all Kaina needed to confirm her theory. Her laughter filled the room, bouncing off the sterile, metallic walls, making even the guards on the other side of the glass smile involuntarily. Phew. She tried to calm herself, covering her mouth with one hand. Okay. And what else happened? Because that look of yours tells me the story doesn't end there. Not anymore. Izuku murmured, letting his forehead fall onto the table with a slight, resigned thump. Kaina sighed with amusement, and without saying a word, she got up from her seat. She walked around the table and sat down next to him, close enough to make him tense up immediately. Okay, forgive me. She whispered, running her fingers through his curly hair, gently ruffling it. I promise I won't laugh. This time. Izuku, half hidden in her arms, simply nodded with a slight movement. Kaina's fingers trailed down to his ear, barely brushing against it. He gave an involuntary start, letting out a small nervous laugh. You're very sensitive to caresses. She murmured mischievously. Anyone can feel ticklish in their ears. Izuku tried to justify himself, not daring to look at her. I'm not so sure about that. Kaina replied, with a feline smile, lowering her voice just to enjoy watching him shrink further in his seat. Meanwhile, in the observation cabin. Are you sure they're just friends? The younger guard asked, looking at the scene with some disbelief. Yes, just friends. The veteran replied without taking his eyes off the monitor. She tends to tease him like that. Once she accidentally knocked him unconscious when he was stretching and his shirt rode up a little. The poor guy fainted. We had to let him sleep in an empty cell. I even lent him a blanket. The rookie blinked. Are you afraid of women? I think so. The older one chuckled. He said once, while we were having coffee after a visit, that besides Kaina he only spoke to one of his teachers. The heroine 13, I think. Well, that's different. With her, she's his teacher, but with Kaina. The young man tilted his head slightly. I don't know, don't you feel there's something more? I mean, look at them. No. The older man shrugged. Kaina sees him as a friend. Her closest friend, in fact. And Izuku. Well, he still doesn't know how to categorize her. Back in the visiting room. Kaina slowly withdrew her hand and settled back into her seat. Izuku lifted his head, rubbing his cheeks to try and hide how much he had blushed. Okay. She sighed, trying to regain her composure. When that girl rejected me, I looked at Shinsu. And, I don't know why, I thought it would be a good idea to try again. Let me guess. Kaina interrupted confidently. Since you didn't know what to say, you asked her something about heroes. Or video games. Izuku looked at her in surprise. How do you know? You're easy to read, Izuku-kun. She replied, taking a sip of one of the juices he'd brought her, completely nonchalant. I imagine it was tough, but I expected it. You don't seem like someone who'd have much luck with girls. Why, you could have said it more gently. He murmured, sinking back into embarrassment. The thing is. She continued, forcing a smile. The next day I realized I'd neglected a lot of things in my life. I decided to change that. I asked Miss Midnight for help, and. Well, she agreed. Her first assignment was to cut my hair. As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out to take some gummy bears from the bag, but Kaina gently slapped her hand away. Hey. He complained, rubbing his fingers together. They're for me, if I remember correctly. She emphasized, stressing the me. The gummies are my favorite. You can have a cookie if you want. But the gummies. They're not for sharing. Izuku let out a resigned sigh and ended up choosing a package of only 4 Oreo cookies. Midnight, huh? Kaina repeated with a lopsided smile, resting her elbow on the table and her chin on her hand. I suppose with her help she'll turn you into quite the heartthrob. I imagine you'll start bringing flowers to all the guards any minute now. Izuku let out a tired sigh. Kaina. No, seriously. She interrupted, amused. What's next? Expensive perfume? A leather jacket? Advanced seduction classes? That's not it. He replied, somewhere between embarrassed and resigned. I just want to improve myself a little. You know, not look so sloppy. Kaina raised an eyebrow, taking a sip of her juice. Well, be careful, Midoriya-kun, because if you keep this up, you're going to break some hearts. Izuku looked down, awkwardly scratching the back of his neck. I don't think that'll happen. Ah, of course, because the geek's favorite hero has no idea of the effect he has. He joked, raising his eyebrows mischievously. He let out a nervous laugh, but didn't answer. The atmosphere gradually calmed down. Kaina finished her dessert and placed the empty containers to one side, resting her arms on the table. The white light from the ceiling fell upon them both, casting soft shadows across their faces. And you? Izuku asked, breaking the silence. How has your week been? My week? She repeated, gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling for a moment. Same old thing, Izuku. Work, routine checkup, a little training, and sleep. Nothing exciting. Well, at least the last one sounds good. He tried to cheer her up with a small smile. Sleep is the only thing they can't take away from you here. She replied with a shrug. Then, looking at him, her lips softened slightly. Although, if I'm honest, Mondays aren't so bad. He looked at her, curious. Why do you say that? Because you're here, silly. She gave him a slight smile, not mocking this time, and looked down at her hands. It's the only day I don't feel trapped. For a moment, Izuku didn't know what to say. The way she'd said it wasn't sarcastic or ironic. It was just a sincerity he rarely heard from her. Kaina. He murmured, in a low voice. She leaned back slightly, trying to regain her normal tone. Don't look at me like that, Midoriya. You know that if you get sentimental, I'll have to laugh at you again. Izuku barely smiled, shaking his head. You wouldn't. Oh, and what makes you think that? Because I know when you're faking it. His words took her by surprise. Kaina blinked, and for a second her expression changed. As if the facade of humor she always used cracked a little. The silence grew heavier, but not uncomfortable. He watched her with that calm, sincere green gaze, and she, without understanding why, felt her chest tighten. Izuku looked away, rubbing his hands together. Kaina, have you ever thought about leaving here? She looked at him. First with surprise, then with something deeper, almost vulnerable. Leave. She repeated in a whisper. Yes. He looked up, smiling shyly. I mean, not now, but someday. I'd like you to be able to see the sky without a fence in between. For a moment, all the noise in the place disappeared. The fans, the footsteps, even the light seemed to dim. Only the two of them remained, face to face. Kaina stared at him, and her purple eyes shone with something she didn't know how to hide. Izuku, he whispered, his voice barely breaking, unsure whether to continue or remain silent. The clock struck the hour, its metallic chime breaking the tension. But her gaze remained fixed on him, as if the unfinished sentence still hung between them. 1 week after the war. The sound of the heart monitor was the only thing that broke the silence. A constant, soft, almost compassionate beep. Kaina was breathing with difficulty. The air felt thick inside her bandaged chest, and each inhalation brought with it a pain that seemed to remind her of what she had done. And what she had tried to prevent. The new bandages, the still stinging scars, weren't just from the explosion. He knew he'd earned them when he decided to fire again, even with his body shattered, from the hospital roof. Twice. Each blink brought back a blurry fragment of that moment. The image of the broken sky, the roar of the floating dome, and that green light amidst the chaos. He shot without thinking. And somehow, he had been right. A voice interrupted his thoughts. You look better than I thought. Kaina turned her head awkwardly. Kigo Takami sat by the window, his arm in a cast and his hair shorter than usual. He had no wings. Only the scars on his back, covered by a thick bandage, as if the memory of what he had lost still weighed too heavily to show. I didn't think you'd come. Kaina murmured, her tone dry and emotionless. Not after everything that happened. I guess I needed to see for myself that you were still breathing. He tried to smile, but the expression quickly faded. She lowered her gaze, observing her bandaged hands, and said with forced calm. When do you plan to send me back to Tartarus? Kigo took a few seconds before answering. When you recover. There's no rush. The doctor said the wounds were deep. Though not as serious as the internal ones. Kaina let out a short breath, almost a laugh, but without a trace of joy. So what? Do you expect me to walk out of here like a good citizen? To forget what I did. Nobody is asking you to do that. So why do you keep coming? He asked without looking at him. You don't have to, Hawks. I'm not your responsibility. Maybe not. But. He paused for a few seconds, searching for the words. I don't think anyone should have to carry all that alone. She interrupted him with a sigh. Do yourself a favor. Don't come back. Senpai. Don't do it. It's better this way. There was a long silence, the kind that weighs more than any argument. Kigo looked at her one last time before standing up. His shadow fell across the bed, long and thin, like a broken wing. As she walked towards the door, she stopped for a moment. Perhaps you're right. He finally said, without turning around. Maybe there's nothing I can do for you. She looked at him through the reflection in the glass. He smiled, tired. But. Maybe he can. Kinda frowned. Him? Who are you talking about? Kigo only let out a soft, almost imperceptible laugh. It doesn't matter. You'll understand when I get back. Come back. She repeated, but he was already opening the door. Before leaving, he paused once more, looking at the empty hallway in front of him. Even if you deny it, senpai. You'll never be alone. She whispered, barely audible. Not while he's still alive. The door closed with a soft click. The sound of the monitor once again filled the room. Beep after beep. And in the midst of that constant rhythm, Kaina stared at the white ceiling, not understanding why, suddenly, that thought wouldn't leave her in peace. 1 hour later. The clock struck 3:15 when the door opened again. Kaina didn't even turn her head. She assumed it was another nurse, or perhaps some hero coming to check if she was still alive. But then he heard a trembling voice, a little clumsy, but so alive that it seemed out of place in that room, filled with the smell of disinfectant and silence. Ah. Hello, Negan-san. Kaina's breath caught for a second. She turned her face just enough to see that slender figure leaning against the doorframe. Izuku was covered in bandages, his right arm immobilized and part of his face covered with white gauze. His messy hair fell over his eyes, and yet, behind all that exhaustion, there was a smile. Not one of those forced smiles heroes give to appease the crowd. It was different. A sincere, nervous smile, full of something she didn't remember seeing for a long time. Hope. What are you doing here? Kaina asked, her tone harsh, more out of reflex than intention. Ah. Well, I heard you were here. And I wanted to see you. Izuku approached with clumsy steps, dragging his left leg slightly. He was also wearing a hospital gown that was much too big for him, and yet he seemed determined to stand upright in front of her. Kaina watched him for a few seconds in silence. That image, that boy broken but smiling, was unbearable to her. You shouldn't move. He murmured, turning his gaze towards the window. Neither do you. He replied, with a soft laugh that quickly died away. There was a brief silence. Only the beep of the monitor and the sound of rain hitting the glass. You don't have to come here, Deku. She said finally, without looking at him. I don't want any visitors. I know. He replied without hesitation. But. I still wanted to come. Why? He asked wearily, slowly turning his head. Out of guilt. Out of pity. He shook his head slowly. Because I owe you thanks. Kaina frowned. Thank you? He repeated incredulously. You don't owe me anything. If it weren't for me, all of this would have been different. Less blood, less destruction. I'm part of it. Izuku took another step, placing his good hand on the edge of the bed. His voice was low, but firm. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here. Kaina looked at him, confused, about to say something, but he continued before she could stop him. That bullet, the one you fired. He said, with a small smile. It saved me. It saved us. Shigaraki was about to. His voice broke slightly, recalling the roar, the pressure, the light tearing through the sky. And then that bullet stopped him. Just for an instant, but it was enough. Kaina clenched her teeth, feeling a knot grow in her chest. You don't know what you're talking about. She growled. I only shot because I couldn't stand still. It wasn't heroism. It was. She trailed off, searching for the words. Desperation. Perhaps. Izuku whispered. But sometimes, when everything is falling apart, even a small gesture can save it all. Kaina felt like the air was getting stuck in her throat. Don't put me on that pedestal, kid. I'm not like you. Her voice hardened. I'm not a hero. I'm a killer. A mistake that's still breathing by accident. Izuku remained silent. He simply gazed at her, with those green eyes, tired yet luminous. So, if you believe that, he finally said. Let me thank that mistake. Kaina looked at him, unable to respond. He smiled, tenderly, sincerely. Thank you, Negan-san. For shooting. For not giving up. For being alive. The silence grew heavy. She gripped the sheets tightly, trying to contain the mixture of anger and sadness swirling in her chest. You don't understand anything. She whispered, her voice trembling. You can't understand what I did. You don't know how heavy it is to live with that. Maybe not. He replied gently. But I do know what it means to keep going when you feel you don't deserve it. Kaina looked up. And for a moment, the boy in front of her, as broken as the rest of the world, seemed incredibly strong to her. The monitor continued to track the rhythm of his breathing. Beep after beep. Izuku took a step back, bowed his head respectfully, and before leaving the room, he said it again, almost in a whisper. Thank you, really. The door closed with a soft sound. Kaina was alone again. But the silence was no longer the same. That thank you was still there, amidst the bandages, the pain, and the guilt. And, although she didn't want to admit it, a part of her longed to hear him again. 3 days later. The clock in the hallway read 4 in the afternoon when the door opened again. Kaina didn't look up. At that hour, the sound of metal and the smell of disinfectant became part of the scenery. It was as if the hospital breathed through her. The monitor's constant beeping kept her in a strange state, somewhere between wakefulness and resignation. From her bed, she could see the reflection of the rain sliding down the window, forming crooked lines that joined and separated, as if even the water couldn't stand still. That voice again. Ah. Hello again, Negan-san. That voice. He didn't even need to turn around. She just sighed, resting her forearm on her forehead. Kaina closed her eyes for a moment. I thought you'd had enough with the first visit. Izuku scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, smiling reflexively. Yes. But I thought I could come by for a while, if you don't mind. Yes, it bothers me. She replied bluntly, though her voice didn't sound as firm as she wanted. Izuku didn't seem offended. She approached anyway, with clumsy steps and uneven breathing. When the sound of a tray hitting the table made her look up, she saw a clear glass filled with red jelly. What is that supposed to be? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Strawberry gelatin. He replied, eyeing the dessert as if it were a trophy. I see that. He replied in a flat tone. I'm asking why. Izuku looked up, somewhat embarrassed. I heard a nurse say you had jello again yesterday. I thought. You liked it. Kaina stared at him for a long moment. In another time, she would have easily been able to mock him, but something in his expression disarmed her. It wasn't pity or compassion. It was simple attention. Sincere attention. Did you come all the way here for that? Well, yes. He replied without hesitation. Although I also wanted to see how you were. She let out a short, humorless laugh. You should worry about yourself, not me. I already have people worrying about me. He replied, in that serene tone that disarmed any attempt at sarcasm. I thought I could do the same for someone else. Kaina looked away, clutching the blanket between her fingers. I don't need you to bring me anything. Not jelly, not your time. I know. But I thought you might like it. She repeated, with that absurd serenity that irritated her so much. Silence settled once more. Izuku sat in the chair by the bed, breathing heavily, but still smiling. Kaina tried to ignore him, focusing on the window. Why are you doing this? He asked suddenly, without turning his head. Why do you keep coming back? Because I want to. That's not an answer. So. Because I care about you. Kaina finally looked at him. Because. When someone is alone for too long, even a little company can help. She smiled weakly. And I thought maybe it wouldn't bother you as much as you say. You're wrong. She replied, but weakly. He just nodded, without arguing. A clap of thunder echoed in the distance, and the silence became almost comforting. Kaina looked down at the glass of gelatin. You don't understand what it feels like. She finally murmured. To have your hand stained, to see the faces of those who. She trailed off, pressing her lips together. It can't be erased, it can't be cleaned, it can't be redeemed. Izuku looked down, lost in thought. No, it doesn't disappear. She said softly. But if it hurts so much, it's because you still care. Someone who doesn't feel guilt. Has already given up. She looked at him. For the first time, without sarcasm or harshness. Only with a kind of trembling emptiness. Stop coming here, Deku. She said, almost in a whisper. Before I bore you. Before you realize I'm not worth it. He smiled. I don't think I could ever get tired of someone who keeps trying to breathe. Kaina closed her eyes, trying not to hear. Silence returned to the room, but this time, the monitor's beep sounded different. Slower. Heavier. Izuku stood up slowly. Before leaving, he placed a small spoon next to the jelly. Just in case you get hungry later. Deku. She called, without looking at him. You don't understand what you're doing coming here. He stopped at the door. Maybe not. But. I'm glad you're alive. And she left, closing the door with a soft click. Kaina stared at the glass. The gelatin trembled from the vibration of the air conditioner. She frowned, picked up the small spoon, and took a bite, almost out of habit. It was sweet. Too sweet. But for some reason, it didn't stop her. Idiot. Outside, the rain continued to fall. And for the first time since arriving at the hospital, Kaina didn't wish the day would end so soon. The next morning. The hospital had a different kind of silence in the mornings. Not the dense silence of the night, but one made up of murmurs, soft footsteps, and the distant sound of the wheels of the medical carts. Kaina had memorized it. At that hour, the sun timidly slipped between the blinds, leaving lines of light on the sheets, on her skin, on the scars that still stung. She had slept badly again. Between broken dreams and hazy memories, she barely managed an hour of rest. When she heard the door open, she thought it was the nurse with a dose of painkillers. He didn't move. He pretended to sleep. But then he heard that voice, the voice that had become all too familiar in just a few days. "May I come in?" She didn't answer right away. She just exhaled slowly, resignedly. "You already did it yesterday. And the day before yesterday," he murmured, without opening his eyes. "Yes, but today I brought something different." Curiosity got the better of her. She opened one eye, barely. Izuku stood in the doorway, his medical coat buttoned askew, bandages peeking out from underneath, his expression a mixture of nervousness and determination. In his left hand, he held something small, tucked away as if afraid the air might break it. "What have you brought now?" "More gelatin." He shook his head, approaching with careful steps. "No, not this time." She stopped a meter from the bed and held out her hand. In her palm, a tiny flower. White petals, a yellow center. A short twisted stem with a half-withered leaf. Nothing special. But she held it with a delicacy that contrasted with the trembling of her fingers. "I found it outside," she explained, placing the flower on the table by the bed. "I thought you might like some color in here. The room feels so cold." Kaina raised an eyebrow. "Did you steal it from a garden?" No. "Well, not exactly," he replied, his tone becoming so awkward that he almost sounded guilty. Just then, an irritated voice was heard from the hallway. "Who took my flower?" It was the last one in the flower pot on the landing. Izuku froze, staring at the ground as if he expected it to swallow him whole. Kaina watched him for a few seconds, then let out something that, for the first time, resembled a laugh. Brief, soft, but real. "Incredible," he said, looking down to hide his expression. "The hero Deku. Stealing flowers." He put his hand to his hair, messing it up even more. "I didn't know it was the last one." "Of course not," she replied, shaking her head. But the smile she tried to hide trembled on her lips. Izuku seemed to notice the change, because he sat down slowly in the chair next to the bed, careful not to knock over the IV drip hanging nearby. The movement was slow, clumsy, and yet still imbued with his characteristic insistence on staying. Aina watched him out of the corner of her eye as the flower remained motionless on the table, like a splash of color in the middle of the white. Several minutes passed without a word being spoken. Only the constant sound of the monitor and the rustling of the wind against the window. In the end, she was the one who broke the silence. "And what am I supposed to do with that?" she asked, gesturing to the flower with a slight nod. "Nothing," he replied, with an honesty that never sounded forced. "I just wanted you to have it." "Why?" he insisted, this time without so much sharpness. Izuku looked at her for a moment before speaking. "Because when everything seems dead, something so small can remind you that not everything is." The words hung between them. Kaina looked away. She didn't want him to notice how that phrase had affected her. There was something unbearable about the way he looked at her. Without pity, without fear. He simply saw her. "You don't need to say things like that," she finally said, in a low voice. "I'm not going to change just because you bring me flowers or desserts. I don't expect you to change," he replied, smiling gently. "I just wanted the day to feel a little lighter for you." The silence returned, but it was no longer tense. She noticed that her breathing didn't hurt as much. That the air didn't seem so thick. That, somehow, his presence filled the space without suffocating her. Outside, the voice of the same guard was heard again, further away but just as frustrated. "I'm serious. That flower belonged to my grandmother. I'm going to kill the son of a bitch who took it." Izuku jumped up suddenly, startled. "Oh. I think I should leave before I get arrested." Kaina looked at him with feigned seriousness. Yes, it would be a scandal. The great Deku, caught for flower theft. And this time she couldn't help but let a slight smile escape her lips. Small, almost invisible, but bright enough for him to notice. Izuku laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. Then, "See you tomorrow." She didn't answer, but her eyes followed him until the door closed. When the room fell silent again, Kaina looked at the flower. Fragile. Imperfect. Even so, she carefully picked it up and placed it near the window, right where the setting sun was beginning to filter in. The golden light tinted the petals with a warm, almost vibrant hue. Kaina just stared at her, without saying anything. And when she thought no one could hear her, she murmured with a hint of resigned tenderness. "You're a complete idiot, Deku." But on his lips, the word fool sounded less like an insult and more like a silent promise. For the first time in a long time, the silence of the room did not suffocate her. Days later. The clock in the room read 8:30. Kaina had finished breakfast, but the plate remained on the tray. She wasn't hungry. She had spent the last hour staring out the window, watching the wind move the branches of a distant tree. From her bed, she could barely see a corner of the sky. It was enough to tell that the day would be clear. She didn't want to admit it, but in recent days she'd developed a strange reflex. Every time she heard footsteps in the hallway, she'd look up. She feigned indifference, of course. But her eyes searched for a specific gate, somewhat clumsy and dragging, as if the body were carrying more weight than it should. When the door opened, he wasn't surprised. "You're late," he said, without taking his eyes off the window. There was a line at reception. Izuku replied, carefully closing the door. "They wouldn't let me in with this." She turned her head slightly. "And what is this?" "Another stolen flower. More dessert." Izuku smiled, looking down, as if he felt exposed. "No, this time I brought something I made myself." He approached slowly. He walked without a crutch, but his body was still tense, the bandages peeking out from under his gown. Each step seemed to be a struggle, and yet he took it with that quiet determination that was so characteristic of him. He placed a folded sheet of paper on the table, slightly wrinkled at the corners. Kaina looked at her, without touching her. "What's that?" "A plan," he replied, nervously scratching the back of his neck. "Well, more like an idea." She looked at him suspiciously. "Any ideas?" "About exercises," he clarified. "I asked Recovery Girl for some advice on rehabilitation. I thought you could use some of it when you're discharged. Not combat stuff, nothing like that, just movements to help your muscles recover properly." Kaina looked down at the paper. It was a simple drawing, done in pencil. Clumsy lines, human figures in different positions, small handwritten notes on the side. It wasn't professional, but there was something endearing about the imperfection of the stroke. "This is ridiculous," he muttered, though his voice lacked its usual venom. "Maybe," he admitted, smiling somewhat shyly. "But I thought it would be useful to you. You don't have to do these things, Midoriya." "I know." Kaina gripped the blade between her fingers, careful not to break it. Her throat tightened slightly. Not from excitement, she told herself. Just from exhaustion. "I don't understand why you're so upset." Izuku remained silent for a moment, staring at the ground. When he spoke, his voice was low, almost a whisper. "Because nobody bothered to help me like that when I needed it." Kaina looked at him, and for a second, something broke inside her. It wasn't a cry. It was an internal noise, an echo that had been wanting to get out for a long time. He looked away. "I'm not someone you should trust," he murmured, barely audible. "I'm not something worth taking care of." Izuku shook his head gently. "That's not true." His tone was so calm, so honest, it hurt. "You fired that day to save lives, Kaina. No one forced you. You did it because you wanted to. That belongs to you too. They can't take that away from you." She let out a dry, tired laugh. "Do you think that's enough?" "No," he replied without hesitation. "But it's a start." For a moment, there was no noise. Only the midday light coming through the window, filling the room with a soft warmth. Izuku stood up, as if he didn't want to break the calm that had formed. "Well, I have to go." She took a breath and added, almost apologetically. "I hope you don't throw that away." "I won't do it," she said, without thinking. He looked at her, surprised, and then smiled. Then, "See you tomorrow." When he left, Kaina was alone. The sheet of paper was still in her hands, crumpled at the corners, marked with his fingerprint. She unfolded it completely and looked at it again. The lines were clumsy, but each one was made with intention. He laid her on his lap and, for the first time since she had known him, felt no need to mock or close her heart. He only allowed himself to breathe. The wind came in through the window, barely moving the paper. Kaina held him so he wouldn't fly away. And without fully understanding why, she smiled. Very slightly. Very fleetingly. But that's enough. The last day. The hospital smelled different that day. Less disinfectant, more fresh air. For the first time in 2 weeks, Kaina was dressed in civilian clothes. Dark trousers, a simple blouse, and a jacket that was a little too big for her. She felt strange without a robe, as if her body still hadn't quite remembered how to inhabit it. On the bed, a bag with her belongings. Some folded bandages, an unfinished book, and a crumpled sheet of paper. The rehabilitation plan he had given her. She hadn't thrown it away. She couldn't. The door opened with a soft creak. Izuku entered, leaning slightly against the doorframe. His face was still covered in bandages, his hair more disheveled than ever, but his smile remained unchanged. He was carrying a small notebook in his hand. "So you're being discharged today, huh?" he said, approaching slowly. "That's what they say." Kaina looked up, without much enthusiasm. Although high isn't exactly the right word when 2 guards are going to escort you to a cell. Izuku tilted his head, thoughtful. "Even so, it's a step." She approached the table and placed the notebook on it. I thought you might need something to write or draw on if you get bored there. She raised an eyebrow. A notebook. And what am I supposed to do with that? Whatever you want. She replied calmly. Draw, jot down your days, write down what's bothering you. Sometimes it helps to get it out of your head. Kaina stared at her for a long moment, then looked down at the notebook. She opened it carefully. On the first page was a note written in clumsy handwriting. Sometimes all you need is someone to believe in you again. Nothing more. No signature. The silence that followed was thick but not uncomfortable. Kaina carefully closed the notebook and held it in her hands without looking at him. You know I won't be going back to that world, right? He said softly. I know. Izuku settled back in his chair, a slight smile playing on his lips. And you don't have to. So why do you keep trying to see me as a hero? I don't. He replied without hesitation. I just see you as someone who's still here. And that's enough. She lowered her gaze. The words hit her harder than she expected. For a second, she wanted to say something, anything. But her throat wouldn't respond. Izuku stood up. They'll be coming for you soon. He murmured, looking at her with that calm expression that was so characteristic of him. But if you ever tire of the silence, you can write something in that notebook. Even if it's just one word. Kaina nodded, barely. Deku. Her voice sounded firmer than before. I don't understand why you're doing all this. He smiled, and for the first time in days, his smile didn't seem nervous. Because you'll always be worth it. The sentence hung in the air. Then, Izuku bowed slightly, making an awkward farewell gesture with his hand. We'll see you, Satsumi-san. She watched him leave. She didn't call out to him. She didn't stop him. She just stood there, notebook on her lap, until the door closed. The sound of the lock was soft, almost imperceptible. Through the window, the afternoon light was beginning to turn orange. Kaina took a deep breath. For the first time in a long time, the air didn't hurt so much. When the guards arrived to escort her, she was already ready. She took the notebook, the rehabilitation plan sheet, and a dried flower that had survived in a glass of water. She said nothing as she walked down the hall, but as she passed the window, she paused for a moment. The gust of wind stirred her hair, and without thinking, she smiled. It wasn't a big smile, just a slight, almost imperceptible gesture. But it was enough for Izuku to know that his seed had taken root, had he seen it. The day continued its course. And for the first time, the silence no longer sounded like punishment, but like a beginning. Routine in Tartarus was colorless. Everything was made of steel, shadows, and footsteps that sounded the same, day after day. The sound of the bolt was heard 3 times before the door opened. The guard waited a second and poked his head through the frame. You have a visitor. He said in a neutral, almost routine tone. Kaina looked up from the small metal desk where she had been writing. The artificial light from the ceiling gave her face a pale tone. Her eyes took a few seconds to react. A visitor. She repeated, incredulous. She had no family. No one to wait for. The guard nodded listlessly. Yes. He says he's from the UA. Confusion was etched on his face. She stood up slowly, still holding the paper and pencil. She walked down the gray corridor, flanked by 2 guards. The echo of her footsteps bounced off the walls, that hollow echo only soulless buildings seemed to produce. The air smelled of metal and stale disinfectant. She hadn't left her cell for weeks, except for medical checkups. She felt calmer than before, but also emptier. She had learned to live with her silence, though it still hurt. When she crossed the last threshold, the guard guided her to the visitors' area. The room was spacious, illuminated by harsh cold white lights. A long row of tables divided by thick glass stretched out before her. Telephones lined both sides, and chairs were bolted to the floor. And then he saw it. On the other side of the glass, sitting in one of the chairs, was Izuku. She was wearing a dark green sweater, and part of her face was still bandaged. Her hair, short and choppy from the surgeries, looked a little messy. But her smile. That smile was the same. Kaina stood still, saying nothing. For a moment, he thought it was a hallucination. But when he raised his hand and greeted her with that awkward gesture, open palm, fingers trembling slightly, the world regained its sound. She walked over to the chair and sat down opposite him. The double glazed glass separated them, reflecting the lights from the ceiling, making their faces look like fragments of something that had once been whole. Izuku carefully brought the earpiece to his ear. Kaina imitated him, without taking her eyes off his. Hello. He said, in a low but warm voice. Hi. She replied, trying to sound indifferent. But her voice came out softer than she expected. I had to see how you were. He continued, without losing his smile. And you crossed half the country for that. She retorted, raising an eyebrow. You don't know when to give up, do you? I suppose not. He replied, scratching his cheek with feigned shyness. And your hair. Kaina added, tilting her head. Was that your idea, or the idea of an enemy with terrible taste? Izuku put his hand to the side of his head, where his hair was cut unevenly. Ah. Yes, well. Let's just say the scalpel has no sense of fashion. She let out a small laugh, brief but genuine. That laugh drifted between them like a breath of fresh air in a closed room. You never change, do you? He murmured, and for the first time, a smile reached his eyes. Neither do you. He replied. Although, you seem calmer. Kaina watched him for a moment, as if trying to decide whether that was a compliment or a lie. That's what happens when there's not much else to do but think. He adjusted the receiver between his fingers. Although I admit I didn't expect to see you again. I told you we'd see each other. He said, without any drama. And you keep your promises. The phrase came out almost as a sigh. I don't know if that makes you noble or just an incorrigible fool. Maybe both. Izuku joked, smiling more broadly. She looked away, but a tiny, genuine smile appeared on her lips. The silence that followed was different from other times. There was no tension or guilt. Only a slight, fragile, yet vibrant calm. Izuku placed a hand on the glass, and although he knew she wouldn't imitate him, he did so anyway. Kaina looked at him and, after a moment, raised her hand as well. She didn't place it directly on top, but she left it close enough so that the shadows of both gestures touched in the reflection. So, she said, breaking the silence. What did you bring today? Another stolen flower. More jelly. He laughed, shaking his head. Not this time. But I brought something better. Time. Kaina watched him, somewhere between amused and resigned. Time, huh? I've got plenty of that in here. I know. He replied calmly. But I thought, if you don't mind, we could spend some time together. She didn't answer immediately. She lowered her gaze, thought for a moment, and finally, allowed herself something she hadn't done since the hospital. She nodded. Okay, Midoriya. He said his last name as if testing its sound. Stay for a while. Izuku smiled, satisfied, while on the other side of the glass, Kaina rested her elbow on the table and the receiver between her shoulder and cheek. The conversation began slowly, punctuated by pauses and half smiles. They didn't talk about redemption, guilt, or the past. Only about small things. The weather. The noise in the hallways. An absurd story about a guard who snored on his shift. And so, without realizing it, time began to pass. The glass was still there, but the distance between them felt a little less. At some point, Kaina smiled again. Not out of politeness, nor out of gratitude. But because, for the first time in a long time, she had someone on the other side of the glass who wasn't looking at her story. But at her. 1 year after the war. Are you sure about this, Midoriya? He asked with some disbelief. Of course. Replied Izuku, staring intently at the building that stood before them. Besides, weren't you the one who suggested the idea? Stop addressing me so formally, it makes me sound like a gentleman. Kigo retorted with a lopsided smile, adjusting his tie. And yes, I did suggest it, but I didn't think you'd actually come the next day. The faster, the better. Izuku said with a nervous smile. HMPH. My hands are shaking. Did you bring everything, Takami-kun? The young man turned to look at him. And for those who didn't know, her companion was no ordinary person. Kigo Takami, once known as the Hero Hawks, no longer wore wings or a uniform, but a perfectly pressed dark suit and a more serene demeanor. He had retired after losing his quirk during the war and now served as chairman of the Public Safety Commission, seeking to reform it from within. Or at least, prevent it from repeating the mistakes of the past. Of course. The man replied with a sly smile. I even brought my lucky pen. He pulled a pen in Endeavor's colors from his inside jacket pocket. Izuku let out a brief laugh, more out of nervousness than humor. He took a deep breath. The air in the place smelled of cold marble and bureaucracy. The Ministry of Justice building stood like a gray fortress, imposing and silent. I didn't know if what they were about to do would have results. But at least, I had to try. Kigo Takami and Izuku Midoriya, the commission president and the legendary hero, now walked shoulder to shoulder. They both shared a clear purpose. To protect, help, and restore dignity to a woman whom the system had used as a tool. And then discarded. Go ahead. Izuku whispered, and together they moved towards the doors of the enormous building, where an uncertain but necessary future awaited them. 3 hours later. Ugh, I didn't think it would be so boring. Kigo grumbled, slamming his half-full glass of whiskey down on the bar. 3 damn hours surrounded by nothing but old fogies. I feel 35 years older. Izuku, sitting next to him, couldn't help but laugh at his mate's honest, yet simultaneously whiny, comment. Because yes, they were friends. Or something like that. Izuku never knew how to define that relationship. For a moment I thought they would reject our request. He said, still with a tired smile. But it seems our defense worked. He wasn't drinking. In front of him, there was only a tall glass with orange juice and a slice of lemon on the rim. Kigo burst out laughing and barely turned his face towards him. Honestly, I didn't have much faith either, Mosshead. But I'm glad we made it. Izuku puffed out his cheeks, somewhat embarrassed by the nickname, which only made Kigo smile more. The bar wasn't crowded. The dim lighting, the soft background murmur, and the smell of wood and grilled meat gave it a warm, almost homey feel. A small television in the back played a news report with the sound off, and the bartender dried glasses to the rhythm of jazz playing over the speakers. At that moment, a young woman appeared behind the bar, holding 2 steaming plates. A steak for the handsome gentleman, she announced flirtatiously, winking at Kigo, who returned the gesture naturally. And a club sandwich for my Izuku. Without warning, she grabbed Izuku's cheeks and squeezed them gently, making the boy immediately turn red as he let out a muffled little sound. "Thank you very much, Tomeo," Kigo managed to say, holding back laughter at the scene. Thank you, Tomeo-san," Izuku stammered, his words distorted by the pressure of her cheeks. Nah. You know what I like you to call me, little one," the woman corrected, leaning dangerously close to his face. Izuku swallowed, almost paralyzed. Thank you, Tama-chan," she whispered, as much as she could manage to articulate. "Very well, this is better," she finally said, letting it out with a giggle before walking away between the tables. Kigo couldn't contain himself and burst into a discreet laugh as he cut a piece of meat. "Wow, it seems you have more admirers than me lately," he joked. Don't say that," Izuku stammered, trying to hide his blush as he took a bite of his sandwich. "She's just being nice." They ate for a few minutes in silence, enjoying the calm after the long day. Outside, the rain began to fall slowly, tapping against the bar's windows at a steady pace. "So," Kigo said after a sip of his drink. "How's the suit coming along?" "Ah, that." Izuku set the glass aside, a slightly more genuine smile on his face. "Kuro-san and I have been working on the new model. It's not finished yet, but progress is good. We've adjusted the support servometers, and Kuro-san is helping stabilize the compression system for the energy pulses." "It sounds expensive," Kigo commented with a raised eyebrow. "It is," Izuku said gently. "But it's worth it. It's lighter and more durable. Although we still need to test it in the field." Kigo nodded silently, glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. There was something different about him, something that hadn't been noticeable in the old days of his career as a hero. Less sparkle in his eyes, perhaps, but more resolve. "And now that all this is settled," Kigo continued, leaning an elbow on the bar. "Who will go see her first?" Izuku stood still for a moment. He looked down at his glass of juice, twirled it between his fingers, and exhaled slowly. "I wish it were me," she said finally, in a low but determined voice. Kigo raised an eyebrow. "You, huh? For some special reason?" Izuku smiled. "I don't know if it's special. But I want to be the first to see their reaction." Silence enveloped them for a moment. The rain outside continued its rhythm, and the reflection of the bar lights trembled on the surface of Kigo's whiskey. "Then it's your turn, Mosshead," the former hero finally said, raising his glass. "Cheers. To your health," Izuku repeated, raising his orange juice with a serene smile. And they both toasted, knowing that the next day would mark the beginning of a new chapter. Not only for Kaina, but for them as well. The next day. There was no warning. Only the metallic sound of locks opening and firm footsteps echoing down the hallway. Kaina looked up from the corner of her cell. The dim red light in the corridor flickered on the masked faces of the guards. 3 of them, armed, were accompanied by a man with a tablet in his hand. None of them spoke. None of them looked directly at her. "Satsumi Kaina," one announced in a dry voice. She didn't answer. She just stood up slowly, letting the blanket she had been holding over her shoulders fall to the floor. The air in Tartarus always smelled the same. Iron, disinfectant, and a faint hint of dampness that seeped into your bones. But that morning, or whatever that hour was, because time didn't exist in Tartarus, something felt different. They placed reinforced handcuffs, a nerve block, and a blindfold on him. It was routine procedure every time someone left level 5, but this time there were no sirens, no abrupt commands. Only silence. "What's wrong?" He didn't ask out loud. He'd learned that in that place, questions were worthless. She felt a guard's grip gently pull her forward. His footsteps echoed on the metal floor as he led her down a corridor she didn't recognize. It wasn't the route to the upper levels. It wasn't the usual path. "Where to?" she began, but someone interrupted her with a curt walk. His tone was neither hostile nor humane. "The elevator went down or up, I couldn't tell, I only felt the hum of the motor and the change in pressure in my ears. Then, the sound of automatic doors, the icy wind blowing in through some corridor. When they finally removed the blindfold, the sun blinded her. She hadn't seen it in a long time. A golden line crossed her vision, breaking the constant grayness of her memory. An armored vehicle awaited her. They lifted her in without a word, securing her handcuffs to a steel anchor. The engine roared, and the interior walls of the vehicle began to vibrate with the movement. The journey was long. Through the small cracks in the door, he could just make out the shades of the sky, scattered clouds, even a bird that flew across in the distance. It all seemed unreal. Why are they moving me? Where to? Or, who ordered this? For a second, she thought about him. And that boy who showed up every 2 weeks, with that silly smile and eyes full of hope. The same one who told her about flowers, about people who still believed in her, about blue skies she no longer remembered. No. It couldn't be because of him. Could I? The transport stopped after an indeterminate amount of time. The rear hatch opened, and a blast of fresh air hit her face. It wasn't the artificial cold of Tartarus. It was real, damp, almost pleasant. Facing her was a security complex, but different. Lower walls, less imposing towers, and in the background, a grey building with the ministry's emblem emblazoned on the entrance. It wasn't freedom. But it wasn't the hell she knew either. One of the guards finally spoke. "Welcome to your new accommodations, prisoner 821T. Kaina watched him silently. She didn't understand anything. And yet, in some corner of his mind, a tiny spark, the tiniest one, began to burn. No hope. But something very similar. The guard who had spoken stepped aside, allowing a man in a dark grey suit to approach her. His posture was firm, though his expression showed no hostility. His graying hair was neatly combed back, and a badge bearing the ministry emblem hung from his jacket pocket. Warden Rahito Kanda. He introduced himself with a slight bow. "Welcome to Special Custody and Rehabilitation Center number 12. From today onward, this will be your new place of residence." His voice was calm, almost relaxed. It lacked the cold, mechanical tone Kaina had grown accustomed to over the years. Behind him, 4 security personnel waited, all in dark blue uniforms with visible weapons on their belts. They wore neither helmets nor body armor. The difference with Tartarus's escorts was almost absurd. Kanda spun around on his heels. "Please follow me." Kaina obeyed without a word. Her footsteps echoed on the concrete as the enormous metal doors swung open with a hydraulic hiss. Stepping through, she was enveloped in cleaner air, mingled with the scent of freshly cut grass. It was the first time in years that I had smelled anything like that. They passed through several checkpoints, where cameras rotated slowly, sensors blinked, and guards barely acknowledged the warden with a nod. Aina kept her eyes straight ahead, observing how the layers of security were the same, but the atmosphere was not. There were no screams. There were no metallic echoes or red lights. Only silence and that faint murmur of everyday life, something that Tartarus had erased from his memory. "This facility," Kanda explained as they walked, "is intended for the custody of individuals with a history of high-risk behavior, but who are undergoing rehabilitation programs or have permission for controlled external interaction." External interaction. That phrase floated into her head, and her heart gave a little tug. They proceeded to a glass-enclosed area. Beyond the walls, Kaina saw a small inner garden with saplings and metal benches. In the background, a group of inmates walked under the watchful eyes of a couple of guards. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind startled her. It was a sound that was far too ordinary. They continued their tour through a wide corridor that led to an open area where a dining room stood. The polished steel tables were arranged with surgical precision. To one side, an industrial kitchen gleamed under the white light from the ceiling. Kanda continued talking, pointing to each area with his hand. "The dining hall is open 3 times a day. There are separate shifts for different groups. Your shift will be assigned in due course." Kaina barely heard him. Her mind wavered between disbelief and suspicion. Everything was too clean, too human. Then they crossed a gallery with grey walls and elongated windows. Outside, they could see recreational areas. A small track, a covered space with exercise equipment, and even a cement court. For a moment, the reflection of the sun on the glass blinded her. "Where is my cell?" he finally asked, unable to contain his doubt. The warden stopped and turned towards her with a slight smile. "They'll show you in a moment, Tsutsumi-san. But first, there's someone who wants to see you." Kaina frowned. "See me?" Kanda nodded. He's been waiting for her for quite a while. And, to be honest, he's asked so many times what time she'll arrive that I almost gave him the keys to the center so he could greet her himself. The man's tone became more relaxed, almost amused. "I'm afraid he won't accept later." A silence fell between them. Kaina didn't need him to say her name. Her breathing only slightly quickened, an involuntary reflex. The warden walked a few more steps, opening the door that connected to another section of the building. "This way, please. The visiting room is at the back." Kaina moved forward. The corridor was illuminated by warm lights, and the echo of her boots resonated in time with her pulse in her ears. She didn't know what she would find at the end of that corridor. But deep down, I had a feeling. He was there. The corridor ended at a thick double door, guarded by 2 armed officers. On the other side, a commotion erupted. Laughter, voices, and a clumsy scuffle broke the usual prison silence. "Please, put on your hat. pleaded a youthful, nervous, and emotional voice. Kaina stopped mid-stride. She knew that tone. A tiny smile touched her lips. She didn't need to see to know who was behind her. "I already told you no, brat." A deep adult voice growled between snorts. "Are you aware that she's a murderer?" "It'll only be for a little while." The boy stammered. "Just for a little while I wear the hat." "Come on, Captain," chimed in another voice, younger and more amused. "Look, I already have mine." "I already told you no," roared the supposed captain, while chairs were being moved, footsteps were heard, laughter was heard, and the unmistakable sound of a party hat falling to the floor. The warden barely concealed a smile before opening the door. The scene in front of Kaina was absurd. In the middle of the austere visiting room, metal tables, gray floor, cameras in every corner, a group of agents were struggling with a robust man with a serious expression who was trying to take off a ridiculous blue party hat. And in the center, with the same sparkle in his eyes that she remembered, was him. Izuku Midoriya, wearing a matching hat and sporting a nervous smile that seemed too big for his face. On the table was a three-tiered cake, perfectly decorated, with sugar lettering the tread. "Welcome, Satsumi-san." Around them were some soft drinks, cardboard plates, and a haphazardly placed garland the tread. "New beginning." Kaina blinked. For a moment she thought she was dreaming. Izuku was the first to see her. His face lit up. "Ah, Satsumi-san," he exclaimed, abandoning his attempt to place another hat on the captain. The man took advantage of the distraction to snatch it off and throw it onto the table. "Finally," he muttered under his breath as the recruit stifled their laughter. Kaina advanced slowly. She didn't know whether to laugh, sigh, or simply stand still staring at that nonsense. "Is this a party?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Izuku scratched his cheek, nervously. Well, I thought that. After being locked up for so long, maybe you'd like a little welcome back." "Small, huh?" She looked at the cake. Then at the garlands. Then at the captain with confetti on his shoulder. "Yes, of course. Very discreet." Izuku let out a silly laugh, looking down. "I convinced the warden and the guards with cake," he finally admitted. "It wasn't as difficult as I thought." She didn't answer right away. She just watched him. His green eyes, always so full of energy, now seemed to shine with something else. Relief. As if the mere thought of seeing her there, safe, alive, gave him back a piece of peace he didn't know he had lost. "Did you have anything to do with my transfer?" he finally asked, bluntly. Izuku blinked, visibly nervous. "Me? And no. Of course not. That was the ministry's decision," he answered too quickly. Kaina looked at him. He looked down. Her fingers began to play with the edge of the paper tablecloth, then with their own. "I see," she said in a low, almost amused voice. "You can't lie, can you?" The boy let out an embarrassed laugh. "Not much." There was a brief silence. One that didn't weigh you down. On the contrary, it felt warm. Izuku took a breath, trying to regain some composure. "Well, do you want some cake?" "It's chocolate." The warden insisted on the flavor. "Oh, really?" she murmured, crossing her arms. "Yes." He said the vanilla one was too optimistic. Kaina let out a short, genuine laugh, for the first time in years. And when Izuku heard it, he couldn't help but smile too. For a moment, the coldness of the walls, the cameras, and the uniforms disappeared. It was just the two of them, a ridiculously decorated table, and a silent promise hanging between them. Perhaps, just perhaps, something that was broken in her could begin to be repaired. Weeks later. The afternoon sun fell obliquely on the walls of the complex, tinting the edges of the wire and the guard towers with gold. It was a quiet hour, one of those times when the clanging of metal fades and the prison seems almost normal. In one of the recreation areas, Kaina Tsutsumi sat on a bench, her hair loose and her gaze lost in an old green notebook. The pages were filled with fine lines, stray thoughts, and fragments of sentences she couldn't bring herself to finish. It was the same notebook Izuku had given her a year ago, when they both shared the white silence of a hospital. Back then, he told her that writing helped keep thoughts from festering inside. And, although he would never admit it out loud, he had followed her advice. A sharp thud broke his concentration. A basketball rolled to his feet, leaving a trail of dust on the cement. "Hey, beautiful. Can you pass her to us?" shouted one of the inmates from the court. The air tensed for a moment. "Pretty?" Kaina slowly looked up. The men, 4, maybe 5, waited with nervous smiles, unsure if they had made a mistake or if they could still laugh. She sighed, stood up, and picked up the ball. For a second, it seemed she was going to calmly return it. But then, in a fluid motion, she turned on herself and threw. The ball cut through the air, bounced once off the rim, and went in cleanly. Silence. A collective blink. Kaina raised an eyebrow, barely perceptible, and smiled slightly. "There you have it. The inmates looked at each other, a mixture of embarrassment and fascination on their faces. One of them dared to step forward. "Hey. Want to play around?" he asked, trying to sound casual. She hesitated. She could ignore them, return to her notebook, and continue pretending nothing touched her. But there was something about the idea of crushing them at their own game that suddenly seemed deliciously tempting. He carefully tucked the notebook under his jacket, adjusted his gloves, and walked towards them. "Just one round," he said. Sure. They replied, even though they already knew they were lost. The game has begun. And soon, the courtyard was filled with echoes, laughter, and complaints. Kaina moved with a precision no center could match. Agile, quick, with a gleam in her eyes they hadn't seen in a long time. She stole the ball, faked, spun on one foot, and scored without looking. Every shot was a statement. Every suppressed smile, a challenge. The others tried to keep up, stumbling and panting, while she allowed herself, for the first time in a long time, to enjoy herself. She would never admit it, but in that moment, the fire she had always felt in her heroic days was rekindled, transformed into pure adrenaline. From a window of the main building, two figures observed the scene. Kigo Takami, with his hands in his pockets, bowed his head and let out a small laugh. "Look at that," she said, her tone a mix of relief and nostalgia. "She seems to be herself again." Beside her, Izuku remained silent, leaning against the frame. His eyes followed Kaina's every move with a gentle, almost reverent expression. The warden, standing behind them, discreetly broke the moment. "Do you want me to call her, young people?" Kigo shook his head without looking away. "Nah. Leave her alone. She's fine like this." Izuku nodded, barely smiling. "Yes. That's fine." On the court, Kaina scored once again. The ball bounced on the ground as she looked up, taking a deep breath. For a moment, the sun shone directly on her, gilding her skin and making her seem more alive than ever. From the window, Izuku watched her and, for the first time in a long time, felt that the weight of everything that had happened was worth it just to see her smile. It was hope. October 10th. Dawn in the prison was always the same. Cold lights, heavy footsteps, the metallic sound of locks opening and closing. But that morning, something was different. Too different. Kaina Tsutsumi opened her eyes, used to being woken by the daily hustle and bustle. However, the corridor was silent. Not the voices of the guards, nor the murmurs of the inmates, nor the sound of trays hitting the floor. Only a dense, almost unsettling silence, which seemed to observe her from the corners. She frowned, sat down on the bunk, and smoothed her hair with her hands. The air was cooler, with that dry scent that autumn brought. I didn't understand why the atmosphere felt contained. Then the lock clicked. "Time for your grooming, Tsutsumi." The guard's deep voice broke the silence. It was the same burly man who, months before, had flatly refused to wear a party hat. Today he looked more serious than ever. Kaina watched him for a moment before getting up. "What a way to start the day," he muttered. The guard didn't answer. He just opened the door and waited with his arms crossed, his expression as if carved in stone. During the walk to the bathroom, Kaina didn't hear a single comment from the other inmates. Everything was too orderly. Too normal. Too quiet. She washed her face, tied back her hair, and returned to her cell. Not a sound. Nothing. Then the guard spoke again. "You have a check in the yard. Hurry up." "A check? At this hour?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes. And I'm warning you, Tsutsumi," he said, his tone so stern he looked her straight in the eyes. "If you do anything strange, I'll personally take you down." The comment took her by surprise. Not because of the content, it wasn't the first time she'd been threatened, but because of him. She had learned to recognize sarcasm and irony in people, but at that moment, his voice sounded neither. It sounded real. And that made her a little uncomfortable. Not fully understanding, she followed him down the central corridor, their footsteps echoing on the concrete. The air was heavy, as if the entire prison were holding its breath. Until the guard opened the last door. And the calm was broken. Surprise. The burst of confetti hit her like a burst of color. The balloons rose into the air, voices mingled with laughter and off-key singing, and a huge banner was unfurled on the wall. "Happy birthday, Tsutsumi-san." Kaina was petrified. In front of her, about 20 guards and inmates, men and women, wore paper hats, streamers around their necks, and genuine smiles. Some sang Las Mananitas. Others just clapped without knowing the words, and at the center of the impromptu celebration, a gigantic cake crowned a metal table, surrounded by soft drinks and sweets. And there, standing, were Izuku Midoriya and Kigo Takami. Izuku, wearing the most crooked hat in the world, was waving a small colorful sparkler. Kigo, beside him, was laughing without bothering to hide it. Kaina blinked, completely lost. Instinctively, she turned her head toward the guard who had escorted her. The man, the same one who minutes before had sworn to tear it down, sighed resignedly, took a wrinkled cap out of his pocket and put it on, muttering something under his breath that no one could hear. The contrast disarmed her. His stern expression, with that ridiculous paper cone on his head, elicited a gasp from Kaina, somewhere between surprise and suppressed laughter. Izuku was the first to approach, almost tripping over his own enthusiasm. "Happy birthday, Satsumi-san," she said, in that nervous voice she used when she was too happy to contain herself. "We weren't sure if you'd like the cake, so Takami-kun insisted on tasting it first, just to be safe. A risky undertaking," Kigo added with mock solemnity, licking his shoe polish covered finger. "But it was worth it." Kaina looked at them both. Then she looked around. The colors, the makeshift lights, the smiling faces. It took him a while to understand. It took him longer to remember. So many years had passed since anyone had last celebrated her birthday, that the very concept felt foreign to her. But there it was. The noise, the laughter, the warmth. A feeling I didn't know whether to call happiness. Or fear of feeling it again. Even so, the gleam in her eyes betrayed her. "Idiots," she whispered. But the word came out too softly to sound like a complaint. The first minute was pure bewilderment. Kaina simply stood there, looking around as if the whole thing were some elaborate joke. But the sound of applause, the crooked party hats, and the aroma of freshly cut cake soon gained ground, dismantling the invisible barrier she had spent years building. "Come on, Satsumi. Make a wish," someone shouted. "Yes, one that doesn't involve bullets," another added, provoking nervous laughter. Kaina sighed and crossed her arms, although the corner of her lips trembled slightly. "I didn't know they had so much free time." "We don't have it," Kigo replied with a lopsided smile. "But when there's free cake, duty is temporarily suspended." The scene around him was as absurd as it was warm. The group of inmates were trying to improvise a card tournament with old playing cards, while two officers danced awkwardly to a song that the loudspeaker could barely play. Others shared soft drinks, some had made a small mural with cutouts and markers, and the younger guards were trying to balance glasses on their caps to see who could hold them the longest without knocking them over. Kigo, for his part, moved among them with the ease of someone born for the stage. Without his quirk, without wings, but with the same lightness as always. He joked, laughed, and distributed smiles with surgical precision. "In my next proposal on behalf of the commission," she said, while helping an officer serve cake, "the first thing I will do is reform the uniform regulations. It's a crime that they have to hide such lovely smiles behind so much cumbersome fabric." "Takami," shouted the warden from the main table, trying to sound annoyed. "Yes, warden," Kigo replied without turning around, knowing the man was holding back his laughter. Kaina watched him from a distance, sitting on the edge of a metal table. She couldn't deny that the scene had something contagious about it. For the first time in a long time, the tension in her shoulders seemed to dissipate. Near her, a group of inmates excitedly commented on how handsome the former number 2 hero still looked. "It has no wings and yet it can still fly, huh?" one of them muttered, provoking a general snort of laughter. Kaina rolled her eyes, but couldn't help but smile a little. Then someone approached. It was Izuku, holding a piece of cake covered in white frosting and blue sprinkles. I wasn't sure if you'd like it, so I asked for it to be plain," he said, a little awkwardly, as he offered it to her on a disposable plate. Kaina looked at him, raising an eyebrow. "You didn't do it, did you?" "No. I mean, not exactly. I just helped test the mixture." Her voice trembled, and Kigo, from afar, let out a suppressed laugh. Kaina replied, taking the plate with a lopsided smile. "Then if I get sick, I'll know who to blame." The first bite was a surprise. Sweet, but not cloying. It had that flavor of something made with love, even if the hands that prepared it were more skilled at saving lives than baking. Kaina lowered her gaze, unsure whether to laugh or sigh. The awkward silence between them was broken by a shout from the back. "Hat throwing contest. The loser cleans the yard." Kigo, naturally, was the first to accept. "I never lose at anything that involves air," he proclaimed, completely forgetting that he no longer had wings. 5 minutes later, his hat fell straight into the cake, and the audience's laughter could be heard all the way to the outside walls. Even Kaina laughed. A genuine laugh, which surprised everyone present. And even more so herself. Izuku looked at her, and for a moment, that simple expression, seeing her genuinely smile, seemed to make all the effort he'd made so far worthwhile. He didn't need to approach her or say anything. He just needed to observe her, sitting amidst the lights and voices, wearing a crumpled paper hat and holding a piece of cake between her fingers. The party continued with games, jokes, and distorted music. The sun began to set, turning the gray walls of the prison orange, and the air was filled with tired laughter and confetti that didn't want to touch the ground. And when the last balloons finally deflated, Kaina found herself standing, silently looking around. For a moment, he allowed himself to think that this place was not a prison. But not just. A corner where there were still people capable of remembering how to celebrate life. The day was over. The last balloons, deflated, hung like echoes of a joy that refused to fade. The air in the courtyard smelled of cake and burnt confetti. The guards had already collected almost everything. The inmates, one by one, returned to their cells. Kaina sat on one of the concrete benches, her back straight, her hands clasped on her knees. Across from her, Izuku stared at the ground, his elbows resting on his legs, a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't want to let go of the moment. He had asked permission to stay a little longer. Just for a while. For a while, neither of them said anything. It was a different kind of silence than they were used to. It wasn't oppressive or uncomfortable. It was peaceful. A silence that, for a moment, didn't seem to belong in a prison. It was Izuku who broke it. "How was your day today?" Kaina let out a soft, almost incredulous laugh. "It's been the best thing that's happened to me in years," she replied, looking down. "I didn't even remember what it felt like to celebrate something." Then, in a more subdued tone, she added, "Actually, I didn't even remember my birthday." "Then it was a good day," Izuku said, smiling. Then, after a brief silence, she looked at him straight on, with a mixture of confusion and tenderness. "Why are you doing all this for me, Midoriya? The cake. The balloons." He joked, trying to lighten the mood. Kaina slowly shook her head. "No. Everything. Why so much for me?" Izuku shrugged, as if the answer was too simple to seem real. "Because I care about you." The word hit her harder than she expected. Her breath caught in her throat for barely a second. Kaina held his gaze, searching for any trace of pity or guilt on his face. But found none. Just honesty. "You shouldn't," he finally murmured, his voice low. "Not after what I've done. Satsumi-san. No. Don't say anything. I'm not someone who deserves all this. I don't even know why you keep coming." Izuku remained silent. Then, without replying, he took a small box from his jacket. He placed it between them, on the bench. "Because I want to remind you of something," she said softly. Kaina raised an eyebrow, suspicious. Izuku opened the box. Inside, on a black cloth, was a metal bracelet. It was simple, without unnecessary embellishments, but with a soft gleam that reflected the light from the lantern. "What is this?" she asked. "A gift," he replied. Then his voice became deeper, calmer. "Many people think birthdays are for celebrating that we've survived another year. But for me there's something different. It's a day to give thanks." Kaina frowned slightly, not fully understanding. Izuku continued. "To give thanks that you were born. That you are here. That you are still breathing, despite everything the world tried to take from you." She looked away, as if those words were too much. Her fingers tightened on the bench. For a moment, she seemed to want to reply, but she didn't. Izuku carefully took the bracelet and leaned toward her. Kaina stood still, watching him. The metal touched her cold skin, and he fastened it with almost ritualistic precision, as if afraid of breaking more than just a simple accessory. When she finished, Kaina lowered her gaze. On the surface of the bracelet, a phrase was engraved in fine lines. "Even with your hand stained, you still deserve to touch the sky." Her eyes barely opened, and for a second, her breath caught in her chest. The brightness of the lights reflected in her pupils, making them crystalline. She didn't cry. She couldn't. But there was something in her expression, an invisible, barely perceptible crack, that said much more than any tear. Izuku looked at her silently, and then, with serene calm, murmured, "Thank you for being born, Satsumi-san." The woman remained motionless. Her lips barely parted, but no words came out. She simply raised her wrist, observing the reflection of the inscription on her skin, and took a deep breath. The night was cold, but for the first time in a long time, she didn't feel that icy emptiness in her chest. And in the silence of the courtyard, under the trembling light of the lantern, Kaina Satsumi understood that not all the bars were made of steel. Some were touched by something as simple as a thank you for being born. For a few seconds, neither of them spoke. The wind gently moved the confetti remains, and the lantern cast a trembling light that seemed to envelop them. Then, in an almost imperceptible whisper, Kaina murmured, "Thank you, Midoriya-kun." He looked up, surprised. It wasn't a harsh or dramatic word, but it carried the weight of truth. Izuku smiled contentedly, with a quiet tenderness that needed no further explanation. Kaina watched him for another moment, and then, with a calmness that seemed newborn, she added, "And you can call me Kaina." Izuku blinked, confused. "Huh? I'm not sure I should." "Of course," she interrupted, rising with that relaxed elegance she maintained even in prison. "Because if you don't, it'll be weird when I call you Izuku." What?" he stammered, completely taken aback. Kaina turned to look at him, with a small, lopsided, amused smile, the same one she once used to hide internal scars. "Does it bother you that I say it like this, Izuku?" And it was there. That instant. Doki doki. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest so hard he could almost hear it himself. His breath caught in his throat and his face flushed a bright red he couldn't have hidden even if he tried. It wasn't the first time he'd been left so stunned, a certain tall woman had managed it first and more effectively, but this was different. Kaina wasn't just a pretty face. She was contained fire, a storm that smiled with half its mouth and made even Midoriya Izuku tremble without saying another word. I. It doesn't bother me. He managed to stammer, moving his hands aimlessly. Kaina looked at him, bewildered at first. And then she let out a clear, natural, almost contagious laugh. A real laugh. For a moment, she didn't even seem like the woman who had carried such a dark burden. Just a woman laughing, free of any weight, at the sight of a boy trembling because of her. Oh, wow. She said, laughing. I didn't know I could leave a hero speechless. And no, it's not that, it's just that. You. Izuku tried to defend himself, but his brain seemed to have shut down. That's when Kigo appeared from the side corridor, holding his jacket and with a curious expression. Did I miss something? He asked, raising an eyebrow. The scene greeted him like a moving picture. Kaina laughing uncontrollably, leaning slightly forward, and Midoriya Izuku literally smoking from his head. Kigo crossed his arms and let out a funny whistle. Well. It seems my little hero has found a new form of heart training. Kaina tried to stifle her laughter, but she couldn't. She ended up putting one hand to her face, while her other hand pointed at Izuku, who still couldn't speak. Does he always react like this? Or only when they smile at him? Kigo burst out laughing. Believe me, senpai, that's a new personal record. She smiled again, a radiant, genuine smile. For a moment, even the air seemed lighter. And as Kigo went ahead to rescue Izuku from the collapse, Kaina glanced sideways at the bracelet on her wrist. The metal reflected a soft, almost warm glow under the lantern light. Even with your hand stained, you still deserve to touch the sky. For the first time, she believed that perhaps those words were not just a consolation. Perhaps they were a promise. The clock's beep faded, but the tension remained suspended in the air. Kaina didn't speak immediately. She kept her gaze lowered, staring at her own hands on the table, as the echo of the question continued to repeat itself in her head. Have you ever thought about leaving here? For a moment, Izuku thought she wouldn't answer. But then, she sighed. I've thought about that, yes. She said softly, almost as if she were reluctant to admit it. Sometimes, at night, when the noise dies down. I imagine what it would be like. Walking without being watched, feeling the wind without bars in between. It sounds nice. Her smile faded slightly. But it also scares me. She looked up, meeting his green eyes. The world out there is different, Izuku-kun. It's changed. And I've changed too. I don't know if I could fit into something like that again. I wouldn't know how to handle it. Izuku said nothing. He just watched her, with that silent attention that seemed to envelop her. There was no judgment, no pity in his gaze, only a disarming calm. A few seconds passed, and then he moved. Kaina watched him as Izuku slowly rose from his chair. The sound of metal scraping against the floor seemed too loud in the silence. When he stopped beside her, Kaina's heart gave a small, inexplicable leap. Izuku didn't speak at first. He seemed to be searching for the words. Then, somewhat timidly, he reached out to her. His fingers hesitated for a moment before touching her wrist. Izuku. She whispered, surprised. He hadn't looked at her yet. His eyes were fixed on the thin bracelet around his skin. The same one he had given her for her birthday. Even with your hand stained, you still deserve to touch the sky. Izuku read it silently, his thumb tracing the letters, as if to remind her that they weren't just words, but a promise. The light touch made Kaina gasp. Then, he looked at her, finally, and spoke in that soft, clear voice of his, a voice that seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. It's okay to be afraid, Kaina-san. He said slowly, without taking his eyes off her. We all feel it at some point. His voice lowered a tone, almost as if he were confiding in her alone. But when the day comes that you leave here, you won't face it alone. The air seemed to stop between them. Kaina watched him, motionless, her heart beating slowly against her chest. I'll be there. He continued, with a disarming sincerity. And if you're afraid, you can share it with me. No matter what that world out there is like, we'll face it together. Silence spread between them like a warm, unexpected caress. Neither the cold lights of the place nor the hum of the fans could break it. It was just the two of them. The stillness, the held breaths, and that small space where the words had been suspended. And then, it happened. Kaina felt something inside her chest. A light, warm, insistent tapping that rose from the deepest part of her and made her fingers tremble. Doki. At first he thought it was a reflection, an illusion of his tired mind. But not. It was real. It had been so long since I had felt that way that I had almost forgotten what it was like. It wasn't fear. It wasn't guilt. It was life. For the first time in years, his heart reminded him that he was still there. Izuku, oblivious to what he had just awakened in her, noticed the silence and shifted awkwardly. He looked away, cleared his throat slightly, and smiled nervously, as if trying to dispel a tension he didn't even understand. I mean, like. He scratched the back of his neck, looking away. I don't mean to sound weird or anything, it's just that you won't be alone. Besides, Kigo will be with you too, and he's much better at this kind of thing, right? He tried to smile, not noticing that his voice was trembling slightly. Kaina looked at him, unable to hide the smile that escaped her, soft, tiny, but real. That clumsiness of hers, that way of trying to correct herself, only made the air between them even thicker, even warmer. If someone had seen them from the outside, they would have sworn that they were a second away from breaking that minimal distance that remained between them. Kaina's heart was still beating strongly. Doki doki. And as she watched him, so clumsy, so pure, she thought that perhaps, just perhaps, there was still a place for her in that world she feared so much. One where he didn't feel like a monster, but someone capable of breathing again. Kaina barely glanced away, as if the weight of her own chest suddenly compelled her to do so. For a second, she didn't think. She simply let her body move on instinct. Her hand rose, slowly, hesitantly, until it rested on Izuku's. The contact was light, almost fearful, but enough to make him freeze, his eyes wide open. It wasn't the first time she touched him, of course. But this was different. The warmth of her skin, the way her thumb awkwardly brushed against the top of her hand. Something about all of that completely threw him off. Kaina. He stammered, his voice suddenly breaking. She didn't fully understand what she was doing either. Her mind screamed. What the hell are you doing, Kaina Tsutsumi? But her fingers kept moving, slowly trying to intertwine with his. Izuku tried to speak again, without success. He only managed to emit a sound somewhere between surprise and social panic. Then she interrupted him with a gentle but loaded question that pierced him completely. Are you sure about what you said? He whispered, without taking his eyes off their clasped hands. Izuku blinked, and for a moment, his nervousness disappeared. His face relaxed, and that expression of his, serene, honest, luminous, reappeared. When he spoke, his voice sounded clear, firm, almost inspiring. Yes. As far as you need me to go, Kaina. I'll be there. It wasn't an impulsive promise, but something deeper, a reflection of that fire that had made him a hero in the first place. Kaina watched him, her eyes shining without understanding why. She felt her throat tighten, and barely managed to whisper. Thank you. Squeezing his hand a little tighter, as if in that contact she could protect herself from fear, from the past. Or from herself. Their eyes met. Neither spoke. The air grew thick, so dense that any word would have shattered something sacred. He was confused, not knowing whether to say something or just stay there. She was lost, not knowing what the hell she was doing, but unable to walk away. One more centimeter, and they would have forgotten where they were. One more second, and perhaps the world would have ceased to exist. And then. Bang. Hello, friends. Exclaimed a voice that was far too enthusiastic for that place. The metal door burst open, bouncing off the wall with a crash that made the floor shake. Izuku almost jumped out of his chair, his heart racing, as Kaina abruptly pulled away, letting go of his hand as if it had been burned. Hawk stood in the doorway wearing an elegant black suit, grinning from ear to ear, and showing zero awareness of the atmosphere he had just destroyed. What a beautiful day for a visit, huh? He said, pointing both hands in the air. A desperate scream echoed from the speakers on the ceiling. Damn it, Hawks. Even the guard sounded frustrated. Izuku remained frozen, trying to process what had just happened. Kaina, meanwhile, brought a hand to her face, closing her eyes for a moment as she felt the heat rise to her cheeks. What the hell was I doing? And without being able to stop himself, a low, dry laugh escaped his lips. You arrived just in time to ruin everything, Kigo. He murmured, still not daring to look at Izuku. Izuku tried to say something, but Hawk spoke first. Hey, kid, sorry to interrupt, but I think it's time to let Tsutsumi-san rest. Izuku nodded so fast his head almost fell off. Why yes, of course, see you soon, Kaina-san. Hawks walked forward, relaxed, his hands in his pockets, with that carefree air that only served to irritate the guards. Well. Looks like I arrived just in time. He said with a whistle, taking a seat across the table. How are you feeling, Kaina? Okay. She replied quickly, her face serene but her pulse still racing. Aha. Kigo smiled, tilting his head. Apparently pretty well. The woman frowned and looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean by that? Nothing. He replied, with a smile that said it all. It's just that you don't have to be a detective to notice that I interrupted something. Warm. You have no idea what you're talking about. Kaina scoffed, crossing her arms. Izuku-kun and I are just friends. Oh, right. Hawks replied with feigned innocence, resting his elbow on the table. Friends holding hands so intimately? Or is that a new kind of greeting between retired heroes and their favorite visitors? Kaina glared at him. You don't know what you're saying. I know perfectly well. He replied, leaning back in his chair. I'm just reminding you that some fires start with a small spark. You're delusional. Perhaps. She said with a softer smile. But if you ask me, you looked alive for a moment. And that's already a win. For the first time, Kaina didn't have an immediate response. She remained silent, looking down at her own hands. Hawks raised his hands, amused. Okay. No jokes. For now. He winked at her. But if you keep denying it like that, even the guards are going to think something did happen. Something was going to happen, you animal. The guard shouted angrily through the loudspeakers. Kaina snorted, exasperated, although the blush that still remained on her neck betrayed her. The visit continued amid light-hearted comments and gentle teasing, as if the very air itself was trying to hide what had just happened. Izuku Midoriya walked down the long corridor that connected the visiting area to the prison exit. The lights flickered intermittently, casting their long shadows on the concrete walls. His time with Kaina had ended and Hawks, with his explosive entrance as always, had taken over to visit her. He looked at the clock. Almost 7 o'clock at night. If he wanted to get back to the dormitories and get some sleep before dawn, he had to hurry. His stomach growled in protest. Is there any katsudan left over from yesterday? He wondered, placing a hand on his stomach. He had brought food and desserts for Kaina, and in the end, he only ate a couple of cookies. As he walked on, lost in his thoughts, a voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Hey, you. Stop. Izuku stopped abruptly. His tone was urgent, almost authoritarian. Did I do something wrong? He thought, feeling a cold drop run down his temple. He turned around, seeing a young guard approaching, his face red and his breathing ragged, as if he had run a marathon. Hey, are you okay? Izuku asked with genuine concern, placing a hand on her shoulder. Did something happen? The guard raised a hand, panting. Why you? She managed to say between breaths, before sitting up solemnly and looking him straight in the eyes. How did you do that? Izuku tilted his head, confused. Do? What? That's it? Exclaimed the guard, opening his arms wide. How did you manage to get a bombshell like her? Who is she? The recluse. Tsutsumi. The guy practically shook him by the shoulders, desperate. Come on, brother, give me some advice or something. Izuku blinked several times, completely lost. Wait. What are you talking about? But before he could finish, the guard grabbed his cheeks with both hands. Don't play innocent. How did you make her your girlfriend or whatever? Only a master of sex can do that. Huh. Izuku let out a muffled scream, his face completely flushed. His mind went into chaos. His internal failure system, the one Anan had affectionately named DP, Izuku's processing error, immediately kicked into action. The problem was simple. Izuku Midoriya had no idea how to interact with women. He was the hero who had faced villains, wars, and tragedies. But throw in a slightly ambiguous conversation with a woman, or anything related to them, and his brain would simply short-circuit. Usually, his hero mode saved him. That part of him that focused on the other person's well-being, blocking out any distractions. And no. It's nothing like that. He tried to say, while attempting to break free from the guard's grasp. We're just friends. Friends. The guard repeated, incredulous. Then what exactly are you? Because I swear the way he was looking at you wasn't friendly. Izuku stood still, staring at the ground, lost in thought. He murmured, bringing a finger to his chin, as if analyzing a complex mathematical problem. I don't know. Sometimes. I think we're friends, yes. But other times, kinda feels like a kind of older sister. The guard watched him, perplexed. Although also. Izuku continued, his gaze distant. Sometimes I get the impression that it's something more. I don't know how to explain it, it's like it's something precious. Something I want to protect. A treasure, perhaps. The silence fell suddenly. The guard stared at him without blinking, his mouth slightly open. Brother. He finally said, running a hand over his face. You're incredibly stupid. Izuku blinked. Huh. I don't know if you're an emotional genius or a walking disaster. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, smiling with that clumsiness of his that already seemed legendary. I think the second option. The guard sighed deeply. Definitely the second one. Izuku gave a slight bow before continuing on his way. As he watched him walk away, the guard muttered to himself, his tone a mixture of frustration and amazement. The guy has no idea what he's causing. Later. The streets of Musatafu were bathed in a neon glow. Advertisements blinked overhead, shop window lights mingled with the city's murmur, and a warm breeze carried the sense of street food and distant rain. Izuku walked leisurely, his hands in his pockets and his gaze distant. He wasn't thinking about anything in particular, and perhaps that's why he felt good. He liked to see the city alive, breathing again. The group of teenagers laughed across the street. Further on, a family argued about what to have for dinner. A couple shared an umbrella, talking in hushed tones. All of that made him smile. That's how it should always be, he thought. People living in peace. The wind blew harder, ruffling his green hair. Izuku closed his eyes for a second, enjoying the fresh air. And right at that moment, he bumped into someone. "Ah, I'm sorry." She apologized instantly, taking a step back. "Oh, excuse me, Anan-san. Don't worry, Izuku-kun. Please forgive me too." The female voice replied, kind, with that calm and warm tone he would recognize anywhere. They continued walking, each in opposite directions, for a few steps. Then, almost simultaneously, something made them stop. That voice. That name. The belated recognition hit them hard. They turned around in unison. "Anan-san," Izuku said, his eyes slightly open. "Izuku-kun," she repeated, equally astonished. For a moment, the noise of the city became a distant murmur. The neon lights flickered above them, reflecting in his green eyes and her brown ones. It was as if fate, playful and somewhat ironic, had waited for that Monday night to cross their paths again. For a moment, neither of them moved. They just stood there, gazing at each other under the neon lights that had a blue and violet hue. Anan was the first to react, although only a slight tremor in her lips betrayed her. "Since when does he dress like that? Nomuri changed him a lot in just one day." The voice in his head became more sluggish than usual, and with it, his breathing. Izuku looked different. His messy hair fell softly over his forehead, and the plaid shirt he wore, rolled up to his elbows, made him look almost relaxed, natural. Too handsome. She thought involuntarily, and immediately felt her legs go a little weak. "Why do you have to look so cute?" Izuku, for his part, took a second to process what he saw. This was not the Anan he was used to seeing in the support workshop, with her oil-stained suit or her helmet. Tonight, she wore a white sweater with a wide collar that fell slightly over one shoulder, a long beige skirt, and brown boots that contrasted with her fair skin. Her hair, looser than usual, brushed against her cheeks with every breeze. She was beautiful. I couldn't find another word. He shook his head immediately, blushing, trying to hide it with an awkward laugh. "Ah, heh. I can't believe I recognized you so late," Anan said. She put a hand to the back of her neck, smiling with that mixture of discomfort and tenderness so characteristic of her. Anan laughed softly, a laugh that came out sweeter than she expected. "I was slow to react too," he admitted, looking to the side. And for a few seconds, neither of them knew what else to say. It was Izuku who broke the silence. "Were you going somewhere?" he asked, with a friendly smile. "Ah, yes," Anan replied, regaining a bit of his professional tone. "I was just going to buy a few things for the staff dormitories. Nothing important, just trinkets." As she said this, she slightly turned the bag she was carrying on her shoulder, laughing softly. "And you?" "I was heading back to the dorms," Izuku replied casually. "I think I'm just in time before curfew." Anan nodded, and as they walked a few steps, an idea crossed his mind. "I could invite him to accompany me." Her heart gave a small jump, immediately followed by a flood of thoughts. No, that would be weird. He'll just think I'm wasting time. Besides, it's late. No. I shouldn't. However, as her mind became entangled, Izuku watched her out of the corner of his eye, noticing that small gesture of hers of pursing her lips when she thought too much. And without really realizing what he was doing, perhaps guided by that warm impulse that always arose in him when he was with her, he asked, "Hey, if you don't mind, can I walk with you?" "Huh?" Anan blinked several times, surprised. "I mean, if you don't mind," he added quickly, looking embarrassed. "I don't have anything urgent to do, and well, it's always better to walk with someone, isn't it?" Anan took barely a second to answer, but her voice came out louder than she expected. "Yes. I mean, yes, of course." She corrected herself immediately, looking down, her cheeks flushed. "I'd love. You'd be a great help." Izuku smiled, somewhat relieved that he hadn't sounded too clumsy. She, on the other hand, sighed slowly, feeling the weight of her thoughts fade a little. I hadn't had to invite him. He had done it on his own. And with that, they both began to walk side by side among the city lights, unaware that this quiet night would mark the beginning of something that neither of them dared to name yet. Half an hour later. The walk to the supermarket was pleasantly silent. Every now and then, Izuku and Anan would ask each other how their day had been, sharing trivial comments that were lost in the city's noise. At times, the conversation would die down, but there was no awkwardness in it. Just a gentle calm that felt familiar to them. Anan, however, couldn't help but glance at him out of the corner of her eye. Every now and then, the brush of his shoulders or the fleeting touch of his arms as they passed through crowded areas made her heart race a little more than she was willing to admit. Izuku, for his part, seemed completely calm, pushing the shopping cart with that distracted serenity that characterized him so much. I'm so used to using 7-Eleven that I'd forgotten what a supermarket looks like, Izuku said, observing the vast place filled with lights and endless aisles. That's true. Anan replied, with a slight smile as she searched for the correct aisle. Now that I think about it, you always go to small shops or those kinds of places. Why? They're faster. He replied without hesitation. There aren't as many aisles, and besides, they sometimes sell sweets that are only available there. Like the mochi cakes you like so much. Anan let out a short laugh. There's something about them that makes them simply wonderful, she admitted as they turned into the snack aisle. In front of them stood shelves piled high with colorful bags of Sabrita's chips, boxes of cookies, and chocolate bars, stacked as far as the eye could see. The sweet and salty aroma mingled in the air, along with the constant murmur of people pushing shopping carts or secretly opening wrappers. Okay. Anan said, taking out her phone and swiping on the screen. Let's see, I was asked to do a few things. Azawa-kun wanted instant coffee and mint gum. Izuku nodded and took a box from the shelf. Midnight Sensei ordered red wine, right? Yes, and shortbread cookies. She replied, placing 2 packages in the cart. Yamada-kun. She continued, sighing. He wanted gummy bears, chips, soda, chocolates. Basically half the aisle. That sounds like him, Izuku said, smiling amusedly as he ticked things off with his thumb. Ectoplasm ordered green tea and puffed rice. She added, moving nimbly through the crowd. And Vault Sensei. Protein shakes, obviously, Izuku added, making Anan laugh. Ah, Ishimiya-kun wanted ice cream. Chocolate mint. She remembered, noting the last item on the list before closing the screen. They looked at each other for a moment and let out a small laugh. The cart was already full of various things, between what they had been asked for and several treats they had slipped in without saying a word. Well, I think that's all, Anan said, hands on her hips. Let's go to the checkout. Wait, Izuku said, turning to one of the nearby shelves. He took a small box of Meiji chocolates and placed it on top of everything else. This was missing. Anan blinked. So that. For you. He replied matter-of-factly. They're your favorites, aren't they? She looked at him in surprise and then smiled gently. Thank you, Izuku-kun. You're welcome, Anan-san. He replied, calmly pushing the cart as they walked together towards the checkout. They passed a large mirror, one of those placed next to the cosmetic section. Anan paused for barely a second. A reflection and Izuku's appeared together, walking side by side, surrounded by warm lights and with a shopping cart full of groceries. For some reason, the image caused a lurch in his chest. The red spread across her cheeks and she looked away before he noticed anything. We look like a couple doing some shopping, she thought, and the thought made her smile and want to hide at the same time. Beside him, Izuku remained calm, enjoying the moment without suspecting a thing. He simply walked, listening to the soft clinking of the carts as they passed and the murmur of the people around him. And without knowing it, that night, the simple routine of shopping together became a small memory that they would both cherish. Already at the UA. The walk back was silent. Not an awkward silence, but one that envelops you in a strange warm peace. The lights on the road to the UA reflected on the damp asphalt, fallen leaves crunched under their feet, and the cool night air caressed their faces. Izuku carried all the bags, not even letting Anan take one. She, resigned but touched, only held the small box of Meiji chocolates that he had bought her. Every now and then, she glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. His calm expression, his posture slightly hunched over from the weight, and that awkward smile that appeared every time she said something, even if it was a simple observation about the weather. The walk to the teacher's dormitory seemed shorter than expected. The elegant building, with soft lighting in the windows, stood before them. The air had grown cooler, enough to make the steam from their breath visible. They both stood in front of the entrance, silent, listening to the distant murmur of the wind and the low hum of the streetlights. Izuku continued to hold the bags as if they weighed nothing, and Anan fiddled with a small box of chocolates between her fingers. Thank you for coming with me, she finally said, breaking the silence with a gentle smile. And also for helping me with the bags. You shouldn't have carried everything yourself. It was nothing, Izuku replied, scratching the back of his neck. I'm glad I could help you, sensei. I mean, Anan-san. She let out a discreet giggle, lowering her gaze slightly. Always so kind, Izuku-kun, she whispered. For a moment, silence fell between them again. But this time, Anan felt it differently. Heavier, more intense. Her heart began to pound, recalling that very morning when she'd wanted to compliment his new haircut and ended up saying, with awkward formality, "Your personal appearance is remarkably harmonious." She blushed just remembering it. That wasn't what she meant. She had wanted to say something simple. Something sincere. Izuku, noticing her lost gaze, took a step forward, standing in front of her. "Anan, are you okay?" Izuku asked in a low voice. The night wind ruffled her hair slightly, and the glow of the nearby street lamp reflected in her warm, attentive green eyes. She leaned forward slightly, trying to see his face, and that simple concern, so genuine and gentle, was enough to make Anan's heart leap. For a second, he forgot to breathe. He was so close. I could see the slight trembling of her eyelashes, the blush that was just beginning to rise to her neck, the short breaths of someone who doesn't quite understand what she feels. "Say something," she ordered herself. "Just say it." He took a breath, not trusting his voice too much. I'm fine, I'm just." She stammered, her hands trembling. She looked up, and the world seemed to shrink to Izuku's eyes, filled with an awkward sweetness that completely disarmed her. The silence became a thin, vibrant thread that bound both hearts together. And then, without thinking too much, the words escaped like a sigh. "You look cute, Izuku. Really cute." Time stood still. Izuku blinked once, twice, as if the phrase had taken a long time to reach him from a parallel dimension. Then, his face exploded in a red so intense it could almost be seen glowing in the building's light. "Huh? Thank you." She finally managed to say, her voice breaking and her hands clumsily searching for somewhere to hide. She wanted to say something more, but before she could, he lowered his head slightly, trying to compose himself, and murmured almost unconsciously. "Why you too? You look very pretty, Anan." The echo of those words floated between them, soft, hesitant, sincere. Anan opened her eyes in surprise. For a moment, she just stared at him, as if afraid he would vanish if she blinked. Then, a small, trembling but bright smile appeared on her lips. And that's when Izuku realized. That smile was the most beautiful thing he had seen all night. The wind blew again, lifting some dry leaves between them. The two of them stood still, trapped in a bubble of silence, blushing to their very souls, with the cold air brushing against their cheeks and their hearts racing, unable to move or say another word. For the first time, without either of them seeking it, the world seemed to fit perfectly into that small shared moment. Well. Izuku stammered, trying to regain his composure. "I'll leave you then, Anan." "Why yes, of course. Thank you again," she said, holding the bags he almost forgot to hand over. "Ah, the bags, yes." Izuku blurted out, almost hitting his forehead before handing them over. Their fingers barely touched as they did so, and both tensed as if the air had exploded between them. "Gee, good evening," he murmured, taking a step back. "Good evening, Izuku," she replied, with a nervous smile. And before anyone could say anything else, he spun around and practically ran off, leaving a trail of steam in the freezing air. Anan stood in the doorway, watching his figure disappear into the mist. Her chest still pounded. She glanced down at the Meiji chocolates in her hands and smiled tenderly. It really was nice, she whispered to herself, entering the building. In the silence of the night, a curtain on the second floor barely moved. Behind it, a hooded figure watched the scene with the one eye that was still open, gleaming with restrained emotion. "Yes. Damn it, yes." Izawa whispered, clenching his fist with an almost youthful grin. "I knew it would happen. I knew it." The most apathetic hero at UA was about to jump for joy, while in his mind he was already plotting how he would help that story continue. That same Monday. Haneda International Airport. 6:59 p.m. Ah, airports. Those places that can welcome you to a new life or say goodbye to what was once your home. But oh well. Maybe it sounds too dramatic. Not everyone who sets foot in an airport is experiencing the beginning or the end of something. Some have only gone away for a few days of vacation, a week, or, if they are lucky and have money, for more than a year. As was happening right now. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Captain Andrew speaking." The pilot's deep, confident voice boomed through the plane speakers, eliciting a discreet collective sigh, especially among some female passengers in first class. "We extend a warm welcome to Haneda International Airport." Several sighs of relief mingled with the sound of seatbelts being unfastened. The flight had been long, even for those traveling in first class, where the seats were almost like small rooms with beds, televisions, and champagne glasses. However luxurious it may be, flying always ends up being tiring. "What would you do once we arrive?" a woman in her 40s asked her husband, in a distracted voice. "I'm asking you for a divorce," he replied without looking up. The resounding slap that followed drew laughter from the nearby rows. The local time in Tokyo is 6:59 p.m. and the outside temperature is around 16 degrees. "Pretty cool for this time of year," murmured a crew member, raising his champagne glass before taking a sip. "Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until the aircraft has come to a complete stop at the gate. We remind you that smoking is not permitted in Tokyo until you reach the designated smoking areas. On behalf of Emirates and the entire crew, thank you so much for flying with us." We look forward to seeing you on board very soon. Thank you. Exclaimed a child's voice, clear and lively. The innocent response provoked a wave of laughter among the passengers. How sweet. Sighed a young woman across the hall, clutching her chest with a maternal expression. I want one like that. It seems your comment had quite an effect. Whispered the woman traveling next to the girl with a warm smile, affectionately stroking her hair. The scene was peaceful. 3 spacious seats, or rather, a small booth. On the left, a girl of about 6 pressed her forehead against the window to gaze at the airport lights. In the middle, the woman, serene in demeanor and with gentle eyes. On the right, a sleepy-looking boy struggled to stay awake under a blanket. Are we almost there? Murmured the little boy, half asleep. Almost there. She replied in a motherly voice. Sleep a little longer, I'll wake you up when it's time to go downstairs. What if we go to a park to play when we get out? The girl asked, without taking her eyes off the orange sky. I say we go get pizza. The boy yawned from his seat. The woman let out a soft laugh, stroking both of their heads. I like both ideas, but first we need to take care of some important things. Then you can choose where to go, okay? The children nodded silently and snuggled against her, finding in her lap the rest that the flight had stolen from them. For a few moments, only the murmur of the plane could be heard, the light thud of the wheels touching the ground. Then, in a low voice and with a little restrained emotion, the boy asked. Can we go visit Deku? Aunt Shino. Tuesday. Oh, beautiful UA. The place where the heroes of tomorrow are formed, a symbol of discipline, dedication and vocation to the service of others. Guardians of the innocent, executors of justice. The pride of Japan. Then I sucked that bitch's ass. Shiro recounted in great detail what he did that Friday when the boys went out partying at the house of that student from Shiketsu. Well, they are still the pride of Japan. We are currently in the academy's dining hall, at the round table in classroom 3A, where the boys were eating peacefully while chatting. The topic. Friday's party. The party where Izuku demonstrated his skills at scaring women. The thing is, until this morning, the guys hadn't stopped to talk about what happened. Partly because they were all drunk and couldn't remember exactly what they did that night. But now, with the videos being passed around among the guests, the flashbacks were starting to hit them. Incredible. Kaminari whispered, completely moved by Shiro's anecdote. The boys applauded in unison, except for Izuku, who was quite uncomfortable with the topic of his friend's face in. Well, there, and I doubted that it would have been the most hygienic thing to do at that moment. Wonderful. Katsuki chuckled softly. As much as, or even more than, that idiot who set fire to and froze a mattress. Everyone turned towards the bi-colored shirt, who pretended it wasn't about him. It was an accident. Todoroki replied. His tone was monotone, yes, but his pink cheeks betrayed his embarrassment. Anyone can make a mistake. Kaminari placed his soda on the table, raising an eyebrow. Of course, everyone makes mistakes. He said before adding. But it's strange that 5 more beds were burned. And covered in frost. The boys laughed as the bi-colored one dropped his head onto the table. Izuku laughed too, although then something struck his mind. A task imposed by Teacher Midnight. Invite your friends to go out to the arcade. Today was Tuesday. Later, he had his private lesson with Nomuri about his issues with girls and socializing. He wished he could tell her he'd already tried. But even though they were his friends, fear held him back. What if they find it boring? What if they say no? What if they decide to unify Korea? Anything was possible for that group. Izuku's mind was a battlefield filled with insecurities, social isolation, and memories of rejection. A lethal combination. He watched his classmates laugh, talk, and make fun of themselves and nightlife, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. So far removed from what he could bear. Then, as if Nomuri had pressed a button in his brain, he remembered something she had told him on Sunday at his house. Many would like to spend time with you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku swallowed. Hey, guys. He called out. Everyone fell silent as if he'd announced a natural disaster. Would you all be okay? Going out tomorrow? He closed his eyes, bracing for the worst. Silence. A long silence. I want to die. He thought this while wishing the earth would swallow him up. But then he heard a sob. Huh. Why? A large part of the class cried comically, some covering their faces. We did it. Our boy has grown up. Mineta said, his fists clenched, standing beside Izuku like a proud father. You grew up and we never even noticed. Surprisingly, Todoroki and Bakugo high-fived each other with euphoria. Me Midoriya, we thought you'd never say something like that. Kaminari whined, wiping his nose with Tenyu's shirt, who was also crying and didn't notice the textile abuse. Izuku looked at the scene, strange emotional circus as it was, and felt something warm. The fear he had felt throughout the day simply vanished. What a relief. She thought as she softened her gaze. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun, I know the best nightclub in town. Mineta said, hugging him and surprising him. There are some Latinas there who are. Huh? What? Izuku started trembling. That wasn't the idea. And no, I didn't. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun, since it's your first night, it's on me. Zero offered, calmly sipping his juice. And no, are you guys crazy? First, we should take him to the coast to test his alcohol tolerance. Then we'll take him to that place. Bakugo suggested, as if he were talking about a training session. No. We have to take him to the underground albino dwarf fights. Tokoyami added, surprisingly serious. We can't go back, remember? Because of someone. Kirishima said, glaring at Todoroki. That wasn't my fault. I mistook water for a bottle of vodka. The bi-colored man stammered, trying to forget the incident involving a lady, 2 vans, a turkey, a gas tank, and the police. And so, that group once again proposed ideas. Quiet things like sneaking into agencies to prank top heroes, infiltrating a military base, unifying the 2 Koreas, and finding the missing link. And other extreme ones. Like sleeping with the lights off or going shopping without a receipt. Guys. Izuku called out, stopping them. I suggest we go play at an arcade. What do you think? The boys tilted their heads. They looked at each other. Arcadian. It even sounds retro. Maybe even a little gay. But, well, it doesn't sound so bad. Shoji whispered. It could be fun. Kota agreed. Kirishima smiled. Sounds like a good plan. Bakugo shrugged. If there are fighting games, I'm in. Todoroki gave a thumbs up. I can try not to burn anything. And Izuku simply breathed for the first time in minutes. So, tomorrow. They all shouted in unison. And finally, without realizing it, Izuku Midoriya had completed his mission for the day. And he hadn't even entered his private class with Nomuri yet. Later. Nomuri Kayama. Probably the woman with the most powerful seductive aura in Japan. Capable of stealing the breath of anyone who passes by, stopping hearts with a glance, and making even the most resolute tremble with just a whisper. And the worst, or perhaps the best, part is that for her, all of that was as natural as breathing. Something as simple as her own heroic gifts. Like child's play. And now, this angel sent from heaven had the task of transforming the shyest, most antisocial, and insecure boy in all of Japan, competing neck and neck with Tamaki for first place in social anxiety, into, well, the country's greatest seducer. Well, no. Perhaps that was aiming too high. At least make it more normal, as Izuku used to say. Nervous footsteps echoed in the 3rd-floor hallway, approaching the abandoned room that Nomuri had adopted as her private classroom. The heroine smiled mischievously without even opening her eyes. She would recognize that gait among 1,000. She was still wearing her superhero costume. After all, it was during work hours, and besides, watching the boys' reaction was always entertaining. Knock knock. 2 soft trembling knocks sounded at the door. Midnight Sensei. Izuku's voice filtered out timidly, but with a strange gleam, almost suppressedly excited. Come in, Midoriya-kun. She replied in her soft provocative tone. The door opened and the boy peeked his head in first, as if he feared something might explode inside. Then he stepped completely inside, closing it carefully. He smelled of disinfectant from the cafeteria and had a slight blush on his cheeks. Nomuri opened her eyes for the first time since hearing him arrive, ready to assess the emotional state of the easiest student to read on the planet. And there it was. Izuku Midoriya, nervous as always. But with a glimmer in his eyes that she hadn't seen in a long time. A restrained hope, a hint of pride, something warm. Something good. Nomuri tilted her head with a slow smile. I see something different today, Midoriya-kun. You're lively. Izuku stood frozen, as if a laser beam had been pointed directly at his heart. Me. His hands moved like windmill blades, denying everything, though his expression betrayed him completely. It's nothing. I mean. It is something. I mean. Well, I don't know. Nomuri let out a soft giggle. A very dangerous one for the boy's blood pressure. Relax, breathe. She gestured for him to come closer, elegantly crossing one leg. Tell me. What happened? Izuku took a deep breath and, as if he had been waiting for permission, smiled. A genuine awkward, sincere smile. I did it. He said, gathering strength with each word. I completed the task you gave me, Midnight Sensei. Nomuri raised an eyebrow, interested. Really? And what was that task? I'm inviting my friends out. Izuku looked at the floor, feeling a little embarrassed but happy. Hang out. A little. We're all going to the arcade tomorrow. Nomuri's response was immediate. She opened her eyes in surprise and then smiled in such a proud way that she looked like an older sister celebrating a miracle. That's wonderful, Midoriya-kun. She leaned towards him with genuine enthusiasm. And they accepted. Izuku let out a nervous laugh. Yes. Everyone cried at first, but they accepted it. Nomuri blinked. Did they cry? A lot. Ah. He nodded as if that explained too much about Class 3A sounds. Right. Izuku raised his gaze slightly, still uncertain but clear in his excitement. I'd never invited anyone before. And I thought they'd laugh or say no. But, well, it went well. And I wanted to say, thank you. Because if you hadn't told me to try it, I probably never would have. Nomuri felt a strange warmth in her chest. Not sexual, nor playful. A sweet pride from someone who saw a boy blossoming who had been repressing himself for too long. Midoriya-kun, she said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. I'm so glad to hear that. I really am. You just need someone to remind you how valuable you already are. Izuku blushed to clinical levels. Thank you, Midnight Sensei. She withdrew her hand, returning to her confident and elegant smile. Very well. She rose from her seat with a fluid movement, letting her hair fall to one side. Since you completed your homework today, it's time for us to begin the private lesson. Izuku swallowed. Nomuri took a couple of steps towards the center of the empty room, standing with her back to him and her hands on her hips. Today we'll talk about something essential for your future encounters with women, Midoriya-kun. He barely turned his face, smiling with that dangerous and mischievous gleam. You're going to meet the enemy. 3 minutes later. Nomuri walked over to the old blackboard in the abandoned classroom, the one no one had used since before All Might started teaching. She wiped it with an elegant gesture, raising a cloud of dust that glittered in the light. Then she picked up a piece of chalk, twisted it between her fingers, and wrote in large, confident, and theatrical letters. Knowing your enemy. Izuku, sitting in the front row, because of course that was the place where Nomuri had forced him to sit, already had an open notebook, a pen ready and his hands trembling, as if he were about to take the exam that would decide his future. Nomuri put down the chalk and turned around with a slow, dangerous smile. Alright, Midoriya-kun. She crossed her arms under her chest, a strategic, studied, effective pose. First lesson. To learn how to relate to girls. You need to know what a girl is. Izuku blinked. Twice. Then she looked down at her notebook, as if the answer were magically written there. Huh? What's a girl? He repeated, clearly panicking. Nomuri almost laughed, but held it back to maintain the theatricality. Right. Let's start simple, shall we? One asks. He raised a finger gracefully. Define girl. Izuku straightened his back. A compulsive writer of definitions since childhood, he thought he had this one. Well, a girl is a feminine person who has characteristics of, well, it depends on the type of girl. And the quirk. Fire type. Water. Nomuri watched him with a half smile as he realized he was digging his own grave. Do you want to try again, with human words? She asked. Izuku closed his eyes, concentrated. And failed miserably. A girl is a young woman. Come on, Midoriya-kun. Nomuri clicked her tongue as she walked beside him. That's a dictionary definition, not a real-life one. If I ask you, what is a nomu? Would you say, a massive muscle with enhanced abilities? She leaned closer to him. No. You'd say, something that hunts you down to kill you and traumatizes you for the next 5 months. Izuku nodded slowly. That makes sense. So try again. But this time, from your own experience. What is a girl to you? Izuku tensed up. He looked at the ceiling. He looked at the floor. He looked at the pen as if it were a detonator. A girl is. He swallowed. A classmate. Really tough. Who hits you when you go into her locker room without permission. He remembered Momo hitting Mineta with a metal bar and sweated. Or a heroine who scolds you for falling asleep on patrol. Nomuri raised an eyebrow. We're improving, even if it sounds like a medical history. Second question. She returned to the board, swaying her hips with that naturalness that made Izuku's soul literally levitate out of his body. What does a girl want? Izuku's eyes widened. His hand trembled. The ink from the pen pooled in one spot. What? Did you hear the question, soldier? Nomuri said, adopting a military tone that only made her more dangerous. This is knowing your enemy. What does a girl want? Darling. Food. I don't know. Sweets. Affection. Sleeping 8 hours straight. Bloodborne remastered. Then he raised his hand as if he were in a normal class. Can I ask if this depends on the type of girl? Nomuri leaned back on the desk, amused. You can, but it will be useless. Izuku sank into his seat. Well. He stammered. I think. It depends on their personality, their history, their quirk, their aspirations. And. He stopped, swallowed. They can want many things. Nomuri snapped his fingers. Exactly. And you just failed. Completely. Izuku fell forward in defeat, hitting his forehead on the desk. How could I have failed if I said that? Because you said everything. And when you say everything, you didn't really say anything. He winked at her. Besides, you never say that to a girl. It sounds like you're analyzing her for a report. Izuku froze. He had done exactly that more times than he cared to admit. Nomuri saw him sink and decided to loosen the rope. Okay. He gently approached and patted her shoulder. Let's try a simpler question. And you just have to say the first thing that comes to mind, okay? Izuku nodded, tense. Okay. Nomuri walked to the front and drew a cartoonish female silhouette on the board. What's the biggest mystery a girl presents to you? Izuku thought about it for 1, 2, 3 seconds. How do they manage to make their hair smell so good even though they've been fighting all day? Nomuri dropped the chalk. Literally. Okay. She covered her mouth with her hand to stifle a loud laugh. I didn't expect that. Izuku turned as red as a traffic light. Sorry. That was my first thought, and… No, it's not bad. Nomuri lifted the chalk with a theatrical sigh. It's just… surprisingly honest. Which I like. Izuku meticulously wrote everything down, crossing things out, correcting them, and rewriting them. It was endearing to watch him grapple with such basic concepts as if they were advanced equations. Nomuri analyzed it from where he was. That boy didn't know anything about the subject. But he had something better than knowledge. Eagerness to learn. And that, in itself, was attractive. Finally, Nomuri put the chalk down on the blackboard and turned away with a soft clap. Very well, Soldier Midoriya. You failed miserably 90% of the preliminary theory exam. Izuku sank. But, Nomuri added, touching her chin. You've shown potential in some key answers. So you're not lost. Not yet. Izuku raised his head, hopeful. Nomuri smiled. Which means that… He took a step toward the center of the room. It's time to move on to the next phase. Izuku swallowed. Nomuri raised a finger, solemnly, as if he were about to begin a secret operation. The practical part. Alright, recruit Midoriya. He said solemnly. Before we proceed, answer this. Did you notice anything when you entered the room? Izuku blinked, still feeling the adrenaline from the theory exam throbbing in his temples. Ah. Yes, Midnight Sensei. That. Lump. He pointed with a trembling finger toward the corner of the classroom. On a chair, covered by a black cloth, something human-shaped waited still. Very still. Excellent observation. Nomuri said, somewhere between serious and playful. First rule. Always survey the terrain. Know where your enemy might be hiding. Or where your opportunity lies. Izuku felt his knees go weak. Nomuri snapped his fingers. With almost theatrical grace, he walked to the chair, grabbed its back, and dragged it toward him. The legs creaked on the empty living room floor, and every inch that covered thing moved forward pierced Izuku's stomach like an alarm. She let out a dramatic sigh and, without warning, a drum roll began to sound. Izuku jumped. Where? He looked all around, as if someone had hidden behind a desk with a drum. Don't worry about it. Nomuri replied, waving her hand like someone swatting a mosquito. Izuku didn't understand anything, but he nodded. Nomuri took hold of the edge of the cloak, inhaled like a game show host, and with an elegant movement, pulled it back abruptly. Izuku remained motionless. There, sitting in the chair, was a girl. No, not a girl. But almost a doll. Or a mannequin. Or something very, very expensive and very, very realistic. Long, silky hair. Perfectly placed eyelashes. Skin soft to the touch, or so it seemed. He didn't dare check. Delicate features. A body. Izuku swallowed. A bulkily inconvenient body. And the worst part. She was beautiful. Ridiculously beautiful. Midoriya. Nomuri said, crossing her arms. I'd like you to meet your practice partner. And I don't. That's not. What? Her words stumbled, fell, caught fire, and died. I found it in the support workshop. Nomuri explained, as if it were perfectly normal. I borrowed it from Hatsune. She said it was a request for a boy in your class. She shrugged. But she never came back for it. Izuku blinked. The terrible feeling ran down his spine. Nomuri cleared his throat, resuming his military seriousness. Okay. Listen, because this is the first step to starting a real conversation. Before you talk to a girl, you need to form a mental image of who she might be. Not a fantasy. He glanced at the doll for a second, then back at Izuku. Well, ideally not a fantasy. But a reasonable projection. Personality, sense of humor, energy level, whether she's shy, whether she's direct. Things like that. Izuku nodded half-heartedly, sweating profusely, trying to take notes, and failing to coordinate his handwriting with his trembling hands. Okay, Midoriya. Nomuri smiled with a gentle mischievousness. Try to describe her. Izuku opened his mouth. Nothing came of it. He swallowed again. I think that. She Could be. Maybe. Kind. I guess. Or not. Or yes. Depending. Namuri raised an eyebrow. What kind of psychological profile is maybe I guess yes no depending? He snorted with amusement. Izuku gripped the pencil as if he were clinging to life. Sorry. It's just that I've never physically evaluated a doll that looks like a person. Namuri went down the river. Okay. Let's take it one step at a time. I'll guide you. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Heat. Izuku saw stars. Now. He continued. The most basic thing. Start a conversation. A simple sentence. Something like hello, nice to meet you. Izuku inhaled, his eyes closed. He exhaled. She opened her eyes and looked at the doll. Fatal error. The moment he saw her, all his courage vanished. He turned red instantly, as if he had inhaled live fire. Hello. His voice died. Namuri blinked. Again. Try again. Izuku swallowed, leaned slightly forward, and he froze. Namuri began to worry. She also began to have fun, in equal measure. Midoriya. Are you? I can't. He finally blurted out, burying his face in his hands. I can't. Even if it's not real. I can't talk to it. I don't know how to talk to it. Namuri opened her mouth to answer. But she paused, thinking. This was going to be more difficult than I thought. Calm down, it's not your fault. This doll can't express herself properly. It makes it harder to imagine a real interaction, you see. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Until Namuri snapped her fingers as if she had remembered something. I saw a panel on its back. Maybe it has an interactive mode. If it responds, it might make things easier for you. But it was too late. Namuri was already turning her wrist, searching for the panel. Here it is. He pressed a button. The doll blinked. Lights flashed in her eyes. Her skin emitted a small, soft glow. Izuku honestly believed he was witnessing the birth of an angelic being. The doll gently opened her mouth and, "Will you give it to me tonight like a drawer that won't close, Mineta-sama?" Absolute silence. Namuri froze. Izuku stopped breathing. His soul left his body and walked away towards the exit of the classroom. What? Namuri stammered, red as a cherry. The doll continued with her cute smile. Namuri pressed all the buttons on the panel like a maniac. I don't think it'll all fit. Please don't stop, Mineta. Naughty mode activated. Responding to your wishes, Mineta-sama. Programmed pelvic thrust number 3 activated. Turn it off. Namuri screamed, horrified, sweating, trying to press anything that looked like a switch. Izuku was white, almost translucent. Finally, after a miraculous random combination of buttons, the doll fell inert. Namuri let out a breath as if she had just survived a villain attack. He turned towards Izuku. He was sitting, rigid, completely out of it, staring into space. Midoriya-kun. Silence. Midoriya-kun. Nothing. Namuri approached, alarmed. Hey, Midoriya-kun. Are you okay? The boy fell forward, completely knocked out with embarrassment, his ears red to the roots of his hair. Namuri held him before he hit himself. Okay. She whispered, genuinely worried. This is going to require much gentler training than I thought. Minutes later. Izuku's consciousness returned as if slowly emerging from a muddy ocean of shame. He blinked a few times, confused, and the first thing he saw was the dusty ceiling of the abandoned hall. Then, Namuri's face, leaning over him, waving her hand in front of his face. Midoriya-kun. Can you hear me? She asked in a soft voice, a very different tone from her usual one. Izuku sat up abruptly. What happened? Did I faint? She looked around, searching for answers. But why? I only remember that practice was about to start and Namuri smiled nervously. Dangerously nervously. You got really nervous. She replied with suspicious speed. And, well, poof, you shut down. Like a switch, you know. Izuku tilted his head, confused. Nervous? Why would I be nervous? I mean, it was just the... He automatically turned towards the corner where the doll had been. He was frozen. There, in a shadowy corner of the room, lay the remains of the doll, as if a divine force had exorcised it with blows. One arm pointed toward the sky like a failed prayer. The head was upside down. One shoe remained inexplicably intact. Izuku trembled. Namuri let out a short, stifled laugh. Yes. It's just that. She fell. Very hard. Several times. She lied half-heartedly. Izuku blinked. Oh. I understand. She didn't understand anything. But she preferred not to ask. Mental health always benefits from certain silences. Namuri stood up energetically, regaining her sensual instructor tone, as if she were on the verge of starring in a perfume commercial. Alright, Midoriya-kun, let's get back to the lesson. She offered him her hand to help him to his feet. We already saw that practicing with a mannequin isn't the best thing for you. Or for your heart. She thought, still sweating cold from the memory. Izuku dusted off his uniform and took a deep breath. Nomuri stepped forward to the center of the room and clapped his hands elegantly. Very well. She said, returning to her didactic tone. New dynamic. From now on. I will be your practice partner. Izuku stood up straight like a soldier. W what? W what do you mean, you? Midnight Sensei. Exactly. She smiled, crossing her arms. I'll pretend to be a normal girl. No famous heroine, no teacher. Just an ordinary girl you might want to talk to. Izuku swallowed hard, but this time he didn't back down. To begin formally, Nomuri pointed to the space in front of her. Okay, first step. The same as before. Form an idea of what you think I'm like. If you were to talk to me for the first time, what would you perceive? What would you think? Izuku hesitated. Then he looked at her carefully. Not with fear. With sincerity. Well, I think. You have a very confident air about you. Like, you're not afraid to talk to anyone. But, you also seem kind. And even though you're intimidating, I think you're very considerate of those who feel nervous. And I think, you're someone who could be admired a lot. Nomuri opened her eyes, genuinely surprised. A soft smile escaped her lips. Midoriya-kun. She blinked, dropping her serious pose for a second. That was very sweet. Izuku almost collapses again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound weird. No. She raised a hand to calm him. He was honest. And that's exactly what I wanted to see. You see, when you're not paralyzed by fear, you observe with great accuracy. Izuku nodded, blushing but a little proud. Okay. Let's move on to the next step. The most important one. Starting the conversation. Izuku settled back in his seat, inhaled deeply. Hello. She began, her voice trembling. Hi. She replied, playing the most normal girl in the world. Silence. Izuku started to sweat. Did you know that beavers can build dams up to 800 meters high? Nomuri blinked. That. Izuku covered his face. Sorry. It's the first thing that came to mind. I was reading an article. Okay. Nomuri took a deep breath. Let's try again. Remember. Look for a normal connection point. Izuku tried again. Hello. She repeated, with infinite patience. Do you play video games? Did you know that in RuneScape, there was a war between Venezuelans and a clan called Rod? Because they were literally surviving by selling virtual gold during the crisis. The Great Battle of Ravine Caves. Nomuri smiled, trying not to laugh. Midoriya-kun. Honey. No normal girl knows what the hell you're talking about. Right. Izuku frantically scribbled something in his notebook. No talking about RPGs. New attempt. Hello. He stammered. Hello. Her teacher replied with the same calmness. Izuku swallowed. Do you like the weather? Nomuri closed his eyes for a second. Patience. Breathe, Nomuri. He's good. He's just. That's not the best start either, but we're improving. She encouraged him. Try something simple, everyday, something that can be followed naturally. Izuku thought. His hands trembled slightly. Respite. He looked Nomuri in the eyes. And then, without planning it. How was your day? Nomuri blinked. It wasn't perfect. Nor ingenious. Nor spectacular. But it was natural. Human. An open door. She smiled warmly. My day was fine. Thanks for asking. It took Izuku 2 seconds to realize that it had worked. He opened his eyes, surprised by himself. Did I do it? Really? Did I do it? Nomuri applauded, genuinely happy. You did it, Midoriya-kun. That was a completely normal conversation starter. You did great. Izuku smiled. Wide. Proud. With a light in his eyes that Nomuri hadn't seen in a long time. She watched him for a moment, soft and warm. He's still a mess. But a mess that's learning. And how beautiful it is to see him grow. The practice spread further than either of them expected. Minutes that became long, dense, useful. Izuku, though still struggling with sudden bouts of nervousness that cut his sentences short, gradually managed to hold short conversations with Nomuri. Her expressions, rhythms, and speaking styles shifted. Sometimes she seemed like a shy classmate. Other times, a cheerful girl. Still other times, a serious person working in a cafe. She was so good, so convincing, that there were moments when Izuku forgot he was in an abandoned classroom at UA. Don't flirt, Nomuri. She would tell herself every time she noticed the boy starting to turn too red. Today's class is normal. Normal. And she did. It was a simple conversation. A first lesson about women. A simulation of everyday interaction. And yet, for Izuku it was like climbing a mountain. Midnight Sen. I mean, what kind of music do you like? She asked at one point, struggling to maintain her composure. Nothing too special. She replied in character. Whatever I hear while I'm walking. And you? Well. I have playlists for working out, studying, crying. Izuku paled. And forget the last one. Nomuri looked at him, making a real effort not to burst out laughing. And just like that. Clumsiness, progress, pauses, glances at the floor, deep breaths, corrections, repetitions. Until the simulated conversation was able to flow for almost a minute without Izuku collapsing. A whole minute. For him, it was almost an Olympic victory. When Nomuri finally raised a hand and signaled that practice was over, Izuku slumped back into his chair, exhausted but with a satisfied smile. You did very well, Midoriya-kun, she said sincerely. You lasted longer than I expected for your first real interaction class. Izuku took a deep breath, his hair slightly disheveled from so much stress. Thank you. Really. I feel like I learned a little. Then she looked up. You have incredible talent, Midnight Sensei. That totally caught his attention. Talent. Izuku nodded, still catching his breath. It's just that. I always thought you were really good in front of the cameras. Or following scripts. Or improvising. And today there were moments when it almost felt like I was in a real coffee shop. Like I was talking to someone other than my teacher. Nomuri was surprised. But not with the comical surprise of before. Rather with a gentle, warm, nostalgic one. Wow. She smiled with a shyness she rarely showed. Before deciding to be a heroine, I wanted to be an actress. Izuku opened his eyes, fascinated. Oh really? Yes. She replied, leaning back on the desk with her arms crossed. I loved it. But in the end, well, heroism called to me more strongly. And here I am. She looked at him with amused tenderness. Although it seems I still have a little bit of that talent left. A lot. He assured, sincerely. That compliment touched her more deeply than she expected. And she knew it because she found herself smiling sweetly, not flirtatiously or mischievously, but with simple warmth. Nomuri joined in, bringing the session to a close. Alright, cutie. Midoriya-kun. She corrected herself on the fly. Time's up. It's time for you to go back to your classroom. Yes. Thank you for everything, Midnight Sensei. Izuku quickly gathered his things. She approached him and, without thinking too much, ruffled his hair as if he were still the same freshman kid. The funniest thing was that Izuku was now almost 3 centimeters taller, but he still looked like a scolded child. Don't worry about anything, okay? She said, unable to suppress her tenderness. And remember. We have another session on Thursday. You'll tell me how your outing with your friends went tomorrow. Izuku blushed, excited and nervous at the same time. Of course. I'm really looking forward to. Well. I hope I can tell you something. Well. Oh. And. Then this afternoon I also have a session with 13 Sensei. Nomuri raised an eyebrow. Look at you, what a busy schedule you have. She winked at him. I'm glad. They were both about to finally leave the room when, from the dark corner where the pieces of the doll lay, they heard. You filled me with so much joy, Mineta-sama. Izuku froze. So did Nomuri. A horrifyingly comical silence ensued. Nomuri smiled. But in such a tense way that you could almost hear the crack of her sanity. You didn't hear anything. She said in a dangerously sweet voice. Izuku opened his mouth to ask anything, but he couldn't get there. Nomuri grabbed the broom leaning against the door and threw it with such a precise, perfect, and pent-up hatred thrust that it pierced the doll's head like an Olympic spear throw. Crack. The head exploded into unrecognizable pieces. Nomuri laughed. Nervously. A lot. Izuku wisely decided not to comment on it. They left together. The living room was left behind. The echo of the broom hitting the wall, too. And the class. Officially, was over. UA. Dormitories of 3A. Wednesday 4:20 p.m. Izuku Midoriya, our favorite green-haired hero, stood in front of his bedroom mirror, carefully observing his very tough outfit. It's the same clothes we bought on Friday's outing. He thought, somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't gone shopping for clothes since that time. And to be honest, if he wanted to look decent or even remotely human, he only had that pair of pants and shirt to rely on. As a good shonen protagonist, he wore the same outfit throughout the entire work. Izuku left his room and headed towards the Class A dormitory reception. He was really excited. As simple as the idea of going to the arcade sounded, for him, the most socially withdrawn person in all of UA, it was a special event. I should grab something to eat before heading straight to the arcade. Maybe a stop at McDonald's wouldn't be a bad idea. He thought as he approached the meeting point. Oh no, Izuku, remember the diet. But it's not bad to treat yourself once in a while. Wait. How can you hear me? Last time I remember the author cut off communication from narrator to protagonist. I don't know. I just started listening to you a few minutes ago. I'm sorry. The author said, appearing as he took something from his toolbox. Since I hadn't updated in a while, I forgot I'd reconnected it to test a few things. Give me one more moment and… Okay. Continue with the story. Sorry, Izuku, you'll have to forget everything you heard. Is it going to hurt? A bit. What was that? Izuku wondered, confused, not remembering anything clearly, but unable to delve deeper into it since he had already arrived with the others. Hey Izuku. Bakugo greeted, sounding slightly annoyed as he stood up from the sofa. Even though you were the one who invited us, you almost arrived last. Haha. Sorry, I just didn't know what to wear. He said nervously, scratching the back of his neck while giving him a high five. Who's missing? She's wearing the same clothes we bought her. Kitsuki thought with a twitch in his eye. Minetta's missing. Todoroki replied, coming out of the kitchen with 2 cans of beer and handing one to Izuku. Want one? No, thank you. She declined, making a slight grimace. He still remembered his first beer, which curiously was not at last Friday's party, but on an ordinary day in his workshop. The boys, in an attempt to invite him out, offered him one to motivate him. To warm his snout, in short. She accepted it. She vomited right there. He can drink alcohol, very little, but the taste of beer is something he simply cannot stand. Throw it to me, Toto. Kirishima shouted from the couches where Kaminari, Sato, and Shoji were sitting. And so a normal day passed in the common area of the 3A dormitory. Shiro, Tokoyami, Koda, and Ajiro were in the kitchen, having a snack before heading out to the arcade. Shinso, meanwhile, was gazing at the sky through the window, farming aura. I'm here, you dirty bitches. Mineta shouted as he made his entrance. What's up? Oh, so you're going? Bakugo asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, yeah, how? Mineta replied, as he went and dropped the pose. I think it's tough, his outfit. Shiro commented, leaving the kitchen with the others. Too hard, I'd say. Izuku thought. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Itsuki ordered, turning around and getting the boys to follow him. We have to take advantage of the fact that the nerd has finally decided to come out of his cave. Laughter, light shoving, and offhand comments filled the hallway as the group made their way toward the dormitory exit. Automatic lights flickered on as they passed, and the echo of their footsteps signaled the start of an afternoon that, in theory, promised nothing out of the ordinary. Izuku walked among them, listening, smiling silently, feeling part of the group in a way that still felt strange. But pleasant. Later. We're here. Kitsuki announced, throwing open the glass doors. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than the Class A kids were hit by a burst of neon lights, the constant roar of machines, the frenetic music of dance and rhythm games, mixed with insults thrown into the air between players, and shouts of pure euphoria. All of that accompanied by the classic aroma of greasy pizza, popcorn, soda, and latent virginity. Whoa. Several murmured in unison. Undoubtedly, it was something they didn't fully remember. It's been a while since I've been to one of these. Kaminari whispered, joining the others in the realm of light. I think I was about 13 the last time I was here. I've never been to a place like this before. Todoroki confessed, watching several kids run past with long strips of points in their hands toward the redemption counter. It feels weird. The curious glances of the more frequent customers soon arrived, making the group look like a flock of newly arrived strangers. Hey. Aren't those the guys who fought in the battle against a league of villains? One whispered excitedly, discreetly pointing at them. Yes. It's them. His companion, a boy with a Naruto headband, almost squealed. But the most excited of all, even more than those who were already beginning to recognize them, was Izuku. His green eyes scanned every machine, every screen, every blinking light. There were so many games, from so many different genres, that for someone like him, it was like entering an endless candy store. Hey, how about we try that one? Kaminari pointed toward what appeared to be 8 stations with motorcycles. Looks fun. To everyone's surprise, the first to go was Shinso, who without hesitation got on one of the motorcycles. Look, it has multiplayer. I mean, we can compete against each other. He said excitedly, calling the others over. Do you like motorcycles, Shinso-kun? Izuku asked, approaching and getting on a green one. Well. I've always dreamed of owning a motorcycle. He confessed somewhat sheepishly. A BMW S1000RR. Or any Harley-Davidson. A chorus of admiring OS arose from the boys. But, I mean, who doesn't want a Harley? Actually, your dream isn't bad, Shinso-kun. Iida said, patting him on the back. You could even turn it into a useful tool. It would allow you to move faster during a chase. Just like Batman. Shiro added, taking another motorcycle. Kitsuki, on the other hand, wasn't paying attention to any of that. He was looking for something specific. And when he found it, his ruby eyes shone with that characteristic dangerous gleam. Aha! Kirishima. He called to his red-haired friend, who turned around, knowing exactly what was coming. Over there. There's a Mortal Kombat machine over there. Kirishima smiled defiantly. Do you want me to clean the floor with you again? Try it, bitch. I want to fight you guys too. Sato interjected, cracking his knuckles. I have to recover my honor. Ejiro said, adjusting his shirt, remembering that night of video games, in which Izuku wasn't present. As usual, where he was brutally humiliated by almost everyone. Damn, even Momo abused him, managing to perform a fatality on him. Tokoyami. Mineta shouted, calling out to the crow-headed boy. I formally challenge you to a dance battle. And without further ado, he threw a glove he found lying around straight at his chest. Even the deepest darkness can be broken by the right melody. Tokoyami replied, stepping onto the platform. You chose the wrong opponent. This is going to be really fun to watch. Koda thought as she watched the two of them stare at each other before the music started. And so, one by one, the boys settled into different machines, surrendering themselves completely to the game and the chaos of the place, ready to have a good time that afternoon. Meanwhile, Izuku, already mounted on the green motorcycle, watched them out of the corner of his eye, with a warm chest and a light heart. It seems this outing will go well. He thought as he waited for Shinso to finish choosing the track. Thank you very much, Midnight Sensei. She smiled, keeping in her mind the idea of buying him a small souvenir as a thank you. What are you thinking about, Midoriya? Todoroki asked, pulling him out of his thoughts. Oh, me? Nothing in particular. He replied, turning his head toward him. Shoto was beside him, riding a curiously two-toned motorcycle. Have you ever played this? No. But it looks fun. She admitted, with a special sparkle in her eyes and a small smile appearing. Too bright. Izuku thought almost instinctively, trying to cover up the glow emanating from his friend. All set. Shinso announced, settling more comfortably on the bike. I didn't know I had the option to play the Isle of Man TT. I hope they don't lose so quickly. The countdown appeared on the screens in front of them. 3, 2, 1. The digital roar of the engines instantly filled the arcade. The bikes vibrated beneath their bodies, the handlebars shook, and the Isle of Man TT track unfolded before them like a promise. And a threat. Don't hold back. Kaminari shouted as he accelerated as if his life depended on it. The coastal road appeared first. Narrow asphalt, stone walls, the sea crashing below. The sky was clear. For now. This is crazy. Ryosiro said, leaning too far into the first bend. Iida, as expected, maintained an impeccable, rigid, almost military posture. She followed the perfect line, without errors. But also without margin. Izuku was focused, his eyes fixed on the screen, his body tense. He wasn't bad, but he wasn't a prodigy either. He felt every curve as if he really could fly off. The first change in climate came without warning. Gray clouds. Rain. Huh. That wasn't in the description. Kaminari shouted. His motorcycle skidded on a sharp turn. A second later, the screen showed a flash. And then water. Runner number 5 eliminated. No, I fell into the sea. He complained dramatically from his seat. Zero lasted a little longer. Until an overly optimistic curve and a poorly calculated post did their work. Runner number 3 eliminated. Okay, that was my fault. He admitted, raising his hands. Iida held on with dignity. He even gained positions. Until the track entered a narrow urban area with tight turns between houses. Too narrow. No. 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 He murmured. A tiny mistake. A graze. The motorcycle shot off. Runner number 1 eliminated. That kind of racing should be considered a crime. He said, adjusting his glasses in annoyance. Izuku gritted his teeth. His heart was pounding. Focus. Focus. A long straightaway. He accelerated. The digital wind seemed to be pushing him along. And then. Fog. A blind corner. Too late. Ah. The motorcycle skidded. The screen spun. Runner number 4 eliminated. The green-haired boy stood still for a few seconds, watching the replay. At least he didn't go into the water. She whispered, trying to convince herself. When he looked up, there were only 2 motorcycles speeding by. Shinso and Todoroki. Shinso was in his element. His body moved with natural ease, leaning into every curve as if this weren't a game, but a memory. His eyes shone, completely absorbed. He loves this. Izuku murmured. But what no one expected was Shoto. Todoroki was smiling. Not a smaller polite smile. No. A genuine focused almost childlike smile. Her eyes followed the trail with intensity, her hands steady, her body leaning with instinctive precision. She didn't force the speed. She understood it. Since when? Zero asked, surprised. She has talent. Iida admitted. The final clue appeared. The weather changed one last time. Strong winds. Deadly curves. A narrow final straight. Shinso accelerated. Todoroki didn't lag behind. They both crossed the finish line at the same time. Draw. The end of cycle sound echoed. For a second. Silence. Then. A tie. Several people said at the same time. Shinso let out an incredulous laugh, getting off the motorcycle. I wasn't expecting that, he admitted, almost sweating. Todoroki blinked. And then let out a small laugh, his pulse still racing. It was incredible. Izuku looked at them, with a soft smile on his face and a warm chest. He hadn't won. He hadn't been the best. But there it was. Playing. Laughing. Sharing something real. The sharp sounds of digital punches, distorted finishing sounds, and the deep music of Mortal Kombat cut through the general noise of the arcade. In front of the machine, the tension was real. Are you sure you want this, little Frenchman? Kitsuki grunted, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the screen. Don't come crying to me later. Aoyama, for his part, settled himself in front of the controls with an almost insulting calm. He ran a hand through his blonde bangs, smiled with an exaggerated gleam. And selected his character. Johnny Cage. Victory can also be elegant, mon ami, he said, winking. A second later, Kitsuki chose without hesitation. Scorpion. I'm going to delete you. The announcement of the fight echoed. Round 1. The boys who had been on the motorcycles gradually approached, forming a semicircle behind the machine. The noise, the colors, the people around. Everything faded into the background. There was only fighting. From the start, Kitsuki was aggressive. Teleport, uppercut, chain, constant pressure. That's it. Kirishima shouted. Go for it, Bakugo. But Aoyama didn't back down without thinking. He blocked. He punished. He counterattacked with surgical precision. Johnny Cage moved fast, mocking. Spinning kicks, groin strikes, clean combos. Since when does Aoyama play like that? Kaminari exclaimed. He's not spamming. Iida murmured, adjusting his glasses. He's reading Bakugo. First round. Aoyama. What? Kitsuki roared. There's still one more. Round 2. Bakugo gritted his teeth. He increased the intensity. Scorpion became a constant threat. Holds, pressure, relentless punishment. Aoyama took damage. A lot. His health bar was dropping fast. Don't leave me hard, Aoyama. Ejiro shouted. Don't leave me hard. And then. Aoyama changed. He stopped attacking head-on. He waited. A minor error. A blow to the testicles. Clean combo. Slow motion. Final blow. Ooh-oh. Half the arcade screamed. Izuku watched, fascinated, his heart pounding. He had never seen Aoyama like this. Focused, serious. Enjoying it. Finish him. The screen flickered. Aoyama executed the fatality with perfect precision. The animation ended. Johnny Cage wins. Fatality. For a second. Absolute silence. Then, the explosion. Holy shit. Aoyama beat him. Bakugo, they fucked you up. Aoyama released the controller with a triumphant smile, placing a hand on his chest. Elegance. Always triumphs. Bakugo stared at the screen, his fists clenched. And then let out a dry laugh. Another one. He said. This isn't over. Izuku smiled. The arcade machine was vibrating. The kids were laughing, shouting, and high-fiving. It was chaos. It was noise. It was life. But not as much as what was happening on a certain track. The boys approached where a great battle was taking place. The atmosphere in the arcade changed drastically. The fighting machines took a backseat and the circle of people around the dance floor became massive. They were already halfway through the song. The volume was at maximum and the bass of YMCA was making even the most prominent members of the audience rumble. Look at that technique. Kaminari shouted, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Mineta's sliding like he's got butter on his feet. Mineta, the toughest guy in 3A, danced with an elegance and seriousness never before seen in him, performing a circular moonwalk on the platform's arrows. Every time he stepped, the screen screamed. Perfect. 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 On the other side, Tokoyami was a kinetic shadow. She wasn't dancing, she was performing a ritual. Her movements were sharp, precise, and full of a gothic elegance that made no sense with the village people's music. Dark shadow, now. Tokoyami exclaimed in a whisper. The shadow emerged from his chest, not to fight, but to sing along. Dark Shadow materialized wearing a police hat made of pure dark energy and began tapping out the rhythm with his arms, while Tokoyami performed a perfect split over the sensors. It can't be. Izuku exclaimed. Tokoyami is using his quirk to increase his step range. It's a professional level execution. Iida commented, recording everything with his cell phone. The crowd was going wild. Even Bakugo, who had just arrived from his defeat in Mortal Kombat, stood silently, arms crossed, with a vein throbbing on his forehead. That dwarf's got rhythm. Damn it. Katsuki muttered under his breath. The climax arrived. The final chorus. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Mineta knew this was his moment. He propelled himself forward on his own spheres, bouncing off the arcade ceiling to land just in time in the center of the platform. With physics-defying speed, he formed the letters with his arms. The Y, the M, the C. And in the final A, Mineta struck a pose, somewhat gay, that would have given any normal human a hernia, but he held it with a direct wink to the machine's camera. Full combo. The screen exploded in digital fireworks. Winner. Player 1. Tokoyami stopped gracefully, breathing heavily. He looked at the screen, then at Mineta, and finally lowered his head in respect. Your light is more blinding than my darkness can bear, admitted the crow boy, extending his hand. I told you so, brother. Mineta replied, giving a high five as he regained his usual degenerate aura. To win over the bow ties, you first have to conquer the dance floor. Before he could say anything else, the machine emitted a different sound. The screen changed. The lights dimmed. And a new clue appeared. Remember the time. Michael Jackson. Huh? Todoroki murmured, approaching curiously. What now? The intro began to play softly. Izuku looked at the screen. Then at his friends. It looks interesting. It's a classic, Iida said, adjusting his glasses. And it requires coordination. Ejiro was already climbing onto the platform. Well, one a year won't hurt. Todoroki stepped forward. Izuku hesitated for a second. And then he went up too. The arrows began to appear slowly, marking the beginning. The music was about to explode. And the dance floor awaited. Many minutes later. I saw some machines with 4-player guns. Kaminari said, his mouth half full as he chewed his burrito. It's a zombie game. We should go play. Finish eating, you look like an animal. Katsuki growled, emerging from his silent meditation. I still couldn't believe that Aoyama had defeated him cleanly. Sounds like a good idea. Todoroki commented, joining in without hesitation. It's rare to see you having so much fun, Todoroki-kun. Shoji observed, looking at the bi-colored boy. I mean, sober. Because when you're drunk, you're definitely much more relaxed. The laughter started immediately. Shoto looked away, vaguely remembering how different he became when he drank. I don't blame him. Shinso added, resting his elbows on the table. This place is pretty fun. It was a good idea to come. Izuku heard that. And, as expected, he couldn't help but feel more than happy. The outing had gone well. No, better than well. It was one of those days that you know you'll remember even when old age catches up with you. I definitely have to thank Midnight Sensei later. He thought as he took another bite of his hamburger. Oh, and I should also buy an aunt and a present. I think I saw some Galaxy keychains. I hope she likes them. Something small for her wouldn't be bad. Especially considering that the only time Izuku gave her a decent gift, it ended up being a nervous and trembling mess because he was afraid she wouldn't like it. Well, since I'm buying for them. He continued thinking. I suppose it would be fair to buy something for Kaina-san too. She'd be upset if she found out I didn't buy her anything from my trip. Izuku mentally thanked himself for being loaded with money. It would be unfair not to send something to Mirko-san. I'll send it in the next letter. Hey, you devilish boy. Where did you get so many women? And even with all that, he was still terrible at talking to girls. While some people die of thirst, others drown in water. It's good that I withdrew money. Izuku murmured, staring into space before taking another bite of his hamburger. Hey. Did you guys notice there are more floors up there? Ejiro asked, pointing to a staircase leading to a second level. Maybe there are other kinds of games. Everyone turned their gaze towards the stairs. For some inexplicable reason, they felt a dark and mysterious aura emanating from that place. Far from frightening them, this only fueled their curiosity. Without thinking too much, they began to approach, some still with food in hand, like Izuku, who was still holding his hamburger. Just as they were about to reach the top of the stairs, a heavy footstep and a deep voice stopped them. Stop walking. The boys turned around. In front of them stood the guy. No, wait. Perhaps an adult in his mid-30s, overweight, sweaty, wearing glasses with obvious grease stains on the lenses. He was wearing a t-shirt with a girl in an ahegao pose, and his face showed clear signs that a razor hadn't touched his skin in quite some time. Haha. You don't look like you're on that level. He said with a crooked smile. You're not worthy to touch the kingdom. He pointed upwards in an exaggerated pose, farming aura. Dude. You stink like poop. Itsuki replied bluntly, covering his nose. Hello, good afternoon. Izuku greeted politely, trying to ignore his friend's giggles. What's up there? Good afternoon, dear apprentice. The man replied with an exaggerated bow. Izuku tilted his head at the apprentice comment. Up there lies the next step for man. A place where only those willing to give their all are worthy of being. I bet this guy jerks off in his room. Kaminari whispered to Shiro, who covered his mouth to keep from laughing. Anything else? In particular? Izuku asked, now somewhat nervous. The guy took a breath, stood at attention, and shouted to the four winds. Up there is the world of competition. Where the greatest fight against the greatest. The entire first floor turned to look at the guy who had shouted, falling into an awkward silence after his revelation. Ah. What a fucking mess. Kaminari declared, turning around without another word, followed by most of the boys who imitated him almost reflexively. Huh? The guy couldn't believe the absolute indifference he had just witnessed. I mean, bro, there's no worse community than the competitive gaming community. Mineta replied, shrugging. That's something every normal person knows. What do you think you're saying? He retorted, completely indignant as he adjusted his glasses. Ha. I get it. The thing is, you guys aren't good enough to appreciate a proper competitive mode. Yeah, whatever you say. Shiro's voice was heard as he walked away. Bro, play grass or something. In the end, the only one who stayed close to the guy was Izuku, observing the scene with some unease. Competitive. Izuku knew firsthand what that meant. During the time he'd kept away from people, he'd spent his free time, when he wasn't developing his hero costume or support tools, playing video games. And it was inevitable. If you played multiplayer, sooner or later you ended up trying the competitive mode. I had come to a very clear conclusion after doing it. Competitiveness sucks. And not so much because of the game itself, but because of the people who live there 24 hours a day. People who take a simple game so seriously that, at the slightest mistake, they kick you out of the game or report your account as if their life depended on it. Even so, curiosity began to gnaw at him. He turned his head toward the stairs in front of him. The guy had already gone up, his head down, muttering unintelligible things under his breath. Hey Izuku. Kitsuki's voice called from afar. The blonde boy turned slightly to look at him. What are you doing standing there? Come on, let's play on one of the machines. Izuku hesitated. He thought about it. He really thought about it. He knew it was a bad idea, but curiosity won out. I think I'll go see what's up there. Kitsuki raised an eyebrow. Oh really? Seeing that Izuku nodded, he just let out a resigned sigh. Okay. Don't take too long, we're going to play with the others later. She turned around, but before walking away completely she added, without even looking at him. And don't come weighing 120 kilos and smelling like a turncoat. Izuku laughed nervously as he watched his friend join the others to test other machines. Then he turned his gaze back to the stairs and, without wasting any more time, took the first step. With each step he climbed, he felt a strange pressure in his chest, as if the fourth bearer's old sense of danger, the one he had stopped feeling along with the others, was trying to activate again. But he still kept moving forward. Until he reached the last step. And what he saw. It was simply terrifying. The moment Izuku stepped off the stairs, the noise hit him. It wasn't music or laughter like downstairs, but a constant murmur of strained voices, keyboards pounded furiously, and rapid clicks overlapping each other, creating a strangely oppressive cacophony. The lighting was dimmer, almost clinical. Bright screens illuminated tired, bleary-eyed faces, intensely focused. The air smelled of cold coffee, energy drinks, and something else. Something stale, like air that hadn't been refreshed in hours. Izuku advanced cautiously, as if afraid of interrupting some kind of ritual. To his left, a row of computers displayed the unmistakable Dota map. Players shouted orders aloud, some with their headphones askew, others taking them off to hurl insults directly at the monitor. What do you mean you didn't walk IT? I told you back. Report mid, report mid. Izuku jumped slightly at one of the screams. He stared for a moment, fascinated yet uneasy. The fingers moved with incredible speed, but the faces looked like they were about to explode. He kept walking. Further on, another section was clearly dominated by League of Legends. He recognized the interface immediately. One boy slammed his fist on the desk in frustration, while another jumped up from his seat, abruptly ripping off his headphones. You can't be that bad. Shut up, idiot, it's your fault. Izuku swallowed. It's just a game. He thought, unable to help feeling out of place. The next area was even more tense. CS:GO. The sharp crackle of virtual gunfire, mixed with heavy breathing and constant murmuring, made the atmosphere feel oppressive. Some players didn't even blink. Others leaned so close to the screen it looked like they were going to pass right through it. One of them threw the mouse against the desk with a sharp thud. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks. This is definitely not my scene. Even so, I couldn't stop watching. There was something hypnotic about it all. The obsession, the total dedication, the way each defeat felt like a personal tragedy. It was strange. Unsettling. But also revealing. He moved on a little further, passing through other sections. Games he barely recognized, impromptu tournaments, boards with handwritten rankings, people taking notes as if preparing for an exam. Nobody seemed to notice his presence. And for the first time since he had gone up there, Izuku felt like he was the odd one out there. Even so, Izuku kept moving forward. He wandered aimlessly, stopping here and there to observe the screens, the impromptu tournaments, the tense gestures of the players. He was so absorbed in this competitive microcosm that he didn't notice the ground. Or rather, what was on it. His foot suddenly got caught on something. Huh. A sharp tug, a misstep, and before he could react, Izuku lost his balance. He tripped over some poorly arranged extensions that crisscrossed the hallway like a death trap and was sent flying forward. Wah. The impact was inevitable. He collided head-on with someone, and they both tumbled to the ground in a clumsy tangle of arms and legs, accompanied by a loud, hot splash. A bowl of ramen went flying, spilling its contents onto the floor with an immediately comforting aroma. Completely wasted. Hey. What's wrong with you? The person hissed. Izuku froze as soon as he heard the complaint. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't see the wires, it was my fault, I'm really sorry. He stammered immediately, half sitting up while bowing his head repeatedly. I can pay for another one, really, it was an accident. The other person muttered something unintelligible as they also got up. They were wearing a hoodie, a baseball cap pulled low, sunglasses, and a face mask that covered almost their entire face. They seemed to want to go unnoticed. Until the fall ruined everything. The glasses slipped and fell to the floor. The face mask was lowered, hanging barely from one ear. And the hood slid back, revealing a cascade of blonde hair that shimmered under the artificial light of the place. Izuku looked up. And his eyes widened in shock. His brain took an extra second to process it. Then another. And another. Wait. Could she be? Miss Mount Lady? He asked, his voice barely coming out. You reacted instantly. Shut up. He whispered sharply, bringing a hand to his face as he groped blindly at the floor. Shut up. She clumsily picked up her glasses, clearly panicking. Her movements were quick, disorganized, almost desperate. But it was too late. From nearby booths, several heads slowly rose. One. Then another. And yet another. Was that a woman's voice? I heard Miss. Did someone say lady? Mount Lady. The murmurs began to spread like a virus. Keyboards fell silent. Screens paused their games. Sunken, gleaming eyes fixed in that direction. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't his imagination. There was something predatory in the way they looked at her. In how some of them leaned forward, as if sniffing the air. You looked at him. His eyes, now fully visible, were wide open. Pure fear. Izuku didn't think about it. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her, completely enveloping her with his body. He hugged her tightly, firmly, like an improvised shield. Now that he was taller, his body almost completely blocked her view. Calm down. She murmured. Put everything on. Quickly. She didn't hesitate. She took advantage of the space he gave her. Her face mask slipped back into place. Her sunglasses covered her eyes. Her hood was pulled up again, concealing that treacherous blonde hair. Don't move. She whispered, clinging to his shirt like a life preserver. Don't move. She pulled him hard, literally using him as a human shield as they rushed forward. Izuku barely had time to react before she shoved him into a secluded booth, almost hidden between two rows of equipment. The private cabin. The door slammed shut behind them. Inside, there were only two computers, one off and one on, and the dim light of the idle LEDs. Almost total darkness. Still embracing, Izuku looked through the crack of the half-open door. Outside, several figures had risen. They walked slowly. They looked around. Some bowed, others murmured among themselves. I could swear I heard something. It smells different here. It smells like a female. Izuku swallowed. She closed the door carefully and let out a long sigh. I think. It's over now. He murmured. In response, she pushed him in the chest to break free from the hug. What were you thinking? She whispered, annoyed. That almost turned into a nightmare. Silence fell once again inside the cabin. Through ragged breaths. A lost ramen. And an identity saved. For now. Izuku took a small step back, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. The space was cramped, barely illuminated by the dim flickering of the LEDs, which made the situation feel even more claustrophobic. I'm sorry. I really. He leaned forward slightly, nervously. It was an accident, I didn't see the wires, and then you were there and I said the first thing that came to mind. She clicked her tongue, crossing her arms. Her posture was rigid, tense, as if at any moment she was ready to run away. Or to scream at him again. Was the first thing that came to your mind to shout out my identity as a hero? She retorted in an angry whisper. On this floor. On this floor. Izuku swallowed. Well. When everything fell off and I saw your face, it was automatic," he admitted, scratching the back of his neck. "It wasn't with bad intentions, I swear." She stared at him, even through her glasses. There was a thick, uncomfortable silence. Then she let out a long, tired sigh. "Great," he muttered. "My ramen. Lost. My image, almost ruined. And all because of." He pointed at him. "You. I can buy you another one," Izuku said immediately, too quickly. "2, if you want. Or 3. Or whatever they're selling up here. You know, just." She paused, taking a deep breath, clearly trying not to explode. "Just shut up." Without another word, she slumped into one of the 2 chairs in the booth, the one directly in front of the lit computer. The screen displayed the main menu of Tekken 7, dimly illuminating the cramped space. She crossed her arms and stared at the floor, rigid and annoyed, as if any further words would finally test her patience. The silence that followed was heavy. Uncomfortable. And that's when Izuku realized something. What is Mount Lady doing here? He watched her out of the corner of his eye, seeing her settle a little more comfortably in the chair, though her posture remained tense. Of all the people he could have run into there, life had chosen to bring him face to face with the 7th heroine. 2-time Miss Heroine champion. The public figure who filled commercials, magazine covers, and headlines. And there it was. Hidden in a dark booth, wearing a large sweatshirt, dark glasses and a face mask. Excuse me, What part of shut up didn't you understand?" He interrupted, annoyed, giving him a sharp look that pierced even through his dark glasses. Izuku swallowed. "What an impression I'm making," he thought, feeling increasingly depressed. He didn't have many options. If his presence was only upsetting her more, it was best to leave. "Excuse me," she whispered. He turned around and left the booth in complete silence. She didn't respond. Izuku carefully closed the door and leaned against it as soon as he was outside, finally releasing the breath he'd been holding. He felt a slight uncomfortable pressure in his chest. "Congratulations, Izuku. You just ruined someone's day." His thoughts, as always, were not helpful at all. He looked up and surveyed the 2nd floor. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. The competitive gamers had gone back to their screens, their shouts, their furious keyboard pounding. As if nothing had happened. "It's best to go back to the boys," he murmured. He started walking toward the stairs that led down to the 1st floor, where ordinary people were playing like ordinary people. However, he hadn't gone far when a conversation caught his attention. So some idiot dropped his ramen. The 2nd floor clerk chuckled, leaning against the counter. "These people just create more work than they should," grumbled the mayor, putting his broom aside. "They're a bunch of pigs." Izuku stopped dead in his tracks. Miss Mount's ramen. The memory of the container tipping over, of the broth spilling on the floor, came rushing back. "Damn it, Izuku. You're not helping yourself much, are you?" He clenched his fists for a second. Then he made a simple decision. "Excuse me." Her voice caught the attention of both the clerk and the mayor. "Oh? Do you need something?" asked the bartender, approaching. "I would like some ramen," Izuku said, leaning forward slightly. "The most popular kind here. To go or to eat here?" "To go, please." The shop assistant nodded, turning around. "It will be out in a few minutes." Izuku waited by the counter, idly watching the lights of the nearby machines. He soon heard the water boiling and the familiar sound of utensils being moved. "Hey," the clerk said suddenly, looking at him curiously. "You're new here, aren't you?" Izuku blinked. "Huh. Yes, it shows." He continued, leaning against the bar. "You don't shout, you don't swear, you don't bang on the keyboard, you don't smell of sweat, and you're not fat. You're quite normal, compared to the people here." Izuku let out a small, nervous laugh. "I suppose so. It's my first time going up. It shows," he replied with a smile. "Usually, the regulars seem like part of the furniture." Izuku nodded, not quite knowing what to say. Shortly afterwards, the clerk handed him the hot container. "Here you go. Thank you so much," Izuku said, holding it carefully. "Really?" With the ramen in her hands, she turned around and walked back down the 2nd floor hallway. She stopped in front of the door to the private booth where she had left it. She hesitated for a second. He took a deep breath. He raised his hand, ready to play. And he knocked gently on the door. There was no response. He waited one more second. 2. Nothing. "Miss," he murmured, almost to himself. Carefully, he turned the knob and barely opened the door, peeking his head out first. What he saw left him completely immobile. Yama sat in front of the computer, leaning forward, elbows resting on her legs, fingers moving with surgical precision over the control. Her shoulders were tense, her gaze fixed, sharp, completely absorbed by the screen. He wasn't just playing around. He was dominating. Izuku entered slowly, closing the door behind him silently. She didn't notice. The sounds of combat filled the cabin. Sharp blows, visual effects, the accelerated rhythm of the fight fought to the limit. You moved in time with the game, anticipating attacks, punishing mistakes, reading each of his opponent's moves as if it were an open book. Izuku watched in silence, completely fascinated. It's incredible. There were no unnecessary movements. There was no panic. Only absolute control. The opponent's life bar plummeted. Perfect. The word appeared on the screen in huge letters. You gripped the controller tightly and, in a whisper filled with satisfaction, murmured. I won, you damn bitch. That was impressive. Izuku said without thinking. Why You jumped in his chair, whirling around, raising the controller as if he were going to throw it. His eyes widened at the sight. What are you doing here? She snapped, visibly upset. Didn't you leave? I'm sorry. He replied immediately, raising his hands. I didn't mean to scare you. It's just. No one answered and. She looked at him with annoyance, taking a deep breath, clearly holding back. What do you want? Izuku swallowed and carefully lifted the container he was carrying. And nothing, I just. Felt really bad about earlier. She said, lowering her voice slightly. Because of her ramen. So. I bought another one. You blinked. Her expression froze for a second. Then he clicked his tongue, looking away. TSK. He grumbled. How unnecessary. Even so, he reached out and took the container. Thank you. He added, in a low tone, almost reluctantly. Izuku let out a small sigh of relief. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He said, bowing slightly. Nice to meet you. She remained still. Very still. She slowly turned her head to look at him again, this time with real attention. Her eyes scanned him from head to toe, as if assessing him. Izuku Midoriya. He repeated. That name. She frowned, lost in thought. Something was falling into place. Slowly but surely. Her eyes barely opened. Deku. Izuku tensed up a little. Why yes. It's me. You watched him for a few more seconds, in silence. You look different. She remarked finally. Taller. And. Different. I suppose that makes sense, you're almost graduating, aren't you? There was no exaggerated emotion. No idolatry. Just recognition. Yes miss. Izuku replied with a slight nervous smile. He waited. You sighed, resigned. You Takeyama. He finally said. Just call me Takeyama. Don't get too familiar. Why yes, Takeyama-san. There was a brief pause. Izuku hesitated, but his curiosity won out. Can I ask something? He said cautiously. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. What are you doing here? The silence fell suddenly. You visibly tensed up. He began. It's just that. Possible villains were reported at this location. Izuku barely tilted his head. Yes. He continued, faster. Suspicious activity. Very suspicious. I came to investigate. Izuku's expression didn't change much. She didn't smile. She didn't ask any more questions. He just looked at her. With a face that clearly said. I don't believe you at all. You pressed her lips together. She blushed. TCH. He lowered his voice, almost to a whisper. I came to play, happy now. Izuku blinked. And then he smiled, genuinely. Whoa. That's great. You turned her gaze back to Izuku. He was still smiling, calm, looking directly into her eyes. There was no mockery or exaggerated surprise in his expression, only a sincere gleam in those emerald eyes that seemed to say exactly what his words said. She cleared her throat, regaining some composure. Don't you think it's odd? Izuku thought about his answer carefully. He scratched the back of his neck nervously, choosing each word carefully. Well, I admit that seeing the heroine mount lady in an arcade on the second floor full of sweaty kids screaming in front of screens. Yeah, it's shocking. He confessed. But now, seeing you play like this. So different from the image you usually project. I find it quite incredible. You blinked. I wasn't expecting that. She clicked her tongue and looked away, clearly uncomfortable. TSK. Don't talk nonsense. He muttered, though his tone was no longer aggressive. Encouraged by the change, Izuku dared to continue. Can I ask anything else? He said cautiously. If it bothers you, just tell me. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Speaks. If you like playing so much, why come all the way here? He asked. I mean, don't you have a console or a computer at home? You remained silent for a second. Yes, I do. He replied. Consoles, PCs, everything. Izuku was surprised. So, they're unusable. He scoffed. Maintenance. A water leak in the building. The whole department is a mess. Apartment. Izuku repeated, confused. I thought. You lived in a mansion. She let out a short, dry laugh. That's the problem. He leaned back in his chair and sighed. Yes, I have a huge beautiful house, perfect for the cameras. He said ironically. And I also have a small, normal apartment where nobody knows who I am or what I do. Izuku tilted his head, alert. Because of its Mount Lady identity. Exact. Yu squeezed the ramen bowl a little in her hands. Fame isn't what it's cracked up to be. She continued. There's no privacy. Not a second. Paparazzi, journalists, drones. People waiting outside your house just to see if you come out with messy hair or a bad face. Izuku frowned slightly. It must be. Exhausting. It is. He replied without hesitation. You can't relax. You can't do anything normal. Everything becomes a headline. He was silent for a moment and then added, in a lower tone. Mount Lady cannot afford to be careless. It always has to look perfect. Izuku thought for a moment. But, you have your own life too. He said. The personal one. Yu let out a small bitter laugh. That's what you don't understand. He replied. Neither the public nor the brands. She looked up at him. If they see me eating a hamburger, the rumors start. That I've gained weight, that I'm not healthy anymore, that I don't represent the image of this or that sponsor well. He clicked his tongue. I've lost contracts because of things like that. Izuku opened his eyes a little. For food. Because it exists outside of the character. He declared. He shrugged. That's why the apartment. There I can play, eat, wear sweatpants, go around with messy hair. Be myself. She added. Without hiding in an arcade full of weirdos. He remained silent for a few seconds. Then he looked away. Although today. I suppose it didn't go so well. Izuku smiled gently. Well. At least you won with a perfect score. She snorted. Idiot. But this time, she didn't sound so annoyed. They remained silent for a few seconds until Yu finally took a couple of bites of her now lukewarm ramen, returning her eyes to the screen. Her fingers moved back to the controller naturally, as if the game were an extension of her body. The sound of virtual taps filled the private booth, accompanying the soft hum of the computers. Well. He said without looking at him. It was an accident. It's over now. She wiped her lips with the back of her hand and stretched her neck, barely relaxing. Then, with a nonchalant gesture, she pointed to the exit. Take care, Freckles. And watch where you're walking next time. Izuku took a step. And stopped. Something didn't quite add up for him. He scratched his cheek nervously. How long have you been here? Yu frowned slightly, as if the question seemed unnecessary. Even so, he answered without thinking too much. I think since 10 in the morning. Izuku opened his eyes wide. 10 o'clock. She looked at her phone's clock. But it's already 6. She shrugged. And? It's been a very long time. He stammered. Did you come with someone? I asked because. He pointed to the other computer inside the booth. There are 2. Yu let out a short, almost mocking laugh. No. I rented the entire cabin. Alone. Most people would find it strange to see me here. So I prefer to avoid comments, photos, any trouble. Her fingers began to move again. I play alone. It's easier. Izuku swallowed. He didn't say anything for a few seconds. Then, without thinking too much, or perhaps thinking too much and still doing it, he approached the empty computer and pressed the power button. The sound of the engine starting up broke the atmosphere. Yu turned around immediately. What do you think you're doing? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Izuku tensed up instantly, but he didn't move away. Play. Sorry. It's better to play with friends than to play alone. That's what I learned today. Yu let out a dry laugh. We're not friends. I know. He admitted quickly. But. Just one game. She watched him silently, assessing him. Then she crossed her arms. Do you know how to play Tekken? Izuku hesitated. I played it once. He said. I installed it, got bored, uninstalled it, and refunded it on Steam to buy another game. Yu looked at him as if he had just heard the most absurd thing of the day. Then it'll take you longer to turn on the computer than the fight will last. He declared. I'm going to crush you. Izuku laughed nervously, sitting down in front of the screen as the game finished loading. I hope you won't be too hard on me. Yu smiled slightly, proudly, with the dangerous confidence of someone who knows she's going to win. Pray. The screen displayed the character selection menu. And the game began. 15 minutes later. The screen once again illuminated the cabin with large, humiliating letters. Yu didn't move. The controller remained firmly gripped in his hands, his knuckles white, his shoulders tense. Izuku's character's victory music played softly, almost mockingly, filling the confined space as if daring to celebrate. Izuku, on the other hand, was rigid. Very rigid. He had won. Again. And not by a small margin. It hadn't been a one-off mistake, nor a lucky move. It had been. Clean. Precise. Natural. Every punishment perfectly measured, every anticipation exact, as if he knew what Yu was going to do even before she thought of it. Yu gritted his teeth. No. No, no, no. That didn't make sense. She wasn't bad. He had spent entire nights training, learning frames, studying patterns, facing off against players with absurd ranks under a fake name. He had won online tournaments. He had humiliated guys who thought they were gods of control. And now a nervous boy, who had said he refunded the game, had swept her 3 times in a row. Without sweating. What the hell are you? He thought, frowning. Izuku shifted in his seat. This. He murmured, carefully lowering the control, as if afraid it would break. I'm sorry. You did not respond. His silence was heavy. Dense. Almost electric. Izuku swallowed. I think. Maybe I should go. He added, rising slightly from his chair. I don't want to bother you, and I've already played too much and. A hand snapped shut around her wrist. No. Yu's voice was low. Tense. Sharp. Izuku froze. She wasn't looking at him. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, on the menu, on anything but him. You're not leaving. He repeated. Not yet. But. He tried. Really, it's okay, I can leave you alone. Yu turned around abruptly. Are you making fun of me? She snapped, her eyes flashing with frustration. Izuku shook his head so fast he almost looked like he was going to get dizzy. And no. Not at all. I just thought maybe you were upset and. I'm upset. She interrupted. But not with you. She released her wrist and leaned back in her chair, exhaling sharply. She ran a hand over her face, dragging her fingers over her dark glasses. Damn. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair that someone could be that good without even trying. No hours of practice. No obsession. Izuku watched her cautiously, as if he were facing a wounded animal that could bite at any moment. If you want. She said softly. We can play something else. Something different. Maybe this isn't your favorite game and. Yu slowly raised his head. Halo Reach. Izuku blinked. Huh. Halo Reach. He repeated. Multiplayer. Assassin. Sniper. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his legs, with a strained smile that didn't reach his eyes. Or what? Are you also going to tell me that you played it once, got bored, and deleted it? Izuku hesitated. And no. He admitted. That one. I played it a lot. Yu felt something twist in his stomach. Perfect. He said. Then let's play that. Izuku opened his mouth to say something else. But seeing her expression, he decided not to argue. Oh okay. He agreed, sitting down again. Several more minutes later. Game over. The male voice of the system announced as the scoreboard appeared on the screen, a scoreboard that was putting Yu in a very, very bad mood. 100 points. Izuku. 25 points. Yu. How the hell did this guy get so far ahead of me? Yu thought as he took a long sip of his energy drink, almost as if he were trying to swallow along with it, the frustration that was burning in his chest. It's not possible. She whispered bitterly, without taking her eyes off the monitor. Beside him, Izuku was a bundle of nerves. She's getting angrier and angrier. I'd better hope she doesn't find out I let myself get killed a few times. He thought. With a knot of guilt in his stomach, he prayed that she hadn't noticed those small, intentional mistakes. Although, to be honest, how did I expect her not to notice? Every time the game's voice announced a winning streak for Izuku, the vein on Yu's forehead seemed to bulge a little more. Heh. That was really fun, take Yama-san. Izuku said nervously, trying to lighten the mood. He failed miserably. As soon as he finished the sentence, Yu slowly turned his head to look at him, with an expression full of pure, contained anger. This is. He stammered, instantly regretting having opened his mouth. It was my favorite map. Yu whispered, his tone so full of resentment that he seemed to be cursing something sacred. As if, from that moment on, every time he entered to play a game of Halo, that map would remind him of this humiliation. Haha. Yeah, actually it's my favorite map. Izuku added. And the more he talked, the more he dug his own grave. That nervous, fearful side of her, far from relieving the situation, only made Yu feel even more humiliated. Another one. She said suddenly. Huh. Another one. He ordered, turning his gaze back to the monitor while gripping the remote tightly. What if we just leave it at that? Izuku suggested, genuinely worried about his condition. It wasn't an exaggeration. It really looked like he was about to have a heart attack. Or what if we change games? He added quickly, moving the mouse clumsily as he scanned his Steam library, desperately searching for something unfamiliar, something where the same thing couldn't happen again. Yu remained silent. He thought. He thought about it for a long time. Being humiliated in one of her favorite games stung like salt on an open wound. She needed to bounce back, to regain her pride. But she also knew that, in her current state, dwelling on it would only make her explode. I needed a change of scenery. For honor. Now. He ordered, closing Halo Reach without hesitation and going directly to his Steam library. I've never played that one. Izuku thought, feeling an almost guilty relief. Maybe, just maybe, there you could tear it to pieces. And calm down a little. Some time later. Victory. A deathly silence settled in that private booth. Yu had his hands on his head, his fingers buried in his hair, trying to process everything that had just happened in that one-on-one confrontation. She. The third best for honor player in the country, according to the current ranking. He had lost. Against a guy who, minutes before, had had to ask permission to read his hero's move list. A hero who, to top it all off, was chosen solely because he thought it looked nice. Irachi. Everything had gone well at the beginning. Yu dominated the first 2 rounds without problems, setting the pace, pressuring him, forcing him to retreat as he should. But from the third one onwards. Something changed. Almost automatically, Izuku began to block, stun, and punish every mistake without giving him a single second of rest. His punishments were clean. Surgical precision. It seemed as if his stamina was infinite. And speaking of Izuku. Shit. He was sweating profusely, clearly feeling the dark aura emanating from Yu beside him. The air was so heavy it almost hurt to breathe. I really did try. I really did. He had done everything possible to lose. It wasn't on purpose. It was. Simply. Her body acted ahead of what her mind wanted to do. One more. Yu said. His voice, raw and hoarse, gave her goosebumps. What if? Izuku tried to speak. They didn't let him finish. Nothing. None of this what if this or that. Yu grabbed the front of his shirt quickly. Let's play. Her purple eyes collided with his emerald ones, shining with a dangerous intensity. Izuku was scared. More than scared. I was on the verge of panicking. But then. He was saved by the bell. Take me out of your pocket. Take me out of your pocket. Or rather, saved by his stupid ringtone. May I? Izuku asked quickly, taking out his phone and showing the screen to Yu. She huffed in annoyance, finally releasing him. Hello? Izuku greeted nervously, putting the phone on speaker. Where the hell are you, Izuku? Kitsuki's voice exploded from the speaker. I'm here. On the 2nd floor. He replied, feeling Yu's gaze fix on him. Have you realized how long you've been up there? Izuku turned his head towards the clock on the Windows taskbar. Oh. Shit. He whispered, realizing he'd been playing with Yu for an hour and a half. Looks like you've figured it out, huh? Kitsuki growled. Now get your ass down here in 5 minutes before I come up here and make a mess of things up there. And he hung up. Sounds like gay couple conflicts. Yu commented with a lopsided smile, turning his attention back to the monitor. Okay, let's continue. And no, wait. Izuku immediately threw up his hands. Seriously, I have to go. My friends are going to kill me. Yu frowned slowly. I couldn't accept that. Not after that defeat. Not after that humiliation. Are you just going to leave like that? He asked, his calmness far too forced. After winning. You're just taking off. Izuku swallowed. I'm really sorry. We can play another day. Silence. Then, a dangerous smile appeared on Yu's lips. Another day. Why yes. Izuku nodded, unaware of what he had just done. Another day. Whenever you want. Sentence signed. Perfect. Yu said, quickly pulling out his phone. Give me your phone. Huh. Now. Izuku, nervous, obeyed. In seconds, Yu saved his contact. And added his own as well, without asking permission. I'll let you know what day and time we're playing. He said, putting his phone away. And you'd better show up. And what if I don't? He asked, frightened. Yu glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. I will personally come for you and drag you all over Japan if necessary. Izuku paled. Ha. Understood. Go now. She added, turning back to the screen. Before I change my mind. Izuku wasted no time. He practically ran out of the booth, his heart pounding. When the door closed, Yu was left alone. He clenched his teeth. Damn brat. She muttered, annoyed. Next time you won't get away. His fingers regained control. And this time, I thought I'd win. I swear I'll tear you to pieces. Much later. What a day. Izuku sighed heavily as he walked through the streets of Japan. Night had fully fallen, and yet he was still outside the dormitories, his body weary and his mind full. The lights of the shops illuminated the sidewalk, reflecting off the wet pavement, while the distant murmur of the city enveloped him. Alone. Yes, alone. After coming down from the 2nd floor, he continued playing with the boys for a while longer. Laughter, chaotic games, pointless jokes. Eventually, just as tired but still in high spirits, they decided to go for drinks before heading back to the academy. Izuku, as usual, declined the invitation. He'd never been a big fan of those kinds of outings. So they separated. He took the opportunity to stroll around and buy a few small gifts. A gift for Professor Midnight because it was quite a fun day, one that he probably would never have had without that little nudge she gave him. A little souvenir for Anne. At first, she thought about the Galaxy keychain, but when she saw a stall in front of the arcade selling small moon-shaped lamps, she knew it was a better idea. A Rubik's Cube for Kaina. She had once heard that she knew how to solve them. A little carrot keychain for Mirko, which she planned to include in her next letter to him. At first, it seemed too simple. Until she discovered that the keychain lit up. She also bought some things for her grandparents from the post office. And, of course, something for Dai. If everyone else had one, it was obvious that little Dai deserved one too. And there went the great hero Deku, walking with a bag full of gifts. Today was definitely a lot of fun. Izuku thought, feeling a comforting warmth in his chest. Although, it had its strange moments. That last thought was inevitably accompanied by the memory of his encounter with Mount Lady. Mount Lady. And not only that. Now I had his number. I hope he doesn't get the idea to call me to play while I'm in class. She muttered, without taking her eyes off the road. Oh, Izuku. Do you know what the worst part is? He hadn't even realized that he'd spent a good part of the afternoon talking to a woman inside a private cubicle, lit only by LED lights. And that she was ridiculously beautiful. To him, she was just Miss Mount Lady. I have to tell Kayama-sensei everything that happened tomorrow. She thought with renewed enthusiasm. I think I earned my second star. But something stopped them in their tracks. No. Someone. Her eyes widened. Her heart leaped violently and a tremor ran through her body from head to toe. Oh. He saw her. A girl with long, soft pink hair walked a few steps ahead. The lamplight gently cascaded across her silhouette as if the night itself had paused to gaze upon her. She had a peaceful expression, a faint absent-minded smile playing on her lips as she held an ice cream cone between her fingers. Izuku felt something strange in his chest. It wasn't heroic admiration. It wasn't respect. It wasn't nervousness about a famous figure. It was something else. She's beautiful. Something small, warm, completely new. Oh okay, Izuku. Remember what you practiced with Kayama-sensei. He took a deep breath. Go Izuku. Relaxed posture. Eye contact. A simple sentence. Go get her, tiger. He took a step. Her legs trembled. He gave another one. Nothing. He couldn't get his voice out. Come on, just say hello. That's all. He opened his mouth. Silence. Her throat closed up, her heart pounded, and her feet were rooted to the spot as if they suddenly weighed tons. The girl, completely unaware of his existence, continued walking slowly, enjoying her ice cream, lost in her own world. Izuku raised a hand. And immediately lowered it. Can't. A nervous laugh died in her chest. It's okay. It's nothing. He stood there, motionless, watching her slowly walk away down the illuminated street until her figure was lost among the people and the lights. Izuku released the breath he had been holding. What a disaster. She murmured, with a small, embarrassed smile. She readjusted the gift bag in her hand and resumed walking. Time passed relatively peacefully, as did Izuku's gait. He wasn't in any hurry to get to the dorms. Even though it was already night, I knew nothing should happen. The crime rate wasn't what it used to be. Since the fall of the League of Villains and All for One, no supervillain had emerged who truly shook the country. Although, of course, there would always be some idiot who tried to steal, hurt someone, or commit some minor crime. Nothing the heroes couldn't easily handle. And that was precisely why Izuku stopped. Was that a scream? He thought, frowning. He wasn't entirely sure. Since his fight against Tamura, his hearing in his left ear had diminished somewhat. Not enough to incapacitate him, but enough to make it difficult for him to hear distant sounds. She held her breath. She concentrated. And then. Aid. He didn't hesitate. Izuku shot off, running towards the source of the scream. Hurry up, Izuku. He told himself, forcing his legs to do everything they could. At times like that, he regretted losing the one for all more than ever. But even without him, his physical condition remained exceptional. It didn't take long for him to arrive. He stopped abruptly at the entrance to a dead-end alley. Shut up, stupid. That was the first thing she heard. 4 hooded men surrounded a girl, cornering her against the wall. Hey. Izuku's voice boomed loudly. The 4 of them turned around at the same time. You'd better not go near her, Shield. The taller one tried to threaten him, grabbing the girl roughly. It didn't end. The girl broke free with a desperate movement and ran straight towards Izuku. Where are you going, you damn thing? Shouted another, wearing a red hood. She clung to Izuku with all her might, burying her face in his chest. He could feel her body trembling and her muffled sobs seeping through his shirt. And then he saw her clearly. It was her. The pink-haired girl I had seen a while ago. Izuku put his arm around her, firm but gentle, and whispered to her. Don't worry. I'm here now. Then he looked up. One of the thugs, the thinnest, the most nervous, was holding what appeared to be the girl's purse. His hands were visibly trembling. I don't think that belongs to them, Izuku said, staring at him. The boy shrank even more. Don't try to play the hero, you damn idiot. A third man threatened, gripping a knife tightly. There are more of us than you, mosshead. We'll beat the crap out of you, added the leader, wearing a black hood, taking his place next to the other two. It's 4 against 1. What do you think you're doing, brat? Izuku remained calm. A relaxed smile appeared on her face. 4. He tilted his head slightly. I'd say there are only 3. Huh? What do you mean? He didn't finish the sentence. The fourth member, the scrawniest, ran towards Izuku, stumbling a couple of times, the bag swinging awkwardly until it reached him. I'm sorry. I really am. He shouted as he pulled back his hood, revealing the face of a boy who couldn't have been more than 16 years old, with amber eyes full of panic. You miserable traitor, roared the one with the knife. Shut up. The younger boy shouted, trembling. I'm really sorry. He hurried to hand the bag to the girl, who clung even tighter to Izuku, making him feel a knot in his chest. I didn't want to do this. I was scared. I didn't. Izuku's hand rested on his head, interrupting him. I see no lies in your eyes, he said calmly, in an almost paternal voice. The boy looked up. What she found was a warm smile. A gaze that didn't judge. You're a good kid, Izuku continued. You have nothing to worry about. The boy burst into tears and, unable to stop himself, hugged Izuku tightly. Now there were 2 people clinging to him. Izuku let out a small, nasal laugh, almost imperceptible, before looking up. The 3 remaining thugs watched him with hatred. That damn faggot. The leader muttered. I swear, when we're done with him, I'm coming for you, coward. Oh. I don't think that's going to happen, dude, Izuku replied in a deeper voice. With a few gentle taps on their backs, he signaled the girl and the boy to move aside. Well. I'd prefer we didn't have to resort to violence, Izuku said aloud, taking a few steps forward and instinctively positioning himself in front of the boy and girl. But you 2 aren't planning on surrendering, are you? You keep talking nonsense, spat the man with the knife, clumsily twirling it between his fingers, trying to appear more confident than he actually was. The one in the red hood uncovered his hands. His skin began to harden and acquire a dull, metallic sheen. It was clear that his quirk was activating. I'm going to hit you so hard on the head they'll have to pick up your remains and put them back together like Legos, he muttered, flexing his arms. It was then that the boy, still trembling next to the girl, screamed. Be careful, Deku. Deku. The name landed like a bombshell. The thugs froze. The girl opened her eyes in disbelief. Izuku, on the other hand, remained calm. Thank you, she replied with a gentle smile. And don't worry. Nothing bad is going to happen today. As he spoke, he began to unbutton his shirt. Oh my god, the girl whispered. Is it Deku? Standing before her was the hero. The boy who had saved Japan. Oh, shit. The one with the knife muttered, losing all his swagger. It's Deku. It really is him. The one with the metal arms wasn't any better. Of all the heroes they could have encountered that night, they'd gotten stuck with the damn final boss. The leader gritted his teeth as he watched his team fall apart. You bunch of idiots, he growled. Who are you afraid of? A damn quirkless guy. The others turned their gaze back to Izuku. Just as he finished unbuttoning his shirt. Why, you're right, said the one with the knife, clinging to that idea like a lifeline. According to the news, you lost your quirk. You're not so strong anymore, are you? The information came to light after the great battle. Someone had leaked that one for all was lost during the fight. To this day, no one knew who it was. Izuku did not lose his composure. He took off his shirt with complete ease. You know what? He remarked, as if they were chatting in a different context. My friends helped me pick out these clothes. I'm not very good at fashion. He was left wearing only an undershirt. He stretched his shirt back. Could you hold it? The girl reacted immediately, almost as if it were something sacred. She took the garment and held it to her chest, blushing furiously. You're right, I am quirkless, Izuku continued as he slowly began to remove his white shirt. But don't think that's an impediment to fighting now. The thug swallowed hard. As the fabric was pulled up, scars were revealed. Many. Old, deep, crisscrossing her chest, her abdomen, her sides. Marks of battles that cannot be won with strength alone. The girl held her breath. The amber-eyed boy simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. And then Izuku finished taking off his shirt. His body was completely exposed to the light of the alley. I don't need a quirk, he said calmly. He threw the shirt into an empty box in the alley. And I'd be happy to show you. Ugh. Jesus Christ, said the author. Damn, the thugs thought. Good God. Exclaimed the girl, her face completely red as steam seemed to be coming out of her head. What are you doing? The boy asked when he saw her take out her phone. What do you think? He replied without taking his eyes off Izuku. It's not every day that God blesses you with such a view. The word died in his mouth. He brought his shirt to his face, inhaling shamelessly, while continuing to take photos and record. Degenerate. The boy thought, with a drop of sweat running down his temple. Wow. That's awesome. The thugs thought before shaking their heads and returning to reality. Well? Izuku asked, adopting a relaxed yet firm fighting stance. Are you going to give up? Or do you really want to fight? It was their last chance. I really didn't want it to come to that. And no, not us. The leader forced a nervous laugh. We won't back down from you, you stupid quirkless fool. Izuku tilted his head slightly. And in a whisper, he told them. Then. Come to me. The alley fell silent. The thugs' bodies lay scattered on the ground, moaning in muffled murmurs, too beaten to even try to get up. None unconscious, none seriously injured. Exactly as Izuku had wanted. He, meanwhile, had his back turned, taking his white t-shirt out of the box. With calm, almost routine movements, he began to put it on. The fabric slid down his still warm, sweat-streaked torso. The cool night air made his skin prickle for a moment. Ugh. He exhaled. I think I exaggerated a bit. She turned around, walking towards where the pink-haired girl and the amber-eyed boy were. He didn't have time to say anything. The girl practically threw herself at him. Huh. Izuku barely had time to react when she clung to him tightly, burying her face in his chest. Her arms wrapped around him desperately, her body trembling. But not from fear. Are you okay? Izuku asked, alarmed, carefully circling her. Does anything hurt? Were you injured? She denied it, without moving away. His hands. Well. His hands were not still. They moved back and forth, as if they were exploring a forbidden treasure, while unintelligible murmurs escaped from their lips. It smells so good. She whispered, something Izuku couldn't hear. She must be terrified. He thought seriously. It's normal after something like that. Innocent. Dangerously innocent. It's okay, it's all over now. She said gently, patting her awkwardly on the back. You're safe now. Meanwhile, the amber-eyed boy watched the scene with a mixture of nervousness, admiration, and a little disbelief. Gathering his courage, he approached. Deku-san. Izuku looked up. Yeah. The boy swallowed hard. My name is Aodo. He introduced himself, bowing slightly. And you're my favorite hero. Izuku blinked. Huh? Really? Yes. He nodded firmly. I know you're not officially a hero yet, but to me you are. That took him by surprise. Thanks. Izuku replied, blushing slightly. Hey. What were you doing with those guys? Aodo lowered his gaze. They accepted me into their group. He confessed. I thought that no one would want to be my friend. That no one would want to spend time with me. At first we just hung out. Then they started doing weird things. I resisted, but today they forced me to come and steal. His hands were trembling. I didn't want to. I really didn't want to. Izuku looked at him silently. Midnight's words echoed in his mind, clear as day. Many would like to spend time with you, Midoriya-kun. He bent down a little to be at her level. Aodo-kun. She said with a genuine smile. Many would like to spend time with you. The boy looked up, surprised. And if you feel like you have no friends right now. Izuku extended his fist. Then let me be your first friend. Aodo's eyes lit up. With a trembling smile, he bumped his fist with Izuku's. Yeah. At that very moment, blue and red lights illuminated the alley. Police. Hands where we can see them. Izuku sighed. Ah. They've arrived. He turned to the girl, who was still clinging to him, as if he were a limited edition plush toy. Could you give me back my shirt? She froze. Slowly, with an expression of deep emotional pain, she handed it over. Take care of her. He murmured. Please. Thank you. Izuku replied. She didn't put it on. He was drenched in sweat and he didn't want to make her stink. So he simply walked away from the alley, his undershirt clinging to his body, highlighting every muscle, every line. The police officers were staring at him. The girl was staring at him. Aodo was looking at him as if he had seen a god. Why is everyone staring at me? Izuku whispered uncomfortably. Did I do something wrong? And so, without knowing it, leaving racing hearts and mesmerized gazes in his wake. Do I look bad? Izuku Midoriya ended his day in a strange, funny, and rather intense day. Thursday. Time. 10 a.m. Izuku Midoriya, our beloved green-haired hero, walked through the halls of UA with a calm stride. Or at least that's what he tried to do. Their destination. An abandoned classroom in the third-year building, where he would have his special class with Midnight. In case anyone had their dates mixed up. In the previous chapter it was Wednesday, and by this point, it was already Thursday, the day after that trip to the arcade with his friends. Today's mission was simple in theory. To tell Midnight how the previous day had gone. Oh, and later I also had a suit development session with Anan. Although, to be honest, lately it felt less like suit development and more like creating new support tools and enhancement modules. Would it be a good idea to bring snacks to eat during Midnight Sensei's classes? He wondered to himself as he walked, now just a few meters from the classroom. Of course. She always brought snacks to her development sessions with 13, so it would be fair to do the same for her private lessons with Midnight. After all, she was setting aside time just to teach him. Well, how to talk to girls. But that would be a topic for later, because he was already standing in front of the hall door. He swallowed hard, trying to gather something of value, for in his hand, he carried a small bag. The thank you gift he had prepared for her. He knocked softly on the door and, almost immediately, a mature, silky voice was heard on the other side. Happens. Her voice alone was enough to completely disarm him. Gods, don't abandon me. Izuku thought before finally entering the room. The room was dimly lit by the light filtering through the high windows. The air smelled faintly of perfume, one that Izuku recognized all too well. And which, unfortunately for him, always managed to make him nervous. And there she was. Midnight sat with absolute tranquility, as if the entire world revolved around her without disturbing her in the slightest. Her attire was, as always, impeccable. Elegant, effortlessly provocative, perfectly calculated to maintain her image. And to destroy any attempt at composure on the part of a certain student. Izuku froze after taking only a couple of steps into the room. I wasn't looking directly at her. I couldn't. His eyes seemed to be fixed on some undefined point on the ground, while his brain screamed incoherently and his heart raced without asking permission. Good morning, Midoriya-kun. She greeted him with a lopsided smile that didn't bode well. You're right on time. I'm glad to see that at least your social life hasn't been affected. He gave a small start. Good morning, Midnight Sensei. He replied, too quickly. Aye. Yes, of course, punctuality, as always. Midnight rested his elbow on the table, leaning slightly forward, shamelessly enjoying the spectacle. His eyes scanned every nervous gesture, every tension in the shoulders, every held breath. Midoriya-kun. She said softly. You can look at me. I promise I won't bite. At least not today. That only made things worse. Izuku tried to obey. He really tried. He raised his gaze for barely a second. And it was enough for him to immediately lower it again, his face burning. I'm sorry. It's just that you. She stopped, unable to finish the sentence. Perfect. She finished with an amused smile. I know. She rose from her seat with measured elegance, walking slowly toward him, each step calculated to heighten his nervousness. Midnight enjoyed this part more than she would ever admit. Watching Izuku struggle to keep from collapsing in front of her. Relax. He added. If you get like this every time you talk to an attractive woman, we're going to have a lot of work ahead of us. That's when something caught his attention. Midnight tilted her head slightly, observing Izuku's hand. And the small bag he was holding so carefully, as if it were something fragile. Or important. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh. He murmured, pointing at it with a finger. And what's that, Midoriya-kun? Izuku tensed up immediately. Oh. Right. The gift. Izuku thought, having completely forgotten about its existence due to his nerves. He took a deep breath. Once. Twice. And he mustered as much composure as he could, forcing himself to look up at her. Or at least try to without his soul leaping out of his throat. It's a gift. She exclaimed, louder than she intended. She cleared her throat immediately, lowering her tone, as if that could erase the scream. F4. You. He finished, extending the small bag towards her with both hands, as if he were handing over a sacred offering. That did take her by surprise. Midnight remained silent for a couple of seconds, observing the small bag with a mixture of curiosity and something more. Then, a slow smile spread across his face. That smile that foretold trouble. Oh. She crooned, gently taking the bag. I didn't know you had those intentions towards me, Midoriya-kun. Izuku blinked. So what you told me that Sunday in front of my door was true. She continued, in that sweet dangerous voice that always seemed to come with a trap. What did I say? He asked, genuinely confused. It took Izuku 1, 2, 3 seconds. In grasping the meaning of what she was implying. Oh, no. No. He panicked suddenly, waving his hands as if trying to ward off an invisible fire. I'm sorry. The words got stuck in his throat, and all that came out was a muffled, desperate, totally useless sound. This is really too much fun. Nomuri thought to herself, delighted with life, more than willing to continue playing with him. Court me with gifts. Seriously? She clicked her tongue quickly, feigning disapproval. I think from now on, classes will be about how to touch my heart. She took a couple of steps towards him, calmly and deliberately closing the distance until they were face to face. The height difference was minimal, barely 3 or 4 centimeters. Which made everything worse, because Izuku couldn't hide even behind the excuse of looking down. Midnight raised her hand and poked him in the chest with a finger, softly, provocatively. I didn't. That. Izuku stammered, and his stutter worsened as she got closer. Namuri tilted her head, amused, and her lips curved into a slow smile. Do you like the idea? Midoriya? He whispered, separating her name as if he were savoring it. It was too much for Izuku. He tried to answer, but his brain had already given up. And then. He was literally fuming. Ha 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 ha. Namuri couldn't hold it in any longer. Her laughter erupted loudly and openly, and surely echoed through half the UA building. Calm down, Midoriya-kun. He patted her lightly on the shoulder, still laughing, as if he were calming a frightened kitten. Although the kitten in question was on the verge of exploding. Izuku let out a huge sigh, trying to slow his racing heartbeat, which felt like it was going to burst out of his chest. Meanwhile, Namuri was just barely catching her breath. It's not that fun. Izuku murmured, with a genuine sadness that made him look even more adorable. Great. As if Kaina's jokes weren't enough. He thought, remembering the absurd number of times she took advantage of his shyness without the slightest remorse. And yet his mind still didn't recall that time. When he fainted after reaching a level of panic and shame beyond his own limit. And they left him sleeping in a cell with a convict who spent his time looking after him. That sounded like a cheap porn movie. And gay. Excuse me. I'll try not to do it too often. She replied. It was a blatant lie. Namuri took great pleasure in seeing the now legendary hero reduced to a frightened lamb with just a few well-placed words. Even so, the atmosphere had settled down a bit. The initial tension was slowly dissipating. Although a lingering doubt still hung in the air. And tell me. She added, looking down at the small bag she held in her hands. What is the gift for? He looked up again, with a lopsided smile. You know I don't give extra points for gifts. Izuku, now calmer and with a little more confidence, shook his head. It's a thank you gift. Namuri blinked and raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Gratitude. Why? Because I had so much fun yesterday. Izuku replied sincerely. And because, if you hadn't motivated me, I probably would have missed one of the best days of my life. The answer was so honest, so transparent, that it completely disarmed her. For a moment, the playful and provocative Namuri was set aside. Her gaze softened, becoming warmer, more human. Don't you think you're giving me too much credit? She asked, without taking her eyes off him. Izuku shook his head. No. I think it's fair. She replied with a certainty that left no room for doubt. Really? I hope you like it. He gave a small bow at the end, simple, but full of intention. Namuri remained silent for a couple of seconds before speaking. Can I see it right away? His impatience was already showing. He'd always been like that with gifts. She still remembered the Christmas when she opened everything before dawn. And was punished by not having any cookies for her hot chocolate. Why yes, of course. Izuku replied, a little nervous about her possible reaction. Go ahead. He gestured with his hand, giving her permission. Without waiting any longer, she opened the little bag. Inside he found a box. And, of course, it was wrapped in decorative paper. Wow, you really do make things complicated. She murmured playfully as she carefully removed the paper, eliciting a nervous laugh from Izuku. Namuri finished removing the paper and opened the box. Inside rested an elegant, clean-lined, modern bottle, with that sober and sophisticated air that didn't need to shout luxury to impose it. Prada Paradox EDP. Midnight remained motionless for a moment, silently observing him. He made no immediate comment. He didn't sneer. He didn't smile mischievously. He simply held it between his fingers, turning it slightly to see how the light reflected off the glass. Izuku swallowed. It's a perfume. She added quickly, just in case. I thought something like this. Something clean, elegant. Might be to her liking. Namuri slowly raised her gaze towards him. You know. He finally said. This isn't just any gift. She brought the bottle closer, uncapped it, and tested a small amount on her wrist. She closed her eyes for a second, inhaling calmly. The fragrance was soft, enveloping, with character, without being intrusive. Clean. But with presence. When she opened her eyes again, her expression had changed. You chose well. He admitted. Very well. Izuku felt the tension in his chest suddenly loosen. I'm glad. He replied, relieved. Namuri smiled, this time without mischief, without ulterior motives. A genuine smile. Thank you Midoriya, she added, carefully putting the perfume away. Really? There was a brief silence between them. Then, she resumed her more professional posture, calmly crossing her arms and tilting her head slightly. "Now then," he said, returning to the real reason for the class. "Tell me calmly." He looked at him with genuine interest. "How exactly did your outing yesterday go?" And it was as if the usual nervous boy had vanished the moment she asked him the question. "It went amazingly well," Izuku replied with a genuine smile. "Everything went smoothly, everyone had fun, and…" Location: UA entrance. Time: 10:10 a.m. The academy took its role in training future professional heroes very seriously. It didn't just focus on teaching theory or physical training. It sought to expose its students to diverse methods, experiences, and role models that would prepare them for the real world. That philosophy was precisely what established UA as one of the best hero academies in the world. And there was something that, in particular, generated enormous excitement among the students, especially the first-year students. When the academy invited professional heroes to teach special classes, most of them practical. Of course, today was no exception. In fact, it was quite a special occasion for the first-year students. Although, of course, for Izuku and his friends, now in their third year, there wouldn't be any direct interaction with the guest this time. Although, knowing her, she would probably end up visiting them anyway. The academy hasn't changed much. The phrase was spoken in a sweet and melodious voice, capable of capturing the attention of anyone who heard it. The young woman entered the building with a light step, and not a second passed before all eyes turned towards her. UA usually invited heroes with a certain track record. At least 4 or 5 years of experience. However, this time they had decided to make an exception. After all, it wasn't every day you could bring in the new number 8 heroine. "Is she?" a boy asked, nervous and blushing, putting a hand to his chest as if his heart was about to burst. "Yes. It's definitely her," his friend replied, holding his breath as best he could. Boys and girls, first and second year students, watched her with fascination. Some were excited, others completely mesmerized, hopelessly in love with that radiant presence. Who was that mysterious woman? "Oh, if it isn't Nijire senpai." Achako's voice called from the end of the hallway. "Hello Nijire, Achako-chan." The blue-haired girl replied enthusiastically, running towards her to hug her. Achako received it without hesitation, returning the gesture with the same energy. And so, the mystery lasted exactly nothing. Indeed, it was Nijire Hadu, a former graduate student of UA. Professional heroine. Number 8 heroine. The great Nijire-chan. A round of applause for the woman who owns half of Wapid. The hug between the two lasted a couple of seconds longer than necessary. "It's been so long since I've seen you," Achako said with a huge smile, pulling back slightly to get a better look. "Really? Congratulations, Nijire-senpai. I heard you recently made it into the top heroes." Nijire's eyes sparkled with surprise and joy. "Thank you, Achako-chan. I still feel like I have a lot to learn, but I'm trying my best." "That's exactly why everyone admires you," Achako replied without hesitation. 2 years since you graduated and you're already up there. It's incredible." Nijire tilted her head, amused. "Well, it's not entirely my own doing. I had some very good teachers. And some very good classmates." The conversation continued naturally, catching up amid laughter and casual comments, until Achako seemed to remember something. "By the way, Nijire-senpai. What are you doing here today?" "Ah, that," she replied. "Principal Nezu asked me if I'd be willing to give a special class to the first-year students." Achako's eyes lit up. "Really?" she exclaimed. "That's great. They'd ask for a heroine like you for a class. And you're a former student." Nijire smiled, a little embarrassed, but clearly happy. "I guess I'm not just a cute senpai anymore," she joked. "Though I hope I don't disappoint anyone." "Impossible," Achako replied immediately. "They'll be delighted." After a few more minutes, they said their goodbyes. Achako had things to attend to with the girls in her class, so she adjusted her backpack before leaving. "If you can, come visit us later," she asked. "In 3A. Everyone would love to see you. I'll see if I can escape after I finish with the first years," Nijire replied, raising her hand in farewell. "Take care, Achako-chan." Achako walked away with a smile, while Nijire stared down the hallway for a few seconds. He checked the time. There were still about 30 minutes until the class that Nezu had asked for. "Well," he murmured. "I suppose I can take a walk." She began walking through the academy's corridors, letting nostalgia guide her. Every corner, every staircase, every window brought back memories of her time as a student. And, almost without thinking, her steps led her to a very specific place. The abandoned hall. That makeshift shelter where she, Mirio, and Tamaki spent hours laughing, doing impromptu training, and talking nonsense. A place that, despite the dust and neglect, still held a special place in her heart. She smiled fondly at the memory. However, as they approached, something caught their attention. A voice. He stopped a few steps from the door. He recognized her immediately. And then everything turned out better than I expected. Nijira blinked. Deku. He whispered. Curiosity, her greatest flaw and her greatest virtue, prevailed without resistance. She approached cautiously and peered through the living room window. And what she saw left her. Intrigued. There were only two people inside the room. Izuku Midoriya, standing in front of the desk. And Teacher Midnight, sitting with all the calm in the world, listened to him attentively. Nijira tilted her head. Huh. He observed a little more. It didn't seem like a casual meeting. Izuku spoke with emotion, with that concentrated energy so characteristic of him. Midnight, for her part, maintained a relaxed, interested expression, resting her chin on one hand. The only two in the room. Is this? Nijira thought, bringing a hand to her lips. The classic forbidden romance in a school. The idea brought a curious smile to his face. Interesting. She murmured to herself. Without knowing it, he had just witnessed the first silent crossroads. And that little moment was going to have consequences. And so the minutes passed. Izuku recounted in great detail everything he experienced with his friends in the arcade, with that particular gleam in his eyes that appeared every time he talked about heroes, quirks, or when he launched into explaining the complete lore of Sassel. Namuri listened attentively. By this point in the story, she was already seated in her usual place, leaning comfortably against the desk, while Izuku stood in front of her, gesturing slightly, narrating each game, each moment, and each small victory shared with the boys. Well, I wasn't telling you everything. Izuku skipped an important part. How cute. Namuri thought to herself as she watched him. Facing her was not the usual nervous boy, but someone more relaxed, more lively. She couldn't help but smile as she watched him elaborate fully. And just as we were about to leave, Izuku continued. The guys came up with another plan for that night. He paused briefly. His voice lowered slightly, as did the overwhelming emotion of a few seconds before. But since the plan included alcohol, I still didn't feel ready. Namuri applauded enthusiastically. Izuku blushed immediately. Of course, like her teacher, Namuri couldn't have been more satisfied. Her rooster had lived a special experience, one of those that are etched in memory forever. Nijira murmured from the window, completely confused by what she saw. What kind of forbidden love looks so much like a kind? This doesn't feel romantic. It feels educational. She thought, intrigued. Very good, Midoriya-kun. Namuri congratulated him as she stood up. Then she opened her bag, which was resting on the desk, and took something out of it. You successfully completed the assigned task. It was a small strip of star-shaped stickers. Namuri had noticed last Sunday that it worked surprisingly well as an incentive for the nervous Izuku. You earned it. And, without further ado, he stuck a little star right on her forehead. My second star. Izuku thought as he carefully touched his forehead. So, this is what success feels like. How awful. Nijira thought with clear disappointment from her hiding place. We never got stars. In fact, he perfectly remembered that time Midnight gave Mirio 3 spankings for making too much noise on a day when he had arrived with a hangover. Definitely different times. However, that moment of achievement and happiness was abruptly interrupted when Namuri narrowed her gaze. Are you hiding something from me? He asked, in a much more serious tone. Izuku turned pale. Nijira brought both hands to her mouth, extremely excited. Oh no. Deku is unfaithful. She thought, completely caught up in her own mental drama. It was even funny to see her watching as Izuku, now taller than herself and Namuri herself, seemed to be about to die in front of the woman standing before him. Come on, Kayama-sensei. Show that infidel who's boss. Nijira whispered enthusiastically. Nijira loved romantic dramas. Lately, she'd been watching quite a few with Tamaki. Well, Amajiki, since the number 11 hero, Sun Eater, was currently her boyfriend. They lived together in a fairly well-located apartment. And with tentative marriage plans. Although that last part is a secret that only the author knows. And no, I did tell him everything. Izuku replied. It was a blatant lie. And even worse. Izuku was terrible at lying. Let me guess. A girl. Namuri said, crossing her arms. It was difficult to hide anything from the great Namuri Kayama, especially for someone as clumsy at lying as Izuku. There was no immediate response. Not verbal, at least. But there was a physical one. Izuku suddenly turned his face, staring at the blackboard as if it were suddenly the most interesting thing in the world. And no. He replied with a squeak worthy of a frightened mouse. That's very bad, Midoriya-kun. I didn't know you were that kind of man. Nijira shook her head as she watched the scene from the window. Namuri grabbed Izuku's cheeks, forcing him to look at her directly. Her expression hardened, revealing an annoyed side. A facet that, of course, was a vile farce. But come on, don't judge the teacher. You would do the same. And don't blame the author for the mysterious disappearance of a gold vault in Saudi Arabia. Not even for the 300 bars of plutonium in his closet. Not even the yacht that appeared by chance in Monaco. Oh, come on. Guys, you would too, right? Haha. Right. Midoriya. Nomuri whispered, still holding his cheeks. Oh. How soft her cheeks are. She thought to herself. Well. Yes. Izuku finally confessed. Nomuri immediately let go of him. That hurt. He murmured, rubbing his face. What happened? She asked, settling back into her desk. Something must have happened for you not to tell me. And that was precisely what Izuku didn't want to say. He didn't want to tell her how he had completely failed at trying to talk to a girl. He couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Sure, then he saved her from some thugs. But that was different. Completely different. I'm sorry, Kayama-sensei. He apologized, head bowed, taking a seat in one of the chairs in front of the desk. It's just that. I tried to talk to a girl, but I couldn't. What kind of infidelity confession is this? Midoriya thought, completely confused. Nomuri sighed. It was to be expected. She knew from the start that Izuku wouldn't be able to talk to a girl after just one class. Even so, she was glad to know that at least he tried. I saw her on the street, on my way back. Izuku continued. I thought she was pretty. He paused. I thought about talking to him, I really was going to, but I couldn't even get close. I froze. I'm sorry. And she still has the nerve to say she was pretty. Midoriya muttered, completely immersed in the drama. Silence filled the room for a few seconds. For Midoriya, those seconds felt like an eternity. Until Nomuri let out a small laugh. Oh no. Midoriya thought in horror. She's going to finish him off. And his mind went straight to chaos. He's going to slap her, run away crying. Then Kayama-sensei will receive an invitation to teach in another country with no possibility of returning. Izuku will find out and run to the airport, chasing after his flight while shouting that he was a fool, that he doesn't know what will become of his life without her. Kayama will ask them to stop the flight because she forgives him. She'll run off the plane, they'll kiss passionately, and the entire crew will applaud. How romantic. Midoriya squealed in a whisper, wiping away a tear. Hey Midoriya. I think you've watched too many movies. I mean, I'm just saying. Ah, Midoriya-kun. Nomuri said gently, looking at him as if he were a small child. It was very naive of you to think that just one class on talking to girls would be enough to achieve that. Huh? Midoriya blinked, turning her gaze back to the pair. Classes. About talking to girls. I know. Izuku replied, sinking a little deeper into his seat. But I thought maybe. I don't know, I could at least manage to say hello. He paused briefly. But then I was able to save her from some thugs. Really? Nomuri asked. Izuku nodded quickly. Very good. She smiled. Maybe you don't know how to talk to girls, but there's no doubt you're a great hero. The compliment filled Izuku's chest. He blushed, visibly. What's really going on here? Midoriya thought. With each sentence, he became more and more confused. Where was the forbidden romance? Where was the revelation of infidelity? Where was the ending with marriage, a house near a lighthouse, and sunset walks? Well. Nomuri concluded, standing up as she picked up a piece of chalk and headed to the blackboard. We'll need many more lessons before you're ready to talk to girls. He wrote in large letters. How to talk to a girl. Class 2. So. All this time? Everything crumbled inside Midoriya. Is Deku-kun only taking classes so he can get a girlfriend? Well. No. Or well, yes. I mean, Midoriya, Izuku wants to improve his social skills and of course he'd also like to have something nice with a girl, but well. Yes, you're right. Midoriya watched as Izuku's private class began, seeing him take out his notebook with all the seriousness in the world to take notes for the day. Well, I think there's no more mystery here. She whispered as she slowly moved away from the window so as not to be seen. There was no other option but to go with Nezu. The class she was going to teach was about to begin. But something stopped her. Midoriya-kun, before you start real-world practice, you'll first have to take theoretical classes and do simulations. Later you'll be able to apply it in real-life situations. Midoriya immediately turned her gaze back. Nomuri was standing there explaining something or other, while Izuku nodded attentively. But what they were saying wasn't important. The important thing was Midoriya. And Midoriya didn't like Nomuri's way of working. No, of course not. Murmured the blue-haired girl. Deku-kun needs real-world practice to put what he's learned into practice. Experience is what makes him good. Then, someone special came to mind. Yes, Tamaki. From their third year onward, Midoriya had sensed that Tamaki liked her, but he was too shy to confess. So, after graduation and the end of the war, she devised a training plan to help him overcome his fear. dating, real-time flirting, awkwardly romantic situations. All under the guise of being practical. A cunning plan. And it worked. Tamaki ended up confessing. However, Nijire was omitting a very important detail. Izuku is not Tamaki. And the context is completely different. But Nijire was already cooking. Cooking up the most insane plan ever conceived to help Izuku with his problem with girls. All you need is real experience. Oh no, brother. Don't let her cook. Everyone say. Nijire, don't cook. Nijire, don't cook. Nijire, don't cook. Of course I will. Nijire replied, miserably ignoring us. I will be Izuku's true romance teacher. And without anyone asking her, Nijire had decided to take Izuku as her student. Amid low giggles and unintelligible murmurs, she left the place, leaving Izuku and Nomuri alone, completely unaware of the storm that was approaching. As the class continued, Nomuri stopped and turned to look at Izuku, who watched her curiously. Did something happen? He asked, worried. No. Just. She paused. Didn't you make any new friends? I mean, this class is for women and all, but it's also meant to improve your social skills. Izuku didn't think about the answer. Of course. I made a friend. He replied, making her smile. He was a boy who hung out with the thugs. He was scared and told me he didn't have any friends. He joined them because he was looking for company, but they were leading him astray. So I became his friend. She finished explaining with a smile so sincere it seemed capable of illuminating the darkest night. It's a beautiful heart. Was all Nomuri thought. Something I would always keep in mind, and which I recognized as Izuku's greatest strength, was that genuine, empathetic, and selfless way he treated others. I had never seen that kind of heart in any other man. That's very kind of you, Midoriya. She flattered him, making him nervous. Was he the only friend you made? Izuku thought about it. This time, he really thought about it. And then, a memory appeared in his mind. Mount Lady. Because when Izuku narrated what happened at the arcade with his friends, he only talked about what happened with his friends. That's why he didn't mention Mount Lady either. Miss Mount Lady. Does she really count? He wondered, recalling that experience as something completely random from his day. And it wasn't like they had fun. No, in fact he was panicking almost the entire time, watching her get angrier and angrier. Well, I met someone, but I don't think they liked me. He replied. Even so, they told me they wanted to see me again to keep playing. Nomuri was completely confused. I think it's more of a rivalry than a friendship. Seeing that Izuku also wasn't sure what it was exactly, he decided not to investigate further. Okay, let's leave it at that then. Time will tell if that person ends up being a friend. Or a rival. And that was the end of it. Oh, Nomuri. If only you knew. Later. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and classes were continuing as normal. Except for Class 3A, which again had a free period, as Cementus had gone to fulfill a commitment that day, and would not be able to teach them. That's why Izuku was walking towards Aizawa's office, located on the 2nd floor. What have I done now? He wondered as he made his way through the 3rd floor hallways. He'd received a direct call from the professor, and if he didn't want trouble, it was best to obey. At the same time, someone else was walking. But not through the 3rd floor hallways. From the 2nd floor to the 3rd, Anan advanced calmly, heading towards the teacher's lounge. What does Aizawa-kun want now? She wondered, sighing. I hope I don't have to tell my story with Izuku again. The thought that Aizawa knew about her feelings for Izuku still embarrassed her. And yes, you've probably already noticed that something doesn't quite add up here. Damn it, Midoriya, you should hurry up. Whispered an annoyed voice. Aizawa was hidden behind a wall right next to the U-shaped stairs that connected the 2nd and 3rd floors, watching as Anan calmly approached. Without a helmet. Now it was time to see our favorite romance lover in action. Of course, Aizawa had planned everything to develop a romantic scene between those two. And what did our dear professor have in mind? If my calculations are correct, in 2 minutes Midoriya-kun should be going down the stairs to reach the 2nd floor, and Kuro-san will be right where they begin. He thought as he turned to discreetly spray oil on the steps. Of course, what could unite two souls more than falling into a compromising pose? Oh, yes. The classic cliché. Two protagonists, an accidental fall, bodies too close. And maybe, just maybe, an accidental kiss that forces them to confront their feelings. In this scenario, Izuku would be the one to fall on Anan. After all, she was a few centimeters taller, so she could catch him more easily. Somehow. It didn't sound so bad. Then he heard footsteps coming from the 3rd floor. That must be Midoriya. Quickly and stealthily, Aizawa climbed to the intermediate platform that connected both sections of the U-shaped staircase and hid inside a trash can. Perfect. I need to get started on uniting these two idiots. He thought, annoyed. Monday night was pure luck. Yes, it was nice to see them saying nice things to each other, but it was pure chance that they met that night. Destiny had already shown him the sign. His ship was destined to become canon. So I just had to give fate a little help. This plan is flawless. His one eye shone brightly, excited. And there came our rooster, coming down the stairs from the third floor to the platform. Would it be a bad idea if I decided to open my own hot dog business after I graduate? Izuku muttered distractedly. Deku Hots. No, that name doesn't sound good. Meanwhile, downstairs on the second floor and near the stairs, Ann was advancing. Would it be a bad idea to suggest to Izuku that we open a hot dog business when he graduates? He wondered. Space dogs. No, better yet, hot space. Wait, that last one sounds bad. They're a perfect match. Izuku was already at the top of the stairs that led down to the second floor. Ann was about to appear in his field of vision. Aizawa was anxiously biting his nails. And then, everything went into slow motion. Izuku took a step onto the oil-covered step. Huh? Was all he managed to say before slipping and starting to fall. Ann had already appeared, walking distractedly, her gaze fixed on the ground as she thought about her possible business. Yes. Aizawa squealed, seeing how the scene was about to unfold. Izuku was falling, milliseconds away from hitting Ann, his eyes wide open as he saw her in front of him, aware that the collision was inevitable. Watch out. Izuku shouted. Ann hadn't realized it yet, and then. Kura-sensei. I forgot to turn in my homework. Shouted a girl at the end of the second floor hallway. Ann immediately turned towards the voice. Izuku crashed to the ground. Shit. He yelled, causing Ann to turn around just in time to see Izuku bounce violently. And crash through the window. Izuku. Midoriya-senpai. Ann and the girl shouted at the same time as they ran towards the window. My back. Izuku groaned after falling from the second floor straight onto the hard cement. Oh god, Izuku. What happened? Ann shouted, quick and desperate, watching him writhe in pain without even realizing that she had called him by his name in public. Aizawa slowly climbed out of the trash can, sweating profusely at the sight of the mess he had made. Shit. He swallowed, trying to think what the hell he should do, while still holding the can of oil in his hand. At that moment, a student who was calmly walking down the second floor appeared on the scene. Here, take this. Aizawa said quickly, putting the bottle in his hand before taking a few steps away so he wouldn't be seen. Huh? And what do I want this for? The boy wondered, looking at the empty jar in confusion. From the ground, Izuku gathered his strength to shout. The steps on the stairs are slippery. Ann immediately turned towards the stairs, noticing how each step glowed suspiciously. And then at the boy holding the empty can. She frowned, furious, and pointed at him. You. Look what your little joke caused. The boy, terrified, began to explain. No. It wasn't me. I swear. It was E. He couldn't finish. Aizawa had trapped him with his ropes. Here he is, 13. This joker isn't going anywhere. He accused him brazenly, tightening the ties to prevent him from speaking. Oh, boy. You've got several weeks of punishment ahead of you. Son of a bitch. The boy thought as he was dragged towards the principal's office. Meanwhile, Ann returned to the window, looking down. And no worries, I'll be right there with you. She told Izuku before dashing off towards where she had fallen. Damn it. Izuku groaned, trying to stand up but failing. That guy hit me in the back with a pipe yesterday. I thought it wouldn't matter, but I feel like I'm hurt from the fall. And while Izuku lay on the ground, internally lamenting his bad luck, which seemed to be his closest friend, someone approached. Or rather, it floated. Hello. Nijira's cheerful and lively voice reached Izuku's ears, who turned his head while still lying on the ground. Nijira-senpai. He murmured, unsure if it was real or just a hallucination from the blow. Eku-kun, it's so good to see you again. She said enthusiastically, floating beside him, still dressed in her hero costume. What are you doing on the ground? Is it cold? Do you need help? Izuku let out a small pained laugh. It was definitely the Nijira I knew. Hello, senpai. He greeted with a half smile. I fell from the second floor and, well, here I am. He downplayed it as best he could, while Nijira carefully helped him to his feet. Once he was standing, Izuku brushed himself off. Nijira, on the other hand, remained silent, watching him intently. She had wanted to see him. And it seemed as if life had literally dropped him on her. So, what brings you here, senpai? Izuku asked, looking down at the now professional heroine. I was invited to give a special class with the first-year students. He replied, puffing out his chest with pride, which made her laugh. And it was a complete success. That's normal coming from you, senpai. Izuku said. And Tamaki? How is she? Thanks to Mirio, Izuku knew that Nijira and Tamaki were in a relationship. She floated a little higher to be at his level. The boy had already grown taller. Tamaki's fine. In fact, he's on patrol today. We'll go out to dinner together tonight. Izuku asking about Tamaki was perfect timing. Hey, Deku-kun. Did something happen? He asked. I saw you with Ms. Midnight in the abandoned classroom of the third-year building. He revealed. Izuku tensed up immediately. So, you have problems with girls? Izuku turned red instantly, flustered. In theory, this was a secret. And a rather embarrassing one. Am I? He stammered, watching her nod matter-of-factly. Well, yes. I have problems. He admitted. But don't tell anyone, please. He quickly knelt in front of her. Nijire chuckled softly as she crouched down and patted him reassuringly on the back. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. He said, pausing briefly. In fact, I've come to help you. Izuku immediately raised his head, looking at her in surprise. His expression held no mockery. Help me? Why? He asked, still kneeling. It is a senpai's duty to help his kohai. And as if she were an angel descended from heaven, a ray of sunlight filtered right down on her, giving her an almost celestial glow as she reached out to help him stand up again. Izuku took the hand she offered him and stood up carefully, still somewhat sore. Senpai. He said, scratching the back of his neck. How? How exactly do you plan to help me? Nijire's eyes immediately sparkled, as if she had been expecting that question. I'm glad you asked. She replied enthusiastically. The classes you're taking with Professor Midnight are good, I'm not denying that. Theory is important. And simulations are too. But if you just leave it at that, you're not going to get very far. Well. Izuku tried to reply nervously. Actually, I've only had 3 sessions and… yeah, they've helped a little, yes, of course. Nijire interrupted, waving her hand lightly. But believe me, Deku-kun, I know more about these things. Izuku blinked, completely taken aback. Experience. She replied with a confident smile. A lot of experience. Before he could process it, Nijire leaned towards him, lowering her voice slightly, as if she were about to tell him a state secret. So I decided to help you in my own way. Izuku's stomach lurched. Is your way? I'm going to get you a date. She announced, beaming. This Saturday night. What? Izuku paled. No, that's a terrible idea. Senpai, I'm not ready for something like that. Too late. She crooned. Saturday, 8 o'clock at night, at Gonpachi Nishiazabu. It's a famous beautiful place, not intimidating at all. Well, a little, but that helps with character development. That doesn't help at all. Izuku protested, panicking. I really think Ms. Midnight's method is more effective. Oh, don't worry. Nijire said, giving him a firm pat on the back to cheer him up. Serious mistake. Gah. Izuku gasped, bending forward. My back. Oops. She laughed. Minor details. Izuku stood panting in the spot while Nijire continued as if nothing had happened. To make things easier, it'll be a double date. I'll go with Tamaki and you'll go with the girl I'm going to introduce you to. He explained. She's a university student, nothing like a hero academy, just a completely normal girl. That, far from calming him down, only made it worse. That makes it even scarier. Izuku complained. That's precisely why. She replied, pointing at him. Real experience, Deku-kun. Just what you need. Izuku shook his head, resigned. Honestly. I feel like this isn't a good idea. Trust your senpai. Nijire said, beginning to float away. See you Saturday. Wait, senpai. I haven't said yes yet. Oh, right. She exclaimed from the air. I don't have your number, but it doesn't matter. I'll ask Mirio for it. Wait. We'll be in touch. She shouted with a smile, walking away quickly. Don't be late. And so, without allowing for a single further objection, Nijire Hadu disappeared down the corridor. Izuku was left alone, in pain, sitting on the ground, staring into space. I have a date on Saturday. She muttered in a defeated voice. The universe, once again, had decided not to give him a choice. And the worst part. I knew this was just the beginning. Izuku-kun. Anan's worried voice made him turn his head. How are you feeling? Izuku, still sitting on the floor, raised his thumb trying to reassure her. I've had worse. She replied with a nervous laugh that didn't quite convince anyone. Anan frowned and crouched down in front of him to get a better look, assessing him with a clinical gaze. Does your back hurt a lot? He asked, carefully placing a hand near her side. A little. Well, yes. She admitted. But I think it was more the fright than anything else. Don't move. He ordered gently. Let me check you quickly. Anan began to feel carefully, checking if anything was out of place. In the process, without realizing it, he brushed against a sensitive spot on her side. Ah. Izuku jumped slightly. That tickled. Tickles. She repeated, surprised. And then, almost reflexively, she touched the same spot again. Anan-san. She protested, barely suppressing a laugh. Okay, I'm sorry. She smiled, withdrawing her hand. That's a good sign. It doesn't seem serious, just a bump. Even so, his expression turned serious again. Anyway, we're going with Recovery Girl. She said firmly. I'm not taking any chances. Anan stood up first and then extended his hand. Can you get up? Izuku nodded and accepted their help, getting to his feet somewhat carefully. As he stood, the pain returned, reminding him of the fall. Thank you. He murmured. Really? That's what I'm here for. She replied, standing beside him. Lean on me if you need to. Izuku hesitated for barely a second before doing so, swinging an arm over his shoulders to walk with more stability. Thank you, Anan-san. She repeated, this time with a more sincere smile. The infirmary was quiet, bathed in the white light streaming through the high windows. The scent of disinfectant hung in the air as Izuku lay on the cot, a tight bandage wrapped around his lower back. Nothing broken. Recovery Girl declared, adjusting her glasses. But it's going to hurt for the rest of the day. No strenuous activity. Why yes ma'am. Izuku replied with a grimace. Minutes later, the infirmary fell silent again. It was just the two of them. Anan was sitting beside the stretcher, arms crossed and brow slightly furrowed, still upset about what had happened. Thanks for bringing me. Izuku said after a moment. Hey, Anan-san. We have the workshop this afternoon. Do you want anything special to eat? She looked at him, surprised by the question. And by the fact that, even so, he was still thinking about it. No. He replied after a few seconds. It's best not to work today. Izuku blinked. Huh. You need to rest. He said firmly. The suit can wait. Inside, however, something shrank a little. I did want to spend time with him. But he didn't say it. Silence settled between them. It wasn't awkward, just still. Until Anan broke it almost reflexively. Hey. He began. Have you seen the Dexter series? Dexter? Izuku tilted his head. No. I don't recognize the name. I haven't seen it either. He admitted. Hisashi recommended it to me. He says it's very good. That it's interesting. Ah. Izuku smiled. Maybe I'll see her someday. Yes. Someday. She repeated. And then, without thinking too much, without any filter. Wouldn't you like to watch it with me tonight? Silence. Izuku, for his part, took a second to process it. Then, his eyes lit up. Really? Yes. That sounds interesting. He said excitedly. Do you want me to bring my laptop to the workshop so I can take a look at it there? Ah. No. He answered too quickly. Better in my room. In the teacher's dormitory. Silence. Ah. Sounds good. Izuku nodded, completely calm. Then I can prepare something to eat while we watch it. I have a tub of ice cream. She said. Perfect. And so, without realizing it, without ceremony or exaggerated nerves, they had put together a plan that sounded dangerously similar to a date. Anan got up from her chair and gave him a small smile. Get some rest. See you later. Yes. Izuku smiled. Thank you, Anan-san. A perfect match. Minutes later. Aizawa rubbed his forehead as he watched television in the teacher's lounge on the third floor. The place was completely empty. Damn it. My plan went to shit. He thought in frustration, remembering how his brilliant idea to bring Anan and Izuku closer together had not only failed, but it also ended with Midoriya falling from the second floor. What time is Dragon Ball on this channel? He grumbled, irritated, watching the commercials drag on endlessly. The sound of the door opening snapped him out of his bad mood. Good afternoon, Aizawa-kun. Sorry for the delay. Anan said, entering after leaving the infirmary. What happened to the student who did the BR? Don't worry. It's nothing now. Aizawa interrupted without taking his eyes off the television. Relax. The boy left with a report for his parents and a 1-week suspension. Anan sighed wearily and sat down beside him. She set her helmet aside, took a couple of cookies from the coffee table, and began eating them while watching the screen. The silence stretched for a few seconds, until Aizawa spoke. How are you feeling? Nothing serious, but he'll need to rest today. She replied, chewing. We were going to meet to develop some upgrade modules for his suit. But we cancelled it. Aizawa clenched his fists. His plan was to bring them together, not push them apart. Even so, he forced himself to relax. He gained nothing by getting frustrated. He picked up his coffee mug and took a sip. I suppose you'll see each other another day? He asked, more out of conversation than curiosity. Oh, no. Anan replied bluntly. We agreed we'd watch a series in my room. Crack. The cup fell from her hands and smashed on the floor. Hey Aizawa. You almost spilled coffee on the couch. Anan complained, watching the coffee spill onto the floor. Aizawa, on the other hand, seemed completely disconnected from the world. What? He murmured, staring into space. What? She asked, turning to look at him. What have you brought now? You. And Midoriya. Will do what? Oh, what the? Annoyed that he wasn't going to clean, she stood up to find the mop. Izuku and I are going to watch a show tonight in my room. He said it simply, while cleaning the floor with abrupt movements. But little by little, their pace slowed down. Her eyes began to open wider and wider. With mechanical movements, he turned his head towards Izawa. He looked back at her. Apparently, someone had finally realized it. An Anne's scream echoed throughout the UA. No, 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 no. What the hell have I just done? She screamed, panicking as she clutched her head in both hands. I'm an idiot. Idiot, idiot, idiot. The plan failed successfully. Izawa thought, observing how his disaster had produced a much more interesting result. I have to talk to him. I'm going to cancel on him. And Anne frantically searched for her phone among the sofa cushions. But Izawa took it first. Gee, give me my phone, Izawa-kun. I'm not giving it to you, you slug. He growled, pushing him away as if his life depended on it. I'm not in the mood for jokes, Izawa. She exclaimed furiously, lunging at him. No way. Izawa slapped her away. I'm not going to let you ruin your chance. And Anne rubbed his bruised hand, glaring at him. Give me my phone. You don't understand, Kura-san. This wasn't a mistake. Izawa exclaimed, trying to push Anne away with his free hand as she lunged at him again. It was your heart speaking. And Anne blushed immediately, scandalously, while still struggling. Shut up. Her voice came out broken, treacherous. The fight continued for a few more seconds until Izawa decided to end it once and for all. With a swift movement, he applied a hold and pinned her to the ground. Ah, let me go. And Anne growled, trapped, trying in vain to move. No. Izawa stated, increasing the pressure slightly. You're going to have your evening with that bush, whether you like it or not. He paused briefly. And it's clear that you do want to be with him, right? And Anne didn't respond. Instead, she kept trying to break free, moving more, using her hands to pry the dark-haired man's leg away from her. Did I ask you a question? Izawa growled, tightening his grip slightly. Or what? Would you like it if the problem kid did that to another girl? The complete lack of tact hit the mark. And Anne became still, little by little. Her breathing, which had been rapid, began to regulate itself. And no. She replied in a low voice. Izawa loosened the key and finally let go. What? She asked sharply. You don't want to be with him? He sat up a little, looking at her straight on. Or don't you like the idea of me having that experience at another time, with another girl? A sleepless night, watching a series. In the same room. The silence fell like a ton of bricks. And Anne lowered her gaze. Her chest tightened in an uncomfortable, bitter way. The image. The thought. Hurt her more than she was willing to admit. He said nothing. He couldn't. And Izawa added nothing more. Instead, he pulled out his own phone and started dialing. Huh? To whom? And Anne looked up, confused. SHH. He silenced her without looking at her. The call connected quickly. Hisashi. Izawa said dryly. We're all going out tonight. My drinks are on. On the other side, the response was immediate. Huh? Really? Of course. Let me tell the others. Izawa hung up unceremoniously. And Anne looked at him, still sitting on the floor, completely lost. You can't keep putting it off. He said, putting his phone away. You can't live in uncertainty forever, Kura-san. He looked at her over his shoulder. Sooner or later you have to make a decision. And Anne pressed her lips together. The dormitories will be empty tonight. He continued. That's why the call. There won't be any other teachers there. He turned to her one last time. Enjoy your evening. Without giving her a chance to respond, Izawa turned and left. Before leaving, he threw something at her. And Anne instinctively grabbed her phone. He stood there, silent, his heart beating too hard in his chest. Now there were no more excuses. What can I do now? Nijire wondered aloud as she walked through the quiet streets of Japan. She had left the academy quite some time ago. Dressed in civilian clothes, comfortable and with her hair loose, she was enjoying her day off after finishing the special class for first-year students. With nothing urgent to do, she had simply decided to go for a walk. Tamaki was on patrol, so spending time with him wasn't an option, even if she wanted to. Going shopping didn't appeal to her either. She had everything she needed at home, and besides, it was something she always did with Tamaki. Doing it alone just didn't feel the same. I should have stayed longer with the boys. She murmured, slightly regretting not having taken the opportunity to stay with the third-year student. The day was normal. It wasn't too hot or too cold. The city noise was normal. The number of people was as expected. Everything flowed with an almost unnerving calm. Too normal. Nothing exciting for someone like Najire, now a professional hero. Maybe. The idea came to her suddenly, like a flash. Her lips curved into a mischievous smile, and without much thought, she began to gently rise using her quirk. It didn't take him too long to reach his destination, especially considering it wasn't far from where he had been before. In the distance, one building stood out from the rest. Elegant. Imposing. With a presence that exuded professionalism even before you approached. Large windows, clean lines, and an entrance that commanded respect without being intimidating. Najire stepped down in front of him, crossing her arms with a satisfied smile. I hadn't been there in person for a year. Since she had started her own agency, visits had become sporadic. An agency that, to the surprise of many, had grown rapidly and gained popularity, not only for its effectiveness, but also for the cheerful and dynamic work environment they fostered. Very typical of Najire. She walked through the entrance with complete ease. Several glances turned towards her. Some employees recognized her immediately, others simply perceived her unmistakable energy. He walked down the main corridor, humming softly, until he stopped in front of a door at the end. Without touching. He opened it suddenly. "Hello. Ryuko-chan." Ryuko Tatsuma barely looked up when the door suddenly opened. There was no shock. There was no tension. Just a natural, almost automatic calm, typical of someone who had been used to interruptions for years. And who knew exactly who was the only person capable of opening that door without knocking. "Hello, Najire," he greeted from his desk in a firm but friendly voice. "It's been a while." She sat with her back straight, reviewing documents on a tablet beside her, surrounded by several neatly arranged reports. Her expression was relaxed and professional, with a slight smile that didn't need to be exaggerated to be genuine. Beside him, on the desk, rested an orange cat with thick fur and attentive eyes. Until a few seconds ago, it had been peacefully settled, almost blending into the serene atmosphere of the office. Then he saw Najire. His ears were stuck to his head. And, without thinking twice, the cat took a clumsy but determined leap, falling to the ground and darting towards a nearby piece of furniture, where it hid as if its life depended on it. Ryuko sighed softly. "Yashi," he murmured. "Relax." Najire blinked, leaning forward slightly. "Huh? He left?" she asked, genuinely confused. "But I haven't even said anything yet." "That's exactly the problem." Ryuko replied with a hint of amused resignation. "You're too energetic for him." Najire let out a nervous giggle, scratching her cheek. "I'm sorry. I guess." Ryuko put the tablet aside and rested her elbows on the desk. "So," he continued. "Tell me. How have you been?" Najire's eyes immediately sparkled. "Good. Pretty good, actually. The agency's running smoothly, the team's adapting quickly, and..." He gestured broadly with his hands. "Now I understand a lot of things." Ryuko raised an eyebrow slightly, interested. "Oh, really?" "Yes. I didn't notice it so much before, but now that I have to take care of everything." Najire made a small grimace. "The paperwork never ends. I really don't know how you manage to stay late just for that." Ryuko let out a small laugh through her nose. "Because someone had to do it," he replied. "And because it was part of my responsibility." She was then allowed to look at her more closely. Not as a heroine. Not as a colleague. But as someone who had watched that girl grow up. "I'm proud to see you like this," she said sincerely. "My former pupil has grown so much." Najire remained still for barely a second. And then she walked quickly to the desk, circling it without thinking, to wrap Ryuko in a warm and spontaneous hug, like that of a younger sister who doesn't know how to gauge her strength. "Ryuko-chan," she exclaimed affectionately. "That sounds so serious when you say it." Ryuko hesitated for a moment, but ended up returning the hug, placing a hand on his back. "I'm serious," he replied. "You've earned it." When they separated, Ryuko watched her with a calm smile. "And tell me," he added, "how are things going with Amajiki?" Najire lit up completely. "Great. Very good," she replied without hesitation. "Now we live together. We bought an apartment. It's not huge, but it's comfortable. And it feels good." "Really?" Ryuko nodded slowly. "I'm glad to hear it," he said. "You seem happy." Najire stared at Ryuko for a few more seconds, tilting her head slightly. "And you, Ryuko-chan?" he asked then, with genuine curiosity. "How are you? What have you been up to lately?" Ryuko didn't take a second to respond. "Job." Najire blinked. "That's all." "Work," Ryuko repeated, with complete nonchalance. "Patrols, reports, meetings, team coordination, case follow-up. The usual." Nijire frowned slowly. That doesn't sound like the usual. He replied. It sounds like everything. Ryuko shrugged slightly. That's what I do. That was the problem. Outside of work, there was nothing else. No outings. No walks. No real free time. The agency was her world. Nijire crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks slightly. Ryuko-chan. That's not right. She scolded her bluntly. You're no longer among the top heroes, it was your decision to quit, remember? You're supposed to. I don't know, enjoy yourself a little more now. Ryuko tilted her head. I am still an active hero. Yes, but it's not the same. Nijire insisted. You could go out, do something just for yourself. Or at least get a boyfriend. Or some company. Ryuko calmly shook her head. I don't need it. What do you mean, no? I have a job. She replied. And I also have to keep an eye on the first-year students' internships. There are new students coming in, and they need constant supervision. Nijire sighed dramatically. You always have an excuse. It's not an excuse. Ryuko corrected. It's responsibility. Nijire stared at her. And what about the boyfriend? Ryuko didn't even hesitate. I don't need it. There was a brief silence. Then Nijire smiled. That dangerous smile. Ryuko-chan. She began. If you keep going like this, you're going to end up being a typical spinster. Ryuko raised an eyebrow. Sorry. You know. Nijire continued matter-of-factly. No social life, married to her work, saying she doesn't need anyone. Ryuko let out a small huff, half offended, half amused. I don't feel alone. She said. Not at all. Nijire did not respond. He just slowly turned his head. And he pointed silently. Towards the furniture. Two orange eyes shone from the shadows. The cat was still there. Ryuko realized it in just a second. And when she did, she looked away with a slight blush on her face. No. She said quickly. That's not why I have a cat. Nijire smiled, satisfied. Silence returned to the office. But now, the calm had a crack. Ryuko exhaled slowly and shook her head. Let's forget about it. She said, regaining her composure. It's not important. Nijire pursed her lips, clearly unconvinced. Yes, it is. She replied. Ryuko-chan, tell me the truth. Have you gone out lately? Even if it's just with friends. Ryuko looked away for a moment. No. He admitted. I haven't been able to. Then he added, quite naturally. But if you'd like, we can go out for a while when I finish my chores for today. Just the two of us. Nijire immediately shook her head. I can't. She replied. I have to get ready for my date with Tamaki. We're going out to dinner. Ryuko nodded without hesitation. Then it will be at another time. Nijire tilted her head. Why don't you go out with someone else today? Just to clear your head a bit. Ryuko denied it. I don't think anyone is available. He replied. At least not from my inner circle. Nijire looked at her for a few seconds. Then he smiled. That's enough. He said suddenly. Enough. Of what? Enough with the excuses. Nijire declared, crossing her arms. It's time for you to come out, whether you like it or not. Ryuko blinked. Nijire. Saturday. She continued, not giving him time to respond. At night. We're going on a triple date. What? No, wait. No waiting. He interrupted. I'm not going to let you keep living like a cat lady. That's not it. We're leaving on Saturday. Nijire repeated firmly. Period. And before Ryuko could say another word, Nijire was already heading towards the door. Nijire. He managed to call out. The door opened. I'll send you the details later. She said with a mischievous smile, turning slightly. Take care, Ryuko-chan. And he left. The office fell silent again. Ryuko stood motionless for a few seconds, processing what had just happened. From the piece of furniture, the orange cat cautiously emerged, jumping to the floor and slowly approaching her side. Ryuko sighed. A triple date. She murmured, incredulous. The cat meowed softly. Anand Kuris, the Space Hero 13, was facing one of the biggest dilemmas of her life. Or at least that's how it felt at the time. What do I do? She murmured, frustrated. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, phone in hand. An open chat was flashing on the screen. Izuku, broccoli. He had been in that same position for more than half an hour. She was no longer wearing her superhero costume. Instead, she wore loose-fitting pants and an equally comfortable t-shirt, her hair still slightly damp from her recent shower. In front of her, the clock ticked by with cruel indifference, reminding her that in about 2 hours, Izuku Midoriya would come. Not just to the teachers' dormitories. To his room. Let's watch a series. God. She whispered, defeated, putting her phone down beside her and covering her face with both hands. Why can't I just cancel on him? I had tried. Or, rather, almost. She remembered perfectly the moment when, after showering and changing, she picked up the phone with the firm intention of telling Izuku that the plan was cancelled, that she wasn't feeling well, that something had come up, that maybe another day. But as soon as she held the phone, something inside her just stopped. Her fingers didn't respond. His mind was filled with doubts. And the message was never sent. A knock on the door pulled her from her thoughts. Anan-chan. Crooned a familiar voice from the other side. Are you ready to go out? Anan sighed, stood up, and, somewhat heavily, walked to the door to open it. On the other side was Namuri Kayama. Completely dressed up for that night. Her dress accentuated her figure, her makeup was impeccable, and, as always, she exuded beauty and sensuality with an almost unfair naturalness. Namuri raised an eyebrow when she saw her friend still disheveled. What happened? He asked, moving a little closer to examine her better. Aren't you coming with us? Anan shook his head gently. I'm sorry, Namuri-san. I'm not feeling well at all. She replied listlessly. The 18-plus heroine slightly puffed out her cheeks, making an adorable pout that contrasted completely with her usual image. But Shota's going to pay for everything tonight. She protested. It's our chance to leave him in debt. Anan couldn't help but laugh a little. She immediately remembered the story Namuri had told her. How Ozawa, after drinking too much, had ended up crashing into a museum. And how she had to pay $35,000 for the damages. Look, Anan said, trying to sound conciliatory. I'll try to go, but I'm not promising anything. She paused. Although I'll catch up with you later. That seemed to cheer Namuri up a little. Well, I'll see you there then. He replied, turning to leave. New perfume? Anan asked suddenly. Namuri stopped and turned on her heels with a satisfied smile. Yep. I decided to try it for this occasion. How is it? It smells pretty good. Anan replied, inhaling a little more. Orange. Pear. Namuri laughed softly as she watched her sniff the air. Yes, although it has more notes. Those are the exit notes. He explained. Well, see you there. Namuri walked away down the corridor, leaving behind a trail of the perfume that Izuku had given her as a thank you. Anan stood leaning against the doorframe, watching her leave. Damn. I didn't ask her what perfume it was. What would have happened if Anan found out that Izuku had given that perfume to Namuri? I honestly don't know, don't ask stupid questions, hahaha greetings. Anan went back into her room, calmly closing the door. She leaned against it for a few seconds, slowly exhaling, before looking down at the bed. The phone was still there. The chat with Izuku is still open. And as much as she liked the idea of having him there, next to her, passing the time watching any silly thing, eating sweets or some dessert he made. Even though it all sounded like something out of a fairy tale. I shouldn't. She thought sadly as she approached the bed and picked up her cell phone again. I was going to send him a message. But it would be too mean to cancel by text. If I was going to do it, I should at least have had the courage to call him. He pressed the button. First bell. Second ring. Oh, hello, Anan-san. Izuku's soft voice replied from the other end. Did something happen? Anan bit her lower lip, trying to organize the words she was going to say. Why did it have to be so difficult? Izuku-kun. About the series later. He tried to begin. But his throat closed up. As if his own body refused to let him cancel. Come on, Anan. Just cancel it. Just say the necessary words and that's it. Oh, yeah. I was just about to go to the kitchen to make something and take it. Izuku said casually. In the background, there were small noises. Footsteps, maybe the movement of tools. He was probably working on some device while he spoke. Oh, really? She asked. Her voice was no longer slurred. What do you think about doing it together? Silence. Anan froze. That. She hadn't thought of those words. Not consciously. Sounds good. Izuku replied calmly. Then I guess I don't have to go for a couple of hours. I can stop by in about 30 minutes so we have time to prepare the snacks. 30 minutes. Anan's lips curved into a nervous smile. But she was genuinely excited. Why are you smiling, idiot? He yelled mentally, panicking as he noticed he had even put a hand to his hair, playing with a navy blue strand. Come on, just say you can't and that's it. Great, then I'll see you in half an hour. Anan concluded before hanging up. The call ended. 1 second. 2. 3. Damn it. Anan squealed, grabbing his hair with both hands and tugging lightly. I've messed up again. And so, Anan Kuris not only couldn't cancel her series night with her beloved Izuku Midoriya, but she turned it into something dangerously close to a date. How will this date end? Well, let's see. We are now in the teacher's dormitory room. That space that sometimes functions as an emergency meeting room. And other times as an adult refuge where the television is turned on, beers are opened, and they complain about how terrible life can be after 30. It was empty right now. Well, partially empty. Anne sat in the armchair, her back straight and her hands restless on her legs. She was still wearing the sweatpants and loose t-shirt she'd chosen for something casual. Something that didn't look like a date. Because it wasn't a date. True. In exactly 1 minute, Izuku Midoriya would knock on that door. "Do I look pretty?" she thought, embarrassed, as she observed her faint reflection on the blank television screen. The overhead light cast her silhouette against the dark glass. She wasn't wearing any striking makeup. She hadn't done anything special. And yet, he cared. Even though her original plan had been to cancel everything, she couldn't help but feel excited. Is this what it's like to be in love? She wondered, trying to logically analyze what she felt. As if it were an astronomical phenomenon. That warm feeling in the chest. The heart beating a little faster than normal. Check the clock every minute to see how much time was left. Thinking about the same person over and over again. Izuku. She squealed softly, covering her face with both hands as the blush spread to her ears. Since she began to feel this way about him, she had to face many things that she had never processed in that way before. And it was complicated. Going from seeing him as the boy he was helping to rebuild himself into a hero. The boy who tried hard to help everyone. The one who always gave more of himself. To see him as the boy she likes. He began to notice details that were previously just there. The way he plays with the pencil when he's anxious. His constant murmurs, which he once found curious and a little funny, now struck him as adorable. The way she pays attention to the smallest details about people. Especially about herself. How she notices when something doesn't please her. How detects when someone needs something. Even before they say it. Those silly facts he throws out from time to time, like that time he explained that ants don't have lungs. Or how focused he looks when he works. The hypnotic gleam in her eyes. Her nervous laughter. Charming. Get a grip. Anne squealed again, completely overcome with embarrassment. You're not a 15-year-old teenager. His first crush. And it all came about because of an 18-year-old boy named Izuku Midoriya. And speaking of the devil. Knock. Knock. Anne froze. He's here. She whispered, slowly removing her hands from her face. She was still blushing. Exactly 30 minutes after he had promised. Of course he had arrived on time. She stood up from the armchair and walked toward the bedroom entrance, each step feeling more conscious than the last. She stopped in front of the door and took a moment to breathe deeply. Trying to control my nerves. Trying to make the blush go down. You can do it. She encouraged herself. Since he couldn't cancel it. At least I would try to enjoy it. Oh yes, very difficult, huh, Anne? You suffer a lot, sweetheart. Good afternoon, Anne-san. Izuku greeted her with a cheerful smile as soon as she opened the door. Hello, Izuku-kun. She replied, seemingly calm. Outside. Inside, she was dying of nerves. Happens. She stepped aside to let him in. Izuku wasn't much better off than her. He was wearing an olive green hoodie, the same one Anne had given him last Christmas, loose pants, and his backpack. He looked relaxed. Comfortable. Adorable. Breathe, Anne. Breathe. Your dormitories aren't too different from ours. Izuku remarked, looking around curiously. The layout was practically a copy-paste of the third year's dorms. Only with a more subdued aesthetic and fewer traces of youthful chaos. It's normal that they look so alike. Anne replied, walking beside her toward the kitchen. Remember, these dormitories were built for your safety after Bakugo's kidnapping back in our first year. Izuku nodded gently. That makes sense. As they entered the kitchen, a fleeting memory crossed her mind. Yes, those were different times. It was incredible that the most difficult thing in his career hadn't been second or third. But first. Izuku casually placed his backpack on the bar, while Anne leaned against the wall, watching him with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. He began to take things out in an almost meticulous order. Well. I was thinking of something simple. She began, placing the ingredients on the counter. Nothing too heavy for tonight. He took out a bag of artisan bread. Then grated cheese. Ham. A couple of avocados. Cherry tomatoes. And a small box of strawberries. Anne blinked. Were you planning to open a coffee shop? He asked, trying to sound casual. Izuku laughed, slightly embarrassed. No, I just thought we could make mini hot sandwiches. Something like toast with cheese and ham. Or avocado. We could also make some sweet fruit skewers. And I brought melting chocolate in case we want to coat the strawberries. As he spoke, he showed her each ingredient as if he were presenting a school project. Her eyes were shining. Oh, and I brought popcorn kernels. She added, pulling out a small bag. It's more fun to make them than to buy them pre-made. Anne watched him in silence. Not so much because of what he said. But not because of how he said it. With that adorable focus. With that genuine enthusiasm for something as simple as preparing snacks to watch a series. It's nothing complicated. he continued. Just easy things. We can divide the task so we don't take too long. Can. The word echoed in his chest. It wasn't "I'll prepared." It was "we do." Sounds good. Anan replied, crossing his arms to hide his desire to place his hand on his chest. Pretty good, actually. Izuku smiled, satisfied. So, where do we begin? A few minutes later, the kitchen had ceased to feel like that cold functional extension of the teachers' dormitories. The warm light beneath the cabinets bathed the bar in a golden hue, softening the metallic surfaces and making even the simplest utensils feel more inviting. The ingredients were arranged with an almost suspicious neatness. Clearly Izuku's work. The sound of the knife against the board began to set the rhythm of the atmosphere. A sharp, precise, and steady cut. If we cut the bread into small squares, it will toast more evenly. Izuku explained with absolute concentration, as if he were presenting a project in front of a class. And that way it won't be too heavy. He spoke with that seriousness of his that turned anything into an important mission. Anan nodded. I wasn't listening. Well, yes. But not. Because what really occupied his attention was not carbohydrates or heat distribution. It was the closeness. Izuku was beside her, just inches away. Close enough that the sleeve of his hoodie brushed against her forearm every time she reached for another ingredient. Close enough that the warmth of his body wasn't just a thought, but a constant presence. Would you like to try avocado? He asked, handing her a perfectly open half, the pit still embedded. Why yes. She replied too quickly. He took the knife. He maintained it. And she stared at it as if it were an alien object. It's just an avocado, he said. But the real question was something else. How do you cut an avocado without looking incompetent in front of the guy you like? Apparently, the answer was. It can't be done. He tried to make a clean cut. The knife barely slid across the smooth surface. Ah. Izuku reacted instantly, without reproach, just attentive. He approached. Wait, that's easier. He said casually. And before Anan could mentally prepare herself, he positioned himself slightly behind her, to one side, just enough to guide her without invading her. And yet still invading all her personal space. His hand covered hers. Firm. Warm. Safe. There was nothing suggestive about the gesture. It was practical. Functional. Even innocent. But Anan's brain decided to leave the room. Her heart began to beat so strongly that she was convinced he could hear it. Just press a little harder here. Izuku murmured, concentrating on the movement. And twist your wrist like this. The fresh aroma of the newly cut avocado mingled with the faint scent of clean soap that always accompanied it. A simple, familiar smell. Dangerous. See? He smiled when the cut came out perfect, symmetrical, flawless. Perfect. Perfect. Clear. Because he had no idea that she was holding the knife with the emotional stability of someone walking on a tightrope. When he let go of her hand, the emptiness he left was almost abrupt. Anan took a second longer than necessary to react. Thank you. He murmured, barely clearing his throat. Izuku was already on the other side of the counter, arranging the mini sandwiches with almost surgical precision. He aligned them, pressed them lightly, and checked the proportions. Can you cut the cherry tomatoes in half? He asked calmly. She nodded, grateful to have something concrete to do. This time the knife obeyed. Every time Izuku bent down to reach the cheese or the ham, their shoulders almost collided. And every touch, however slight, sent an electric shock through his skin. I think we can leave the strawberries for last. He commented, taking out the chocolate. It tastes better if we melt it right before serving. Of course. Anan replied, making a monumental effort not to stare at his hands. Izuku's hands were careful. Sure. Agile. The same hands that had fought in the war. They had adjusted his suit down to the last detail. They had trained until they broke down. And rebuilt themselves. And now they were arranging small cubes of bread with cheese, as if it were the most important task in the world. The corn began to pop inside the pot. Pop. 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 The sound filled the kitchen with a cheerful, almost domestic rhythm. Want to try some popcorn? Izuku asked suddenly. They're not ready yet. She replied automatically. He smiled, with that mischievous sparkle he rarely showed. But this one is different. He took out one that had jumped before the others and offered it to her. Anan hesitated for barely a second before bending down to take it. Her fingers brushed against his. Again. Another download. Izuku simply withdrew his hand, calmly, as if nothing had happened. Because for him, in fact, nothing had happened. I think they turned out well. He commented, satisfied, observing the almost full counter. Toasted mini sandwiches, skewers ready for the chocolate, a bowl prepared to receive the popcorn. Anan looked at him silently. The kitchen smelled of warm bread, light butter, and freshly opened chocolate. The golden light made everything seem softer, closer. Innermost. It felt welcoming. Domestic. As if that were not a last-minute improvisation, but a scene repeated many times in another possible life. As if they belonged there. Together. We work well as a team. Izuku said with a genuine smile. The phrase hit him in the chest with unexpected force. We work. As a team. Anne looked away before he noticed the treacherous glint in her eyes. Yes. She replied softly. I suppose so. And if his heart was still beating 1,000 miles an hour. Well. Izuku was too calm to notice. And perhaps, for now, it was better that way. Anan's room had nothing extraordinary about it, and yet, that night it seemed to him the most romantic setting in the world. The walls were dotted with small fluorescent figures. Constellations patiently affixed, stars scattered as if the sky itself had decided to take up residence there. A dim lamp bathed everything in a warm, soft light, just enough to see without being uncomfortable. On the folding table beside the bed lay the sandwiches they had prepared. Some slightly crooked, the fault of their trembling hands, and others surprisingly well cut, the fault of Izuku's hands on top of theirs. Izuku, true to his almost exaggerated sense of respect, sat down in the wheelchair at the desk. He settled in carefully, as if afraid of invading a sacred space. He rested his hands on his knees and looked around with genuine curiosity. Your room is very nice. He commented, observing the stars on the ceiling with a sincere smile. Anne, sitting on the bed with her back against a headboard, clutched the remote control like a lifeline. Her legs were drawn up to one side, trying to look natural, trying not to think about the fact that they were alone. Completely alone. Thank you. She replied, grateful that the dim light hid how red her cheeks were. Izuku leaned forward slightly, excited. Before coming here, I looked up information about Dexter. I didn't want to arrive completely unprepared. She admitted with a light laugh. It's more popular than I thought. There are analyses, forums, theories. It seems like people really love it. He spoke with the same passion he used to describe combat techniques or hero stats. His eyes shone with genuine interest. For him, it was simple. A new series, an experience to share with a friend. For Anne, however, it was an emotional minefield. Why yes. She's quite well known. He replied, lightly squeezing the remote between his fingers. She was inwardly grateful for the distance. That wheelchair was, at that moment, her best ally. There was more than a meter of safe space between them. No accidental brushes. No shoulders touching. No breaths too close. For now. Izuku barely turned his chair, unconsciously moving a few centimeters closer, driven by excitement. They say the protagonist is very complex. I'm intrigued by how they handle the character's morality. He added, completely oblivious to the small earthquake that this approach caused in Anan's heart. She swallowed. The mere sound of the wheels sliding across the floor seemed deafening to him. Distance, it was recalled. There is still a distance. Well. Then. Shall we begin? He asked, trying to keep his voice from betraying that his heart was pounding as if he had just run for miles. Izuku nodded with a wide, relaxed, comfortable smile. Chill. No tension whatsoever. Yeah. Anne pressed the button. The screen lit up. And as the intro began, she gave thanks, for the last time that night, that there was still that small space between them. Because I had a suspicion that it wouldn't last long. Later. The distance disappeared at some point between episode 3 and 5. And Anne couldn't say exactly when it happened. Maybe it was when Izuku, without realizing it, bent down to reach the popcorn. Or when she shifted to get a better look at the screen. Or when they both simply stopped being aware of the space between them. Now they were both in bed, leaning against the headboard, watching television. The bowl of popcorn rested between them, the only physical boundary left. Their knees almost touched. Their shoulders were dangerously close. They had been like that for hours. Izuku was completely engrossed. He observed every gesture, every line of dialogue, as if analyzing a strategy in the middle of a fight. His green eyes followed the scene with absolute attention. And Anne, on the other hand, struggled to concentrate. Not on the series, though that too, but on the subtle warmth radiating from the boy beside her. Episode 5. The scene between Dexter and Batista began. Your wife might be worried. I don't know what she'd think of your new friend. She doesn't care who she's with as long as she brings home the passion. Izuku frowned instantly. Passion. Yes, that keeps the relationship alive. And what about communication? Trust. Forget all that. Passion. Izuku exhaled through his nose, clearly disagreeing. That's wrong. He muttered, almost offended. And Anne glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. I mean. He shifted slightly, lost in thought. I've never had a partner, so I'm no expert on anything, but that sounds like justifying infidelity. I don't think passion alone keeps a relationship alive. Without communication and trust. It's pointless. Anne felt something warm expand in his chest. She knew that about him. Izuku had always been like that. Direct, honest, incapable of betraying his own values. Even so, hearing him say it that way was different. Anand took control and pressed pause. The screen froze in the middle of the dialogue. "So, what do you think keeps a relationship alive?" she asked, trying to sound casual. Izuku was left thinking. Respect, I suppose. Trust. Mutual admiration. And choosing the other person every day, even when it's not easy. Well, that's what my mom taught me, Izuku thought. Anand's heart skipped a beat. She was inexperienced too. She'd never had a partner. They were, technically, on equal footing. But as he spoke, so confident despite his inexperience, she couldn't help but think that if Izuku ever had a girlfriend, she'd be the kind of man who only appeared in romantic movies or optimistic novels. The one who listens. The one who strives. The one who stays. She resumed the episode before her expression betrayed her. The scene progressed to Batista's execution. "Don't go down the emotional road. Just go down on it." Izuku blinked. "Down?" he asked, genuinely confused. "What do you mean by that?" Anand remained motionless for a second. She had understood. She felt the heat rise to her face. "No. Don't think about it too much for now," he replied quickly. "It's not relevant to the main plot." Izuku accepted the explanation without suspecting anything, turning his attention back to the screen. But Anand was no longer watching the series. "I was looking at the faint reflection of both of them on the television." She thought about something that had been weighing on her for days. Sooner or later, Izuku would find a partner. Someone would notice what she already knew. Someone would end up with that boy who championed trust even without ever having experienced it himself. And the idea pained him. "Because I didn't want that to happen." Her mind told her that the logical thing to do was to stay out of it. Not to complicate things. Not to risk a stable friendship over feelings that were frightening. But his heart wasn't being logical that night. At least for this moment. He thought. With a deliberate conscious movement, he picked up the bowl of popcorn and placed it on his own lap, removing the barrier between them. Then he slid slightly to the side. "Until we are shoulder to shoulder." The contact was subtle. Light. But real. Izuku turned around, curious. "Are you okay?" Anand held her gaze for only a second before looking away. "Yes. I was a bit far from the popcorn." She excused herself, trying to sound nonchalant. Izuku nodded, innocent as ever, and went back to the series. But this time, when their shoulders remained touching, neither of them moved away. And Anand, although the internal struggle continued to rage, decided on something simple and selfish. "For tonight, I wasn't going to think about the future. Only in the quiet warmth of the present." Dawn had settled in without either of them noticing. The screen displayed the end credits for the final episode of the first season. Soft music filled the room, dimly lit by the blue glow of the television. Outside, all was silent. Anand was the first to awaken. For a few seconds she didn't understand where she was. Then she felt the warm weight against her. And she looked down. Izuku was asleep on his shoulder. Her head rested slightly tilted towards her, and Anand, taller by those 4 centimeters that now seemed important, had her cheek pressed against her disheveled hair. One of her hands was trapped between them, warm and calm. The screen flickered and went black. There were no more episodes to play. The room was left in semi-darkness. Anand didn't move. He looked at him. She watched the slow rise and fall of his chest. The way his eyelashes cast small shadows on his cheeks. The peace he exuded even in his sleep, as if the world could never be cruel enough when he was like this. Her freckles. He had always liked them. Small constellations of their own, scattered across her skin. She thought, with a tenderness that hurt her, that not even the stars on the ceiling could compete with that. His gaze lowered. Her lips. He felt his heart suddenly race, shattering the calm of the room. "I wanted it." It wasn't a fleeting infatuation or a whim. It wasn't mere closeness or confusion in the early hours. "I really wanted it. I wanted to be with him. I wanted to be the person by his side when he talked about trust, when he stood up for respect, when he chose someone every day." His pulse was beating so strongly that I was afraid it might wake him up. He was selfish once again. She adjusted herself carefully, barely moving her shoulder to face him. Their faces were closer. Close enough to feel his warm breath brush against her skin. He leaned forward. 1 centimeter. 2. 3. The world seemed reduced to that tiny space between her lips and his. But it stopped. His mind appeared, relentless. Izuku should go through this with someone of his choosing. Someone his age. Someone who is worthy. Someone I consciously love. Not like that. Not asleep. Not stolen. He closed his eyes for a second, as if it physically hurt him to back away. He stepped aside. Very slowly. The night, although beautiful, had to end. Carefully, she took the remote and turned off the screen completely. The room was enveloped in the soft darkness cast by the fluorescent stars on the ceiling. Then he moved it gently. "Izuku." she whispered, barely touching his arm. It's late. You need to go back to your dorm. He frowned slightly, shifting his brow. He blinked, still half asleep. Is it over? Yeah. He sat up slowly, rubbing his eyes. His voice was thick with sleep. I had a lot of fun, she said with a tired but sincere smile. I hope we can do something like this again. That phrase weighed on Anand more than it should have. But he smiled. Clear. Minutes later, they walked down the corridor in silence. The teachers' dormitories were dark, completely empty, as if the entire building were breathing slowly along with the night. They stopped in front of the door. Izuku, now a little more awake, seemed to remember something. Oh. I almost forgot, she said, searching in the small bag she had left near the entrance. I have something for you. Anand looked at him, confused. He took out a small box. I bought it yesterday, after leaving the arcade. I thought you'd like it. Inside there was a moon-shaped lamp. Simple. White. Round. With a texture that mimicked tiny craters. Anand held her carefully, as if she were fragile. She turned it on. A soft, warm light bathed her face. She was pretty. Not ostentatious. Not exaggerated. Beautiful in its simplicity. Like him. Thank you, she whispered. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, a little embarrassed. Well, good night, Anand. And she began to walk away, her silhouette gradually disappearing into the darkness towards her bedroom. Anand remained in the doorway, holding the moon in her hands, watching it disappear. The dim light barely illuminated her thoughtful expression, the uncertain gleam in her eyes. I wanted to run after him. I wanted to call him. I wanted to confess everything. But I also knew that the feelings weren't right. When the darkness finally swallowed him completely, he gently closed the door. She stood there, leaning against the wood, the lamp lit in her hands. Debating. Among the things I had to do. And what her heart had already decided. Wah. The ceiling of his room greeted him with its usual silence. He looked at the clock. 3 hours. Just 3 hours before the alarm went off at 5. 3 hours to sleep, get up, get ready, do a little exercise, and manage to have breakfast before class. It's going to hurt, he murmured. He turned over, settling in with the methodical perseverance he applied to everything in his life. First on his back. No. On his side. No again. He curled up a little, stretched out one leg, adjusted the pillow, pulled the blanket up. Like a worm searching for the exact spot underground, it moved until it found that perfect position which, mysteriously, always requires a small ritual. He closed his eyes. And he fell into the arms of Morpheus. It was a lovely night. The thought appeared as his consciousness slowly dissolved. I didn't think Anand-san's room looked like this. Room? Anand-san's room? The mental silence shattered like glass. The green eyes opened suddenly. Izuku sat up abruptly on the mattress, his heart racing. I spent the night in Anand's room. He shrieked in a horrified whisper, as if the echo might betray him. The image hit him belatedly. The bed. The darkness. The closeness. And, before her mind could start concocting millions of possible apologies, awkward scenarios, and elaborate ways to apologize for not noticing anything wrong. A thought calmed him. But she was calm. He remembered her serene expression. Her natural tone. The farewell without tension. For Izuku, Anand was his friend. His mentor. A mature woman who saw things clearly. If for her that night had been just that, two people watching a series until they fell asleep, then there was nothing more to interpret. Completely unaware of the hurricane she had silently endured. His shoulders relaxed. I almost had a heart attack, she whispered, letting out the breath she had been holding. He lay back down again, covering himself with the blanket up to his neck. You're a fool, Izuku. He scolded himself quietly. What more could it mean? To her, he was her student and her friend. It was obvious. Thank God I got through that stage. The thought inevitably led him to a memory that still embarrassed him. During the last 3 months of second year, before moving on to third year, Izuku Midoriya had fallen in love with Anand Kuris. It had been complicated. He had to see her often to work on his hero costume. Every adjustment, every technical conversation, every piece of advice fed something he knew shouldn't grow. She scolded herself for feeling that way. It seemed disrespectful. She trusted him. She supported him. She didn't want to taint that with something selfish. It was weeks of insomnia. From thoughts that distracted him. From letters written and kept. Until one night he made a decision. She wrote everything down on a sheet of paper. Every feeling. Every doubt. Every heartbeat that shouldn't have been there. And he didn't hand it over. She folded it. He held it for a long time. And he burned it. He watched as the paper shrank in the heat, as the words turned to ash, as the fire consumed what he had decided to leave behind. It wasn't a raging blaze, but a silent, controlled combustion. An almost ceremonial act. He thought that, as the last spark died out, what he felt would also fade away. Maybe he did. Or maybe not entirely. Because fire, when it seems extinguished, sometimes leaves embers hidden beneath the surface. Warm remnants that don't illuminate, but neither do they cool down completely. And all it takes is a little air. A memory. A shared night. So that faint red can breathe again. Who knows? Perhaps it wasn't just a passing bonfire. Perhaps, in some very deep corner, there is still dry wood waiting. Oh, how tragicomic life can be. And even more so, the out-of-sync rhythms of the human heart. Izuku settled in more comfortably, oblivious to any metaphors that involved him. For him, that story was over. He closed his eyes, finally at peace. Will my date on Saturday like me? That was the last thing she thought, with a slight sleepy smile. And this time, yes. He fell asleep. The sweet aroma of baked fruit wafted through the warm kitchen air, mingling with the golden light streaming through the large windows. There were no sirens, no gray concrete, no towering buildings silhouetted against the sky. Only light wood, white curtains swaying gently, and the delicate sound of china clinking against marble. Rumi leaned slightly over the counter, concentrating. The dough yielded under the firm pressure of her hands, warm, soft, obedient. Her fingers sank in naturally, marking precise furrows before smoothing them again with almost meticulous patience. She paused for a second, observing the flour that had remained on the back of her wrist. He frowned. How ridiculous. She muttered to herself, though the corner of her lips betrayed a tiny smile. The oven emitted a soft hum, reminding her of time. She moved with ease, pivoting on her heels with a natural grace that had nothing to do with devastating kicks or impossible leaps through rubble. Her dress swayed with the movement. It was light. Lightweight. Made of fine fabric that hugged her waist before falling gracefully to her knees. The sleeves rested delicately on her shoulders, revealing the firm curve of her arms, while a discreet ribbon tied at her back. Her white hair fell long, straight and shiny, almost touching her waist. She wasn't wearing a suit. She wasn't wearing bandages. She wasn't wearing anything that screamed heroine. It seemed homey. She approached the oven, opened it carefully, and the sweet steam escaped like a warm caress against her face. The pie was golden, the surface perfectly glazed, barely bubbling in the center. The scent of apple and cinnamon filled the room. Rumi inhaled deeply. His expression softened without her noticing. It's not a big deal. She whispered, though she placed it very gently on the rack to cool. She washed her hands in the white sink, the warm water slipping between her fingers. She turned off the tap casually, watching the droplets trace her unblemished skin. She flexed her fingers once. Then again. The silence wasn't awkward. It was warm. She took the pie when it was ready, placing it on a ceramic base decorated with small floral motifs. She walked to the back door, pushing it open with her shoulder. The light outside was even brighter. The garden stretched out, vast and perfectly manicured, with uniform green lawns and white stone pathways, leading to a round table covered with an ivory tablecloth. Flowers in shades of pink and lilac lined the perimeter, swaying in a gentle breeze that was neither cold nor harsh. Just kind. The sky was a clear blue, without clouds. Too clean. Rumi descended the small wooden steps, her dress brushing against her legs. The fabric swayed in the breeze, light, almost ethereal. He placed a pie in the center of the table, adjusted the tablecloth slightly, aligned the cutlery with almost military precision. And then took a step back to contemplate it all. The light wooden house behind her. The open windows. The curtains moving gently. The sweet scent wafting from the flowers. You're home. Mother. The call broke the stillness, not abruptly, but like another note within the harmony. Rumi blinked. He barely turned his face. She saw it coming. Small. Quick. Clumsy in that charming way children have yet to fully master their own bodies. Her bare feet tapped the wooden steps with an irregular rhythm before she launched herself straight towards it. Irie. Rumi reacted almost instinctively, bending down just enough to receive her. The girl collided with her body, not with enough force to hurt her, but enough to make her take half a step back. Her small arms wrapped tightly around her waist. Irie lifted her face. Same ears. Same skin tone. But her hair. More unruly. Curlier. Falling in soft strands around her face, framing eyes full of life. It smells delicious. He said, inhaling deeply. Really delicious. Rumi let out a small exhalation through her nose, trying to maintain her composure. Of course it smells good. He barely raised his chin. I made it. But his hand was already on the girl's head, gently tucking a lock of hair into place, a delicacy that didn't match his tone. Come. He guided her to the table. Irie sat down almost immediately, impatiently moving her legs under the chair as she stared at the pie, as if it were the center of the world. Rumi took the knife. He cut a portion with precision. She placed it on a plate in front of her. Be careful, it's hot. Irie didn't wait long. She blew on it just once and then brought the fork to her mouth. Silence. 1 second. 2. And then her eyes shone. It's delicious. It wasn't childish, empty exaggeration. It was genuine. So genuine that something in Rumi's chest tightened slightly. TSK. He looked away. It's the least you can do. But he didn't remove the plate. He didn't correct her. He did nothing. Except stand there. Beside him. Watching her eat. The wind stirred the flowers again. The curtains in the house danced gently. And then. The sound of the door. They both looked. The figure appeared on the threshold that connected the house to the garden. High. Peaceful. Pat tilted forward, hiding his face in shadow. In her hands. 2 bouquets. Irie didn't hesitate. Dad. The chair creaked as she jumped up. She ran without looking back, her small but determined steps crossing the stone path. The man barely had time to bend down before she crashed into him. She received it effortlessly. A firm arm around her back, lifting her up naturally. Hey. Careful, whirlwind. Her voice was warm. Soft. With that tone that didn't need to be raised to be heard. Irie laughed. You're here. I always hear. He handed her one of the bouquets. Flowers that didn't seem to come from just one place. Broad velvety petals mingled with smaller, more delicate ones, in shades ranging from pure white to soft pinks and deep violets. Some gave off an almost imperceptible glow in the sunlight, as if capturing the clarity of the sky on their surface. Irie held the bouquet with almost solemn care, as if she feared that a sudden movement might break something so perfect. Her small fingers adjusted awkwardly among the stems, tucking them against her chest as she tilted her face to examine them more closely. Her eyes scanned the petals with a pure, sincere fascination. As if each color were a small discovery. They're pretty. He didn't say it loudly. There was no need. The way he whispered it carried more weight than any exclamation. The man let out a soft exhalation through his nose, filled with a calm warmth. Not as much as you. There was no doubt. No pause. Not a trace of joking. Irie looked up suddenly, surprised. And then she smiled. Not just any smile, but one that lights up her whole face without reservation, that makes the world seem to fall into place all at once. He watched her for another second, as if he wanted to hold on to that expression, and then gently lowered her. His hand slid naturally as he released her, making sure her feet touched the ground before stepping back. And then he moved forward. Leisurely. No urgency. Each firm step on the white stone, marking a constant rhythm that seemed to synchronize with the gentle movement of the curtains, with the swaying of the flowers, with the very breath of the place. Towards the table. Towards her. You can smell it from the entrance. She remarked, tilting her head slightly, as if still following the scent in the air. Apple. Cinnamon. A brief, almost thoughtful pause. You outdid yourself. Rumi crossed his arms instantly, barely lifting his chin in an automatic defensive reaction. It's not a big deal. But her eyes did not hold. They hesitated for barely a second before veering off toward some undefined point in the garden, as if the grass, the flowers, or anything else were suddenly much more interesting. He took another step, shortening the distance. Why? Her voice lowered slightly, becoming softer and more intimate. Since when do you look this good just for cooking? The effect was immediate. The color rose up Rumi's neck and settled on her cheeks with a speed that gave her away completely. Her ears twitched for a second before tilting back slightly. And no, it's not for that, idiot. She tried to maintain her tone, sharpen it, restore its usual edge. But she couldn't quite manage it. The way her fingers tensed against her arms, the slight tilt of her body. Everything betrayed her. He smiled. It was not visible under the shadow of the hat. But it was there. In the way her shoulders barely relaxed. In the comfortable silence she left between words. He stopped in front of her. Without invading. Without moving away. And then he extended the bouquet he had reserved. Bigger. More elaborate. A composition that seemed meticulously chosen, combining textures and colors in perfect balance. The petals captured the light in different ways, some as soft as velvet, others almost translucent, allowing the sun to filter through them delicately. For you. Rumi looked at him. 1 second. Maybe 2. Her eyes scanned the flowers, barely rising. But not high enough to find his face. And then he looked away. It wasn't necessary. But his hands were already moving. Almost on my own. Her fingers circled the stems, squeezing them with a firmness that did not match the gentleness of the gesture. It always is. The answer came effortlessly. Low. Safe. As if there were no other option. Rumi did not respond immediately. Her eyes returned to the bouquet, observing it as if she didn't quite know where to look. Or what to do with the feeling it evoked. Her thumbs barely touched one of the petals, checking its texture, its reality. TCH. The sound came out low. And then, the clear sound of a knee touching the garden wood. Rumi. Her name was spoken as if it were something fragile. Thank you. She frowned slightly, confused. Why? For choosing me. For letting me be by your side. The wind seemed to stop. The whole world was suspended in that instant. I love you. he said, with unwavering certainty. More than I ever thought I could love someone. Rumi swallowed. There isn't a single day. He added, with the same calmness. That I don't think I'm the luckiest man in the world. He held hers with both hands. And every day I will strive to be someone worthy of you. Love. Rumi pressed her lips together. Her ears barely lowered, losing that proud rigidity. Idiot. He muttered, without real strength. Don't say things like that so casually. Irie reappeared at his side at that moment, completely oblivious to the weight of the words, gently tugging insistently at the man's sleeve. Dad, come here. He barely turned his face towards her and then stood up again. Slow. Without breaking the rhythm of what had just happened. There was no rush to leave that moment. His hand then rose, reaching for the brim of the hat. He maintained it. Her fingers gently adjusting to the edge. 1 second. 2. The hat began to rise. Slowly. Revealing first soft strands escaping outwards. Curls. Green. Ai. Rumi sat up abruptly, almost throwing herself out of bed in a burst of pure instinct. Her body reacted before her mind, as if she were escaping from something she didn't yet fully understand. The alarm clock kept ringing. Sharp. Insistent. Real. He had jolted her awake with the force of a head-on collision, without warning, without transition. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her breath coming in gasps as her eyes scanned the room desperately, searching for something. Anything. But he wasn't there. None of that was there. His room. Your department. Cold. Silent. Her prosthetic leg lay on the floor, where she had left it the night before. She was only wearing her arm prostheses. Her superhero costume hung inside the wardrobe, askew, crooked. Neglected. Nothing matched what she had just felt. There was no wood. There was no aroma of freshly baked pie. There were no flowers. There was no garden. There was no girl. The air caught in his throat for another second before escaping in a heavy exhalation. His breathing began to regulate slowly, forced, as he brought both hands to his face, covering his eyes, as if he could erase what remained of that memory. Damn it. He growled through gritted teeth, pressing his forehead tightly. Not again. Her fingers barely trembled. Not out of weakness. Out of frustration. He took a breath. Everyone who could. And he let it out in a shout that echoed off the walls of the apartment. You hate you so much, Hakamadiah. This was going to be a complicated day. Dreaming is such a wonderful thing. Sometimes complex. And other times. Deeply shameful. I need to kick someone. Rumi Isagayama, the heroine Mirko, grunted as she strode swiftly through the streets of Japan. The morning air was crisp and fresh, carrying away the early bustle of the city. Engines starting, half-spoken conversations, hurried footsteps heading to jobs that were already beginning to set the rhythm of the day. But none of it seemed to affect her. Her face still bore a slight blush. And that only made her expression of annoyance dangerously conspicuous. Her furrowed brows, her sharp gaze, and that treacherous blush created an odd contrast. Almost cute. Almost. But anyone with half a brain would know that approaching her in that state was a terrible idea. I curse you today and every day, genist. He muttered through gritted teeth, quickening his pace. Around her, people began to move away almost instinctively. Some recognized her. Others were simply reacting to the pressure emanating from her. It wasn't the first time he dreamed something like that. It was unbearable for her to admit it, but she'd been having these kinds of dreams for a while. Ridiculously peaceful settings. Warm homes. Simple routines. Things that didn't fit with someone like her. Or at least that's what she'd always told herself. More than once, the presence of a girl was even repeated. Always a girl. Small. In his arms. Laughing. A constant that was repeated with an insistence that was beginning to unsettle him. Damn it. He huffed. Without slowing down, she bent her knees and took a powerful leap that propelled her several meters into the air, landing precisely on the roof of a nearby building. The concrete vibrated slightly under the impact. From there, the wind hit harder. Better. Ran. She leaped from building to building with ease, as if gravity were merely a suggestion. Her figure stood out against the sky that was just beginning to lighten, moving with speed and precision. Until recently, those dreams were not a problem. They were shameful, yes. But they didn't leave her like that. They didn't make her wake up with a racing heart. They didn't make her stay up thinking. But since Monday. Since that conversation with Best Genist. It had become a damn problem. Because now that guy had a face. Hey, idiot. He suddenly shouted from the rooftop, stopping dead in his tracks. Down below, a man dropped a trash bag by the sidewalk and started walking away. Pick up your trash. The street is not your damn garbage dump. The guy jumped, looked up, and upon recognizing her, practically ran back to pick her up, muttering hurried apologies. Rumi snorted. And it moved again. Before, when that man appeared in her dreams, he was vague. A mixture. Sometimes tall and muscular. Sometimes thinner. Sometimes wearing glasses. Sometimes with a calm smile. He was never the same. It never mattered too much. But now. Freckles. Green hair. Emerald eyes. The warm voice. Soft. Ridiculously kind. An aura. That's fucking comforting. Stupid Freckles. He grumbled, this time less forcefully. The blush on her face intensified as she accelerated even further, her jumps becoming longer, more aggressive, as if she were trying to leave all of that behind through sheer speed. Stupid girl, don't get your hopes up so quickly. Her ears twitched restlessly, turning slightly backward. You don't even know if it's really that idiot sending you letters. And that was the worst part. How easy it was for his heart to react. How quickly things accelerated with a simple possibility. How good it felt to finally have found him. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Pathetic. He leaned forward, pushing himself forward with more force. She looked like a damn teenager on her first crush. Well. The author murmured. Wait. No way. Is this her first crush? Throughout her life, our beloved Rumi Isagayama had never experienced anything even remotely close to this. For several reasons. The first. His total and absolute disinterest in those things. Or well. Until now. The second reason. The boys were afraid of him. And with good reason. Her personality, her direct way of speaking, the intensity with which she moved, and that commanding aura that practically screamed, don't come near if you can't handle it. She wasn't exactly the most approachable person in the world. Although no one denied that she was beautiful, few were brave or foolish enough to make a move. There were more reasons, of course. But what a drag to list them all. As the story progresses, they will appear. If anyone remembers. Although, to the surprise of many, she did have a boyfriend once. If you can even call that a boyfriend. It was the result of a challenge. It lasted. One day. Rumi snorted disdainfully at the memory, as if it wasn't even worth taking up space in her mind. He gave one last powerful leap and landed in front of his agency's doors, the impact resounding firmly on the ground. The building was already bustling at that hour, with the typical activity of a busy morning. Doors opening, voices crossing paths, hurried footsteps. Before entering, he paused for a second. He slapped his cheeks a couple of times. Tack. Tack. A slight burning sensation helped dissipate the heat that still lingered on her face. She inhaled deeply, straightened her posture, and exhaled slowly. The same old Mirko. Good morning. He greeted energetically as he pushed open the doors. Good morning, Miss Mirko. Several employees on the first floor responded in unison. Some clutched coffee mugs as if they were their only lifeline. Others had the classic look of someone who'd slept 3 hours. If they were lucky. And a few were already wide awake, checking reports or pacing back and forth. But everyone, without exception, at least cracked a small smile when they saw her. Rumi moved forward without pausing too long, nodding slightly until she reached the reception desk. Hi Yuki, he said in a more relaxed tone, taking a donut from the plate without permission. Anything to report? He took a generous bite. Good morning, Miss Rumi, replied the receptionist, visibly struggling not to laugh. Her boss's cheeks were covered in crumbs. No, nothing new. Rumi raised her thumb with her mouth still occupied, turning around to head towards the elevator. But Yuki. Yuki was observant. Too much. And she hadn't missed that slight blush which, despite her efforts, was still there. She lowered her voice slightly, smiled mischievously, and raised an eyebrow. Did you have a good dream, boss? PFF. Rumi spat out the bite, coughing as she hit her chest. Cough. Cough. Yuki's suppressed laughter didn't help at all. Bingo. Yuki had to turn away slightly to hide her smile, more than satisfied with the reaction. It definitely has to do with those letters. She wasn't the only one who thought so. Almost everyone at the agency was interested in that mysterious boy who was writing to their boss. Some out of simple curiosity. Others. Well. They had already mentally promoted him to future husband. Why you? Yuki. Rumi finally growled, catching her breath as she turned towards her with a deep frown. Her ears were completely red. Shameful. And infuriating. Pretending to be completely oblivious, Yuki tilted her head slightly and replied with total naturalness. Tell me, Miss Rumi. Without losing that smile. Rumi Isagayama's teeth chattered. His gaze sharpened, carrying an almost palpable pressure, the kind that normally was enough to make even seasoned heroes back down. But at that moment, it had absolutely no effect. First, because the slight blush was still there, betraying her. And second, because Yuki simply wasn't afraid of him. The dynamic between them was too close. More than boss and employee. It was dangerously close to something between friends and younger sisters. And that made that kind of intimidation, instead of being effective, completely lose its edge. Rumi held his gaze for a couple more seconds. Then. She let out a looing sigh. And nothing. He muttered at last, looking away in annoyance before turning away abruptly. He walked back to the elevator at a brisk pace. Too brisk. The doors opened with a discreet ding and he disappeared inside without looking back. The silence it left behind lasted barely a second. Then, "One of these days, you and little Di are going to really drive her crazy," commented one of the cleaning staff, approaching the counter with a mixture of caution and amusement. Yuki shrugged nonchalantly as she turned her attention back to the monitor. "Nah," she replied lightly. "My only worry is that when Rumi-chan's wedding comes around, she'll make me a godmother and leave me penniless." The man burst out laughing. A couple more, who had overheard, joined in with suppressed laughter. The atmosphere, which had been heavy just seconds before, became light again. Yuki smiled to herself, typing calmly. "I hope that day comes." Her gaze softened slightly, almost imperceptibly. Because, even if he said it jokingly, it was not an idea that he disliked at all. 10:20 a.m. Mirko's office. The office was silent, broken only by the dry, repetitive sound of a tennis ball hitting the ceiling. Tap. 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 Rumi was lying back on the sofa, one leg dangling over the edge, staring into space as she threw the ball harder than necessary. His expression said it all. Annoyed. Frustrated. And slightly red-faced. "Damn it." He growled, putting more force into his throw. The ball bounced off the ceiling. But this time the angle changed. Tack. Clack. The trajectory veered directly to his desk. Shit. The impact was sufficient. The coffee cup fell to the floor in a second, shattering into pieces and scattering dark liquid over several documents that were perfectly organized until moments before. Silence. Rumi blinked once. And with that, he returned completely to the real world. "Why does it have to be so difficult?" he murmured, letting out a heavy sigh as he sat up and rubbed his forehead. With his other hand, he picked up one of the leaves that miraculously had not been stained. Now then. What on earth could have someone like her like that? We are talking about the woman who withstood Tamura Shigaraki's attacks and continued fighting with even greater ferocity. The one who's worked patrol shifts of over 24 hours without slowing down. The same one who, out of sheer boredom, invents games to capture as many villains as possible in a single round. That woman. That same fighting beast. She was being completely cornered by her worst rival. Herself. Or, more specifically, her inability to be honest about what she feels. "Hey. I wanted to thank you," she murmured softly, leaning across the desk as she tried to write on one of the clean sheets of paper. "You know. For being there, even if you're not really there." Her heart was beating faster than she'd like to admit. The letters came out crooked, irregular, betrayed by the slight tremor in her hand. Her cheeks burned as her ears drooped a little, moving restlessly. "That's why I." It stopped. The words got stuck. Emotions clashed head-on. I want to formally challenge you to a duel." He stopped abruptly. "Damn it, not again." She crumpled the sheet tightly and tore it to pieces, her face completely red with embarrassment and frustration. Since that Monday, Rumi had been trying to write the blessed letter that Best Jeanist had suggested. And he had failed. Miserably. Each attempt ended the same way. Threats, challenges, proposals for combat. Things that had absolutely nothing to do with what a letter from someone in love was supposed to be. Each time, he did the exact opposite of what he meant. That sounded familiar. I think it's contagious. Damn. And no, she wasn't stupid. Believe it or not, she was one of the smartest students of her generation. Her only problem was that she was incredibly lazy when it came to homework. And, honestly, that hadn't changed. Neither his intelligence. Nor his laziness when it comes to paperwork. "I have no other choice," she murmured, resigned, letting herself fall back into the chair. That which he had avoided from the beginning. Ask for help. He took out his phone and searched through his contacts until he found the name Hakamata, better known as Best Jeanist. His finger hovered over the screen. His brow furrowed slowly. And then, the mental image came on its own. "Huh. You really want me to help you write a letter to that boy? How sweet. Don't worry, my little apprentice, I'll help you free your heart from its chains." He could even hear that sing-song tone. That damn way of speaking. Rumi felt a chill. "I'd rather die." She closed the contacts app without a second thought and opened the browser. If I couldn't ask someone for help. Good internet should be good for something. He typed quickly. How to write a letter. He stared at the screen. Flicker. This is pretty basic. He frowned as he slid down. Letter format. Paper dimensions. He murmured. This is all manual. He clicked his tongue. Examples of romantic letters. TCH, let's see. From the first moment I saw you. She read in a low voice. His expression twisted in less than half a second. No. It went down a little more. You're the light that brightens my days. His eye twitched slightly. And what if the power goes out? He clicked his tongue. I was going to close it. I was really going to close it. But her gaze remained fixed on the text for one more second. It's just copying. He pulled a leaf. He picked up the pen. And it began. You are the light that illuminates. He murmured as he wrote. His hand moved forward with some stiffness. My days. It stopped. He looked at what he had just written. Silence. His brow furrowed even more. Doesn't sound like me. He drew the line without hesitation. He returned to the screen. Another example. I don't know when you became so important to me. Pause. That didn't bother him as much. He looked down. I don't know when you turned. His writing was more fluid this time. So important to me. It stopped. He looked at the sentence. His expression remained at a strange point, halfway between acceptance and rejection. He gently tapped the sheet with the pen. Sounds. Gay. He struck again. Stronger. Following. He slid quickly. Other. Every beat of my heart whispers your name. It can't be serious. But still. Another sheet. Every beat of my heart. His hand began firmly. But as she went on. Her face turned red. Whispers your name. Term. Silence. Rumi slowly lifted the leaf. She read it once. Ugh. A shiver ran down his spine. How disgusting. Without thinking, he crumpled the sheet of paper and threw it to the ground. He took a deep breath. He looked at the screen again. More examples. More beautiful phrases. More. That. This is what I'm supposed to say. It wasn't a question. It was a fact that he didn't like it at all. He took another sheet of paper. He hesitated. He looked at the pen. Then the crumpled leaves on the ground. And finally. The screen. No. He gripped the sheet tightly. This isn't mine. He crumpled it and tore it in two without even writing on it. The pieces fell along with the others. Rumi slumped back in the chair, exhaling through her nose. TCH. He looked away. Copying won't work. She sighed heavily as she stood up. This isn't working. He walked to the door with firm steps. I need to move. He opened the door abruptly. Patrol. He left without looking back. That I do know how to do. 2:13 p.m. Why is the day going so slowly? Rumi Isagayama complained as she walked across the rooftops. The wind whipped at his face, his figure leaping from building to building with powerful, precise bounds. His eyes scanned the streets like a predator hunting its prey. But there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not a thief. Not a trafficker. Not a villain. Not even some random tax evader who could at least give him an excuse to get revenge. Everything was peaceful. And that, at that moment, was the worst thing that could happen to him. Damn it. He hadn't taken his new combat prosthetics, recently acquired last month, out for a walk, only to end up jumping around as if he were doing cardio. It's not that I wanted the country to be in crisis again. But right now, I needed it. She was upset. No. That fell short. It was boiling. In the middle of a particularly high jump, his communicator vibrated in his ear. Miss Rumi. Yuki's voice was heard clearly. He landed on a rooftop with a thud, the concrete crunching slightly beneath his feet. He exhaled through his nose before answering. What's wrong, Yuki? She asked, trying not to sound so irritated. Trying. Because Yuki wasn't stupid. I just wanted to ask you to relax a little. He replied calmly, though his tone held a slight hint of scolding. We received a complaint that, in one of the buildings, you jumped with such force that you fractured part of the structure. Rumi closed her eyes. That's all I needed. He grumbled, leaning back against the roof railing. He looked down. People walking. Normal traffic. Nothing interesting. Tell them that the repairs will be paid for later. At this rate, we'll go bankrupt. Yuki replied, between laughter and worry. It's the 9th time this has happened this week. Rumi did not answer. He just snorted. Because it was true. Although, to be fair, at least this time he hadn't gone through a wall. The last time he had accidentally broken into an apartment. And well, there was a couple. In the middle of the event. What's got her so agitated? Yuki asked suddenly. Rumi tensed up instantly. Nothing. It's just my own stuff. She replied quickly, cutting off any attempt to delve deeper. A brief silence. That tone. That damn tone that screamed. I don't believe you one bit. Well, if you'd like to talk about it another time, don't hesitate to tell me. Rumi remained silent for a few seconds. The wind passed between the two buildings. Thank you. He said it quietly. But he said it. Because if there was one thing he couldn't deny, it was that. Since he founded his agency. She hadn't really been alone. One way or another, her people always found a way to support her. Or at least to make her laugh. Like that time everyone decided it was a good idea to have a bonfire. Inside the agency. Yes, at first it was funny to see them jumping around the fire like they were a tribe. It ceased to be so when the flames spread throughout the entire floor. But hey. There was no shortage of laughter. But look what we have here. Yuki's voice returned, this time with a different tone. More animated. Rumi raised an eyebrow. I have something that will put you in a good mood, boss. His posture changed instantly. I'm listening. A predatory smile began to form on his face. They just robbed a bank. Yuki reported. From what we know, they almost pulled it off completely undetected, but they were spotted loading the loot into their van. There are 4 of them, and they're currently being pursued down Yasukuni Dori Avenue. A pause. And then. Do you think you can catch them? Rumi bent her legs. His muscles tensed. Her eyes shone. Consider them dead. And in the next second, it disappeared. She shot off the roof like a bullet. The concrete exploded beneath his feet, leaving a sizable crater. Another one for the agency's account. 2 patrol cars to the right. Shouted one of the hooded men from the passenger seat, looking through the side mirror. Right away. Replied one of those riding in the back of the van. The one with the clown mask suddenly opened the back doors, the wind whipping his face instantly. 2. Idiot, there are 5. He corrected, annoyed, as he saw 5 patrol cars bearing down on them, sirens wailing and lights bathing the street in red and blue. You know what to do. Don't kill them, just get rid of them. Ordered another of the masked men, one wearing a Jason-style mask, holding the bags of money to prevent them from flying through the air with the sudden movements. I know. Stop your vehicle. One of the police officers' voices boomed through the siren. There's no way you can escape. Avoid causing an accident. They're not going to let us go. The driver growled, gripping the steering wheel. It's now or never. He made a gesture with his hand. The one with the clown mask nodded. He leaned outwards, the wind buffeting him as he raised his hands, pointing at the nearest patrol car. I didn't mean to do this. She murmured, almost guiltily. The idea was a clean hit. Silent. No injuries reported. But. Arg. Shot. A gust of compressed wind shot out of his hands, hitting the patrol car squarely. The blow was brutal. The vehicle lost control, skidded violently and ended up going off the road, falling into the river that ran parallel to the avenue. Impact. Shit. The sirens became more aggressive. Bang. Bang. The other patrols opened fire. You made them angry. Laughed the one in the Jason mask as he raised a hand. An energy barrier formed in front of them, stopping the bullets with bright flashes. As soon as I remove it, attack. Take them all out. We don't have time. Understood. 1, 2, 3 seconds. The world was reduced to the noise of the engine, the shots against the barrier, and the speed. They looked at each other. A silent signal. The barrier fell. Now. The one with the clown mask fired again. 2 bursts. Precise. Violent. 2 more patrol cars were thrown off the road, crashing into the guardrail. The other 2, with no room to maneuver, ended up colliding with each other in a chaotic mess of metal and smoke. Silence. Only the roar of the van's engine as it sped forward. Well done. They celebrated from inside as they slammed the back doors shut. That was close. The clown exhaled, collapsing onto the bags of money, his body still tense with adrenaline. We just have to switch vehicles in the parking lot we prepared. And that's it. I can't believe we did it, said the driver, with a smile he couldn't hide as he kept his foot to the floor. That day they were going to celebrate in a big way. But the feeling lasted exactly as expected. Boom. The sharp impact echoed on the roof of the van, denting it inwards. Holy shit. Shouted the co-pilot, turning sharply backwards. Another blow. What the hell? A tapping on the window interrupted him. Tick. Tock. Everyone turned around. And then they saw her. Red eyes. Shining. Nailed directly into them from the other side of the glass. Their hearts fell into their stomachs. The figure tilted its head slightly. Are you going somewhere? Rumi asked calmly. A fierce smile spread across his face. Besides jail. Shit. Shouted the co-pilot, horror etched on his face as he watched Rumi's mechanical fist approach at full speed. Oh. How interesting. Rumi remarked. His punch didn't connect. An energy barrier appeared just in time, stopping the impact with a sharp flash. Rumi's smile did not disappear. Which of you is the squire? He asked, without a hint of concern. Get down, you idiot, yelled the clown. Instantly, it unleashed a gust of wind at maximum power. The impact ripped the passenger door off its hinges and threw Rumi into the air. But he didn't fall. He spun in the air, extended one leg and used a post as a foothold, propelling himself back with brutal precision. In the next second, he was already on a rooftop. In a hurry. Chasing them from above. Great attack. She shouted, clearly excited. As he walked forward, he raised his right prosthetic arm. If I recall correctly, this one had a hook. He pressed a button. Click. His hand reconfigured itself into a metal claw, which brought an even wider smile to his face. Well. With this I can rejoin you. He pointed out. Shot. The hook shot out with a powerful whirring sound, tearing through the air until it embedded itself in the roof of the van. Now. How did I get this thing to pull me in? He murmured. A pause. I should have read that damn 454-page manual in Arial. He clicked his tongue. I think I have to pull. Without stopping, he continued running across the rooftops. He got ready. He gathered momentum. And he pulled hard. The result was immediate. But not the one we expected. Instead of bolting towards the van, the entire roof was ripped off. Oh. The metal flew out, spinning in the air like a crushed can before disappearing into the street. Rumi turned his head. The four of them were looking at her. I'm sorry. He said, shrugging slightly. This model is new. Silence. Well. Change of plans. The driver said, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The mission now is to survive. With or without money. The others nodded immediately. The situation had changed completely. The co-pilot pulled out a silenced submachine gun and began firing upwards. The bullets whistled through the air. Precise. Constance. Rumi had to dodge in mid-motion, turning, jumping, diverting her trajectory. This is getting interesting. He roared, increasing his pace. But I need to finish this quickly before it gets out of hand. It inspired. And with a brutal jump, it disappeared into the sky. Straight towards the sun. Where did he go? Shouted the clown, looking desperately upwards. He stretched out his hands, blowing gusts of air without a clear target. The man with the gun kept firing, filling the sky. But it was the one with the Jason mask who saw it first. A silhouette. Dark. Falling at full speed. Look out. He shouted, raising a barrier with all his might. Moon bow. Rumi roared, descending with a devastating kick. The impact was brutal. The barrier shattered like glass under pressure. Wah. He didn't manage to finish. The kick connected directly with his head, crushing him against the inside of the van with absurd force. Kenzo. Shouted the one of the wind. Finland. Kenzo murmured before losing consciousness. Rumi landed inside the vehicle, settling in naturally. I think I was a little harsh with him. He turned his gaze. The one with the clown mask was watching her. Trembling. Sweating cold. Well. I guess it's your turn. At least she's prettier in person. He thought resignedly. The thought did not end. The impact came. More than 40,000 N directly to his ribs. Why. His body shot out of the van, streaking across the air and disappearing several blocks away. The driver said nothing. He kept driving. With trembling hands. Without much hope. The co-pilot silently dropped the weapon through where there had once been a door. Everything had already been said. Rumi walked calmly towards them. He placed his mechanical hands on his shoulders. They both tensed up instantly. Ideally, they would surrender. He said calmly. That way we can finish quickly, without any more injuries. He leaned forward. He brought his face between them. Her smile returned. But. A pause. I would really love for them to put up a fight. Bro. He's cooked. Well, that was it. Rumi said simply, holding one of the men by the shirt, half conscious. If they'd been luckier, they could have gone home with a big haul. The van, or what was left of it, was embedded against a tree, the twisted metal still smoking from the impact. The last remaining subject lay a few meters away, on the ground, breathing heavily and clearly out of commission. The scene quickly attracted attention. People began to gather little by little. After all, a chase always drew attention. And even more so when the heroine Mirko was involved. Some applauded enthusiastically, others raised their phones to take pictures, and a few were already pushing their way through the crowd, with the clear intention of asking for an autograph. But before anyone could reach her, a much smaller figure came forward. Miss Mirko. The voice, unmistakable to Rumi, made her turn around immediately. Die. Be greeted with a ferocious smile, still holding the poor devil like a rag doll. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at school? The boy stood in front of her. He wore his classic cap askew, his yellow backpack, inspired by good old Izuku, slung over one shoulder, and his uniform deliberately disheveled. According to him, to look tougher. Or at least that's what he told Rumi once. The teacher got diarrhea and we didn't have the last few classes. She replied nonchalantly, shrugging before smiling, mimicking Rumi's expression. And I skipped out. I wasn't going to wait around until dismissal time. Boink. Rumi's fist struck him directly in the head. Ouch. He groaned, clutching the spot, his eyes glazed over. Why? And you still have the nerve to ask? She raised her voice, visibly annoyed. The tone was enough to make both the boy and several civilians tense up. Some, noticing the change in atmosphere, decided to discreetly back away. They didn't want to get involved if the situation escalated. Even if it had nothing to do with them. You mustn't skip school. She scolded, grabbing his ear and pulling mercilessly, making him squeal. What if something happens to you, you animal? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dai repeated non-stop, writhing in a futile attempt to free himself from the punishment. Rumi let out a sigh before finally letting it go. Dai immediately stepped back, rubbing his ear with both hands while muttering complaints under his breath. It's a bit unfair that you're scolding me when you yourself told me that you were skipping school to go fights. She grumbled. Rumi froze for a second, a small drop of sweat tracing a path down her temple. Touch. Well, we're not talking about me. He quickly deflected, crossing his arms with obvious awkwardness. She knew perfectly well that Dai could turn any argument around if she wanted to, so she decided to cut to the chase. What if I let you keep this guy's mask as a gift? The boy's eyes instantly lit up. Without waiting for a response, he lunged at the nearest body and ripped off the mask in one swift motion, as if it were a long-awaited treasure. Hey, that mask cost me 797 yen. The thief complained weakly, watching helplessly as the boy put it in his backpack. Happy now? Rumi asked, completely ignoring the man. Dai nodded enthusiastically, completely satisfied. Okay. When the patrol arrives, I'll tell them to take you home. No. The boy exclaimed immediately, drawing out the scream dramatically. His plan for the day was to go to the arcade, not to go home like a good boy. Don't complain. Rumi replied with a small, nasal laugh, ruffling his cap. Sometimes they let the kids play with the equipment. Even the car's siren. It'll be fun. And then. An idea crossed his mind. Dai. Works as a postman. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she watched the child. He'll know how to write a letter. Right. Ahem. Rumi cleared his throat, drawing the child's attention while, in his mind, he tried to formulate the question in the most casual way possible. What's wrong? Dai asked, curious, tilting his head slightly when he noticed her hesitating. Hey Dai, he began, crossing his arms to appear confident. What do you know about making cards? Dai's mind went completely blank. 1. 2 seconds. And then. He smiled. It wasn't just any smile. It was one of those that made it clear she had understood everything. Well. He began to draw out the answer, clearly enjoying how Rumi's confidence was starting to waver. Why would you want to know? Huh? Me? This? Rumi reacted immediately, improvising at lightning speed. Well, an intern from Shiketsu arrived and, well. She says that for a while now a boy has been leaving her notes on her seat or sometimes in her locker, you know, teenage stuff, hahaha. Every word she said sounded dangerously close to her own situation. Aha. Dai stood on his tiptoes, getting closer, as if he wanted to read her face. Yeah, where was I? Oh, right. Rumi looked away, unconsciously rocking the thief still dangling from her hand, who could only whimper softly. So she thought it was time to get to know each other, and, well, she asked me if I knew how to write a letter so they could, you know, finally talk. But she has trouble expressing her feelings and thinks her way of doing it is pretty bad. Yeah, that's right. He finished with a forced smile, as a drop of sweat trickled down his temple. The kid isn't stupid. The assailant thought, hanging miserably. Even I, who's a wreck, don't buy that. It's clearly about you and some romantic idiot. Thoughts that, of course, he decided to keep to himself if he wanted to keep breathing. Dai, for his part, hadn't swallowed a single word. Well. He paused, returning to his normal posture. I'm sorry to say it, but I'm really not very good at writing love letters. He scratched his cheek, somewhat embarrassed. Huh. But you do that for a living, right? Rumi blurted out, taken aback, completely forgetting to keep up appearances. Dai let out a nervous laugh, looking away. Yes. But that doesn't mean I know how to write love letters. I'm a child, have you forgotten that? The comment hit him right in the feels. Of course. It was obvious you wouldn't have the slightest idea about love. Rumi muttered, frowning as she began to tap the ground with her prosthetic leg, visibly irritated. I didn't say that, I only said I don't know how to write letters. Dai replied, now offended. I already have a girlfriend. She pointed to her chest with pride. Rumi stopped hitting the ground. She raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Sorry. Dai, as if he had been waiting for that moment, took a small folded sheet of paper out of his pocket. She left this on my chair. And at recess I kissed her on the cheek. He said it as if it were the greatest feat in the world. Rumi snatched the sheet with his free hand without asking permission. As her eyes scanned the contents, her cheeks began to turn red. It was inevitable. There she was. Professional hero. Outdone by an 11-year-old girl. They should be studying. She blurted out, indignant. And clearly upset. He continued reading. And the further I went. She looked even more confused. But this seems more like a letter complaining about you than a confession. She said, handing the paper back. Dai greeted her laughing. I was confused too. He admitted. But when I went to see her, she hugged me and asked if we wanted to be boyfriend and girlfriend. He shrugged, putting the letter back in his pocket. And it's quite fun. Rumi blinked, processing that. But weren't you angry? I mean, when you read what it said about you. Why should I? Dai replied, taking a lollipop from his pocket and unwrapping it. When I read the letter, there were parts that showed that, despite everything, he wanted something more. He put the lollipop in his mouth. Or at least that's what I understood. Rumi remained silent, thinking, processing. And just as the conversation was starting to take a deeper turn, listen. A weak and clearly annoyed voice intervened. A love letter. He began, as if speaking more to himself than to them. It doesn't have to be perfect. Rumi and Dai blinked. If you try to make it so, you just end up saying things you don't mean. He continued, making a slight grimace. Things that sound good, but aren't really you. The wind passed through the wreckage of the van, raising a little dust as the subject continued talking, hanging miserably. But completely engrossed in his speech. A letter like this. Should be honest. Her gaze drifted off for a second. Say what that person really makes you feel. Even if it's awkward, even if it sounds strange. Dai stopped licking her lollipop. Rumi also remained still. Even the nerves. She added, letting out a small tired laugh. Let it show that you don't know how to say it. That it's difficult for you. That it matters to you. He paused. Because in the end, that's what makes her special. Silence. A damn thief, beaten and hanging like a rag. Giving genuinely good advice. That sounds good. Rumi murmured incredulously, almost to herself. Yes. It sounds pretty good. The guy let his shoulders slump a little, as if he had just finished something important. Okay. Now, could you put me down? He asked wearily. I feel so miserable like this. Rumi didn't hesitate for a second. He let it go. The thief fell to the ground with a groan, but clearly relieved to be back on solid ground. Dai turned to look at Rumi. And she smiled. He smiled because he could see it. Because it was obvious. Because something inside him told him that, very soon, something incredibly fun was going to happen. And probably, right under their noses. But then, the sirens burst onto the scene. Several patrol cars arrived, cutting through the atmosphere with red and blue lights that reflected off the remains of the vehicle. Thank you so much, Mirko. A police officer said as he quickly approached. We'll take care of it from now on. Oh, yes. Of course. Rumi replied, regaining her composure. He stepped aside as officers began to secure the robbers, handcuff them, and search the area for evidence. So? Dai asked, resuming the conversation as if nothing had happened. You already know what you're going to say to your intern. He emphasized the word. Rumi blushed instantly. Why yes. Yes, of course I know what I'll say to him. She replied, turning around quickly. Too fast. He started walking towards his agency. Although more than walking, he seemed to be running away. But before leaving completely, he turned to one of the police officers. Could you take that child home? I wouldn't want him wandering around alone. She asked, pointing at Dai. Of course, we'll take care of it. The officer replied without hesitation. Rumi nodded. He gathered momentum. And in one swift motion, he leaped to the nearest rooftop, beginning to run between buildings. Their next objective was clear. Write a letter. But now, with a much clearer idea of how to do it. But what Rumi didn't know. It turned out that the entire conversation had been overheard. Yuki never once cut off Mirko's intercom. She remained completely silent, muted, holding back every sound. Listening to every word. And now. His heart was beating 1,000 miles an hour. He abruptly removed his headphones and stood up so quickly that the chair rolled backward, attracting the attention of several nearby employees. Did something happen, Yuki-san? The copy boy asked, cautiously approaching. Operation Rabbit Hunt. Underway. She whispered, barely containing her excitement, turning slowly towards him. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The leaves he was carrying slipped from his hands. The day had arrived. Without wasting any time, Yuki took a microphone connected to the speakers throughout the agency and, without hesitation, spoke firmly. All personnel are hereby informed that Operation Rabbit Hunt is finally about to begin. Silence. A dense, heavy, expectant silence. I repeat. Rabbit Hunt is active. And then. He pressed a red button. The alarm sounded throughout the building. A loud, piercing, almost military sound made everyone react instantly. Office workers, heroes, cleaning staff. Everyone began to mobilize. Some ran out through the corridors. Others went straight through the roof. Nobody seemed to care about the collateral damage. Within seconds, everyone gathered in the main area, forming almost perfect rows, with serious and determined expressions. Yuki, for her part, calmly and ceremoniously opened her drawer. From inside, he pulled out a military commander's cap. She put it on. And he advanced until he stood in front of everyone. "Attention," he ordered. The group tensed up instantly. Silence returned. Just as the alarm stopped ringing. "I want to make it clear that this is not a drill, like on previous occasions," she declared, her voice rising as she paced back and forth, avoiding eye contact. "I just heard how our dear boss will finally take the next step." It stopped. "To meet the guy who drives her crazy." "Ma'am," a janitor called, stepping forward. "What's your next move?" Yuki returned to the center of the formation. "For now, we can't act until we confirm Subject B's identity," he replied firmly. "But once that's done, our role will be supportive." He paused dramatically. "Reserve places. Arrange appointments. Remove obstacles. Neutralize threats that may interfere with the young lady." Commander Yuki. A girl from the documentation department interjected. "What happens if the man in question is a womanizer? Or turns out to be less than ideal for the young lady?" The atmosphere froze. A dark aura seemed to spread among those present. Yuki didn't hesitate. "In that case, we'll take care of him." His tone was so cold that it left no room for doubt. "I wasn't talking about a simple conversation." However, a second later, his expression softened slightly. "Although I doubted. From the little and costly information that Dai has provided us, Subject B seems to be someone kind, humble, and friendly." Yeah. Dai had played his cards very well. Every piece of information had a price. "It's vital that the young lady never discovers this operation," Yuki continued, regaining her authoritarian tone. "The slightest mistake could jeopardize everything." He looked at each of them. "This is a high-risk mission." Dramatic pause. "Many of us may not make it to the end alive." Nobody moved. Nobody doubted it. "But it's a sacrifice we're willing to accept." "Right. Yes, Commander." They all answered in unison, with an almost absurd determination. "But completely genuine." Yuki nodded, satisfied. "Okay. Then we'll start the operation." He stood firm. And he raised his voice forcefully. "Everyone get ready, because today, the rabbit hunt starts today. That same Friday, at a different location and time. We are currently at the Special Custody and Rehabilitation Center number 12. Or, to simplify things a bit more, at the prison where our beloved Kaina Tsutsumi resides." "Why haven't they kissed yet?" a prisoner murmured to his companion, who, like him, was sitting on the floor. "I mean, something must have happened by now, right?" "Same here, but you know how slow things are." The other replied, in the same low tone, barely moving his lips so as not to attract attention. "What's happening?" "Nothing. A movie." Yes, today, to everyone's surprise, including the guards, the warden issued the order that tonight would be movie night. All the inmates were gathered in the courtyard, where a makeshift screen projected the chosen film, illuminating their tired faces with soft, shifting light. But that idea hadn't come out of nowhere. "Do you always come up with these things?" Kaina asked, standing directly in front of the group of prisoners. She turned her head slightly to her right, observing the one responsible for all of this. "Or is it just because it involves me, Izuku-kun?" she added in a honeyed tone, barely slurring her words, just enough to make him nervous. Izuku Midoriya was the cause of that whole situation. "What a surprise. Let's just say it occurred to me at the last minute," he replied, scratching the back of his neck with an awkward smile, trying to maintain his composure. Since it was Friday, his friends had decided to go out partying again. And even remembering what had happened last Friday, where he'd lost all his dignity, he preferred to stay in the dorms. The night could have ended there. But even for him, that Friday felt more boring than usual. Then he remembered the previous night. The Dexter marathon with Anan, the peaceful atmosphere, the company. And he thought that repeating something like that didn't sound bad at all. Only this time he decided to share the experience. With the prisoners. And with Kaina. After all, he imagined that it must be unbearable for them two to spend a Friday night with nothing to do, locked up between walls that seemed heavier when darkness fell. The boy with 1,000 ideas. Kaina teased, letting out a soft laugh as she turned her gaze forward again. "But I admit it's a good idea." Izuku smiled, pleased with that small recognition. However, just as he turned his attention back to the screen, he couldn't help but add with a touch of humor. "Although I still find it surprising that they preferred a romantic movie." They both let out a low, shared, almost conspiratorial laugh. Yes, by decision of the vast, and when I say vast, I mean the vast majority, that night would be one of romance. Which, to be honest, didn't quite fit with the atmosphere of a prison. In fact, the only one who voted for another genre was Kaina, who was really keen to see a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. Oh, yes. And Izuku too, who had suggested Terror Under the Earth too. But clearly, that night wasn't about action. Or horror. "What do you think, Warden?" asked a guard, leaning slightly against a pillar, glancing sideways ahead. "It's taking a while, don't you think?" "Yes. But I suppose we have to be patient." She replied simply, calmly putting a handful of popcorn in her mouth. The guard nodded, mimicking the gesture, also taking some popcorn while trying to pass the time like everyone else. "Oh, yes," he added suddenly. "What do you think of the film?" A bit too sweet for my taste." "Huh? What do you mean?" It happens and it turns out that, in reality, nobody was paying attention to the movie. Well, except for the lady in the kitchen, who was completely absorbed in the story being shown. But apart from her, absolutely no one else was watching the screen. No. Not at all. What everyone was really watching was how that pair was performing up front. And of course, we're referring to Izuku and Kaina, who were sitting together, slightly apart from the rest. But it's not as if the two of them had created that distance of their own volition. No. It was all part of a plan. A plan that was born out of everyone. Including the prison staff. From the moment the movie night was announced, a single idea began to take shape in the collective mind. Those two need to move forward. The choice of a romantic film was not accidental. It was strategic, designed to create an intimate atmosphere, full of emotions. And the fact that they were alone was no coincidence either. As soon as the screening began, everyone, subtly, almost choreographedly, began to distance themselves, leaving that space exclusively for them. They had to do something. They had been watching those two interact for over a year, with a more than obvious romantic tension. And yet, when it came down to it, it all ended in nothing. No. They wouldn't stand idly by. "Look, I don't mean to sound like a bitch or anything," muttered a prisoner sitting next to a guard, that burly guy who clearly wasn't a fan of Kaina. "But if she's not going to make a move, I'll take the green head." "No." The guard replied without taking his eyes off the pair. "Keep your claws away, Messiah-san. That pair is destined to end up together." The girl grunted in frustration, biting the sleeve of her uniform. "It's not fair that she gets the best part," she stammered, suppressing the urge to tell Kaina to go to hell and sit next to Izuku herself. "At this rate, I'll end up all alone, Kenji-kun." Kenji simply sighed, without losing his firm posture. Even sitting on the floor, he maintained that unwavering seriousness. Returning to the pair. "How was your week, Izuku-kun?" Kaina asked, turning her body slightly to get a better look at him. Izuku took a few seconds, mentally reviewing everything he had experienced in such a short time. It didn't take him long to find an answer. "It was an interesting week," he replied, turning his face toward her, making eye contact. "Emerald against Violet. There were so many new things for me. And, honestly, I'm happy about it all." Kaina smiled slightly, a small but sincere smile. "I'm happy for you, Izuku-kun." "Thank you," he replied, returning the gesture before adding. "And how was your week?" He leaned a little closer to her, naturally closing the distance, as if it were already a common occurrence between them. Kaina settled in, slightly crossing her legs before answering bluntly. "The usual. You know. Training sometimes, doing chores, sleeping most of the day." She listed, counting on her fingers as she spoke. "And, if I'm feeling energetic, arm wrestling with some other idiot who wants to lose money on bets they'll never win." Having said this, he took several banknotes out of his pocket, waving them with a certain pride. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle softly when he saw her. "Thank God I've never had the chance to bet against you. I think it would be pointless trying to arm wrestle you, Izuku." She continued ironically, her smile barely slanting. "You almost broke my arm in our only fight." "I am sorry about that." He apologized immediately, looking down with obvious nervousness. Kaina snorted, dismissing it as she leaned a little closer to him. "Okay, calm down. It's not that big of a deal," he said, giving him a firm pat on the back. However, the groan that escaped from Izuku did not go unnoticed. Kaina frowned slightly, her expression changing instantly. "Did you hurt your back?" he asked, watching closely as Izuku's body tensed at the question. "Why, yes. Although it was just a minor accident." She downplayed it, quickly returning her gaze to the screen. "Look, it seems something's about to happen." He tried to change the subject. "Serious mistake." Kaina sharpened her gaze and, without warning, slapped him on the back again. This time, hard enough to make him double over in pain. "What happened?" she asked, leaning even closer to him, closing the already non-existent distance between them. "Midoriya Izuku. I fell yesterday." He replied almost in a shriek, avoiding her eyes, desperately searching for any distraction. "Any miracle?" "Where from?" she asked calmly, a calmness that, far from reassuring him, only made him more nervous. "From a second floor," he finally confessed, turning his face to look at her, meeting that violet gaze that seemed to read him completely. "I admire your courage in trying to hide things from me," she continued, without looking away. "What else happened?" "And nothing. It was just that. Please, God, give me a break." Izuku thought, internally praying for any event that would change the subject. "I promise I'll stop eating Kaminari's cookies." "Who did you fight with?" "Straight to the point." "Well, That's normal, coming from a sniper. Me, fight. Ha. He tried to play it cool, but as soon as he looked at her again, he knew there was no way out. Fine. He took a breath, resigned. On Wednesday, I went out with my friends to play at the arcade. When we finished, they decided to go for drinks. I refused and preferred to go back to the dorms. He began to explain, while Kaina watched him without blinking. But on the way, I heard someone calling for help and you went straight to help her without any support. Kaina interrupted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Izuku let out a nervous laugh. They weren't a big deal. I handled them. Except, they managed to hit me in the back with a metal bar. He said it as if it wasn't important. But at least it doesn't compare to what happened to the other guy. He thought, fleetingly recalling how one of the guys had accidentally received a brutal blow to the balls. What if next time they're not just some random guys? Kaina asked, lowering her voice and becoming more serious. If I remember correctly, you already finished your suit. Why aren't you wearing it? I guess. It sounds logical. Izuku admitted after a few seconds, scratching his cheek somewhat uncomfortably. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to start carrying the suit around. He paused briefly, as if he wasn't entirely convinced yet. Although, I don't know, it seems a bit exaggerated to me. He added with a soft laugh. Besides, I can still feel it. Not like before, but. He lowered his voice slightly. The embers of One for All are still there. I still have something to give. Kaina did not respond immediately. But his expression changed. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the way she looked at him was no longer relaxed. You're taking this way too lightly, she stated bluntly. Izuku blinked, surprised by the tone. Kaina-san, no. She cut him off firmly. Listen to me. She leaned a little closer to him. There was no space between them, but she still managed to close the distance. Her voice lowered, becoming deeper. More intimate. You're the legendary hero Deku, remember? He murmured, his gaze never leaving his. That fame doesn't just attract admiration. It also attracts dangerous people. People who want to test themselves against you. Or destroy you in revenge. Izuku remained silent. You're always thinking of others. She continued, more gently, but no less intensely. Always rushing to help. Always putting yourself at risk without a second thought. Her hand, without him noticing at first, closed slightly on the fabric of his uniform. But when it comes to you. He tightened his grip a little more. You're carelessly negligent. The air between them grew heavy. It wasn't a scolding. It wasn't anger. It was something much harder to ignore. Izuku lowered his gaze for a moment. I'm sorry. She murmured finally, sincerely. I didn't mean to worry you. Kaina blinked. And for a second. Her expression broke. TCH. She looked away, slowly loosening the fabric of her uniform, as if she had suddenly realized how tightly she was holding it. I didn't have to get like that either. He brought a hand to the back of his neck, scratching it somewhat clumsily, trying to disguise what had clearly been a more emotional reaction than he would like to admit. It's curious, isn't it? He murmured, letting out a soft, humorless laugh. The first time we met. I had orders to kill you. Izuku opened his eyes a little, ready to answer, but. And now? She continued, not giving him a moment to breathe. Now it's even hard for me too. It stopped. The words didn't come out. Her jaw tensed slightly, as if she were trying to force it. But she simply couldn't. That wasn't like her. Not the woman who always had a ready answer, a sharp comment, or a bullet prepared. Finally, he turned his face away. He looked at him. Directly. No sarcasm. No games. No masks. It scares me to imagine a life without you. The world went dark. The movie ceased to exist. The distant laughter, the murmurs, even the wind in the courtyard. Everything became irrelevant. That was the only space left between them. And those words. Too sincere to ignore. Kaina did not look away. Izuku watched her silently for a few seconds. There was no nervousness in his expression this time. There was no clumsiness. Just stay calm. A firm calm. I'm not going to leave you. She finally said, with a certainty that didn't need to raise her voice. Her emerald eyes did not tremble. I promised you, remember. He leaned slightly towards her, just enough so that his words were not meant for anyone else. I'm going to stay. She added softly. For as long as you need. And with a nasal laugh so faint it was almost imperceptible, she continued. So. Dying is not an option for me. She finished with a sincere carefree smile, because. She wasn't going to break her promise. There was no drama. There were no grand gestures. No fancy words. It was not an empty phrase. It was a decision. And that's precisely why. It weighed much more. The air between them didn't break immediately. But it was never the same again. Something had changed, something subtle but impossible to ignore, like a rope tightening silently. Kaina was the first to look away, not abruptly or defensively, but slowly. Measuredly, as if she needed to do so before her own pulse betrayed her. Her heart was beating faster than she cared to admit, pounding with an insistence that clashed with the calm she was trying to project. "You'd better keep that promise," he murmured finally, lowering his voice slightly. His tone tried to sound light, almost playful, but there was a hidden weight between the words. "Because if you don't, I'm going to find a way to get to you and beat the crap out of you." Izuku let out a small, sincere laugh, one of those that comes not from discomfort but from closeness. "That sounds pretty scary." "It is," she replied without hesitation, and yet a slight smile still formed on her lips, betraying the harshness of her words. That small change didn't break the tension. But it did transform it. What was once dense now felt warmer, closer, as if instead of moving away they had taken a different step, a quieter one. But also a more dangerous one. It was then that Izuku seemed to remember something. "Ah. Right," he murmured, leaning slightly toward his backpack. "I had something for you." Kaina watched him out of the corner of her eye without saying anything, following his every move with that natural attention she always seemed to have with him. He didn't ask what it was. "I didn't need it." He simply waited, leaning his body weight back with apparent relaxation, although his eyes never left his head. Izuku rummaged around for a few seconds before pulling out a small Rubik's Cube, extending it with an almost carefree naturalness. She took it without hesitation. He didn't ask how he knew. He didn't ask since when. At that point, doing so would be ridiculous. Her fingers began to move almost immediately, turning one face, then the other, testing the mechanism with precise movements. The crisp sound of the pieces fitting together gently broke the silence between them, giving her mind something to hold on to. Something simple, something controllable. "Are you always thinking about me? Or do you have some kind of switch in your brain?" he finally asked, his smile barely budging. His tone was relaxed, teasing. Light enough to disguise anything else. It was a joke. It had to be. Izuku didn't take it that way. "Well," she replied matter-of-factly. "I suppose I think about you whenever I can." The cube's movement stopped. Not all at once. But it was enough to break the steady rhythm it had been setting. Kaina didn't react immediately. Her fingers rested motionless on one of the faces, her gaze fixed on the object. Without actually seeing it. It wasn't the phrase that threw her off. That was the way. The ease with which he said it. As if it had no weight. As if it meant nothing. As if it weren't. Too much. "You're such a troublemaker," she murmured finally, more quietly than usual, almost as if the phrase were directed at herself. Her chest tightened slightly. It wasn't discomfort. It wasn't anger. It was something else. Something she couldn't quite name, and that was what really bothered her. Not having any control over what she was feeling. Not understanding why something so simple could affect her in that way. And before she could think about it too much, her body had already acted. Again. His hand found Izuku's. She took it. Firm. Warm. Without prior notice. Izuku blinked, looking down at his intertwined hands, clearly surprised by the contact. "Kaina-san." She looked too. And then he frowned slightly, as if he were just realizing what he had done. As if his own body had acted before he could again. "I'm cold," she improvised, too quickly to sound completely natural. A true gentleman helps a lady not to feel cold, doesn't he? The excuse was good. Its execution. Not so much. Izuku didn't hesitate for a second. "Cold. Here," he murmured, already moving. "Wait." He let go of her hand. And that little emptiness was felt more than it should have been. He took his jacket and carefully placed it over Kaina's shoulders, adjusting it with a closeness that didn't need to be exaggerated to feel intimate. His hands barely brushed her skin through the fabric, a brief contact. But enough to leave a lingering sensation that was hard to ignore. "Here, this should make you feel better." Kaina did not respond immediately. He just watched it. From that distance. So short that it was uncomfortable if you thought too much. Her fingers closed lightly on the fabric of the jacket, squeezing it with a restrained force, as if she needed to anchor herself to something physical, so as not to get lost in what was happening inside her own head. "Idiot," he muttered at the end, barely audible. It didn't sound like an insult. It sounded soft. Her fingers moved again, almost inertia-driven, as if searching for something they had already found before. As if her body remembered better than her mind. And they found him. Izuku's hand. This time it wasn't a sudden impulse. It was slower. More aware. More difficult to justify. Izuku didn't ask. He did not step aside. He did nothing. And precisely for that reason, Kaina didn't let go. Izuku, completely oblivious to the silent whirlwind beside him, glanced at the screen for a few seconds, as if trying to reconnect with the movie. Although he clearly wasn't paying much attention. What a boring movie. Izuku thought, keeping his comment to himself. "Hey." She murmured suddenly, as if remembering something. I discovered a band the other day. I think you might like them. Kaina did not respond immediately. Not because I didn't want to. But because their attention wasn't there. They're called Creedence Clearwater Revival. He continued, lightly scratching his cheek with his characteristic nonchalance. They have a kind of, I don't know, relaxed but with a lot of energy. I heard a song called Fortunate Son and, he continued talking. Don't worry. Fluent. As usual. And Kaina was listening. But he wasn't listening. Her gaze was fixed on him. On their profile. In the way her voice came out effortlessly. In how her lips moved when she spoke. In details that had always been there. But that I had never noticed like that. Never with so much attention. Her fingers were still intertwined with his. And, without realizing it, her body began to tilt. Slow. Faint. Though they also have some calmer ones. Izuku added, completely engrossed in what he was saying. I think you'd like that mix. It's not like what you usually listen to. Well, it's not like you can listen to music here, but what I mean is. Kaina advanced a little further. He didn't think about it. He didn't decide. It just happened. His gaze barely lowered to her mouth. Then he looked back into her eyes. And that's when something inside her tensed up. Since when? The question appeared without warning. Since when have I seen it this way? He recalled moments. Small ones. Loose fragments. The way he always looked at her without fear. He spoke to her as if she weren't someone he should be afraid of. How he approached. Without hesitation. How she felt. He always stayed. Her fingers closed a little more around his. It's annoying. He thought. But there was no anger in that. It's problematic. Because I didn't know what to do with it. Because I didn't know what it meant. Because, for the first time in a long time, I wasn't in control. And well, I guess I could show you some songs if you want. Izuku finished, turning his face slightly towards her. And then it stopped. His voice died mid-air. Because, suddenly, Kaina was too close. It wasn't close. It was too much. I could feel his breathing. Warm. Constant. I could see his eyes with unsettling clarity. I could notice every tiny change in her expression. Kaina? He asked in a low voice, completely taken aback. Is something wrong? She did not answer. Not immediately. He didn't look away. He did not back down. Nothing. Her eyes remained fixed on him. But it wasn't the usual look. Something that even she herself didn't quite understand. As if I were seeing something for the first time. As if I were discovering something that had always been there. His breathing barely changed. Slower. Heavier. Her lips parted slightly. As if he were going to say something. As if it were a, hey, the chimichangas are ready. The voice burst forth like a gunshot. Strong. Cheerful. Completely out of place. The rookie guard appeared from one of the entrances to the yard, holding a tray with more enthusiasm than necessary, attracting everyone's attention. The moment was broken. Suddenly. Without warning. Huh. Izuku reacted instantly, turning his head. Really? Awesome, I was getting hungry. Her eyes lit up. Literally. You son of a bitch. Someone muttered in disbelief. You're acting like a total idiot. Another one grumbled. I'm going to give you a beating. The prisoner exclaimed, throwing her hands up to her head. The rookie guard, Kentaro, advanced with a tray held high, proud, completely unaware of the social massacre he had just caused. Freshly made. They're still hot. I'm going to kill him. Messiah whispered, with a dangerous smile. I stand by that. Kenji replied without hesitation. They weren't the only ones. A guard and a prisoner, curiously coordinated, stood up at the same time, exchanged a brief glance. And moved forward. Kentaro. The guard said, placing a hand on his shoulder with suspicious calm. Come here for a moment. Huh? But. The chimichangas. We'll leave them here. The prisoner said, snatching the tray away with an overly friendly smile. You. Come with us. Hey, but I just. He didn't finish the sentence. Between the two of them, they guided him, or dragged him, depending on how you looked at it, towards one of the side exits. Hey. Where are you taking me? She managed to say before they disappeared. I just wanted to help. The door closed. Silence. A second later, someone took a chimichanga from the table. And the rest followed. As if nothing had happened. As if the justice system had already taken care of the problem. Izuku, of course, hadn't registered any of that at all. He sat up quickly, letting go of Kaina's hand without even thinking, as if the gesture had been something completely natural. And not what it was. I'll get one. He added, taking a step. Do you want me to bring you one? Kaina took a second to react. Just one. Yes. He finally replied. Not because I really wanted to. Not because I was hungry. But because her body simply responded. Izuku nodded, satisfied. "I'll be right back." And he left. It's that easy. It's that fast. As if nothing had been about to happen. Kaina didn't move. He didn't look at the screen. He didn't look at the others. It stayed there. In the same place. Her hand rested on her knee. Empty. Her fingers closed slowly, as if trying to recover something that was no longer there. His pulse was still racing. Annoying. Persistent. And the heat. That damn heat. Was still there. In his palm. In his fingers. As if Izuku's hand hadn't completely left. TSK. He looked away, bringing his hand to his forehead, pressing barely, as if trying to order something that simply did not want to be ordered. What was that? I didn't have an answer. And that was the worst part. That idiot ruined the whole atmosphere in a matter of seconds. The guard grumbled next to the warden, crossing his arms in obvious irritation. Starting tomorrow, we'll put him to work cleaning the toilets. 1. Warden Rahito let out a small, nasal laugh, not entirely sharing the anger. It was certainly inappropriate. He admitted. But it would be too much of a punishment for poor Kentaro. Her eyes shifted forward. Towards that pair. Izuku returned with 2 chimichangas in his hands, completely oblivious to the tension he had left behind, as if he had only gone to do something as simple as breathe. "Here," he said, handing her one. Kaina took it. This time, a little calmer. Or at least. That's what it seemed like. Izuku sat down next to her, resuming closeness with disarming naturalness, starting to talk again about anything and everything, as if the previous moment had not existed. And somehow. She kept up with him. He answered. He commented. He even smiled. As usual. As if everything had returned to normal. Rahito softened his gaze. "Because I knew it wasn't like that. I feel like some things are about to change starting tonight," she murmured to herself. He looked down at his cell phone. On the screen. A photo. Taken at the perfect moment. Too close. Too obvious. Hawks would kill for this photo. He put the phone away. He leaned back against the pillar again, crossing his arms, without taking his eyes off them. That pair who were now laughing. Light. Natural. But, if one looked closely, one could notice the slight pink tint on Kaina's cheeks. Izuku yawned as he walked toward the dorms. It was already 9 o'clock at night, and he was deeply grateful to be able to get in before curfew. It was a fun night. A relaxed smile appeared on his face as he realized he was close to his destination. After the movie, Kaina started playing cards with the warden and 2 other prisoners. Izuku didn't participate. He didn't quite understand the game, but he stayed to keep her company since she insisted that he brought her good luck. And, apparently, she wasn't wrong. 3 weeks with double the desserts. But that calm smile quickly faded, replaced by a worried expression. "I have my date tomorrow," she murmured, remembering the forced engagement Najire had arranged with that girl. "I don't even know what to wear." Yes, I was screwed. I had absolutely no idea what to do, what to say, whether I should bring anything or not. Would it be too much to bring a bouquet of flowers? Should I dress formally? Probably so. The place seemed a bit more elegant. I can't ask Midnight Sensei for help, he thought dejectedly. One of the instructions Najire had left in the message that morning was clear. Don't mention anything to her. Izuku let out a long sigh, knowing that there was no point in asking his friends. They would probably arrive hungover the next day. So there was only one option left. I have to go see Mom. He finished, somewhat embarrassed, knowing the news would probably overwhelm his mother. I just hope All Might isn't at my house. He said the last part through gritted teeth, clenching his jaw as he fought back the urge to break her fingers. But that would be a problem for the Izuku of tomorrow. The bedroom door was right in front of him. With nothing else to do that day, he decided to go in, immediately noticing voices coming from the kitchen. Laughter, lively conversation. Another girl's sleepover. She thought, remembering an occasion in her second year. Back then, to prevent him from isolating himself again, though he did eventually, the girls had invited him to join their Friday night sleepover. Of course, he refused. He had work to do in his superhero costume that night. His expression instantly fell, as guilt once again took hold of him. I need to apologize to them, he thought, remembering the many attempts they made to invite him. Going shopping, going to the beach, or simply walking together. But those thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a loud impact. Wah! Izuku screamed as he fell backward onto the ground. The air escaped from his lungs, and for a few seconds he could only lie there, stunned. Slowly she opened her eyes, feeling the pain in her back intensify enough to bring a small tear to her eye. Ow! My back. He groaned as he tried to sit up. But then, a voice stopped him. You can't take anything, Deku. That voice. Izuku quickly adjusted himself, turning his head towards those responsible for the disaster. Her eyes opened wide. And a huge smile spread across his face. Koda. Eerie. Both children ran to hug him laughing, and he, completely forgetting the pain, stood up with them in his arms. "Deku, you're taller now," Eri exclaimed, pointing at him enthusiastically. Izuku's chest swelled with pride at the comment. "Yes, I had a growth spurt in these 2 years. And you no longer have that horrible haircut the doctors gave you." The comment, completely lacking in tact, shattered his pride instantly. "And you don't dress like a bum anymore, now you wear shirts and..." "Yes, Kota. I understand now." Izuku interrupted, a depressing aura surrounding him. The two children burst out laughing. "What a way to greet you, Midoriya-kun." A mature voice caught his attention. "At this rate, if they keep this up, they're going to break one of your bones." Izuku turned around, still holding both children, and smiled as soon as he made eye contact. "It's good to see you again, Miss Mandalay." He walked carefully toward her, holding Eri and Kota securely. Shino held a teacup in her hands. Steam still rose gently, a sign that they had been in the dormitories for some time. "It's a pleasure likewise, Midoriya," he replied calmly, then gave the children a brief glance. They were difficult to control, Midoriya-kun. They were already eager to come see you from the plane. He confessed, eliciting a small laugh from Izuku. "Is that true?" he asked, looking down at them. Eri nodded vigorously, while Kota, slightly blushing, muttered something like she's exaggerating. Avoiding looking directly at him. Before Izuku could respond, another voice spoke up. "The way you carry the children, you look like their father." Izuku turned his head, surprised. Mina, sitting at the table with the rest of the girls from Class 3A, watched him with an amused smile. "Oh. I'm sorry." He reacted quickly, turning completely towards them. "Good evening, girls." He received a disorderly chorus of greetings, some more attentive than others. "Good night, Dad Midoriya." Hagakure joked without taking her eyes off her phone, scrolling through reels on Instagram. The others let out small giggles as they saw Izuku tense up instantly, not knowing where to hide. Well," he stammered, uncomfortably. "Well, I guess it's time to go." Shino interjected, gently placing her cup on the table. "Thank you so much, girls. It's no big deal. Come back whenever you want." "They are at home." The responses came immediately, warm and sincere. But we've barely spoken to Deku." Eri murmured, clinging to Izuku's shirt with obvious disappointment. "I know, little one, but it's late and we have things to do tomorrow." Shino replied gently. Izuku carefully lowered the children, settling them on the ground. "How long ago did you arrive?" he asked, scratching the back of his neck, feeling a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, I arrived late." As she gathered her things, Shino answered naturally. "About an hour ago. We thought everyone would be here, but it seems everyone had plans tonight." Izuku lowered his gaze, ashamed. Although he didn't know it, he couldn't help but feel responsible. The atmosphere was briefly paused. Until Kota spoke. "Aunt Shino." The brunette turned her face slightly. "What's happening?" Kota hesitated for a second, but then spoke firmly. "What if we invite Deku to help us on Sunday?" Shino shook his head gently. "I don't think Midoriya has time." "Yes, I have time." Izuku immediately stepped forward. Eri and Kota looked up at the same time, visibly animated. "I don't know what you need, but if I can help, I'll be there for you." Shino watched him silently for a moment. It seems he'll never lose that habit of helping others, he thought. Then she turned her gaze towards the children, who were looking at her expectantly. "Ah," he finally sighed. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before explaining. "You see, I decided to buy a house. One for Eri, Kota, and me." Izuku blinked, surprised, while the children smiled with restrained excitement. "It's empty right now," he continued. "This Sunday we'll go buy furniture and do some basic repairs." She paused briefly before looking directly at him. "Would you like to help us?" Izuku nodded almost immediately, with a sincere smile. "Of course." The atmosphere lightened instantly. "Then it's decided," exclaimed Eri, giving a small jump. "Don't get so excited." Kota grumbled, though he couldn't hide his own smile. Shino picked up her bag and checked the time on her phone. "Okay," he said. "Then we'll see each other on Sunday." He thought for a second. "At the Sunshine City Shopping Center in Ikebukuro. At 8 in the morning." Izuku nodded firmly. "I'll be there. Don't be late," Kota added, crossing his arms with feigned seriousness. "He won't." Eri interjected with complete confidence. Shino allowed a slight smile at the scene. "Okay. Now it's time to go." The children quickly said goodbye to the girls, receiving some enthusiastic farewells, especially from Mina and Sayu, while Hagakure waved her hand without putting down her cell phone. "Goodbye, Deku," Eri said, hugging him once more. "See you on Sunday," Kota added. Izuku returned the gesture, slightly ruffling both of their hair. "Take care." Shino was the last to move. She paused for a moment in front of him. "Thank you, Midoriya-kun. It wasn't just for Sunday." Izuku understood. no problem. A brief exchange of glances. Respectful, calm. Without another word, Shino turned around and began walking with the children towards the exit. Izuku stood there, watching them walk away. Until the door closed. And silence returned to the room. A silence that didn't last even a second. "Don't forget to buy us something, Dad." Hagakure joked, making several of the girls laugh again and making Izuku nervous once more. "I need a new mirror for my room. I need more clothes too, Daddy Deku." Mina continued, reclining casually while eating some chips, completely amused by the situation. "I could also use a new set of black lingerie. It looks nice against my skin." The comment only served to increase the laughter. "Mina. No way." Momo scolded her, laughing and putting a hand to her chest. "At this rate, you're going to make her faint." Mina seemed to care very little about the reprimand. In fact, with a mischievous smile, she decided to take it a step further. "Or what do you say, Midoriya-kun?" she asked, leaning slightly towards him, looking directly into his eyes. "It would suit me, huh?" Izuku's mind went completely blank. It was too much. Too much female contact. I'd better go to sleep," he stammered, turning over almost immediately. Without waiting for a response, he practically fled down the corridor, speeding away, while the girls' laughter echoed loudly behind him. "Well done, Izuku. Bullet dodged. The best wars are the ones that are not fought." Even so, that made two things clear to him. The first one. It seems they don't hate him. Or at least, they are not willing to distance themselves from him. Not like he did back then. They kept trying to get closer. They kept talking to him. They continued to include it. The second. The only one who remained silent was Uraraka. During the short time he was with them, Izuku couldn't help but notice. Ichako didn't seem to be paying much attention to him. Yes, he laughed at some points at Hagakure and Mina's comments. But at no point did he look directly at him. Not once. And that weighed heavily. Not because she needed his attention. But because the distance between them felt too real. Too pronounced. Probably the most important relationship she had before starting her second year. No longer existed. This will be difficult, Izuku thought as he finally reached his room. At some point I would have to talk to her. It was inevitable. I couldn't leave things like that. And he was more than willing to accept any consequence. Because, in the end, he felt he deserved it. He slumped heavily onto the bed, still fully clothed, carelessly removing only his shoes. Exhaustion hit him like a sudden blow. "I really have a lot of work to do." That was his last thought before sleep swept him away without resistance. Saturday morning. Should I really do this? Izuku wondered, standing in front of his house. His new house. It was no longer the small apartment where she had lived for most of her life, but a two-story house. Simple, without unnecessary luxuries, but warm and welcoming. Ironically, since she had bought it for her mother, she had barely spent any time inside. Between the development of her suit and her own entanglements, she simply hadn't returned. And also because he didn't want to run into a certain blonde traitor. But that wasn't the point. Today she was going to go in. She was going to look her mother in the eye. And ask for advice on what to do on her date that night. God, help me. Izuku thought as he walked along the cement path that led to the front door. Don't get discouraged, Izuku. A little good advice from mom never hurts. It will hurt the day you can no longer hear one. Upon arriving, he paused for a moment. From there, the aroma of breakfast enveloped him instantly. Something warm, homemade. Comforting. Ah. She inhaled deeply, briefly closing her eyes. How I missed this. I hope there's some for me. Knock, knock. He knocked on the door and, after a few seconds, heard a soft voice from inside. Here I come. The voice of the now Mrs. Inko Bishida. It didn't take long to open. Who am I with? Inko stopped mid-sentence when she saw him. Her eyes widened. Izuku. My boy. Mom. The reunion was immediate. Inko practically threw herself into his arms, bumping into Izuku's chest, who now towered over her considerably. Even so, she hugged him tightly as if he were still the small child who could fit in her arms. What a miracle that you're here, she said, stepping back slightly and holding him by the shoulders to look at him closely, as if checking that he was real. Izuku laughed nervously, scratching the back of his neck. It's just. She paused, hesitating again. Was she really going to do this? Yes, she had no other choice. I need some advice. Or help. Inko tilted her head slightly. She noticed the shifty gaze, the faint blush on her cheeks, the discomfort in her posture. And then. Something clicked. That sixth sense of motherhood. Could it be? She thought, as a growing emotion began to form in her chest. Of course, Izuku. He replied immediately, with a smile that was already beginning to betray his enthusiasm. He quickly pulled away and opened the door wider. Come in. I'll serve you breakfast right now and we can talk about it. Without giving him time to protest, he gently pulled him inside. Izuku barely had time to react before finding himself inside again. Surrounded by that familiar warmth that he had unknowingly been avoiding. Happy family moment. But the dishes already served on the table, mother and son settled down to share a pleasant family breakfast. "How was school, son?" Inko asked as she tasted some of the curry she had prepared that morning. "Well, everything's going perfectly. Although we've had several free periods lately." Izuku replied, remembering that they had at least one free period a day. He wasn't complaining, though. He could attend his special classes with midnight during those hours. "It's normal when you're about to leave." Inko continued matter-of-factly. "When I was at university, we sometimes had free periods too." He paused briefly. His expression changed, softening with evident pride. "I am proud to know that my son, in a few months, will finally be an official hero. Although you achieved it a long time ago." Izuku felt his jaw tremble. He swallowed, fighting back tears. He scratched the back of his neck and lowered his head, avoiding looking directly at her. He knew that if he did, he'd probably end up crying like a child. Like the mama's boy he still was, deep down. Thank you mom," she managed to say, although her voice broke at first. Inko laughed tenderly. She knew him too well, so she decided to change the subject before he had an emotional breakdown. "Although it bothers me that you haven't shown me your suit," he added, feigning anger as he pointed at it with a spoon. "Since you started doing this, you haven't shown me a single thing about your suit." Izuku let out a nervous laugh. It was true. But he had a reason. A nice one. "That would be a surprise." "I'm sorry," he replied, sounding apologetic. "I promise you'll finally see him soon." "I hope so, kid." They both chuckled softly before continuing with breakfast. For Izuku, it was practically heaven. Mom's cooking, freshly made, with that flavor impossible to replicate. Home. Breakfast continued without further incident. They caught up on each other's lives, sharing anecdotes and small details that had been left unsaid. But it was clear there was something else to discuss. And it couldn't be postponed any longer. "Well, son, I think it's time to talk about that advice you mentioned." Inko finally interrupted, setting aside her now empty plate. Izuku followed suit, setting his glass aside as well. He was left holding only the now empty glass with both hands, as if he needed something to cling to. "The thing is." He paused, searching for the right words. "I have a..." He looked down at the glass, completely embarrassed. Inko wasn't hiding it in the slightest. The gleam in her eyes betrayed her growing excitement. I have an appointment today." And just as he finished saying it, boom. A sharp bang on the table made him jump in his seat. "Yes, damn it." Inko shouted, clenching her fists, while with her other hand, she was already pulling out her phone at full speed. Ma." Izuku tried to speak, but was immediately silenced by a curt "SHHH." Inko was already rapidly dialing on her phone. Just a few seconds later, the call was answered. "Hello Inko." Mrs. Bakugu's voice, Mitsuki Bakugu, came through the loudspeaker. "What's right? I won the bet." Inko interrupted, practically growling with pure euphoria. "Izuku got a date." "What?" Izuku thought, completely bewildered, not understanding what the hell was going on. "Damn it," came the voice from the other end, clearly annoyed. "Who was that bitch?" "That doesn't matter now. And don't you call my future daughter-in-law that." Inko retorted, offended. "Now pay me what we agreed on." "Aghhhhh, fine." Mitsuki replied, defeated. There was a loud thud, like a plate being smashed. "I'll deposit it later." And he hung up. The silence that followed was awkward. Inko, as if nothing had happened, put the phone aside and returned to her usual sweet and serene expression. "Okay, honey, what do you need?" he asked matter-of-factly. That voice didn't match the woman from a few seconds ago at all. "What was that?" Izuku asked, still processing what had happened. "What kind of bet did they have?" Inko didn't seem even slightly disturbed. "The thing is, one afternoon Mitsuki came to visit me," he began calmly. "And the conversation ended up, as always, about our children. She told me she was upset with Katsuki because once they had to call her to pick him up from a party, completely drunk. And not only that, she also had to bring the girl he was with because they were both fast asleep. Poor Kaken." Izuku thought, not wanting to even imagine the chaos he must have received the next day. "And then we started talking about you." Inko continued. "About how you didn't seem to be getting close to any girls. But I said that you'd eventually talk to someone and go on a date any minute. Mitsuki didn't believe it and said it was actually better if you didn't get one. Because she wanted to introduce you to the ideal girl for you. Auntie." Izuku murmured, completely embarrassed, covering his face with both hands. It wasn't hard to imagine. Mitsuki had always been intensely protective of him, especially when it came to girls. To her, Izuku was probably still that boy who said he would marry her. One thing led to another and we ended up making a bet. Inko continued, shrugging slightly. I bet you'd get a date before graduation and she bet you wouldn't. If I won, she'd pay me 90,000 yen. And if she won, I'd have to let her introduce you to a girl she thought was perfect for you. Inko paused briefly, observing him with a smile that mixed pride and amusement. So, in short, she added lightly. You just escaped being arranged by Mitsuki. Izuku began to sweat from nerves before revealing the truth. Actually, my date is arranged. All the emotion on Inko's face vanished instantly. A friend got me a date with one of her friends. I don't even know who she is. A somber aura seemed to envelop Inko. Visibly disheartened, she took out her phone again. Mitsuki. I'll deposit it now, don't worry. Growled the voice on the other end, still annoyed. There's no need. Inko sighed. Izuku's date was arranged. Boom. This time, the blow came from the other end of the call. Yes. You were left wanting, huh, Inko? Mitsuki laughed, though her laughter was abruptly cut short. Wait. Don't let her go. We don't even know who she is. But Inko hung up before her friend could continue, probably anticipating a long argument about whether it was a good idea to let her cinnamon roll go out with a stranger. Silence returned to the table for a few seconds. Until Izuku broke it. Who was the ideal girl my aunt had for me? He asked, raising an eyebrow, still curious. Inko shrugged. From what I know, he's related to a model. She replied. You know, since Masaru's a designer, he knows a lot of people in that industry. Theoretically, he's related to a woman named Adriana Lima or something like that. Neither of them had the slightest idea who that woman was. Putting my bet aside. Inko added, quickly changing the subject. What do you need, son? Izuku opened his mouth. And then closed it. I had no idea where to start. In everything. He finally admitted. The sincerity was so absolute that it elicited a small laugh from his mother. I haven't the faintest idea what to do. Should I carry a bouquet? What should I wear? What do I do? Do I take a car? Do I have to buy a car to show off or something? The words tumbled out, one after another, until he finally collapsed onto the table, defeated. Inko watched him fondly. He reminded her too much of those days when Izuku would get frustrated because he didn't know which All Might figure to buy. Slow down, Green Beam. He joked, getting up to take the plates to the kitchen. As he walked, he continued. First of all, it's not a good idea to bring a bouquet on a date. He paused for a second, as if correcting himself. Or well, not in your context. You're going on a blind date. If you arrive with a gift like a bouquet, there are only two possibilities. 1, she likes it and thanks you for the gesture. Or 2, she feels pressured from the first moment. That makes sense. Izuku murmured, bringing his hand to his chin. Or I might see you as someone intense. Inko added calmly. It's very sweet of you to want to bring something, but you don't even know her. Direct, precise and clear. I really do need more lessons with Midnight. Izuku thought, slightly regretting having agreed to Najire's idea. Inko returned a few moments later with a dessert in her hands. A freshly made apple tart, whose sweet aroma filled the air. Your outfit will depend a lot on where you're going. She said, pausing before cutting the cake to look at him expectantly. It's in Gunpachi Nishiazabu. Oh. An elegant and sophisticated place. Inko replied as she began serving the portions. I went there with Toshinori last week. A vein popped out on Izuku's forehead. Then another. How? Lovely. She murmured, gritting her teeth with a smile that fooled no one. I think it would be best if you saw Masaru. Inko continued, either completely oblivious or pretending to be. He'll know how to put together the perfect outfit for you. You don't need to bring a car either. Inko clarified, resolving another of her doubts. You don't even know if there will be a second date, so why go around showing off everything you have? Ouch. Izuku muttered. Sometimes, his mother's honesty hurt more than it helped. Although I would recommend buying one at some point. She added more calmly. It might come in handy later. Not to impress a woman, but for your own benefit. Advice for the future. Or perhaps not so far off, depending on how things develop. And what should I do on the date? That was the difficult question. Inko sighed softly as she handed him the plate with the cake. Izuku accepted it with a small grateful smile. She knew very well that her son wasn't exactly skilled at socializing, much less with girls. In her experience, Izuku only managed to open up when someone needed help or was in danger. But that activated his hero side, not his romantic side. Nobody knows you better than mom. Well, that is complicated. She admitted, bringing a hand to her chin. If I'm honest, I don't exactly know what to tell you. It was to be expected. Izuku thought, somewhat discouraged, as he took a small bite of the cake. I was aware of how difficult it was to help him in that regard. Not to say impossible. Only Midnight seemed to have that ability. But she was in a different league. Noticing how her son's spirits were beginning to decline, Inko intervened immediately. Although, I think it's enough that you're just being yourself, he said gently. He approached and placed his hand on Izuku's hair, playing with some strands like when he was a child. You're a wonderful guy. I'm sure there are girls interested in you. And you haven't even realized it. Izuku didn't look up from his plate. I doubted. For him, the question was simple. Who would want to be with someone like him? Inko frowned slightly. Gently, she took his face in her hands and turned it to force him to look her in the eyes. Any girl would be lucky to have someone like you by her side, she stated firmly. He paused briefly. Except you're too stupid. Izuku couldn't help but burst out laughing. Thanks for the encouragement, Mom. You're welcome, she replied, laughing too. He sat down beside her and, in a calmer tone, concluded. Don't worry too much. Just try to enjoy the evening. The best conversations happen naturally. Simply by being yourself. Izuku nodded slowly. It might not have been a detailed guide. But, coming from her, it was more than it seemed. Thank you, Mom. Inko took another bite of cake and joked lightly. I don't know what you'll do without me when I'm gone. The reaction was immediate. Don't say that, Mom. Izuku replied, alarmed, his heart sinking in his chest. And before the conversation could go in that direction, the sound of keys turning in the door caught both of their attention. Izuku turned around, curious. But Inko did so with a hint of concern. Honey, I'm home. Announced a voice that Izuku knew all too well. And which instantly ruined his mood. And then he appeared. The former symbol of peace. Japan's greatest hero. And America's too. I brought some things for later. He couldn't finish. He froze when he saw that, besides Inko, Izuku was there too. And he didn't exactly look happy. Welcome Toshinori. Inko said quickly, trying to defuse the bomb before it exploded. Izuku came to visit me. He pointed at his son with a strained smile. Why yes. I noticed. Toshinori swallowed as he advanced cautiously, as if walking through a minefield. What's up, Izuku? Midoriya to you. He replied sharply, without looking away for a second. And everything's fine. So far. Haha. Yes, I understand, Midoriya shonen. He placed the bags on the table and, not quite knowing what to do, stood like a post. What brings you here? Izuku stood up with the firmness of a villain about to give a dramatic speech. This is my house. My family's house. She said in a low, heavy voice. Or can't I come to my own house? And no. Of course you can. It's your house and you. Do you want to keep my house too? Izuku interrupted, taking a step forward. And no, none of that. Wasn't infiltrating my family enough for you? He growled, closing the distance even further. Now you're going after the real estate. That makes no sense at all. Toshinori replied, panicking. And what's next? Izuku continued, completely ignoring him. Are you going to keep my room? My bed? My place at the table? I don't want your bed. She replied immediately. And then froze. I mean, not like that. Inko put a hand to her face. How about I keep your fighting moves, huh? He clenched his fists, sharpening his gaze. Would you like that? You used to use the names of my Mavimi. Huh? Izuku took another step forward. Are you calling me a thief? Toshinori paled. Midoriya shonen, wait. Here you go then. Izuku growled, throwing his arm back. United States of SMA. Boink. The blow never came. The only thing that hit him was a frying pan directly on his head. Izuku fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes, completely knocked out. The silence was absolute. Toshinori was breathing heavily, still in a defensive stance, staring at the lifeless body of his former pupil. Slowly, he turned his head toward the one responsible. Inko, standing behind him, held the frying pan with a tired expression. How many times do we have to repeat this, Izuku? He sighed, placing the pan on the table as if nothing had happened. It wasn't the first time things had ended like this. Thank you, darling. Toshinori whispered with relief, sinking into a chair. That was close this time. The silence that followed was different. Heavier. Her expression gradually changed. She reached into her wallet and, after carefully opening it, took out a photograph that was somewhat worn from use. They were both in it. Izuku, still a first-year student, imitated him with pure, almost overflowing emotion. And he. By his side. In a time when everything was simpler. When I was his biggest fan. When my room was covered in posters of him. When I beamed with happiness just from sharing a class with him. Toshinori lowered his gaze slightly, as if holding that image weighed more than it should. Inko approached silently and placed her hand on his shoulder, squeezing gently. Don't worry. She said gently. Maybe she just needs more time. But she'll accept you eventually. He leaned in slightly and placed a soft kiss on her cheek. That child is still in there. Only he's hurt. Toshinori didn't take his eyes off the photo. His fingers trembled slightly, clutching it for another second. Yes. He murmured, almost to himself. I think so too. She carefully stored the photograph as if it were something fragile. Or invaluable. But this time, he didn't close his wallet immediately. Izuku opened his eyes suddenly. He sat up panting, looking around as if searching for something. Or someone. Where is it? He growled, scanning the room until he turned sharply towards the kitchen. And there it was. All Might, with a glass of soda in his hand. Which began to tremble slightly when he was discovered. Izuku pointed it out immediately. You knocked me out. He demanded, advancing towards him with a firm step, ready to resume the fight where they had left off. Midoriya shonen, please. Toshinori backed away until he bumped into the refrigerator, watching as the boy approached like an enraged animal. Midoriya Izuku. The effect was immediate. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks. His face lost all color, turning as pale as snow. A cold sweat ran down his back. Oh no. With slow, almost mechanical movements, he turned his head. From the stairs. His mother was coming down. And he didn't look happy at all. If you take one more step. Her voice was icy. Izuku swallowed. He had only heard that tone 3 times in his life. And those 3 had been more than enough. Never ask him what happened on January 8, 2019. There are still unanswered questions. Especially regarding the fate of a certain Caterpillar 797F. Forget about me ever making Katsudon for you again. The sentence hit like a direct shot to the heart. Wait, ma. Forget about your Nintendo 64 too. He continued, stepping down another step. The one I have stored away in its box, just as you left it. Izuku's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He fell to his knees, defeated. But. Inko's gaze sharpened dangerously. Are you trying to give me a butt? Izuku stopped breathing. Remember, I have all your cartridges. In a box in the basement. He added, with deadly calm. Along with a gallon of fuel. The atmosphere became even colder. Izuku swallowed. Toshinori too. And, to top it all off, forget about ever coming back into this house. Final blow. Is this the education I gave you? She added, pointing at him firmly. You embarrass me. Izuku lowered his head, completely dejected. I'm sorry mom, he murmured, trembling. Shigaraki couldn't break it like that. But Inko did it in less than a minute. Even so, she wasn't finished. Aren't you forgetting someone? She asked, without taking her eyes off him. The silence was heavy. Toshinori slowly left the kitchen, feeling that, with that phrase, something dark had awakened in Izuku. The boy looked up. Green and blue collided in midair. His voice faltered for a second. There was no regret in his eyes. Only suppressed anger. I'm sorry. All Might. The last part came out almost as a grunt. Toshinori reacted immediately. Don't worry, Midoriya shonen. She said, cautiously approaching him. Izuku slowly stood up, still staring at him, as if he still considered him the one to blame for everything. They stood face to face. In silence. Inko, between the two of them, was literally the only barrier preventing things from escalating again. Well, since everyone's forgiven. She broke the silence with a surprisingly light change of tone. How about we watch a movie? She walked to the sofa with a smile, as if she hadn't emotionally disarmed her son seconds before. Izuku kept his gaze fixed on All Might for a few more seconds. But his expression changed. The fury dissipated. Leaving in its place something more complicated. Discomfort. And frustration. I think I'll pass this time, mom. Izuku said, breaking the moment as he approached the cabinet where he had left his phone and bedroom keys. But you haven't been here long, darling. Inko replied, with a hint of disappointment as she watched him head for the door. Midoriya shonen. Toshinori's voice stopped him before he could leave. You don't have to leave. If you'd like, I can go. I have work to do. I understood. I knew perfectly well that it was too much for Izuku. It wasn't that the boy missed his biological father. In fact, when he found out he had another family. It was the only time Inko ever heard him curse someone with such raw hatred. What really hurt him was this. That he, his teacher. I would have entered that space. No need. Izuku replied, without looking at him. I'll go. I'll go see Uncle Masaru. I need help with my clothes. He grabbed the doorknob. Be careful. I love you, son. Inko said gently from the sofa. That stopped him. Izuku turned slightly, just enough to see her. And he smiled. A small but genuine smile. I love you too, mom. And without further ado, he left the house. The silence that remained inside was brief. But heavy. Toshinori clenched his fists. I'm sorry, Inko-chan. But instead of reproach. He heard a laugh. Soft. Cheerful. Huh? He asked, turning around in confusion. Inko was already approaching him, extending her hand. Come here, darling. He obeyed without thinking, taking her hand and letting himself be guided to the window that overlooked the courtyard and the street. "Apparently. You didn't notice," she remarked, still suppressing that laugh. Toshinori frowned, looking outside. He searched for something, anything out of the ordinary, in Izuku's figure as he walked along the sidewalk. But he saw nothing. What's wrong?" Inko sighed, amused, and gave her a light tap on the forehead with 2 fingers. "You're just as dumb and clueless as Izuku," he said, repeating the gesture once more. "Have you seen his shoes yet?" Toshinori looked again. This time, with more attention. And then he noticed. She couldn't help but smile. "She's wearing the shoes I gave her." She moved a little closer to the glass, watching as the boy slowly walked away. "He could have come in his red boots," Inko explained. "After all, he was just coming to visit me. And even though he dressed up a bit, knowing him, I would have preferred him to come like that if he didn't mind." She moved away from the window and calmly returned to the sofa. "If I really hated you, and if I really wanted to wear different shoes, I would have bought some on the way here. Between UA and here, there are at least 14 shoe stores." And it was true. For some reason, Izuku preferred those. Even having other pairs stored at home. Gifts from different people. Some unused. But not those. Never those. Good heavens, the Derby Kensington shoes that Hawks gave him last Christmas are still there. Toshinori looked down for a second, taking in the small detail. An almost insignificant gesture. But it said much more than it seemed. "Young Midoriya. No. Izuku. I won't rest until I've earned your affection and respect again." He looked up once more, determined. After all. Maybe buying that father and son fishing kit hadn't been such a bad idea after all. Even with the bitter taste of having to see his mentor in his own home, Izuku couldn't afford to let that affect his main mission. Preparing for his arranged date that night. "I have to give my best," he thought resolutely, staring intently at his next destination. A beautiful 2-story house stood before him. Unlike his own, this one had a much more modern and sophisticated style, perfectly suited to the family who lived there. He walked along the path that connected the gate to the main entrance. With each step, his body warned him that this was probably a terrible idea. And that he was about to face an unavoidable situation. But it was too late to regret it. He swallowed hard when the door stood before him. Facing All for One. Or face her Aunt Mitsuki. "I'd definitely rather shoot All for One," Izuku thought, completely serious. "I hope she's not home." Ding dong. The doorbell rang elegantly, but since this is a written story I can only put the onomatopoeia here, all tacky and stupid, like the author of this fanfic. "What did I do to you now, you shitty narrator?" the idiot author complained. The doorbell rang elegantly throughout the house. It wasn't long before the door opened. "Good morning." It was the patriarch of the house who opened the door, and upon seeing Izuku, his expression quickly changed to a smile. "Hey, if it isn't you, Izuku, good morning Uncle Masaru." He greeted respectfully, extending his hand, a gesture that was immediately reciprocated. But then, Masaru processed the situation. And his soul left his body. "Oh no. It's you, Izuku," she said, panicking. She quickly turned her head, looking inside the house. "You have to get out of here." Izuku's brain clicked instantly. Oh no. He turned around to run. But it was too late. He had been found. Izuku Midoriya. Mitsuki's powerful shout echoed from the stairs. "Run, Izuku." Masaru shouted desperately, seeing his beloved and beautiful wife coming at full speed towards them. Izuku didn't hesitate for a second. He started running towards the street. "Ahhh, Aunt." He screamed, completely terrified. "Don't worry, Izuku, I'll stop her." Masaru declared, heroically standing in front of the door. He planted his feet firmly, adopting a posture worthy of a warrior. Or at least that's what he tried to do. Mitsuki came hurtling down the corridor. "I'll stop you. Get out of the way, love." Mitsuki shouted, telling him to go fuck himself with a single slap. Masaru shot out. Izuku swallowed hard when, in the blink of an eye, his aunt was already running towards him with a very unfriendly face. Is she faster than Kakin? He thought, turning his gaze forward as he felt the distance between them dangerously disappear. Wait, Aunt Mitsuki, I can explain. He tried to negotiate, gripped by panic. Mistake. What do you mean my little cinnamon roll has a date? He growled furiously, reaching out to grab him. And you'll have to explain yourself once I catch you, you bushy bush. As a last resort, Izuku resorted to an old tactic. A very embarrassing one. Suki-chan. Suki-chan. He shouted, completely red-faced. How nice of you to call me that again, Zuzu. Mitsuki replied with a dangerous smile. But I've already got you. She threw herself towards him with open arms. And finally. He caught up with him. Wah! Izuku screamed as he was tackled by approximately 65 kilos of love, violence, and misdirected affection. His back hit the ground with unnecessary brutality. Izuku Midoriya's back hasn't had a single day of rest. And today was clearly not going to be the exception. 5 minutes later. We are in the Bakugo residence hall. So? Mitsuki's cold, venomous tone chilled Izuku's blood as he sat across from her on the sofa. Anything to tell you? Instinctively, he lowered his head to avoid looking into her eyes. He felt that if he did, he would probably die. Or something very close to it. But even that didn't stop him from feeling the weight of her scarlet eyes piercing him. Seeking support, he turned his face slightly toward his uncle Masaru, who was in the other armchair with an ice pack on his cheek. Noticing Izuku's gaze, he let out a nervous laugh. At least we tried. He whispered sadly. It was a war that those two weren't going to win, not a chance. Ahem. Mitsuki cleared her throat, demanding everyone's attention once again. So, Zuzu. That nickname was enough for Izuku to know that he had to look at her. He swallowed hard and, as best he could, began to explain, moving his hands clumsily. Hey, well. Do you know Nijire-chan? He asked, earning an immediate nod from Mitsuki. The great Nijire Hato was becoming famous everywhere. She's my senpai. And on Thursday she went to teach a class for the first-year students and we met. Well, she found me. On the ground. He mentally corrected himself but decided that this detail could remain stored away forever. Get to the point. Mitsuki ordered, without taking her eyes off his emerald gaze. Haha. Yes, of course. He tried to laugh, clearly to keep from crying. So. She suggested we go on a double date. I didn't want to go, but she didn't give me a choice. He quickly clarified, noticing how Mitsuki frowned at the mere mention of the word date. Why? Mitsuki asked, sharpening his gaze even more. I was going to tell you, but you told me to thr. She tried to defend herself, but suddenly stopped when she realized it was only making her mood worse. Oh, of course, yes. But it was clear that I couldn't tell her the whole truth. I'm sorry, Aunt Mitsuki. Well. She noticed I looked good. He continued. And she asked me why the change. And well, I told her it was time to try meeting more people. You know, girl. Interact with girls. Mitsuki didn't seem satisfied with the answer. Something didn't add up. Something was missing. The suspicion was obvious. Therefore, in an almost imperceptible movement, Izuku cast a quick glance at Masaru. Who, without having the slightest idea of what the hell was going on. He stepped in to help. Oh, yeah, at some point boys have that need to interact with girls. He said, catching Mitsuki's attention. It's normal for that to happen. I guess that girl thought she could help you or something. Yes, of course. Exactly. Izuku replied, mentally thanking him. I didn't want to rush things. I wanted to take it at my own pace. The room fell silent. A heavy silence. Dense. Those that last seconds. But feel like years. Izuku was sweating profusely as he watched his aunt's gaze gradually darken. Something wasn't right. Something was very wrong. And then. A sob. The woman turned around, covering her face with both hands. Aunt Mitsuki. Izuku jumped up, alarmed. Love. Are you okay? Masaru also stood up, cautiously approaching her. But the sobbing did not stop. No. It got worse. It turned into a loud, uncontrollable cry. Completely devastating. My Zuzu. Mitsuki sobbed, clutching her chest as if she'd just been emotionally stabbed. My little Zuzu traded me for someone else. What? Izuku froze, his face turning completely red. You lied to me. You deceived me. You broke your promise. She accused, pointing a trembling finger at him, as if she were facing the worst criminal in history. Hey auntie, that was when I was 3 years old. She replied, panicking and frantically waving her hands. I didn't even know how to tie my shoes. Promises are promises. She retorted without hesitation, completely caught up in her drama. And you swore eternal love to me. Izuku was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. Look at you. Mitsuki continued, his voice now breaking, looking him up and down. You're not the Zuzu I used to be. Izuku froze. Now you dress differently. He pointed to his clothes. Shirt, trousers. Even elegant shoes. You comb your hair. She added, as if it were a personal betrayal. You comb your hair. Izuku reflexively touched his hair. And. Mitsuki pursed his lips. You're already taller than me. Silence. Izuku slowly lowered his gaze to her. Indeed. 6 centimeters. I knew this day would come. Mitsuki murmured, trembling. The day you would grow up. And replace me. I'm not replacing anyone. Izuku shouted, completely embarrassed. Desperate, he turned his head looking for help. Uncle Masaru, please say something to him. Sorry, Izuku, I don't get involved in marital problems. Masaru replied, amused, calmly retreating to the kitchen as he understood the source of the drama. Dude. Izuku squealed, completely betrayed, reaching out a hand towards him, as if he could pull him back through sheer desperation. The answer was the sound of a door closing. And the faint clinking of glasses. Silence. Izuku swallowed slowly. So you can't even defend your love? Mitsuki murmured with a calmness that was more frightening than her screams. And no, that's not it. There's nothing to defend. He blurted out, waving his hands. But Mitsuki was no longer listening. With a dramatic sigh, she turned and walked over to one of the living room pieces of furniture. She opened a drawer with suspicious slowness. As if she were about to reveal incriminating evidence in a trial. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. Tell me something, Zuzu. Her voice came out soft, wounded. He closed the drawer. And when he turned around, he had something between his fingers. Little. Bright. Ridiculous. Izuku paled instantly. Did you forget this too? He showed her the ring. A toy ring. Plastic. With a fake stone that shone excessively in the light. Izuku's world stopped. Her hand slowly rose to her face. And without being able to avoid it, she completely covered her face. And no. Don't take that out. He murmured, red to the tips of his ears. Hey. Yes, hello. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The author betrayed me and locked me in the character's memories. As a narrator of memories. Between you and me, I'm the best narrator. I got most of the good and important scenes from this first season. On the other hand, the narrator who tells the present events of the story is a total troll. When you see him again, tell him he's a jerk and a faggot. 15 years ago. We are located at the Bakugo residence. To be more precise, in the backyard. That day was special. Like almost every Sunday in those days. The Midoriya and Bakugo families shared their classic weekly barbecue. It was a time when both families mingled. The women of the house enjoyed a cold beer while chatting about life, and Masaru, the only husband present, took charge of the grill with almost religious dedication. And then I saw Katsuki giving a flower to a little girl in the distance. Katsuki said, laughing as she recalled the scene. It was the sweetest thing I've ever seen. How lovely. Inko squealed, bringing her hands to her face. Such a gentleman. Just imagining little Katsuki, with his cheeks flushed, grunting while trying to be nice to a little girl. Was enough to melt anyone's heart. I'm quite surprised that Katsuki was so bold. Inko added, holding her beer. I suppose it's fine for now. Because I seriously doubt that chivalrous attitude will last. Katsuki replied, settling into his seat. I have a feeling that when he grows up he'll be a womanizer and rude. But Inko soon became defensive. Nah, maybe he'll go a little off the rails. But you'll see that when he meets a girl who puts him in his place, he'll be just as meek as your husband. Hey Inko. Masaru complained from the grill, making them both laugh. And then, completely inevitably, they moved on to the next topic. The sweet cinnamon roll called Izuku. I hope it's as you say, Inko. Mitsuki took a long swig before setting her beer aside. You've got it easy. Izuku doesn't seem to care about anything, but All Might. But Inko's nervous laughter caught his attention. Mitsuki tilted his head slightly. What's happening? And no, nothing. It's just that. Maybe you're wrong. She replied, clearly struggling not to laugh. Mitsuki narrowed his eyes. Something didn't add up. So. He opened his eyes suddenly. Oh no. She murmured, placing a hand on her chest. Don't tell me some girl has charmed my little Zuzu. She frowned, worried. Don't let them break his heart. Inko stared at her. Fun. Very funny. I don't think so. She crooned. I know my daughter-in-law well enough to know she wouldn't do something like that. 1. 2. Click. Mitsuki's cheeks turned pink as a smile slowly formed on her face. No. She whispered. And then. No. Ha 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 ha, no. She stood up from her chair, laughing incredulously, while Inko just nodded. Me? Yeah. Izuku Midoriya's first great love. It was his aunt Mitsuki Bakugo. At 3 years old. And then Masaru, who had been listening to everything with an amused smile, felt his brain click. Ah, no wonder he's been so upset with me. He exclaimed suddenly, turning around to look at the women. That only made them both start laughing even harder. Seriously? Inko asked, incredulous. Was your son? Was your baby? Jealous? Yes. I thought I'd offended him or maybe made him feel bad. Masaru added, setting the pliers aside. I even bought him an All Might Lego set. I have it stored in the trunk. I was going to give it to him before they left. The laughter erupted even louder. He was too cute. And fucking fun. You're my Izuku's rival. Inko said, laughing as she tried to calm down. I'm so sorry Masaru. I'll talk to my boy later. The man, completely unconcerned, took his beer and calmly opened it. Don't worry. He replied. Besides, this can be resolved. Man to man. The joke was enough to make both women laugh again. And while they were having fun outside, Not far from there, inside the house. Two small children were watching television. Bright colors, exaggerated explosions, and heroic shouts filled the screen. And then the girl just stood there like that. Itsuki puffed out his chest and frowned, trying to mimic an impressed face. "Kitsuki, you're amazing," she told me. Izuku, sitting next to him, stared at him with wide eyes. Shining. Pure admiration. "Wow," she whispered, clasping her hands together. "Kaken is amazing." Kitsuki smiled proudly. "Obviously it was. HMPH, that was easy," he replied, crossing his arms. "You just have to know how to do those things." Izuku nodded quickly. As if they were revealing the secrets of the universe to him. "Hey Kaken," she said shyly, fidgeting with her fingers. "Do you think I could do it too?" Kitsuki turned to look at him. He analyzed it from top to bottom. Her hair was disheveled. His restless hands. That face that says, "I'm going to cry if you look at me like that." He paused. "I doubted." Silence. Izuku froze. Her eyes trembled. His lower lip too. Kitsuki noticed it. And he clicked his tongue in annoyance. "TCH. Well, maybe so." He quickly corrected himself, looking away. "But you'd have to stop being such a scaredy cat." Izuku blinked. Once. Two. And immediately. "Really?" Her eyes lit up again, completely illuminated. "I can do it." Yeah, whatever." Kitsuki grumbled, turning his attention back to the television. "Just do it already." That was enough. More than enough. Izuku, completely motivated, put his hand in his pocket. And he took out a small plastic ball. Transparent. The kind that come out of the machines when you put in a coin. "Hey Kaken," she said, approaching him. "Do you think this is a good gift?" Kitsuki raised an eyebrow. "It's a ball." Izuku quickly denied it. "No, look." Carefully, he opened the little ball in two. And from within. He took out a small toy ring. Kitsuki opened his eyes slightly. He looked at him. Then he looked at Izuku. Then the ring again. His child's brain made a dangerous connection. "Hey," he said slowly. "What do you plan to do with that?" Izuku smiled. A pure smile. "Honest. The Sower Goblin told me that when it comes to love, you have to go all in." Silence. Kitsuki blinked. "Isn't that the homeless man who fell into the drain last week?" Izuku thought for a few seconds. Then he shrugged. "But the important thing is that I already have the ring," she added with determination. Kitsuki looked at him. "Process." He decided not to process anymore. "Whatever," he said, shrugging. "Then go and give it to him." And he looked at the television again. Just in time. The Power Rangers were about to fight. Priorities. Izuku gripped the ring tightly. He took a deep breath. And he stood up. "I'm going to do it," she declared bravely. "Aha." Kitsuki replied without looking at him. Izuku took a step towards the exit. Then another one. And before leaving, he turned around. "I'm going to marry Aunt Suki. Good luck." Kitsuki replied, completely uninterested. Izuku ran away. The door closed. Silence. Explosions on television. Screams in the background. Kitsuki blinked. Once. Two. And then. His brain clicked. Aunt Suki. Her brow furrowed. He slowly turned his head towards the door. Huh. Izuku. Or the goat. Well, by that time, our little goat. Okay. Here I go. He thought resolutely, seeing that not far from him, near the grill, at a table, were his mom and Suki-chan. From what I could tell, they were both chatting happily, laughing together, while the rival, Masaru, tended the grill. With a ring firmly held in her little hand, she began to walk with all the strength her small legs could muster. Aunt Suki had always been kind to him. It's not like her mom wasn't, but Aunt Suki was especially indulgent, affectionate, attentive, always making sure nothing happened to him. If he got scared and his mom wasn't around, she was the first to take his hand. Or carry him in her arms. Besides, he gave her lots of cookies. So it wasn't very difficult for little Izuku to end up confused. If 2 plus 2 equaled 154. So affection plus protection plus cookies equaled love, right? And love. It was equivalent to marriage. Impeccable logic. Irrefutable. When he told his mom that he was in love with Suki-chan, she, besides laughing and melting with tenderness, gave him her support. Of course, I wasn't going to tell him otherwise. I couldn't. Simply seeing her son excited and happy, with that sweet little face he had, made it impossible to refuse. So I already had my mom's blessing. And also, he asked God for it in a prayer. So if God and his mother were with him, who can stand against him? Meanwhile, with the adults, Inko was chatting with Mitsuki. They had switched to a more everyday topic, something light. When her eyes caught sight of her young son walking towards them, she came with a determined look. And with one of her little hands closed in a fist, as if she were keeping something important. Something very important. Inko didn't need anything more. He perfectly sensed what was about to happen. With a smile that threatened to betray her at any second, she glanced quickly at Mitsuki, making a small gesture with her finger. Mitsuki narrowed his eyes. "What?" she asked, confused. But following the direction of the signal, he turned his face away. And he saw it. Izuku. Just a few steps away. Staring at her. Walking straight towards her with all the determination his little 3-year-old body could muster. Mitsuki melted. Literally. How lovely. She thought, feeling her heart clench at the sight of the scene. Her suitor. Well. Her little suitor. Izuku kept moving forward, completely determined to go after her, as if he were about to fight the most important battle of his life. And technically, I was. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the impending romantic tragedy. Masaru had crouched down in front of the cooler. Just because. It was time to bring out the Argentinian chorizo. What Argentinians do. In Argentina. Izuku took a deep breath. Once. Twice. And finally he arrived in front of the women. Her little legs were trembling. But not out of fear. Well. Maybe a little bit. Inko had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep from bursting out laughing. Mitsuki, meanwhile, watched the little boy in front of her with a gentle smile. God. She was adorable. What's wrong, Zuzu? She asked gently, leaning slightly towards him. Izuku clenched his small closed hand tightly. Very strong. As if he were gathering the courage of 100 heroes at the same time. I. She began, stuttering. I have something important to tell you, Suki-chan. Oh no. Here he came. Mitsuki felt her heart melt as soon as she heard that nervous tone. Oh, really? She asked, amused. And what does my little Zuzu want to tell me? Izuku slowly opened his hand. And he showed the small toy ring. Silence. Mitsuki barely opened his eyes. Inko covered her mouth. And from the grill. Masaru slowly turned his head. Huh. But Izuku did not stop. Because he was engaged. Literally. I. He swallowed. I want to marry you. Absolute silence. Mitsuki's brain stopped working for approximately 3 full seconds. Ai. Inko immediately burst into laughter, doubling over the table as Mitsuki put both hands to her face, completely red. It just can't be. Izuku took a small jump backwards. Did I do it wrong? He asked, alarmed. No. Mitsuki replied quickly, waving his hands. It's just that you're too cute. Too cute. Little Izuku lowered his gaze, embarrassed. The sower goblin said that when you love someone very much, you have to give them a ring. She murmured shyly. And I love you very much, Suki-chan. Each word was a critical blow straight to the heart. And you're very pretty. He added, completely sincere. Prettier than the princesses on TV. Inko let out a muffled squeal. Masaru had to cover his mouth to hide his laughter. Mitsuki felt like she was about to have an emotional breakdown. Zuzu. She whispered, placing a hand on her chest. Izuku lifted the ring again. Decided. Trembling a little. So. I want to marry you. God. Masaru was already considering giving up and accepting that the boy had better romantic skills than him. Wait a second, Zuzu. She said with nervous laughter. That can't be done. Izuku froze. Her eyes began to tremble. No. Maximum alert. Mitsuki acted quickly before the boy burst into tears. Not because I don't want to. She clarified quickly. It's just that I'm already married. And he raised his left hand to show her the royal ring he was wearing. Izuku blinked. He looked at the ring. Then to Mitsuki. Then slowly. He turned his face towards Masaru. The man stood still with pliers in his hand. Hello. She greeted nervously. Izuku frowned. Deeply. Masaru felt a chill. Hey, don't look at me like that, little guy. He tried to defend himself. But Izuku looked back at Mitsuki. Thoughtful. Very thoughtful. His little brain was working at full capacity. Until finally. So. He said slowly. When you're done. Will it be my turn? Silence. And then Inko and Mitsuki started laughing so hard that they ended up crying. Even Masaru ended up laughing while holding his stomach. But Izuku didn't understand what was so funny. He was completely serious. Mitsuki wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and then smiled tenderly. Zuzu. Maybe by the time you grow up you won't want to marry me anymore. He said gently. I'm sure you'll find another girl you like much more. But Izuku vehemently denied it. Without a doubt. With absolute conviction. No. She declared immediately. I'm going to marry you, Aunt Suki. Silence again. Smaller. Softer. Mitsuki felt something inside his heart simply surrender to him. Because there was no trick. There was no shame. Just childlike love. Pure. Honest. The kind of sincerity that only a very young child could have. And then Mitsuki sighed in defeat. She smiled. and she slowly extended her hand towards him. "Well," he finally said. "Then I guess I'll have to wait for you, won't I?" Izuku's eyes sparkled. They literally shone. "Yeah." With extreme care, as if I were handling the most important object in the universe. He took Mitsuki's hand. And she placed a small toy ring on one of her fingers. It didn't suit him. Obviously not. But that didn't matter. Because for Izuku, it was real. Completely real. He looked up at her. And she gave him the happiest and purest smile that Mitsuki had ever seen in his entire life. A small smile. Round cheeks. And absolute happiness. "That's it," he said proudly. "Now we're engaged." Mitsuki would never forget that moment. Never. "Please, uncle." Izuku murmured, defeated, sitting back on the sofa while he listened to his uncle Masaru laughing uncontrollably. Several minutes had passed, during which Mitsuki had painstakingly reminded him, in minute detail, of every time he'd sworn to marry her. Of course, all those memories were from before Izuku turned 4. Before his social life went completely off the rails. "I still remember when my little Zuzu came home crying because he'd been stung by a bee." Mitsuki remarked, now completely relaxed, enjoying the other person's suffering. "All because he wanted to give me a pretty little flower. Kill me, God." Izuku thought, completely slumped on the sofa. It's funny. But 3-year-old Izuku was bolder, braver, and 1,000 times more romantic than 18-year-old Izuku. Well. I guess anyone stops being brave after having punches and insults for breakfast throughout their childhood and part of puberty. Not to mention the public humiliations. And that time a girl from another class said to her, and I quote, "I'd rather kiss a toad than you." Oh, yes. And to top it all off. "Nobody would be with a quirkless person like you. Did you have fun yet?" Izuku asked, tired and dejected, as he took a sip of the soda Masaru had brought him. Mitsuki barely smiled, crossing her arms. "Not yet. But I have things to do, Zuzu." It was obvious that he could continue like this all day without ever getting tired. God. Thank goodness Kaken wasn't home. He was probably still in the dorms, which was awful. Because if he had been there, his torment would have doubled. Mitsuki stood up and walked toward him. Izuku looked up, somewhat confused. She ran a hand through her hair and began to gently play with her green curls. "Look at you. You've grown quite a bit," she said with a gentleness that contrasted sharply with her previous demeanor. "You and Kitsuki aren't those two kids who used to eat Play-Doh anymore." "It only happened once." Izuku murmured, embarrassed, causing both adults to laugh. "Alright, Izuku. I'll leave you with your uncle Masaru," she continued, taking his hand away. "I suppose you came so I could help you get dressed, right?" Izuku nodded silently. Mitsuki walked away and, before leaving, leaned over to give Masaru a quick kiss. "I'll go shopping, I'll be back in a few minutes." He walked toward the front door, but just before leaving, he stopped. He turned around. Izuku tilted his head, confused. "Good luck on your date, Zuzu," she said, and for a moment she sounded genuinely sincere. "But of course. It couldn't stay there. Although I don't like the idea of you going out with a girl I don't even know. So later I'll introduce you to one who is worthy of you. Auntie." Izuku murmured, red-faced. "I won't let just anyone lay a hand on my little Zuzu." And with that, Mitsuki left the house, slamming the door shut. The silence that followed was pure peace. Masaru gradually calmed his laughter until the atmosphere became calm again. "I have several outfits that will look good on you," she said suddenly, breaking the silence and catching Izuku's attention. "You'll see how impressed that girl is." They both stood up almost at the same time and began walking towards the stairs. "Thanks, man. Seriously, I really appreciate your help." "It's nothing," Masaru replied, patting him on the shoulder. "That's what family is for." And without wasting any more time, Masaru led Izuku to his office. Leaving behind, on the coffee table, the small toy ring. Silent. Forgotten. But still bright. That's it guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Until the author add more chapters. Take care.